Hangu descended into a world of the three kingdoms, where the heavens had shattered and external deities lurked, enveloped in a sinister, dark aesthetic. Here, grotesque and twisted horrors roamed freely, and the renowned generals of the three kingdoms, along with historical figures, were ensnared in an unending cycle of nightmarish torment, most having been corrupted into indescribable, taboo entities, manipulated by the will of the abyss, unable to perish in a conventional manner. By chance, Hangu acquired a mysterious artifact from the abyss, the Tao Cube, which granted him the ability to summon players as his devoted subjects. He soon discovered that players could gain rewards and resources merely by experiencing death. For the sake of territorial development and the survival of myriad races, he could only compel the players to endure further suffering. A certain player remarked, "Though I have been slain by Elbu over 10,000 times, this game is simply too enjoyable." Chapter 1. The Peculiar Three Kingdoms. On July 16, 2043, at noon, Zhao Rui stumbled upon a new game titled The Peculiar Three Kingdoms, a virtual reality game based on a dark and sinister Three Kingdoms theme, boasting a 100% authenticity rate. Three Kingdoms Souls-like sandbox roguelike virtual reality MMO. Is this a stack of buffs? Zhao Rui felt no stirrings of excitement, even managing a chuckle. Ever since significant breakthroughs in virtual reality technology, games leveraging this as a selling point have proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with the largest gaming platform, Star Sea, releasing a dozen or more new titles each week. Yet, the fervor for virtual reality games had waned in recent years. For developers, the challenges of creating such games were immense, with high costs and prolonged profitability cycles. For players, barriers remained. Some games required bespoke helmets or even gaming pods, costing anywhere from 30,000 to several million. Most importantly, the games themselves were often disheartening. Major studios touted immersive gaming experiences, but produced titles that fell far short of replicating reality. The few critically acclaimed single-player masterpieces achieved at most a mere 20% realism, plagued by numerous bugs that marred the gaming experience. Multiplayer online? And a 100% fidelity? Were contemporary developers so bold as to boast? Did they not fear penalties for false advertising? Zhao Rui, a gaming blogger with a solid reputation for his technical prowess and eloquence, was well-versed in the offerings of various developers and had never encountered this new game, The Peculiar Three Kingdoms. The official website exuded an air of frugality, lacking any polished design. It offered only two options, reserved for beta testing and game background. He opted to explore the background. Welcome to the Peculiar Three Kingdoms. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the heavens shattered and external deities invaded. An indescribable abyss enveloped the land of Shenzhou, plunging countless lives into a terrifying nightmare, enduring millions of cycles of suffering. This world is rife with terrifying monsters, and even the historical figures you are familiar with have largely succumbed to an endless cycle of nightmares, either completely controlled by the will of the abyss or grotesquely transformed into taboo horrors. Although the land of Shenzhou has been distorted and shattered, a few individuals remain lucid, desperately resisting the invasions from the abyss and the stars. They may become your formidable allies or your most challenging foes. You will assist a great lord hailing from the City of Stars, challenging the transformed heroes who have become monsters, ensuring they meet their demise in the correct manner, purifying this tainted and warped history and crafting legends upon this scarred earth. It was a mishmash of elemental monsters, yet it bore a hint of Souls-like or Thulhu-esque flavor. As a deep enthusiast of genre games, Zhao Rui casually clicked to reserve a spot. As a gaming streamer, he feared not a lackluster game, but rather one devoid of uniqueness. As long as it provided entertainment value, it was worth a try. His reservation was successful. The game did not disclose a specific beta testing date. Zhao Rui did not dwell on it. He opened his video recording software and commenced his daily tasks. In the land of stars, Academy of World Lords, Hangu walked towards the principal's office. Before him floated an 8-sided cube. A voice emanated from the cube. Current number of game reservations, 135. Hangu sighed in relief. Well done, it seems I need not worry about attracting players. He had traversed to the City of Stars for 20 years. This was a magnificent city suspended between the abyss and the interstices of myriad worlds, where countless races coexisted, each dreaming of entering the abyssal realms to become a great lord. The abyssal world was an unfathomable dark dimension. It devoured and eroded various planes of existence, distorting their time and space, corrupting living beings into twisted forms. For eons, the Lords of the Stars had fought valiantly within its depths to maintain a fragile balance between the abyss and the real world. Having graduated from the Academy of World Lords with commendable results merely a week prior, Hangu had earned the right to venture into the abyss and become a lord. Each citizen of the City of Stars would awaken a unique abyssal realm upon activating their lordship. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps some unknowable reason, Hangu discovered that his awakened abyssal world was a darkly altered version of the Three Kingdoms, submerged to an astonishing depth classified as the Eternal Night Layer. The stars categorized the dangers of the abyss from low to high as follows: Twilight Layer, Gloom Layer, No Light Layer, Dark Evil Layer, Eternal Night Layer, and the Forbidden Unknown Layer. This Three Kingdoms had entered the Eternal Night. Its descent was profound beyond measure. This not only indicated severe pollution and corruption, but also suggested that even time and space had warped beyond recognition. The beings within were mostly driven to madness, brimming with deep-seated horrors and even legendary, indescribable forbidden deities. While it was true that risk was proportional to reward, with higher abyssal realms yielding greater treasures, not everyone possessed the capability to explore the deeper abyss. The City of Stars housed thousands of races from various worlds, including some capable of moving mountains and filling seas with their own strength. Such powerful upper-tier races, upon becoming lords, would create equally formidable progeny. Yet Hangu was merely human. Humans were among the most disadvantaged lower-tier races in the City of Stars. Throughout the city's million-year history, no human lord had ever successfully conquered the abyss of the Eternal Night, leading to the collapse of previously negotiated investments, forcing him to apply for loans through the Academy as startup capital. Fortunately, hope was not entirely extinguished. During the awakening ceremony, Hangu acquired an artifact from the abyss named the Tao Cube. This abyssal relic was a rare item obtained during the awakening process of becoming a Lord of the Stars, akin to winning the lottery. Moreover, most abyssal relics had rather underwhelming effects, providing only marginal value without decisively influencing outcomes. The Tao Cube, however, was a unique artifact. This relic had never been seen before, and its rank was entirely unknown. It could forge connections with otherworldly realms, summon souls from beyond, grant them immortal capabilities, and transform them into loyal subjects of his domain. After several days of adjustments, Hangu successfully established a connection with the Blue Star, preparing to create an online game that would allow players from Blue Star to descend into the eerie and malevolent world of the Three Kingdoms. This was his source of confidence. Hangu arrived at the principal's office. The space within was comparable to several football fields, filled with gleaming treasures, and at the center lay a colossal dragon measuring at least 300 meters long. The dragon's dark golden scales shimmered, adorned with 3 heads and 8 wings. Each scale was as large as a basin, covered with mysterious patterns and runes, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This was the principal of the Academy of World Lords, a primordial nether dragon. Even amidst the myriad races of the stars and the abyss, the primordial nether dragon was among the pinnacle of upper-tier races. The dragon principal was not only the head of the Academy, but also a superlord of at least the 8th tier, commanding millions of nether dragon subjects who had conquered numerous abyssal realms. Have you ultimately decided to venture into the abyss to become a lord? The dragon principal inquired. Though your results are commendable, no human lord has ever survived in such deep realms. Not even my kind dares to challenge them lightly. Hangu nodded. I still wish to give it a try. The dragon principal sighed, lamenting the loss of potential. A realm that was at least of the Eternal Night level, its distortion and madness exceeded imagination. Not to mention that humans as a lower-tier race faced dire survival odds, even upper-tier races struggled. Here are 2,000 abyssal magic crystals, 1,000 are the loan you applied for, and the other 1,000 is my personal sponsorship. The dragon principal refrained from further persuasion. Accept this, but please act within your means. Should your endeavors prove arduous, you may return to the Academy. At any time, we will provide you with a recommendation letter to seek refuge under a reliable lord. Thank you, Principal. The students shall undoubtedly strive to their utmost. Go forth. May the will of the stars be with you. Huang Yu, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, acquired the initial funding of 2,000 magic crystals and the Lord's token to enter the abyssal world. He promptly bid farewell to the principal and departed from the Academy, heading towards the teleportation tower. At long last, the journey is about to commence. Huang Yu's emotions were tinged with excitement at this moment. Once transported into the abyss, returning would prove to be no simple task. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment, activating the teleportation device at the earliest opportunity, and descended upon his domain. Chapter 2. the Lord from the stars, you have entered the abyss. You are under the protection of the will of the stars. Your territory will not be subject to active attacks for 7 days. In the modest hall of the stone dwelling, a crystal floated before him. This object was the core of the Lord, endowed with a plethora of functions including recruitment, cultivation, construction, upgrading, and storage, in addition to serving as an intelligent terminal connected to the starry database, providing informational capabilities. Upon activating the Lord's core, a panel materialized in front of Hangu, presenting options such as territory map, Lord information, and territory management. He first opened the map. The map appeared peculiar, resembling a grid of approximately 1,000 by 1,000 squares, with only the central grid illuminated. Upon magnification, the terrain within that grid became visible, precisely where Hangu currently resided, while the other grid areas remained shrouded in mystery. According to the foundational knowledge he acquired at the Lord Academy, when a plane is tainted by the abyss, not only do living beings and ecosystems undergo cataclysmic transformations, but even time and space may become warped, leading to chaos and distortion. The deeper the corruption, the more pronounced the aberrations in the abyssal world. The fabric of time and space often presents as disjointed and fragmented. This world had descended into a perpetual night, rendering temporal and spatial distortions a commonplace occurrence, hence the emergence of such an odd grid-like map, where each grid represents a relatively independent map area. Initially, only one grid was accessible. Each grid harbored a nightmare core, typically residing within the strongest entity of that map. Only by obtaining the core's essence and fulfilling the conditions for occupation could one activate the next grid. The temporal and spatial continuity of each map is not guaranteed. Thus, one can never predict what lies nearby. For instance, the timeline of the preceding grid may still be entrenched in the Yellow Turban Rebellion, while the subsequent grid could very well be situated in the vicinity of the events surrounding the Battle of Red Cliffs. Therefore, each foray into a new map is fraught with uncertainty and unpredictability. Moreover, despite the uniformity of each grid appearing as a perfect square, the area and terrain within each small map are variable, ranging from 5 to 800 square kilometers, and in some cases, extending to tens of thousands of square kilometers. The internal structure of each small map remains relatively complete and independent. The expanse of 1,000 by 1,000 is undeniably larger than the total landmass of Blue Star. Chaos, disorder, fragmentation, madness, such as the abyssal world. The Starry Lords must contend not only with the denizens of the abyss and the corrupt beings they spawn, but also with other lords hailing from distant realms of the stars. Should Hangu's newly unveiled map coincide with the territory of another lord, the laws of the stars dictate an automatic initiation of war mode. Reconciliation becomes an impossibility. One party must completely consume the other. The victors shall reign and the vanquished shall perish. The survival of the fittest is the fate of the Starry Lords, and the very law of existence within the abyssal realm. Hangu clicked on the map to view further details. Although he could discern the general topography of this location, much of the territory remained enshrouded in mist, reminiscent of the fog of war found in real-time strategy games. Each map bears a name. This particular map was titled Execution Ground of the Luo River. Hangu could not fathom the reason behind such an odd designation. He closed the map and opened the second option. A personal information panel appeared before him. Name: Hangu, level 3. Race: human, territory rank, first tier, basic attributes, health points 150, mana points 150, strength 15, agility 15, spirit 15, willpower 15. Lord's talents: Lord's aura, inactive, Pioneer's heart, inactive, Cataclysm ruler, hidden talent, other skills, none. Remaining talent points, 0. Vitality, 0 3000. Hangu emerges at level 3, as upon entering the abyssal world, the Lord's physical form is automatically initialized to correspond with the race's initial maximum limits. The human race can only initially enhance up to level 3, a strength that is undeniably feeble among the myriad of races in existence, and this is one of the reasons why humans are often underestimated. The information panel is closed. The territory management options are opened again. Several submenus such as territory recruitment, unit advancement, and territory construction present themselves, with all options temporarily unavailable except for recruitment. The initial units available to the human race are 4 in number. Abyssal Warrior, first tier unit, recruitment cost 20 magic crystals, occupies 1 population unit. Description: one of the 4 fundamental units of humanity, endowed with a strength-enhancing talent, proficient in wielding various melee weapons. Abyssal Ranger, first tier unit, recruitment cost 20 magic crystals, occupies 1 population unit. Description: one of the 4 fundamental units of humanity, endowed with an agility-enhancing talent, highly mobile and adept at both ranged and close-quarters assassination. Abyssal Sorcerer. First tier unit, recruitment cost, 20 magic crystals, occupies 1 population unit. Description: one of the 4 fundamental units of humanity, endowed with a spirit-enhancing talent, possessing a degree of magical combat capability. Abyssal Monk. First tier unit, recruitment cost, 20 magic crystals, occupies 1 population unit. Description: one of the 4 fundamental units of humanity, endowed with a willpower-enhancing talent, possessing a degree of support combat capability. Current territory population, 0-100. Different races of lords can recruit distinct units. These are the 4 units initially available for human lords. Each summoned unit begins at level 1 and can undergo a unit advancement after reaching level 10. Why are human lords not regarded favorably? Because humans are inherently fragile, their units are likewise weak, possessing minimal initial strength and level, and lacking innate racial talents. However, every situation possesses dual aspects. It is precisely because the human units are individually frail that their recruitment costs are low, allowing for the formation of a large population. In contrast, for top-tier races, each initial unit typically costs hundreds or even thousands of magic crystals, with each unit occupying the population equivalent to a dozen or 20 human units. Xiao Ba, come forth. Hangu summons the exclusive relic, the Heavenly Dao Cube. Due to its appearance as an 8-faced cube and its intelligence allowing for communication, it is named Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba is currently binding itself to the core of the Lord's territory. Upon the summoning of the Heavenly Dao Cube, it immediately activates the binding function and states: binding of the Heavenly Dao Cube system successful, player recruitment mode officially initiated. Please check the details. Master. Excellent. Hangu nods in satisfaction. This extraordinary relic resembles a system akin to a cheat code, devoid of self-awareness yet possessing a remarkable degree of intelligence. Once the celestial cube successfully binds with the territory core, the Lord's interface undergoes several transformations, introducing a plethora of operational options. For instance, within the territory recruitment option, 2 choices emerge: ordinary recruitment and player recruitment. As the term suggests, ordinary recruitment refers to the standard recruitment process within the territory, summoning units devoid of souls, self-awareness, or additional talents, yet exhibiting unwavering loyalty and obedience. In contrast, player recruitment allows the celestial cube to summon the souls of blue star players who descend into the abyss as denizens of the territory. Their reincarnations will be under the cube's dominion, granting them the extraordinary ability of immortality and infinite resurrection. What does infinite resurrection entail? The Lord's advanced troops cannot be summoned directly. They must inevitably be cultivated from lower-tier units. This implies that each unit must begin its development from level 1, and should death occur during this growth process, all investments would be rendered futile, with the potential resource loss being considerable. Thus, for the Lord, each type of unit is exceedingly precious, especially those that have been painstakingly nurtured to higher tiers. The loss of any such unit is an intolerable blow. However, as the 4th catastrophe, players are impervious to death. This signifies that during the exploration of the abyss, Hangu's trial and error costs are nearly negligible, and when the time comes for Lord Wars, he can leverage numerical superiority and a relentless onslaught to expand and conquer at minimal cost. Of course, the arrival of players brings numerous advantages, yet it does not imply that ordinary recruitment is devoid of value. While players are indeed immortal and can be exploited to the fullest, factors such as online availability and issues of compliance introduce a certain degree of unpredictability. Therefore, the most prudent strategy is to primarily rely on 4th catastrophe players, supplemented by ordinary units, ensuring a more stable composition. Current number of reservations, 501 people. Hangu glanced at the current reservation count, astonished to discover such a large number of sign-ups, indicating that players could be summoned at any moment. Chapter 3. Beta test players. Hangu commanded: advance the internal testing of Guileful 3 Kingdoms to 8 o'clock tonight. Early population is exceedingly valuable, and we must ensure both quality and caliber. For the first round, we shall issue 20 slots. Prioritizing seasoned professionals, esports streamers, or hardcore veterans with specialized skills, and heavily invested netizens. Understood. The Celestial Cube, as an intelligent relic of extraordinary caliber, boasts capabilities rivaling those of a supercomputer. Whether it be the instantaneous creation of the official game website or the investigation of player profiles, executing this command poses no challenge. After closing the operational interface, Hangu resolved to familiarize himself with his territory. Upon stepping through the main entrance of the stone hall, he was immediately astounded by the breathtaking sight before him. The celestial dome was adorned with a dazzling array of colorful stars, while vibrant nebulae formed numerous swirling patterns, amounting to dozens, if not hundreds, resembling a tumultuous and dynamic torrent. brimming with chaos and distortion. It resembled a hyper-fantastical oil painting, reminiscent of Van Gogh's renowned work, Starry Night. Elevated in his territory, the expansive view offered him a sweeping panorama. Huang Yu gazed into the distance from the highest vantage point, taking in the rugged and majestic mountains, the enigmatic and tranquil forests, and a winding river meandering through the landscape. In the haze, he could faintly discern the ruins of dilapidated remnants, while the distant mist enveloped the area like a dark red curtain, encasing it from all sides. What a breathtaking spectacle! Is this truly the world of the Three Kingdoms? Huang Yu felt that the scene before him evoked a sensation reminiscent of his first encounter with the Elder Ring 2 decades ago. Yet the impact and awe he experienced now were exponentially greater. After all, no matter how exquisitely designed a video game may be, nor how precise its modeling, it could never fully replicate reality. Likewise, no screen, regardless of its size or resolution, could ever match the immersive experience of being present in the moment. Currently, Huang Yu's territory consisted solely of a modest village. Aside from the Lord's Hall, there were merely 4 wooden huts and a single warehouse, yet each structure possessed its own attributes. Simple Abyss Barracks, X4, a non-tiered building, allowing a population cap increase of 25. The inhabitants of the territory could find respite within the depths of the abyss, where their recovery would be accelerated. Simple Abyss Warehouse, a non-tiered building, offering 100 cubic meters of communal space, equipped with a refrigeration effect for food, and a -5 energy depletion rate for extraordinary materials. Huang Yu noticed a perimeter wall encircling the small village. Simple Earth Wall, a non-tiered structure, imposing a -5 penalty on all attributes for units that cross it, with a maximum reduction of 20 points. It was evident that all territorial buildings boasted unique functions. As a newly minted lord, Huang Yu had only thus far acquired these assets, yet he could utilize the territory core to construct new edifices or upgrade existing ones, with the ultimate goal of cultivating a vast domain that would host millions of subjects. Everything was in place. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of players. On Blue Star, around 8 o'clock that evening, Zhao Rui donned his virtual reality headset, officially commencing his work for the night. His task was to evaluate a virtual reality masterpiece titled Eternal Empire. This game, developed by an internationally renowned company, had cost over 2 billion and taken 8 years to create, resulting in a next-generation virtual reality marvel. The advertisements and promotions inundated the airwaves, making it undoubtedly one of the most anticipated games of the past year. With 4 hours remaining, Zhao Rui found the wait somewhat tedious, so he decided to pass the time by browsing the forum of the gaming platform Shanghai. Unexpectedly, a private message popped up at that moment. Congratulations! You have been selected for the first round of closed beta testing for Deceptive Three Kingdoms. The game will commence its first round of beta testing on July 16, 2043, at 8 o'clock p.m. Please activate the game as soon as possible. If not activated within 24 hours, we will consider the beta slot forfeited. Zhao Rui was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had casually signed up for this game earlier that afternoon out of sheer boredom. Yet he never anticipated the beta testing would begin so soon. What a pathetic company, with no advertising whatsoever. If this game turns out to be a hit, I will gladly eat my hat. Although Zhao Rui held little faith in Deceptive Three Kingdoms, considering that Eternal Empire would not be released for another 2 hours, he figured there was no harm in checking what this game had to offer. The authorities were stringent about false advertising. Should the game fail to meet expectations, he could report it and potentially earn a monetary reward. Downloading now. Game size: 963 GB. Zhao Rui nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing this. The game occupies a staggering 963 GB, a size that is utterly ludicrous. It is simply too small. How can a game that lacks even 1 terabyte of space dare to claim a 100% realism? Do the game developers truly understand what constitutes a virtual reality experience? The resources consumed solely for modeling and rendering in such a game would reach astronomical figures. Ding, download complete. With the current internet speed, a 900 gigabytes game could be downloaded in just a minute. The icon for Gue Sangwa resembles an ancient and mysterious stone door. The game imposes no hardware constraints, as any generic gaming headset or pod will suffice. There is no need to spend exorbitantly on high-end or custom headsets. Zhao Rui shook his head once more. As is widely known, the better the gaming experience and the higher the realism, the greater the demands on the hardware. Currently, the most realistic virtual reality games available on the market require the purchase of manufacturer-customized equipment, which would cost at least several tens of thousands. They cannot be compared to generic gaming headsets. Despite the endless complaints, since he had already downloaded it, he felt compelled to log into the game and take a look. Zhao Rui activated his gaming headset and officially launched Gue Sangwa, only to be enveloped in darkness. A sensation of weightlessness overtaking him, he soon discovered himself floating in the void, confronted by a magnificent stone door towering 100 feet high. What the hell? What is going on? The modeling appears to be quite impressive. Zhao Rui noticed that the stone door not only stood grandly at a height of 100 feet, but was also adorned with intricate patterns and various ancient reliefs, seemingly chronicling the epics and histories of the Three Kingdoms period. Surely, the game developers did not expend all their resources solely on refining the login interface. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed in his mind. Please create your game ID. Zhao Rui blurted out, Haidong Rouge. This was the username he had consistently employed. Renowned across major video platforms and gaming strategy groups, he had grown accustomed to using this name in all his gaming endeavors. ID creation successful. Please select your initial profession. Abyss Warrior, optional. Abyss Ranger, optional. Abyss Sorcerer, current recruitment full. Abyss Monk, current recruitment full. A large question mark appeared on Zhao Rui's face. 2 professions were inexplicably unavailable. Could it be that professions also had a limited quantity, snatched up by other internal testers? Having played games for many years, he had never encountered such a situation. After a moment of hesitation between Warrior and Ranger, Zhao Rui ultimately chose to become an Abyss Ranger. Given the characteristics of the Ranger profession, akin to that of a thief or assassin, this technically demanding role was evidently more suited to his skills as a hardcore player. Next came the face customization phase. A human silhouette materialized before him, and Zhao Rui could modify various parameters to alter his appearance, albeit within a limited range. As a video blogger, he habitually exaggerated character appearances for comedic effect, ultimately crafting a rather comical figure. A mere 5'5", emaciated, with a dark complexion, large ears, a long face, and 2 wispy mustaches, resembling a rather unsavory character. You have completed character creation. Would you like to log into the game immediately? Yes or no? Was there ever a question? Of course, I shall log in. At the very moment Zhao Rui made his decision, the tightly sealed door suddenly revealed a glowing crack, which was then gently pushed open by an overwhelming force, unveiling an entirely new world before his eyes. Chapter 4. The Game of Suffering. Among the first batch of 20 players summoned by Hangu, there were 8 warriors, 6 rangers, 3 sorcerers, and 3 monks. He waited a full 5 minutes before the first player materialized in the barracks. Wow, incredible. Is this truly a game? Surely, I haven't just been transported to another world. This player, known by the ID Li Ming, had created a character that was a gleaming, bald, muscular man, choosing the profession of Abyss Warrior. He meticulously checked his senses, sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, finding them not only intact but utterly authentic, bringing him to the brink of tears. Virtual reality? Can this still be termed as such? What distinguishes it from reality? Just as Yi Li Ming was about to remove his trousers for further inspection, several other players descended amidst beams of light. Like Yi Li Ming, these players initially expressed shock, but upon discovering the near-perfect functionality of their senses, exhilaration and joy radiated from them. Incredible. Is it truly this lifelike? Surely, I am not dreaming. I had specifically reserved my spot for this game's beta testing to report it. Who hasn't he? I thought this was a mere prank, preparing myself for a visual assault. Has the advancement of virtual reality technology progressed at such an astonishing rate? I never imagined I would experience such a game in my lifetime. As the players exchanged their thoughts, Hangu randomly called up a player's attributes. Name, Midnight Pig Killer, profession, Abyss Monk, level, 1. Attributes, health 40, mana 40, strength 4, agility 4, spirit 3, will 7. Talents, 4th catastrophe, hidden, Heaven's blessing, hidden, skills, healing spell, trained, vitality, 0-100. Backpack, 5 cubic meters. Hangu inquired, are the initial equipment, skills, and attributes of players identical to those of regular military units? Xiaoba replied, yes. Since this player is appearing with the template of an Abyss Monk, his equipment, skills, and attributes are indistinguishable from those of an initial Abyss Monk. Hangu noted the distinct characteristics of each profession. Warriors possessed higher strength. Rangers boasted greater agility, sorcerers exhibited enhanced spirit, and monks demonstrated superior will. Each profession commenced with 1 active skill and 1 passive skill. The active skill of warriors was iron armor technique, that of rangers was gale step. Sorcerers wielded flame arrow spell, and monks had healing spell. Additionally, everyone possessed a passive skill known as trained. The effect of this skill is akin to muscle memory. Even a sedentary individual who never engages in physical activity in reality can seamlessly execute complex maneuvers within the game, thereby ensuring the fundamental combat capabilities of every player. Additionally, players possess 2 hidden talents bestowed by the Heavenly Cube. These are the core abilities of the player and represent the most significant distinction compared to conventional units. Fourth Calamity, a special hidden talent summoned by the Heavenly Cube, manifests as an otherworldly soul. Due to the permanent binding of the soul and body by the Heavenly Cube, it possesses the ability to be immortal and resurrect infinitely, though each demise incurs a loss of a certain amount of vitality. Heavenly Blessing, another special hidden talent, grants players summoned by the Heavenly Cube a blessing that allows for a 1,000 increase in drops and vitality. Remarkably powerful, astoundingly exceptional, the ability for players to resurrect without limits was anticipated. After all, this is the core competitive advantage of player units. Other lords must invest substantial time, energy, and resources to cultivate high-tier units. And if they fall in battle, all efforts are rendered futile. Even if there are means to resurrect, the costs are exorbitantly high, leading them to treat their units as precious commodities, hesitant to risk them. However, Hangu harbors no such concerns. The fourth calamity is inexhaustible and only grows stronger with each setback. The player also possesses a hidden talent, Heavenly Blessing. To summarize its effect: tenfold experience and tenfold drops. Hangu is astounded by the player's extraordinary capabilities, akin to cheating, significantly accelerating the growth of the territory. A most unexpected delight. Yet, there remains a pressing issue. 2 Critical resources are paramount in territory development. The first is abyssal magic crystals, an essential universal material for recruiting units and constructing territories, also serving as a widely circulated currency among the lords of the stars and the abyssal world. The second is abyssal vitality, an essence of energy produced by the abyss, primarily utilized to elevate the levels of lords or unit types, essentially understood as experience points within the game. The primary method of acquiring these resources is through monster slaying. The ordinary units recruited by lords lack self-awareness, rendering them devoid of personality and utterly loyal. Thus, after a battle, the lord can uniformly collect spoils and distribute them as needed. This, however, is largely unfeasible with players. If Hangu forbids players from collecting spoils or gaining experience, setting aside whether players would comply, such actions would undoubtedly dampen their enthusiasm, severely undermining the gaming experience. Conversely, if left unchecked, players could become excessively affluent while the lord lacks sufficient resources to forge armies and build territories. Pondering this, Hangu mused, "It seems I must devise strategies to compel players to relinquish their resources." Xiao Ba interjected, "Players arrive in this world through the Heavenly Cube. Their bodies, souls, and everything they possess are under the dominion of the Master, who can expel their souls when necessary, forcefully seizing their bodies and all possessed resources." Hangu expressed surprise. Is it possible to operate in such a manner? Players painstakingly cultivate their accounts, yet as a GM, one can directly impose account bans. Those players who have been banned are unable to log in, but their avatars can still serve the territory, albeit transformed into non-respawnable regular troops. Does this not render the players mere unwitting laborers, toiling without compensation? Hangu remarked. Although one can strip players of everything at any moment, for the long-term development of the territory, such actions that ruin the gaming experience and exploit the system should be approached with caution. In reality, this is hardly a challenge for Hangu. He possesses numerous methods to rationally reclaim resources. For instance, he has a hidden talent bestowed by the Heavenly Dao Cube, known as Disaster Sovereign. This special hidden talent allows him, as the ruler of the fourth disaster, to draw strength from the cycle of life and death within it. Each time a player is slain by a non-territorial entity, he gains an additional reserve of vitality. This talent is quite straightforward. In essence, players suffer while the lord benefits. When players die, they lose experience, yet the lord gains experience, often exceeding what the players have lost. Indeed, how to effectively harvest players? Naturally, by encouraging their demise. As long as they continue to perish during their adventures, the vitality they possess will automatically return to the territory. This mechanism does not detract from the gaming experience, as death penalties are quite common. Prior to his transmigration, Hangu had played numerous Souls-like games, and those with exceedingly harsh death penalties, and he even found that merely causing players to lose a bit of experience seemed overly lenient. Such a minor penalty hardly motivates players to strive. He then inquired, "Xiao Ba, I believe this is insufficient. Can we augment the death penalty?" Xiao Ba promptly replied, "Of course." Hangu pondered for a moment and declared, "Thus, from this moment forth, upon dying, players will have all their magic stones reclaimed, and 20 of their backpack items will randomly drop." Indeed, this is much better. Each time a player meets their demise, a significant outpouring of vitality and magic stones will effortlessly flow back. Additionally, players' items and equipment will drop at a certain proportion and probability. The reclaimed materials, items, and equipment can bolster resource reserves, serving as rewards to incentivize players to undertake quests, thereby guiding them to act according to his design. Hangu has effectively transformed the death penalty mechanism into a form of taxation on the players. The abyssal world is fraught with peril. No historically challenging game can compare. Those highly demonic figures from the Three Kingdoms and historical heroes are surely not to be trifled with. The difficulty and suffering involved in hunting each top-tier demon general far surpass the experiences of clumsy players in Bloodborne, Sekiro, or Dark Souls. The more players venture forth, the more they perish, and the greater the tax Hangu receives. If this territory wishes to prosper, it must impose hardships upon the players. The more the players suffer, the greater the benefits for the Lord, and as the frequency of death rises, the speed of territorial expansion accelerates, leading to increased prosperity, ultimately establishing a virtuous cycle. Of course, moderation is essential. Hangu must also engage in careful planning, ideally allowing players to endure hardship while simultaneously developing an affinity for this sense of suffering, ultimately leading to an obsession from which they cannot extricate themselves, rather than causing them to abandon the game. Chapter 5. Daily tasks. Although the death tax stands as the primary means of resource recovery, Hangu is not content to rest on his laurels. A slight expansion of thought reveals a plethora of methods to extract value from players. For instance, imposing a resurrection cooldown period, where the higher the player's level, the longer the wait. However, should players wish to resurrect immediately, they can pay a fee corresponding to their level. Additionally, the future production of supplies, consumables, equipment, and skills from the territory, resources intended for the Lord to directly enhance the combat capabilities of his troops, could also be mandated for players to purchase out of their own pockets. Commercial transactions between players could similarly be subject to taxation. In summary, as long as one possesses a sufficiently dark heart and a boundless imagination, not only can players be tormented, but they may also find themselves indulging in the experience, relishing it to the point of obsession, concocting various creative endeavors. With proper planning, rather than dampening enthusiasm, it could invigorate motivation and drive. Those who enjoy challenging games often possess a hint of masochism. Hangu has but one objective: to ensure players joyfully labor, suffering for the territory while simultaneously extolling the game's virtues and praising the conscientiousness of its design. 12 players have logged into the game, a number that does not align with the 20 beta test slots available. This is hardly surprising. It is unrealistic to expect everyone to be conveniently seated at their computers simultaneously. The fact that 12 individuals are online at once is already commendable. For now, it suffices to note that after 24 hours of inactivity, Xiaoba will revoke their beta status and redistribute the slots AS for the daily online requirement for activated beta players. It is temporarily set at a minimum of 6 hours. Otherwise, they too will lose their privileges, allowing more active players to take their place and ensuring that participants contribute ample energy to the game. Hangu commands Xiaoba to issue relevant instructions and guidance to the players. The players soon followed the directions to the Lord's Hall. Absolutely astounding. The artistry and design are nothing short of spectacular. The sky, the wilderness, the ambience, all exude an overwhelming sense of mystery and prestige. What on earth has transpired in this world? Why has it transformed into such a bizarre spectacle? I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore this realm. I have played hundreds of games, yet never have I felt such an intense desire for discovery. Let us first pay our respects to the Lord. Among the 12 players, 10 are male and 2 are female, each radiating happiness and astonishment as they now stand before Hangu. Is this the NPC Lord? Oh, how unexpectedly youthful and handsome. It seems even I, dubbed the Triple Wu Yinzu, must yield some of my brilliance. Can we pursue a romantic relationship with this NPC? Is there a system for cultivating affinity? The freedom in this game appears to be quite extensive. Do you think if we were to slay the Lord, he might drop exceptional equipment? This is a statement made by a warrior player with the ID Quangkan Yidiaji. This individual is modeled with a visage marred by scars, exuding an intimidating and fearsome demeanor, reminiscent of a ruthless killer burdened by the weight of numerous lives lost. A female player, a sorceress, immediately interjects, cautioning, "Do not engage in such foolishness," setting aside whether we can defeat him if the sole NPC is eliminated. Who will provide us with our quests? The player known as Heidong Rue chuckles lightly and responds, "Stop overthinking it. Have you not read the game guide? This individual is our faction leader. Without him, the storyline cannot progress." Players commenced a spirited discussion. One female player even contemplated approaching the Lord to touch him. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from the NPC Lord, rendering the players momentarily incapacitated, unable to move or articulate a word. What is happening? Are we about to witness a cinematic sequence? Hangu, wielding absolute control over the players through the heavenly Tao Cube, temporarily restricted their actions and communication to ensure their compliance, and began reciting a premeditated opening speech. Greetings. I am Hangu, the Lord hailing from the land of stars. As you can see, this realm's three kingdoms era is besieged by an invasion and corruption from the abyss. All living beings have been twisted and distorted under the shadow of a dark nightmare, and even the historical figures we once knew have been transformed into unfathomably powerful monsters. Moreover, countless demons from the land of stars are constructing their territories here, intent on irrevocably altering history, an affront unacceptable to us as humans. You are the chosen warriors from another world, bestowed with this body of limitless potential. From this moment forth, your mission is to assist in the construction of our territory. Hunt down the pollution from the abyss, eradicate the demons from the land of stars, and cleanse history completely. Upon concluding, he lifted the restrictions. How intriguing! A distorted three kingdoms, perhaps. This backdrop bears a resemblance to the essence of Soul games. Could the bosses we are destined to confront be the renowned generals and strategists of the three kingdoms? What is the context of the abyssal invasion? What exactly is the land of stars? It seems to be brimming with information. Several players approached the Lord for dialogue. Though he did not answer every inquiry, it was evident that the Lord possessed profound wisdom, indistinguishable from that of a normal human. What an intelligent NPC! Is contemporary artificial intelligence truly this remarkable? The visuals, the rendering, the interactive scenes, along with such an astute NPC. One can only imagine the astronomical figures involved in the investment of equipment and computational power. Beyond the capacity of most companies' IT, must be said that the production team has demonstrated exceptional dedication and integrity. The Lord's Hall is now ready for quest assignments. Hangu instructed Xiaoba to issue tasks as needed for the territory. Currently, the primary tasks involve exploration and gathering, as Hangu seeks to swiftly comprehend the surrounding conditions of the territory, in addition to acquiring materials and food essential for the initial phase of construction. The 12 players quickly divided into several small teams. Daily task: collect 10 units of first-tier ordinary food, contribution points 10. Daily task: collect 10 units of first-tier ordinary materials, contribution points 10. These contribution points serve as the currency system within the territory. According to the death penalty established by Hangu, upon a player's demise, all magic stones they carry will be lost. In such circumstances, players face two choices: either store their magic stones in a secure location or convert them into contribution points. While magic stones can be exchanged for contribution points, the reverse is not true. Magic stones are a universal currency across realms, whereas contribution points are merely a numerical representation generated by Xiaoba. Naturally, Hangu will not indiscriminately distribute contribution points. Instead, he will meticulously regulate their issuance. Most items and premium services within the territory can only be acquired with contribution points, thereby continuously recycling the points distributed, deliberately creating a perception that contribution points hold greater value than magic stones. Xiaoba, the players have already departed from the territory. Hangu nodded with satisfaction. Good, let me observe how the players perform. I hope they meet their demise soon. The current territory is too weak, and Hangu himself is not strong either. He must remain sufficiently cautious. For safety's sake, it is best not to leave the territory in the short term. As for the exploration and adventuring, that task can be entrusted to these immortal players. Activating the Lord's panel allows the Lord to monitor any corner of the territory at any time. Additionally, he can always check on the status of any citizen or subordinate. The Lord's panel before Hangu quickly transformed into an overhead view, initially resembling the operational perspective of a real-time strategy game. After several magnifications, the vision gradually became clearer, akin to a high-definition drone capturing footage from a close distance. After accepting their tasks, the players departed with laughter and chatter, soon to encounter the wild monsters dispersed nearby. Based on the knowledge Hangu acquired from the Lord's Academy, he understood that the initial landing zones for Lords are typically areas with the lowest pollution levels, aligning with their strength and are unlikely to encounter high-level monsters. However, even the lowest-tier monsters pose a certain degree of danger. During the player's exploration of the map, newly discovered areas and wild monsters will be recorded by the Lord's Core, allowing for an analysis of the area's pollution levels and the monsters' ranks. Xiaoba will generate information about the monsters based on the Lord's Core data, enabling players to view the monsters' levels, health bars, and even brief descriptions, thereby enhancing the gaming experience. Here they come. Hangu noticed a group of players had discovered a wild monster. Chapter 6. Snake-tailed mountain chicken, a team consisting of Heidong Rue Gu, Chimei Wangliang, Midnight Pig Killer, and Crazy Chop Street formed. Although their understanding of the purpose of contribution points remains unclear, this does not dampen their enthusiasm and motivation to complete the tasks. Each of the four possesses distinct professions and is not merely an ordinary player. Crazy Chop Street is a warrior, a veteran action game enthusiast with thousands of hours of experience in Souls-like games. Heidong Rue Gu is a ranger, a renowned creator of strategy videos and a hardcore speedrunner, boasting the best skills among this group. Midnight Pig Killer is a monk, depicted as a hefty character, formerly a professional player with extensive gaming experience. Chimey Wangliang, though somewhat less proficient than the other three, is a master of the narrative, deeply invested in exploring the intricacies of the game's lore and plot. As the only class with ranged attack capabilities in the early stages and being scarce in number, the Warlock is indeed a precious asset. After departing from the village, the four of them reveled in the bizarre and resplendent scenery while exploring the surrounding environment. Just as they were extolling the game's graphics and design, they suddenly spotted an unusual creature in the distance. A chicken. How did it come to look like that? Yet, it hardly resembled a conventional chicken. This creature's size was at least twice that of an adult rooster, sporting a grotesquely large fleshy comb and a dagger-like beak that exuded an aura of aggression. Its head and neck appeared relatively normal, but most of its feathers had fallen away, revealing a layer of delicate gray scales. Its wings had also morphed into bat-like appendages, adorned with barbed spines along the edges, and it possessed a long tail reminiscent of a gecko. After gazing for over 5 seconds, an interactive information box materialized in their vision. Serpent-tailed mountain chicken, level 1 common monster, health 50/50. Description. Originally an ordinary mountain chicken, it has undergone slight distortion and demonic transformation due to the influence of abyssal energy. Indeed, it is a wild monster. Damn. It looks like it has mutated from nuclear radiation. And you dare tell me this is merely a slight distortion and demonic transformation? I find the modeling of this little creature rather fascinating. Even the minor monsters are crafted with such finesse. I am quite eager to see those demonic legendary figures. It seems the game development team has truly put in a lot of effort. At this moment, Heidong Rue proactively volunteered, saying, "Although it is merely a level 1 monster, we must not let our guard down. Allow me to test the waters first. You all be ready to assist." The other three had no objections in such a cryptic and unpredictable world characterized by a soul-like, cursed theme. One must tread carefully, even when facing a level 1 monster at the entrance of the novice village. As a leading figure in the strategy group, Heidong Rue possesses top-notch experience and skills, and as a high agility, high reflex ranger, it is indeed the most prudent choice to let him take the lead. Swift wind step. Upon activating the ranger's skill, Heidong Rue felt a refreshing breeze envelop his body, instantly enhancing his mobility by 30%. What a delight! The effect is truly impressive. It feels as if he is genuinely empowered. In typical virtual reality games, skills are merely numerical enhancements, lacking any real sensation. He quickly circled around to the serpent-tailed mountain chicken's blind spot, brandished his short sword, and lunged out from the bushes, delivering a swift and precise stab to the chicken's back, instantly inflicting a gaping wound that gushed blood. 11. A damage number appeared before his eyes. Squeak. The serpent-tailed mountain chicken emitted an enraged shriek. Instead of fleeing in fear, it spread its wings and assumed an aggressive stance, subsequently unleashing a spray of green venom. Who would have thought a chicken could spit venom? In a state of shock, Heidong Rue reflexively bent backward, executing an evasion maneuver that would be impossible for an ordinary person, narrowly avoiding the toxic attack, and then swiftly rolled aside to evade the chicken's assault. Rising quickly, he thrust his sword once more. The mountain chicken was injured again. He, the black-eyed Rue, was utterly astonished by his own silky maneuvers. This body was not only extraordinarily agile but could respond with reflexes akin to instinct, effortlessly executing various complex tactical moves. What kind of cutting-edge technology was this? It felt absolutely exhilarating. Goodness, Rue, you are amazing. Keep it up. Let us take down this chicken. With his commendable awareness and the muscle memory inherent in the ranger's physique, black-eyed Rue moved with remarkable fluidity, swiftly reducing the mountain chicken to a pitiful state. Victory was within reach. One more strike would surely seal its fate. Black-eyed Rue was on the brink of ecstasy, eager to deliver the final blow, when, unexpectedly, he kicked a hard stone and instantly lost his balance, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. The serpent-tailed mountain chicken flapped its wings and leapt up, its sharp claws embedding deeply into flesh, while its pointed beak viciously pecked at the nape of his neck. 32. 25. Black-eyed Rue distinctly felt the pain. However, the sensation was notably dulled by the system, rendering it just within the threshold of tolerable discomfort. This was perilous. The reversal occurred in an instant. The serpent-tailed mountain chicken's damage was alarmingly high. Black-eyed Rue found himself on the brink of succumbing to the foulest attack. The frantic assistance from the street butcher and midnight pig slayer came too late. Fortunately, the spectral beings had anticipated this, summoning a 20-centimeter flame arrow that struck the serpent-tailed mountain chicken's head with the speed of a crossbow bolt. 37. With a resounding boom, the arrow exploded into sparks. The serpent-tailed mountain chicken was sent sprawling, its vitality extinguished. Rue, are you all right? The street butcher helped black-eyed Rue to his feet, only to see blood still flowing from the wounds on his neck and back. His health visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Black-eyed Rue urgently called for help. Old pig, quick, heal me. All right. Midnight pig slayer activated a monk's skill, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Rue's wounds. 10. The injuries healed rapidly, and his life force ceased its decline. Black-eyed Rue finally clung to life, heart racing as he exclaimed, "Damn, that was close. Almost met my end in the gutter. Is this game really necessary to be so detailed?" It was evident to all that black-eyed Rue had the capability to slay the serpent-tailed mountain chicken. His near demise was purely due to his reckless greed. The game had achieved near perfection in both impact and environmental interaction. Just as black-eyed Rue was about to express his gratitude, he heard the spectral beings exclaim, "Look, it seems something has dropped." The very first level 1 monster dropped loot. Could the drop rate be this high? The four of them simultaneously turned their gazes toward the carcass of the serpent-tailed mountain chicken. As it fell, it began to decompose at a visible pace, dissipating into beams of light, and a gray orb materialized before them. Was this the loot? Let us see what it dropped. Since this monster was slain by the spectral beings, the task of looting was entrusted to them. With palpable excitement, the spectral being reached out to touch the gray orb, which in the next moment transformed into light and merged into her body, accompanied by a notification sound from the game. You have acquired 20 points of abyssal essence. You have obtained X3 serpent-tail mountain chicken feathers, X2 serpent-tail mountain chicken meat, and X10 magic stone fragments. These drops have automatically been stored in your backpack. The specters hastily examined the two spoils. Serpent-tail mountain chicken feather, a first-tier material of gray inferior quality. Description: a material dropped from the serpent-tail mountain chicken, infused with its energy, possessing a certain material value. Serpent-tail mountain chicken meat, a first-tier ingredient of gray inferior quality. Description: an ingredient obtained from the serpent-tail mountain chicken, tender and delicious, suitable for cooking. Magic stone fragment, fragments of abyssal magic stones, containing pure energy, serving as hard currency in the abyssal realm. Chapter 7. Minor Boss. The chicken feathers are materials, and the chicken meat is an ingredient, both essential for the quest. Black-eyed Rue remarked, "The abyssal essence you absorbed is likely used as experience points for leveling up, while the magic stone fragments should constitute the game's currency." Midnight Slaughterer. Ha ha ha, a level 1 monster dropping such bountiful rewards? Our mission seems rather manageable. Although this game is exceptionally hardcore, the combat rewards are incredibly satisfying. Family, who understands? Defeating a level 1 monster has stirred such excitement and fulfillment in the veterans. This is primarily due to its realism, evoking no sensation of merely playing a game, yet yielding unexpected rewards with every action, akin to a game. Black-eyed Rue even felt that the experience was entirely surreal. In other words, it surpasses the pleasures of the real world. Whether it is the instinctive muscle memory or the sense of control over power when casting spells, these are sensations unattainable in reality, imparting a genuine feeling of possessing superhuman abilities. The pace of battle is swift, with myriad variables akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, exhilarating and intensely thrilling. Hurry up, quick, find the next one. Let me take the next one. Brandishing his sword down the street, he expressed his eagerness. Feeling insatiable in this game. Wait, is something amiss? Is this not a Three Kingdoms game? Midnight Slaughterer could not help but grumble. Are we not playing a Three Kingdoms game to spar with Elbu and Zhao Yun, to flirt with Daji and Xiao Qiao, to forge a brotherhood with Guan Yu, and to discuss the charms of married life with Cao Cao? Why are we here slaughtering chickens? That said, compared to other games, merely killing chickens is already quite enjoyable. Indeed, I could spend an entire year just defeating small monsters. Everything must progress gradually. One cannot emerge from the novice village and immediately challenge Elbu with the three heroes. You, fatso, stop your prattling. I called dibs on the next monster. None of you better fight me for it. The vicinity of the small village features a vast expanse of grassy hills, where wild grasses grow chaotically, reaching nearly a person's height at the highest point, concealing numerous serpent-tail mountain chickens within the underbrush. rendering the environment quite perilous. Black-eyed Rue nearly faced disaster moments. It is evident that even the weakest monsters should not be underestimated. While the prospect of challenging the top-tier demon lord is indeed enticing, one must tread carefully, taking deliberate steps rather than reaching for unattainable heights. The four companions commenced their collaborative effort to hunt monsters. Haidong Rouge assumed the role of scout and aggro controller. Quangkan Yidiaji functioned as the tank engaging in frontline combat. Chime Wangliang provided range support and explosive damage, and Midnight Killing Pigman assisted in battle and healing. As long as they encountered no more than 2 serpent-tailed chickens, they would be fine. Should the number of serpent-tailed chickens exceed 2, they would not hesitate to flee. Given that the serpent-tailed chickens were not particularly swift, escaping danger under such circumstances was generally manageable. You have slain a serpent-tailed chicken, abyssal essence 20, serpent-tailed chicken feather 4, magic stone fragment x 10. You have slain a serpent-tailed chicken, abyssal essence 20, serpent-tailed chicken feather 2, serpent-tailed chicken meat 3, magic stone fragment 12. Do you have slain a serpent-tailed chicken, abyssal essence 20, serpent-tailed chicken meat 5, magic stone fragment 10? In less than 3 hours, the team had hunted 19 serpent-tailed chickens. Although this number may seem modest at first glance, their efficiency was commendable. This was not a computer game where all wild monsters stood still within view, easily targeted and dispatched. The grassy expanse was akin to a medium-sized university, dotted with numerous shrubs and small streams, concealing various dangers, thus exploration could not proceed rapidly. Given the current circumstances, each serpent-tailed chicken yielded a substantial amount of magic stone fragments, as well as various materials and ingredients. The four, invigorated by their success, resolved to continue gathering resources to complete their quest. At that moment, they stumbled upon an unusual area where a vast expanse of grass appeared to have been recently scorched, faint traces of embers still visible. At the center, a charred tree bore an extraordinary serpent-tailed chicken. This particular serpent-tailed chicken stood over 1.4 meters tall, its wings spread wide measuring at least 3 to 4 meters, its feathers a dense fiery red, and its scales a dark crimson hue, exuding a formidable aura, resembling a majestic creature. Serpent-tailed flame chicken, level 3 elite unit, health 200-200. Description: the leader of the serpent-tailed chickens, possessing the ability to launch fire-based attacks. It is a boss. What a stroke of luck. It is evident to any discerning eye that this is no ordinary chicken. Its level, health, and description unmistakably indicate that it is a rare gem among chickens. A battle chicken among mountain fowl, Midnight Killing Pigman inquired. What do you think? Shall we engage? Absolutely. Why hesitate? If you can't even muster the courage to confront a chicken at the village entrance, how do you expect to challenge the likes of Elbu or Dianwei in the future? You might as well retreat to your bed and play Do Diju, Quangkan Yidiaji chimed in. I have a hunch that this creature will surely drop exceptional gear. Chime Wangliang, being more cautious, remarked. But this monster has an excessively high health pool. We're not guaranteed to withstand it. That may be true, yet the boss is right before us in gaming. One must seize the moment. What is there to fear? Haidong Rouge glanced at his panel. I'm just 20 points of essence shy of leveling up. I believe we should not act impulsively. Let us clear the nearby monsters first, level up a bit, and then return to tackle the boss. It will still be within our reach. That makes sense. After all, it is a level 3 creature. A few individuals reached a consensus and decided to proceed accordingly, swiftly circumventing the serpent-tailed flame chicken. Before long, they stumbled upon another serpent-tailed mountain chicken, and after a brief yet successful engagement, the battle concluded. Ding. You have leveled up to level 2, gaining 10 health, 2 strength, 3 agility, 1 spirit, and 1 will. Upon acquiring the spoils, Haitong Rue Gu felt an extraordinary surge of energy erupt from within, invigorating every organ, every sinew, and every cell of his being, bestowing upon him an exhilarating sense of vitality. Is this what leveling up feels like? It's absolutely exhilarating, even more so than indulging in a lavish spa treatment. His face radiated joy, pondering the game's remarkable technology, which not only infused muscle memory but also instilled a genuine illusion of becoming stronger. Leveling up occurred with surprising rapidity, uplifting the spirits of the group. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of gameplay, the nearby serpent-tailed mountain chickens were nearly eradicated. The Midnight Butcher, furiously cleaving through the streets, saw all manner of phantoms ascend to level 2. The players' prowess was on the rise, their synergy growing increasingly harmonious, thus enhancing their monster hunting efficiency. They had now formed a cohesive team, all at level 2, and had amassed nearly half the experience required to reach level 3, yet, after relentless combat, their mana reserves were dwindling, and the sensations of fatigue and hunger became increasingly pronounced. Must this game be so strikingly realistic and hardcore? To think one could actually feel hunger within a game. The four then resorted to creating a fire by friction, igniting a campfire, wrapping 4 portions of chicken in leaves and earth, and placing them over the flames to cook. The moment they uncovered the food, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. We can eat. We can actually eat. My goodness. This chicken is absolutely delectable. Although the serpent-tailed mountain chicken appeared rather unsightly, its meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful, with a texture that lay somewhere between poultry and seafood. Even without any seasoning, it was remarkably palatable, and when paired with the wild fruits gathered during their exploration, it was nothing short of a luxurious indulgence. From kindling the fire to cooking the meal, every action was subjectively controlled, showcasing an astonishing level of freedom and realism within the game. Even if one merely wished to sightsee or experience life, it would undoubtedly be a delightful venture. An hour later, their stamina gradually replenished, and their mana was restored by more than half. Everything was in place for the next endeavor. At that moment, another group of players approached, consisting of 4 individuals, all uniformly at level 2. 2 were in pursuit of the serpent-tailed flame chicken, creating a tense standoff between the 2 factions. The Midnight Butcher exclaimed, "Hey, brothers, there's a matter of courtesy regarding order of arrival. We found this boss first." Why, Li Ming retorted. Having played games for so many years, wild bosses are open for free competition. There's no such rule about order of arrival. Regardless, we are determined to claim this boss chicken. Tension crackled in the air as the 2 teams faced off. "Everyone, listen to me," Hei Tong Ruegu quickly interjected. "This Gui Sangua is undoubtedly a groundbreaking masterpiece. We, the initial testers, should unite and seize this opportunity without internal strife. It's just a minor boss. Why not collaborate, share the spoils, and avoid discord over trivial matters?" His words resonated with reason. After all, they weren't dealing with legendary strategists or formidable generals. To turn against a wild chicken boss for the sake of seizing it is utterly lacking in vision. Li Ming immediately expressed his agreement, and naturally, the others had no objections. The 2 teams seamlessly merged, expanding their ranks from 4 to 8, and the players instantly felt a surge of confidence. In such a scenario, how could they possibly falter against a mere wild mini-boss? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 8. Total annihilation. 20 minutes later, the players located the resting serpent-tail flame chicken. Based on my years of gaming experience, boss monsters inevitably possess greater abilities than regular foes, and given this creature's substantial health pool, it was prudent to first ascertain its capabilities. Li Ming thoughtfully stroked his gleaming bald head. Without hesitation, Hei Tong Ruegu volunteered. "I will take the lead in testing it.as a level 2 ranger. My speed and reflexes are superior. You all should remain hidden and refrain from making any rash moves." The others promptly gave him a thumbs up. Hei Tong Ruegu's willingness to step forward not only demonstrated his courage but also reflected his confidence. Once everyone was prepared, Hei Tong Ruegu swiftly emerged from the underbrush, cautiously approaching from behind. However, to his surprise, as he drew within approximately 20 meters, the serpent-tail flame chicken suddenly stood upright, its bright red feathers flaring as it emitted a low growl. Discovered? Truly worthy of being an elite monster. Its sensory capabilities were indeed formidable. With the element of surprise lost, he decisively activated his sprint, accelerating towards the creature, and swung his sword at the long neck of the serpent-tail flame chicken. Through a day of monster slaying, Hei Tong Ruegu had gained a rough understanding of the game's combat mechanics. Although the game displayed health points numerically, it adhered strictly to the logic of reality. This meant it was not solely a numbers game. A well-placed strike to a vital area could deliver lethal damage, even if the monster's level and health were considerably high. In theory, with enough skill or luck, even a level 1 novice could slay a level 10 or even higher tier monster. With all his might, Hei Tong Ruegu aimed to sever the serpent's neck, hoping to deliver a critical hit that would instantly deplete its health, regardless of its substantial life pool. Creak. The serpent-tail flame chicken sensed the impending threat, unleashing a piercing shriek, and then expelled a torrent of flames, stretching 3 meters in length, with a remarkably wide sweep. Cursed! Hei Tong Ruegu was left dumbfounded as the searing heat enveloped him. Even with the agility of a level 2 ranger, he had no time to escape and was instantly engulfed in flames. Transforming into a fiery silhouette, -38, -41, -45. His health bar was obliterated in an instant. He collapsed, bursting forth a substantial amount of essence. What a shock! Ruegu was roasted alive. Was this monster truly that formidable? How on earth could they contend with it? Should they even attempt to fight? The other 7 players, concealed in the foliage, were utterly stunned. Although they had mentally prepared for the boss's superiority over regular monsters, witnessing this scene was simply too exaggerated. This was no mere chicken. It was essentially a flamethrower. There was no way to defeat it. Just as they pondered fleeing, the serpent-tail flame chicken soared into the air, diving towards their hiding spot. The fact that it possessed the ability to fly was utterly unexpected. Alas, the beast has discovered us, the Midnight Butcher exclaimed in terror. Why, Li Ming shouted, damn it, is that a chicken or a dog? How could it spot us from so far away? With reckless abandon, he charged out, brandishing his knife, shouting, what are you afraid of? In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. Onward. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when he was struck by flames. Though he did not perish instantly like Black Eye Ruegu, he merely endured a brief struggle, emerging only slightly more than seared. The Midnight Butcher lamented, foolhardy. At that moment, the specter conjured a fiery arrow, which, while successfully hitting its mark, only depleted 9 points of vitality, indicating the creature's remarkable fire resistance. A 3-meter-long tongue of flame swept across, incinerating the specter along with 2 nearby players, while the Wraith Maiden also succumbed. The Midnight Butcher cried out, cease your attacks. We must flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. 8 players, brimming with confidence to defeat the boss, found themselves reduced to merely 3 in the blink of an eye. What hope was there for victory now? The snake-tailed fire chicken could fly, its speed far surpassing that of the players, and it unleashed a fiery breath upon the Midnight Butcher and another player. Both collapsing simultaneously, only Li Ming remained. Realizing he could not escape, he bellowed and raised his blade against the snake-tailed fire chicken, but before his weapon could even graze its form, he was sent flying 3 or 4 meters by a blast of flames. You have died, losing vitality x50, magic stone fragments x125, snake-tailed mountain chicken feathers x7, snake-tailed mountain chicken meat x6. Cursed be this fate. In a lavish villa, Yiming logged out of the game and returned to the realm of reality. Who would have imagined that the imposing, bald figure of Yi Li Ming, replete with the essence of the martial world, would, in reality, be a dignified elder with graying temples, exuding an aura of wisdom and refinement. Having surpassed 60 years in this world, Yiming had once tasted success in various entrepreneurial ventures and had gracefully retired to become an angel investor. Despite his considerable wealth, he remained passionate about gaming, dedicating hours each day to the platform. This game, titled The Deceptive Three Kingdoms, was utterly captivating. Initially, he had merely intended to try it out, yet before he knew it, an entire night had passed. The last time he felt such fervor and excitement while gaming was perhaps 40 years ago when he had just entered university, spending countless nights in internet CAFS immersed in legend, nearly jeopardizing his studies and facing expulsion. Over the years, MOBA games had risen to prominence, while various fast-paced games flourished. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed such an exhilarating MMO experience. While MOBA games were by no means inferior, they prioritized competition over exploration. As a veteran player, Li Ming had not felt the thrill of exploring a bizarre and unknown world or the exhilarating camaraderie of teamwork in many years. What surprised him most was that he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was invigorated, as if he had just awakened from a high-quality slumber. This time, he had truly underestimated the ferocity of the snake-tailed fire chicken. Alas, I have gained a considerable amount of experience, and the fragments of magic stones have also been fully acquired. To ascend from level 1 to level 2 requires 100 experience points, while progressing from level 2 to level 3 necessitates 200 experience points. Li Ming has already reached the 2nd level, with his experience bar surpassing half, indicating he has accumulated over 100 experience points. Although some were lost, it amounted to merely 20 to 30%, insufficient for a demotion. However, death not only results in a loss of experience and levels, but also causes the forfeiture of all collected magic stones. As for materials or provisions, around 20% were lost, which is somewhat disheartening. One can only say that this game is incredibly hardcore. It genuinely evokes the feeling of a punishing Souls-like action game. Yiming has never encountered such an extraordinary game. If one is to engage in a Souls-like experience, one must prepare for repeated suffering. And what does a minor setback matter in the grand scheme of things? He immediately reactivated his helmet, ready to re-enter the game for another attempt, determined to reach level 3 before tackling the boss. A message appeared before him. Your character is currently undergoing resurrection. Time remaining, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 23 seconds. You may pay 100 contribution points to resurrect immediately. Yimeng removed the helmet, his expression turning exceedingly grim. While the loss of vitality and magic stones could be tolerated, the existence of a resurrection cooldown was utterly infuriating. Moreover, he had not yet discovered a means to recharge. What on earth were the developers of this game thinking? Did they not wish to profit? Just as he was caught up in his frustration, he was abruptly interrupted. This sensation was truly maddening. Yimeng had a premonition that Mysterious Three Kingdoms would undoubtedly become a massive hit, potentially impacting the global economy and society at large. However, it was peculiar that such an astonishing game had received almost no promotion prior to its release. The developers of this game were certainly no ordinary investors. It could very well be a secret project developed by a coalition of superpowers. Yimeng once again opened his game library, glancing at the thousands of hours he had invested in other games. Feeling utterly disenchanted and devoid of any desire to play them again, he promptly resolved to rally his friends within the gaming community to switch to this new game. And he must also invest in a studio behind Mysterious Three Kingdoms. This game certainly holds great promise for the future. Chapter 9. Harvest. Before the brutal boss battle commenced, Hangu received several notifications of player deaths in the Lord's Hall. Player Zhejiang Mian has died. Magic Stone Fragments 14. Abyssal Vitality 100. Player Ning Kaichen 2 has perished. Magic Stone Fragments 20. Spiked Rabbit's Poison 2. Spiked Rabbit Meat 2. Abyssal Vitality 100. Player 1 Sword Westward has fallen. Magic Stone Fragments 31. Green Giant Frog Slime 4. Abyssal Vitality 150. Hangu. Oh, players have met their demise. This is occurring more swiftly than I anticipated, Xiaoba remarked. Master, although the mutated creatures near the territory are only level 1 to 2, they are more than capable of claiming the lives of inexperienced players with initial weak abilities. Fortunately, it was only players who died. Otherwise, the losses would have been far too great. Hangu could not help but express his concerns. Our human units are relatively inexpensive, yet each costs a staggering 20 magic crystals. The meager amount of magic crystals I possess simply cannot sustain the losses incurred during the exploration process. Now, everything is in order. There is no need for caution, nor to tread lightly. The lives of players do not come at a cost. They can simply expend their lives with abandon. This not only ensures an extraordinarily high efficiency in exploration, but also yields substantial rewards. The experience points lost upon a player's demise correlate with their level and typically do not exceed 20%. Should their current vitality be insufficient, they will lose whatever remains. Furthermore, they will forfeit all the magic stones they carry, and there exists a 20% chance that items in their backpack will also be lost. What delighted Hangu the most was that under the enhancement of his hidden talents, the territory would gain 5 vitality points for every point of vitality lost by a player. This is not merely profitable. It is an outrageous bonanza. For the growth of the territory, players ought to meet their demise a few more times. Xiaoba, cold and unyielding, remarked, I never expected you to possess the potential to become a heartless capitalist. The interests of the master are paramount. Hangu replied, in the early stages, moderation is essential. One must not overexploit. Even when slaughtering a pig, it must first be well fed. Currently, these players are too impoverished, offering little in the way of profit. The revival of players is governed by a set revival time, at first glance. This may seem to impact efficiency and profits, yet this is not the case. Frequent deaths and revivals in a short span can potentially harm a player's mental and spiritual essence. Thus, the initial limitation on the maximum number of deaths per day, or the extension of death intervals, serves as a protective mechanism for the players, ensuring sustainability in resource extraction. Moreover, players can pay a modest amount of contribution points to revive immediately, but acquiring these contribution points necessitates labor, gathering resources for the territory, or completing tasks. Only by continuously recovering contribution points, which keeps players financially constrained, will they be incentivized to toil diligently in the long run. Frequent deaths will inevitably deplete a significant amount of contribution points, prompting players to devise means to earn more through tasks. Consequently, the territory's benefits will not only remain intact but may actually see considerable enhancement. As long as Hangu adeptly manages the issuance and recovery of contribution points, he can not only command players to labor but also effortlessly gather materials, employing tasks to prompt various actions from them. Xiaoba summarized, currently, the resources collected by the master amount to 450 vitality points, 65 fragments of magic stones, 4 portions of green giant frog slime, 2 stingers from spiny hares, and 2 pieces of spiny hare meat. The accumulation of vitality can strengthen oneself, be utilized to train soldiers, or serve other consumptive purposes. Of course, it can also be granted to players as task rewards. When players undertake tasks for rewards, and subsequently meet their demise repeatedly due to the high difficulty of those tasks, Hangu reaps substantial benefits from their deaths. A portion is used for personal gain or to develop the territory, while the remainder is redistributed through tasks. This indeed forms a closed loop, akin to a perpetual motion machine. As for the 110 fragments of magic stones, there is little to elaborate on. It takes 100 fragments to synthesize one abyssal magic stone, and 10 abyssal magic stones can be refined into one abyssal magic crystal. With a 10-fold drop rate, this is all that has been obtained. Hence, the value of magic crystals is exceedingly high. The recruitment of units is quite costly. If one fails to secure investment or loans in the early stages, the journey ahead will be exceedingly arduous. Unless the Lord hails from a particularly formidable race, capable of manually spawning monsters to facilitate initial accumulation. However, as a human, Hangu begins at a rather low level. Venturing out into the world before his strength has sufficiently grown would be ill-advised, which is precisely why he has remained in his domain thus far. Although the income from this modest amount of magic stones may seem insignificant, it is anticipated that as players become more powerful, the monsters they hunt will grow increasingly formidable, or as the player base expands, the resulting income will reach unimaginable figures. The remaining 3 items are classified as resources. Among them, the slime and the poisonous spine serve primarily as materials for crafting equipment or consumables. Additionally, these materials possess another purpose. They can be invested into the core of the territory for transformation, thereby yielding foundational materials essential for territorial development. These 2 materials are of limited utility, prompting Hangu to invest them into the territory's core. You have transformed 4 units of green giant frog slime and 2 units of spiny hair poison, acquiring 6 units of first-order common material essence. This material essence is a fundamental resource required for the construction of the territory, typically obtainable only through material transformation. First-order materials yield first-order essence, second-order materials yield second-order essence, and so forth. However, this amount of resources is, of course, far from sufficient. Hangu summoned the Lord's panel. Within the territory construction option, sub-options such as building construction and building upgrade were available. Upon accessing building construction, he beheld a list of initial human structures materializing before him. Territory Canteen. Construction cost: 100 magic crystals, 200 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 02. Weapon Forging Workshop. Construction cost: 400 magic crystals, 500 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 01. Alchemy Workshop. Construction cost: 300 magic crystals, 400 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 01. Trading Hall. Construction cost: 200 magic crystals, 500 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 01. Abyss Barracks. Construction cost: 500 magic crystals, 2,000 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 44. Stellar Teleportation Station. Construction cost: 3,000 magic crystals, 10,000 units of first-order material essence, current buildable quantity, 01. The foundational structures of the human territory encompass 16 types, addressing all fundamental needs such as sustenance, production, and skill acquisition, and can be constructed by merely paying the requisite costs. Each building of the Abyss Lord possesses unique abilities, in addition to these basic structures. Special building blueprints and race-specific architectural designs can be acquired during map exploration or combat with other lords, thereby enhancing the diversity and strength of the territory's forces. Whether constructing new edifices or upgrading existing ones, substantial funds and materials are invariably required. Currently, Hangu's finances are adequate. What he primarily lacks is material essence, which elucidates why he has issued collection missions to encourage players to venture forth and hunt monsters for resources. At this juncture, Hangu's attention was drawn to Haidong Rouge, Yi Limo, and Chime Wangliang, among other players, displayed commendable performance, not only successfully hunting a substantial number of wild creatures, but also steadily advancing to level 2. Subsequently, they banded together to challenge the serpent-tailed flaming chicken. Hangu could not help but chuckle. The serpent-tailed flaming chicken is a level 3 elite monster. Indeed, players exhibit a concerning lack of awareness regarding the dangers of the abyssal world. The assessment of the strength of abyssal beings is primarily based on 2 criteria: level and rank. The stars categorize these entities into 10 distinct ranks. Even monsters of the same level can exhibit vast differences in strength due to their varying ranks. There are numerous terminologies for these 10 ranks to facilitate the player's understanding. Hangu had Xiaoba redefine the monster ranks from lowest to highest as follows: ordinary, elite, commander, sovereign, overlord, dominator, epic, legendary, mythical, and unknown. Although the serpent-tailed flaming chicken is merely a level 3 elite, its strength is certainly not inferior to that of ordinary monsters at levels 8 or 9. Given the current capabilities of the players, their chances of victory are virtually non-existent. As anticipated, the results were dire. Player Haedong Rouge has fallen, earning 140 magic stone fragments, 250 vitality, 6 serpent-tailed chicken feathers, and 8 serpent-tailed chicken meat. Player Quangkan Itiao Jia has fallen, earning 122 magic stone fragments, 250 vitality, 9 serpent-tailed chicken feathers, and 4 serpent-tailed chicken meat. Player Chimei Wangliang has fallen, earning 117 magic stone fragments, 250 vitality, 8 serpent-tailed chicken feathers, and 5 serpent-tailed chicken meat. Player Yi Limo has fallen, earning 125 magic stone fragments, 250 vitality, 7 serpent-tailed chicken feathers, and 6 serpent-tailed chicken meat. All 8 players perished, Xiao Ba reported. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 2,000 points of reserve vitality, along with 1123 magic stone fragments, 63 materials, and 41 ingredients. Excellent, a bountiful harvest indeed. The total income now stands at 2,450 points of vitality and 1188 magic stone fragments. Hangu promptly converted all the materials, resulting in 69 units of refined essence stored in his territory. He expressed satisfaction, stating, "It has only been around 8 hours since the game commenced. At this pace, various supporting facilities will soon be established. Such a rapid development is nothing short of miraculous. With this group of daredevil players, how could I possibly fail in my grand ambitions?" Chapter 10. Initial evaluation. Hangu opened the territory recruitment interface to prepare for the enlistment of troops. Currently, Xiao Ba will select 10 high-quality players from the pool of pre-registered participants each day to allocate internal testing slots until the population cap of the territory is reached. While players are indeed highly valuable, displaying a fearless nature and exceptional drop rates, their online presence cannot be entirely controlled. The abyssal world is fraught with peril and ever-changing dynamics, and the competition among lords is equally treacherous, necessitating a cautious approach. Therefore, it is imperative to establish a necessary baseline force to guard against potential home invasions. Hangu plans to simultaneously form 2 armies. The first will consist of players constituting the 4th Calamity Legion, while the second will be a regular army composed of conventional troops. The intended ratio will tentatively be set between 70-30 and 80-20. On the 4th day, the disaster forces remain the absolute mainstay, tasked with daring explorations, mapping uncharted territories, and procuring resources, while vying for dominion. As long as the land is still being developed and players are engaged in battle, resources will continuously flow to this juncture. It is not a daunting task to establish a modest yet formidable regular army. Furthermore, due to the average of several players sustaining a single NPC unit, the individual strength of NPC soldiers undoubtedly surpasses that of players. Let us recruit 4 warriors, 2 sorcerers, and 2 clerics. Among the 4 fundamental units, the Abyssal Warrior boasts the highest defense, making it particularly suitable for fortifying the territorial defenses. The sorcerers possess long-range offensive capabilities, while the clerics offer healing support, creating a robust auxiliary force. As for the Abyssal Rangers, their primary attributes include heightened agility and speed, making them apt for reconnaissance. However, given that Hangu already commands a fearless cadre of players, exploration and mapping do not necessitate the deployment of regular troops at this stage. Thus, recruiting rangers is rendered unnecessary. Moments later, 8 figures materialize within the territory, indistinguishable from players at first glance, all equipped with identical initial gear, yet exuding a distinctly military demeanor, albeit with somewhat stiff movements. We pay our respects to the Lord. The 8 knelt in unison before him. Hangu scrutinized the displayed information. Abyssal Warrior, Zhang San, Level 1. Abyssal Warrior, Li Si, Level 1. Abyssal Sorcerer, Wang Wu, Level 1. Abyssal Cleric, Zhao Lu, Level 1. These names were casually bestowed by Hangu. Should the Lord neglect to assign names to his subordinate units, the NPCs would automatically generate monikers, primarily for the sake of daily management and commands. Rise. The 8 soldiers promptly stood. Hangu commanded. From this moment forth, your duty is to safeguard the territory and eliminate all threats that approach. The 8 responded in unison. Yes, these NPC soldiers lack self-awareness, experiencing no emotions or desires, their minds solely devoted to unwavering loyalty to the Lord, akin to machines executing orders without question. While they may appear somewhat rigid and devoid of personality, their intellect is comparable to that of ordinary individuals, facilitating communication without hindrance, albeit with a hint of monotony. Leveling from 1 to 2 requires 100 vitality. From 2 to 3 necessitates 200 vitality. Hangu promptly expended 2,400 points to elevate all 8 soldiers to level 3, ensuring a reliable defense even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, especially since formidable threats are unlikely to emerge in the early stages. Hangu inquired, "How many players have pre-registered for the game?" Xiaoba immediately replied, "As of now, the number of pre-registrations stands at 11,521. Hangu was taken aback. "How has the number increased so dramatically?" Xiaoba explained. After the initial batch of beta testers experienced the game, discussions have erupted across the internet. They are rallying pre-registrations in game groups, social circles, and on social media, particularly player Black Eye Rue Gu, whose post on the Shanghai forum has garnered significant attention and is currently gaining traction. "I am quite curious. May I view the details?" "No problem." Xiaoba projects an information panel, revealing the largest gaming platform in Blue Star, Star Sea's forum, where a recently published post is rapidly ascending at a rocket-like pace. "Brothers and sisters, I've discovered a treasure of a game. Even if I were to perish, nailed within a coffin, I would shout with my decayed vocal cords. Gue Sangua is phenomenal. Haitong Rue Gu is a well-known figure within the gaming community. Boasting over 1 million fans on the Star Sea platform alone. At this moment, he has posted a thread titled Gue Sangua, the most impressive virtual reality game beta test revelation in history. On the forum. It is noteworthy that Haitong Rue Gu has always maintained a stellar reputation, embodying humility and modesty, never resorting to sensationalist clickbait. This post deviates from his typical style. And Gue Sangua is entirely unfamiliar, almost unheard of, leading many fans to speculate whether his account has been compromised. In less than half an hour, the post has garnered 100,000 views, with nearly 1,000 participants in the discussion. "Hello everyone, I am Rue Gu. It has been a while since I last posted on the Star Sea forum. Last night, I was incredibly honored to receive an invitation for the beta test of Gue Sangua, a large-scale MMO game that claims to offer 100 realism. Initially, I shared the sentiment of the majority, assuming yet another unscrupulous developer was engaging in false advertising, as MMOs have long been deemed the tears of an era, and the notion of 100 realism seemed theoretically impossible to achieve. However, I must sincerely apologize to the game's development team. I am deeply sorry. Please accept my utmost respect. Firstly, while 100 realism may not truly exist, I believe Gue Sangua achieves a staggering 120 or even higher level of authenticity. The 5 senses interactions that one can experience in reality are flawlessly replicated within the game, and even sensations unattainable in the real world can be conjured from thin air. Please forgive my incoherence, as I find it impossible to articulate the overwhelming astonishment within me at this moment. Whether it be the light and shadow effects, the texture of materials, or the auditory, visual, tactile, gustatory, and olfactory experiences, there is no distinction from reality. The game's degree of freedom is unimaginable. You can interact with every object you encounter, from towering trees and massive boulders to grains of sand and dust. It is not merely a matter of collision. You can subjectively manipulate shapes and positions entirely. You can even cook a variety of exquisite dishes within the game, free from the concerns of weight gain. Even if one merely engages in sightseeing, it would still be an unforgettable journey to another realm. This aspect alone is sufficient to eclipse all blockbuster titles on the market. Now, let us discuss the game's content. As our exploration progress is currently minimal, the information we can gather is rather limited. According to the official information provided, this is a dark, Souls-like experience set in the Three Kingdoms era, infused with a hint of Lovecraftian style. Distinctly different from the historically focused Three Kingdoms games on the market. One might liken Deceptive Three Kingdoms to an Elden Ring or Bloodborne set against the backdrop of the Three Kingdoms. In this world, the realm of the Three Kingdoms has been tainted by the abyss, resulting in a chaotic distortion of time and space, with creatures undergoing mutations and demonic transformations. Moreover, malevolent demon lords from the stars seek to invade this world. Undoubtedly, the premise is audacious and sets itself apart from any other Three Kingdoms game. The enigmatic allure of the world is palpable, brimming with the joy of exploring the unknown. I can hardly contain my eagerness to uncover what has transpired in this realm, and to learn about the condition of the common folk and heroes of this age. Why does the Three Kingdoms theme endure through the ages? The primary reason lies in the abundance of celestial figures, strategic minds, and legendary heroes from that era. Elbu, Zhao Yun, Cao Cao, Guojia, Zhuge Guan Yu, as well as the enchanting Diao Chan, Kai Wenji, and the formidable sisters De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, are all vibrant characters we hold dear. Who wouldn't wish to engage with them? Perhaps some of them will appear as formidable bosses. We, as mere mortals, shall dare to challenge these incarnations of abyssal war gods. Just the thought of it stirs a fervor within me. Of course, that moment is still far off, as we recently faced our demise at the hands of a turkey, leading to a wry smile. It must be said that the game is not only exceptionally playable, but also incredibly hardcore. Having yet to defeat even a single chicken, one can only imagine the grotesque nature of the foes that lie ahead. Thus, for those eager to embark on this gaming journey, be prepared for a trial of endurance and suffering. Naturally, in a game of such high difficulty, death is an indispensable aspect of the experience. It is only after enduring repeated failures and ultimately vanquishing formidable adversaries that one can truly savor that moment of achievement and satisfaction. The pain threshold in Deceptive Three Kingdoms can be freely adjusted, so there is no need to worry about one's capacity to endure. Currently, only one NPC has been revealed, our esteemed Lord Hangu. He is a human hailing from the land of the stars and plays a pivotal role in summoning players to this world. If I am not mistaken, this lord is akin to the supreme faction leaders found in large-scale MMO games like World of Warcraft. Yet the distinction lies in the fact that the lord and the territory will develop alongside the players. Witnessing a grand territory flourish from nothing through the combined efforts of NPCs and players offers a sense of participation and accomplishment that is unparalleled in other games. Concerning the game systems, such as the profession, currency, combat, and quest systems, I am still in the midst of further exploration and research. I will soon publish a more detailed review post.as for the video updates and live streams during this period. They will unfortunately have to be postponed. This is because I intend to devote all my energy to Guisangua, an extraordinary masterpiece well worth experiencing, according to information disclosed by the officials. The slots for the first testing phase are exceedingly precious, as only 100 players will be recruited. Starting today, 10 slots will be released daily until filled, and should fortune favor you in acquiring a slot, it is imperative to cherish it immensely. That will be all for today. I am preparing to log in. Chapter 11. Forum feedback. Hanyu glanced at the forum replies. How exaggerated. It sounds rather dubious. Actually, I have a friend who wishes to inquire if this game is realistic. Heh, it appears utterly fake. How could there possibly be a game that is 100% authentic in this world? Is Rouge trying to cash in? We can understand your need for income, but such a blatant display is quite unbecoming. Mindless flattery lacks any integrity. No pictures, no credibility. I have made a reservation. Please grant me a slot. I am a 1.7 meter tall, 36D lowly voiced cute girl. Dear planner, could you award me an internal testing slot? The vast majority of individuals express skepticism, believing that Haydong Rouge was merely engaging in shameless promotion for profit. Nevertheless, there were also devoted fans who wholeheartedly believed in him, all expressing their anticipation for this novel game. Regardless of their beliefs, the buzz surrounding Guisangua on the gaming forum soared. This is precisely why the number of reservations has surged in such a short span. This is not a negative development. Although the current population that can be recruited for the territory is limited, the greater the number of reservations, the more high-quality players can be selected, ensuring a smoother early development for the territory. As for whether the game might encounter troubles due to controversy or notoriety, there is no need for concern. Xiaoba has created a game that is entirely reasonable and lawful. Moreover, Tiandao Mafong is an unfathomable entity for the Blue Star. Using the game as a medium for dissemination is merely a layer of packaging and cannot be destroyed or banned. Master, the players have already reached the resurrection limit, Xiaoba reminded. Oh, has time passed so swiftly? I have merely browsed a few posts. Hanyu redirected his attention from the forum. I now have 8 new recruits to train, and my own strength also requires urgent enhancement. This is precisely the time to gather abundant energy. I hope the players will continue to uphold the noble tradition of reckless endeavors, achieving death with efficiency, quality, and flair. A competent lord cannot perpetually lurk in the shadows. After all, the attributes of a lord far surpass those of ordinary units, and they can learn skills from all professions at will, bolstered by powerful, exclusive lordly talents. Their overall strength is often the most formidable within the territory, making them a crucial source of combat power. The potential of a lord is immense, and their growth will also demand more energy. Thus, players must brave life and death, predominantly the latter, as they hasten towards demise. Ha ha ha. Indeed, everyone seems to be logging in with impeccable timing. Haitong Ruegu surveyed his surroundings and remarked, I surmise this game operates on a no disconnection mechanism. Even if we log out, our physical forms will not vanish from this world. This Baroque dormitory serves as a secure location for logging in and out, and the resurrection point following death has also been established here. How unfortunate. My magic stones have all been depleted. I, too, have suffered a loss, amounting to 50 experience points. Alas, you all are fortunate. I have less than 50 experience remaining, and I have now plummeted back to level 1. After a round of mutual exchanges, the group realized they could not swallow this grievance. They were resolute in their quest for vengeance. If we cannot even defeat a mere chicken, how can we dare to aspire to contend with the heroes of the late Han and the Three Kingdoms, or stand against the myriad stars and demons? Of course, that chicken is indeed formidable, so we must devise a long-term strategy and prepare thoroughly. The players convened a poultry slaughtering conference. Yili slammed the table and declared, "We need more manpower. Ideally, we should rally all players." Haitong Ruego countered, "Mere numbers will not suffice. If we had 2 level 3 rangers, we might be able to restrain it." Quangkan Itiaojia asserted, "This boss, no matter how fierce, is but a beast. Perhaps we can lay an ambush in the nearby woods. With our wit and cooperation, I refuse to believe we cannot bring it down." Midnight Pig Slayer also proposed a plan. "Why don't we seek assistance from our lord? This core NPC surely cannot be incapable of defeating a mere turkey." Chimei Wangliang immediately objected. "I find this notion rather unsatisfactory. This game likely harbors a hidden favorability system. It would be alarming for our faction leader to be stirred by the presence of an elite mob, as this could diminish the Lord's favor towards us." A valid point. Then let us not disturb the Lord. We shall first grind monsters to level up and gather materials. Indeed, let us accumulate 100 contribution points. Thus, even in death, we can resurrect instantly. As the players departed from the village, they beheld the once scarce mountain chickens, now nearly replenished. So, this area is capable of monster respawns? Chimei Wangliang expressed mild astonishment. Quangkan Itiaojia dismissed the notion. Is that truly surprising? If an online game did not respawn monsters, the initial players would eradicate all foes, leaving nothing for those who join later. Chimei Wangliang replied, "While that is a valid argument, this game imparts a sense of not only high playability but also a coherent and authentic logic. Perhaps there is hidden information behind this respawn mechanism worth uncovering." As a devotee of lore and narrative, Chimei Wangliang paid particular attention to this aspect. The others, however, seemed less contemplative and quickly set to work. Today's hunting targets included not only the snake-tailed mountain chickens but also several nearby wild creatures. Hangu had been observing the players' performance from the shadows, noting their hunting efficiency was evidently on the rise, and their teamwork increasingly seamless. After several hours, not a single player had met their demise, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. In order to better levy the death tax upon our territory, should we not occasionally recruit some novices? 3 players have successively attained level 3. Haidong Rouge, Yili Meng, and a ranger player with the ID Zue Shangmeng Si.it. Seems we are nearly ready. The players have formed a team of 16, dedicated to the slaughter of chickens. This nearly encompasses all the online players from the initial test. The group reconvenes in the Lord's Hall to manage the resources in their bags. Otherwise, should they meet their demise, these materials may be lost. Chimei Wangliang, esteemed lord, we have come to submit our quests. Hangu's gaze swept across the players. It appears you have adapted to life here. Now, please present the materials you have gathered. The territory shall remember your merits and contributions. Indeed. The crowd promptly submitted their materials. You have completed the material collection quest, contribution points 10. You have completed the food collection quest, contribution points 10. Haidong Rouge alone submitted 70 materials and 60 food items, totaling 130 contribution points. The contributions of other key players generally hovered around 100 points. Even those slightly lacking would share their resources to ensure they amassed enough for a swift resurrection opportunity. Wonderful! Now we need not worry about losing materials. It's a pity that magic stones cannot be exchanged for contribution points. I have located a suitable spot to set a trap. As long as we lure the mountain chicken boss there, we shall surely slay it this time. What are we waiting for? There should be plenty of wild bosses nearby. We cannot afford to waste time at the entrance. Hurry, hurry, it's almost lunchtime. My mother will call me for a meal. It seems there are remnants of a town within the valley. Perhaps we can discover background information about this Three Kingdoms world. After we defeat this boss, let us go explore. Sounds great? The group departed the hall, their laughter and banter echoing as they ventured forth. Hangu couldn't help but feel concerned for the snake-tailed fiery chicken at the entrance of his home. These players were more cautious than he had anticipated, opting not to seek immediate revenge but instead taking the time to level up. Theoretically speaking, with their current strength, they were more than capable of hunting a level 3 elite. Let us hope the little chick can muster some courage, at least taking a few players down with it before its demise. Otherwise, today's harvest of vitality may be rather meager. Perhaps it would be prudent to actively issue missions, dispatching these players to perilous locales, thereby effectively increasing their mortality rate. That aside, the players' drop rates are indeed terrifying. This time, the materials recovered through quests amounted to an impressive 1508 items, including 783 first-tier materials and 725 first-tier food items, quantities that far exceeded expectations. You have converted first-tier materials x665. You gain first-tier material essence x665. Hangu did not convert all the materials into essence. The remaining 118 materials were particularly suitable for crafting equipment, as he intended to construct a blacksmith workshop within the territory. The forging workshop. Construction cost 300 magic crystals and 500 units of first-tier material essence, with the current buildable quantity standing at 0.1. Hangu enters the abyssal world with a startup capital of 2,000 magic crystals, having currently recruited 20 players along with 8 territory soldiers, resulting in a total expenditure of 560 magic crystals. Should the forging workshop be constructed, the cumulative expenditure will reach 880. Merely having the workshop is wholly inadequate. It is also essential to hire a blacksmith, which would escalate the total expenditure to at least 1,000. According to the plan, the daily recruitment of 10 players will incur a cost of 200 magic crystals, indicating a rather strained financial situation, teetering on the brink of insolvency. Such is the nature of initial territory development. The current objective, aside from rapidly enhancing oneself, is to devise means to swiftly achieve a balance between income and expenditure for the territory. Chapter 12. Recruitment of blacksmiths. Shall we construct the forging workshop? Yes, no. Yes. Hangu did not hesitate. The significance of equipment to an army cannot be overstated. Even when viewed solely from a gaming perspective, it remains indispensable. The online gaming realm is never short of fervent players who grind for months to obtain a single piece of equipment, nor is it devoid of those who, while subsisting on meager diets in reality, spend lavishly within the game as if they were affluent patrons. Game equipment is a pivotal element that enhances the gaming experience, serving as a veritable nuclear-powered harvesting machine for players. It can significantly augment the efficiency of player acquisition. Moments later, the forging workshop was summoned forth. Forging workshop, a first-tier structure capable of crafting first-tier equipment, allows for the recruitment of 2 blacksmiths, with the current resident blacksmith count at 02. It is a 2-story stone brick building, featuring a workspace and a living area, with 3 forging furnaces located in the workspace and several independent rooms in the living quarters. Additionally, there is a small warehouse for material storage and a display stand for showcasing finished products. Its appearance is somewhat rudimentary, even shabby. However, the structure can be redesigned and refurbished. The outward appearance and decoration of territorial buildings are of little consequence. What truly matters is the core functionality of the structure. As long as the core remains intact, even if essential facilities and functions are damaged, repairs can be conducted at any time using magic crystals and materials, in other words, as a game with exceedingly high freedom. Players can entirely transform the territorial environment, crafting more comfortable and luxurious accommodations. Nevertheless, given the current scarcity and value of the population, Hangu refrains from utilizing players for construction at this stage. The forging workshop merely comprises a set of facilities and space. The actual crafting and production of equipment are the responsibilities of the blacksmiths. Since the territorial soldier units do not possess any production professions, acquiring blacksmiths necessitates expenditure to hire them from the starry lands. The starry lands are abundant with citizens who have yet to awaken as lords, as well as numerous lords who have lost their territories in battle. They have typically forfeited their chances of becoming lords but can still grow by allying with other territories. Various forms of allegiance exist, including martial, administrative, and production-based. Among these, the production path is the least demanding in terms of entry requirements and boasts the highest quantity of participants. By mastering a craft, be it blacksmithing, alchemy, or enchantment, individuals can be recruited by various lords and thus reap considerable rewards, ultimately achieving personal growth. With the establishment of the forging workshop, it is now possible to recruit an artisan for the realm of the stars. As Hangu's territory is still in its infancy, he cannot afford to employ highly esteemed and advanced crafting masters. There is no need for a public recruitment. He can simply access the list of available artisans and select a suitable candidate from there. The job listings are abundant, numbering in the tens of thousands. Chi-Yu clan, level 20 artisan, has served over a dozen lords, capable of forging blue-grade equipment, with a minimum monthly salary requirement of 2,000 magic crystals. 6-armed dwarf, level 15 artisan, possesses skilled craftsmanship and extensive experience, adept in producing hundreds of common equipment styles, with a current contract nearing its end, demanding a minimum monthly salary of 1,500 magic crystals. 1-eyed green goblin, level 11 artisan, boasts 3 years of experience and has crafted thousands of pieces of equipment, with a minimum salary requirement of 1,000 magic crystals. The hierarchy of the abyss is related to levels. Levels 1 to 10 constitute the first tier, 11 to 20 the second, 21-30 the third, and so forth. First-tier crafting workshops can only recruit first-tier artisans. Those above level 10 can be disregarded entirely. Xiaoba, please filter out the artisans that meet the recruitment standards for the territory. Yes, master. Xiaoba promptly concealed the bulk of the data, leaving only the first-tier artisans seeking employment, with base salary demands typically hovering around 300 to 400 magic crystals. Such an expense. This exceeds the budget. Hangu then instructed Xiaoba to conduct a further price-based filtering. Subsequently, he reviewed the detailed profiles of hundreds of artisans before finally selecting one that he found reasonably satisfactory. Flame Fox Human, Level 5 Artisan, just graduated from the 13th Vocational Crafting Academy of the Stars, possesses adept skills in crafting various first-tier white-quality equipment, concurrently skilled in Level 3 cooking, able to prepare meals for the Lord, diligent, sensible, and obedient, with a monthly salary requirement of only 150 magic crystals. This is quite promising, a fresh graduate who is both affordable and compliant. Hangu decided to extend an invitation to her. Recruiting subordinate personnel differs from enlisting loyal troops. The latter are unwaveringly devoted and devoid of independent thought, whereas the former embodies a relationship akin to that of an employer and employee. These skilled denizens of the stars, while working for the Lord, maintain a relatively equal standing, and both parties are required to adhere strictly to the contract. Recruitment is a mutual agreement. Even if the candidate accepts the offer, they cannot be summoned instantaneously. Some time is necessary for preparation. This is one of the reasons Hangu is eager to establish the crafting workshop. Time must be allocated for recruitment and to await the arrival of the artisan. Just then, player Jian Shilai has perished, receiving 95 magic stone fragments and 250 abyssal energy. Player He Tong Rue Gu has fallen, acquiring 182 magic stone fragments and 400 energy. Player Kuang Kan Itiao Jia has met his demise, obtaining 125 magic stone fragments and 250 energy. Player Yi Li Ming has died, gaining 138 magic stone fragments and 400 energy. Player Gu Zhou has succumbed, amassing 152 magic stone fragments and 400 energy. It is perplexing. Did they not assemble a vengeance squad to hunt down the foe? With such a multitude of participants, including several at level 3, it seems unreasonable for them to face total annihilation. Hangu immediately sought to comprehend the situation. The players had been exceedingly cautious, even cunning, this time around. Prior to challenging the boss, they had made extensive preparations. Heitong Rue Gu and a player named Gu Zhou took charge of drawing the enemies. Heitong Rue Ji's skills were beyond reproach, while the ranger known as Gu Zhou, though a reserved and taciturn individual, exhibited prowess that rivaled Rue Ji's. Under the adept coordination of these two masters, the serpent-tailed flame chicken was swiftly lured to an ambush point in a small grove, where it was ensnared by a large net woven from vines. The most troublesome abilities of the serpent-tailed flame chicken, aside from its fire-breathing, were its capacity for flight. At this moment, having lost its mobility, it was rendered considerably less formidable. The players surged forward and, within moments, reduced it to a state of critical health. Logically, the battle should have concluded swiftly and without suspense, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. On the brink of death, the serpent-tailed flame chicken entered a state of frenzy, unleashing a fiery shockwave with a radius of 2 to 3 meters, which not only tore apart its bindings, but also scorched several players around it, leaving them momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, it retaliated. Bolstered by its frenzied state, the range of its flames increased by 50%, and as the players huddled together, they had no time to retreat, being engulfed by the flames and losing several key combatants in an instant. At this juncture, the players still had a chance. After all, the serpent-tailed flame chicken was already in a weakened state. Good heavens, run! The players, overwhelmed by anxiety and panic, discarded their armor and missed their opportunity, ultimately falling victim to the chicken's counterattack and suffering a devastating defeat. Hangu instinctively covered his face. This loss was undeniably humiliating. He felt that there was no longer any need to specifically recruit novice players. Even an elite minor monster could wreak havoc upon them, as if these individuals were destined for suffering in this realm. The annihilation of the players was often not merely a matter of insufficient strength. More frequently, it stemmed from issues of intelligence and execution. In this instance, for example, Heitong Rue Gu and his companions were entirely unaware that the serpent-tailed flame chicken would enter a frenzied state before its demise, releasing a fiery shockwave with a radius of several meters, thereby catching them off guard. The level 3 elite was already the weakest of bosses in the future, when confronting even more formidable abyssal creatures in the wild. As well as the demonic manifestations of legendary figures from antiquity, The complexity of their skill mechanisms would surpass that of the wild chicken boss by tenfold or even 100-fold. Moreover, many of these adversaries retained their intelligence and possessed extensive combat experience, making encounters with them exceedingly intricate. Under such circumstances, merely testing capabilities and mechanisms would inevitably result in substantial losses. As the players who had initially sought to slaughter the chickens found themselves hunted instead. Witnessing their frantic retreat brought an unmistakable joy to Hangu. "How much profit did we reap this time?" asked Xiaobia.in total. "We acquired 4,850 points of essence, 3,032 shards of magic stone, 12 materials, and 10 ingredients." Chapter 13. The source of nightmares Hangu's essence reserves were rapidly approaching 5,000. Indeed, being a lord was both effortless and enjoyable. Given that the level of the kin could not exceed that of the lord, it was time to enhance his own strength. Essence reserve -400. Ding, you have reached level 4. Vitality 50, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Will 5. Essence reserve -700. Ding, you have reached level 5. Vitality 50, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Will 5. Although there remained sufficient essence to ascend 2 more levels, Hangu refrained from doing so. Merely possessing levels and attributes without skills would prove inadequate. Thus, he opened the Lord's skill list, revealing the following skills available for learning. Iron Armor Technique, requiring 800 essence. Swift Step, requiring 800 essence. Flame Arrow Spell, requiring 800 essence. Healing Art, requiring 800 essence. These were indeed the foundational skills of the 4 primary professions. As the lord of the territory, Hangu could simultaneously learn skills from all professions, and the tuition was within his means. Without hesitation, he learned them all at once. Essence reserve -3,200. You have comprehended Iron Armor Technique, Swift Step, Flame Arrow Spell, Healing Art. In mere minutes, he experienced a profound transformation. The sensation of becoming stronger was undeniably exhilarating. He promptly opened his personal information panel to glance at his current basic details. Name, Hangu. Level, 5. Race, Human. Territory rank, Tier 1. Basic attributes, Vitality 250, Mana 250, Strength 25, Agility 25, Spirit 25, Will 25. Lord's talents, Lord's aura, not activated. Heart of the Pioneer, not activated. Cataclysm Sovereign, hidden talent. Other skills, Level 1 Iron Armor Technique, Level 1 Swift Step, Level 1 Flame Arrow Spell, Level 1 Healing Art. Remaining talent points, 0. Essence points, 0. 1200. Essence reserve, 600. Thanks to this group of players. Such rapid growth would not have been possible without them. Hangu had no time to assess the changes in his body or the new skills, as Xiaoba informed him that the defeated players were gradually completing their resurrection. This group of players had painstakingly turned in over 100 supplies, and after finally accumulating a little over 100 contribution points, their numbers dwindled significantly after 1 round of recovery, essentially amounting to free labor for the territory. Damn! Who would have thought it would all come to naught? What on earth were you all afraid of? The boss was already on the brink of death. A mere touch would have sufficed to claim victory. Sigh, who could blame them for feeling fear in such a realistic game during critical moments? Everyone, let us refrain from further discussion for now. The boss should not be able to run far. It is currently gravely injured and cannot recover in the short term. Indeed, it is fortunate that we took precautions in advance and accumulated a pool of contribution points. This decision has proven to be remarkably wise. The 9 resurrected players swiftly returned to the battlefield, but the game's wild monsters do not remain stationary indefinitely. It took them over half an hour to track down the serpent-tailed flame chicken through its traces. They observed that the flame chicken had regained more than 1/3 of its health, and its injuries had mostly healed. It would not be long before it restored its combat capabilities, making it impossible to set up a new trap in time. After some deliberation, the players decided to engage directly. Heitong Rue Gu and a player named Gu Zhou would take the lead in the assault. Hangu noted that after 2 failed attempts, the players had fully grasped the boss's mechanics. Firstly, the primary attack method of the serpent-tailed flame chicken is its fire breath, which has a typical range of about 2 to 3 meters, increasing to around 5 meters during its berserk state. Any profession below level 3, except for warriors, will be instantly eliminated if struck directly. However, it was evident that the flame chicken's fire was not used without restraint. There was a brief wind-up before each fire breath, which could last for 5 seconds, followed by approximately 3 seconds of cooldown. These vulnerabilities could create opportunities for attack. Although it could fly, it could only do so at low altitudes, and its flight duration was limited. Furthermore, due to its injuries, its agility had diminished. Haitong Rue Gu was a well-known figure in the gaming community, recognized for his technical prowess. As for the player named Gu Zhou, he appeared to be a taciturn young man of unremarkable looks. The players speculated that he must be a hidden expert, as his skills and maneuvers were on par with Rue Ge's. The two agile level 3 rangers repeatedly anticipated the monster's attacks with precision. Hangu remarked, "There's something to this." With their seamless cooperation, the monster's health dwindled, eventually plunging into a near-death state once more. Yi Li Ming shouted loudly, "Be careful. Retreat quickly. It's about to go berserk." The serpent-tailed flame chicken let out a piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of flames from within, incinerating the surrounding area into charred ground. Haitong Rue Gu and Gu Zhou were well prepared and swiftly withdrew to evade the shockwave. Flame arrows. The evil spirits and another warlock released their long-prepared spells. The flame chicken possessed high fire resistance, and although the two flaming arrows inflicted minimal damage, they successfully staggered it, preventing it from launching an immediate attack on the players. Now is the moment. Yi Li Ming and Quang Can Tiao Jia boldly charged forward, disregarding the burning flames that seared their bodies as they plunged into the inferno, raising their hefty polearms to strike forcefully at the serpent-tailed flame chicken. A mournful cry echoed as the tenacious battle chicken finally succumbed. "We have triumphed. We have won. Ha ha ha, at last. I have taken another step closer to defeating El Fengxian." The 9 players were all aglow with ecstatic joy, dancing and cheering loudly. After 2 harrowing defeats, this victory felt particularly sweet and worthy of celebration. The little chicken did its utmost. Those despicable players showed no honor in combat. As Hangu expressed his remembrance towards the valiant chicken, a sudden chime resonated within his mind. "Ding, you have acquired a fragment of the secondary abyssal nightmare source. Would you like to assimilate it immediately? Yes, no?" Hangu was taken aback. "Oh, this seemingly unremarkable serpentine-tailed flame chicken is, in fact, a vessel for an abyssal nightmare contamination source. The player has indeed achieved a significant feat this time. Based on the knowledge acquired in the academy, the abyss spawns countless contamination sources in the worlds it infects, transforming them into a chaotic state that lies between the material and the spiritual, the real and the nightmarish. The essence of the magical corruption and distortion experienced by the beings of the abyssal plane is fundamentally due to their entanglement within the abyssal dream. As long as the source of the nightmare remains unscathed, they can never truly perish, ultimately becoming eroded and assimilated by the will of the abyss through endless cycles of reincarnation. For instance, the serpentine-tailed mountain chickens in the vicinity of Hangu's territory are no longer the naturally occurring creatures they once were. They are all manifestations of the nightmare source, and beings born of the abyss cannot be slain. As long as the contamination source exists, they will continually resurrect and reincarnate. This explains the phenomenon of monster respawning in the game. Each map contains at least one core contamination source, typically found in the most formidable individual, essentially understood as the strongest boss guarding that area. To advance beyond the current map and into the next, the Star-Lord must defeat this ultimate boss and acquire the core nightmare essence it possesses. In addition to the core sources, every map is home to various secondary sources. This serpentine-tailed flame chicken is one such example, with nearby level 1 to 3 monsters existing in relation to this secondary nightmare source. Now that the player has slain the vessel, this secondary nightmare source has been seized by the territory. Assimilate. Hangu made his choice. Ding, assimilation successful, your talent points 1. Chapter 14. A New Quest. The elite boss, the serpentine-tailed flame chicken, along with the nearby level 1 to 3 minor monsters, are all spawned from this nightmare. By mastering the nightmare source, Hangu effectively controls the switch for monster respawning. He can freely determine whether creatures continue to emerge in the vicinity and can even relocate the respawn area to better facilitate territory planning and development. Furthermore, the nightmare source serves as one of the most crucial materials for the Star-Lords. Each assimilation yields talent points. Currently, Hangu possesses 3 Lord talents, aside from 1 hidden talent granted by the Heavenly Dao Cube. The other 2 are first-tier talents of the human lords, each requiring 5 talent points for activation. These Lord talents not only hold immense practical value, but also constitute one of the essential conditions for the advancement of a Lord. For Hangu to ascend to a second-tier Lord, he must fulfill 2 conditions. The first is to elevate his level to 10, and the second is to activate both first-tier talents. Thus, it becomes evident how significant and valuable the collection of abyssal nightmare sources for acquiring talent points is for a Lord. This serpentine-tailed chicken's nightmare source is merely a level 3 secondary dream source. Even among the lesser horrors of the abyss, this one stood as the most insignificant, offering merely a single talent point, thus failing to affect any substantial change in Hangu's current state. After much deliberation, The players decided to have Black-Eyed Rue pick up the spoils, for his analytical prowess and tactical leadership were pivotal to the success of this hunt. Abyssal Essence 500, Magic Stone Fragments 200, Flame Chicken Feathers 10, Flame Mountain Chicken Meat 10, Flame Magic Stone 1. The Serpent-Tailed Flame Chicken, a Level 3 elite, truly lived up to its reputation, and with the blessing of the Heavenly Path granting a tenfold drop rate, this haul could only be described as a bountiful harvest. Ding, you have reached Level 4, Health 10, Strength 2, Agility 3, Spirit 1, Will 1. Black-Eyed Rue successfully ascended to Level 4. Flame Chicken Feather, a first-tier premium material, imbued with fiery energy, suitable for crafting white-quality items. Flame Chicken Meat, a first-tier premium ingredient, rich in fiery essence, not only boasts exquisite flavor but also enhances spirit attributes and fire resistance for a limited time upon consumption. Flame Serpent-Tailed Chicken Stone, a first-tier rare material containing the essence of fire, can be utilized to enhance the quality of gray or white equipment or to forge green quality items. What a plethora of items! Midnight Pig Killer was exceedingly pleased. However, after recklessly slashing through the streets, he furrowed his brow. Strange, although we have amassed quite a collection, I have yet to see any items, equipment, or skill books. Can it be that such creatures only yield materials? The group, having farmed monsters 100 times over, had consistently failed to encounter anything beyond materials, leaving them perplexed as to how one could obtain equipment in this game. I believe the drop mechanism in this game adheres to a logical framework. It is difficult to rationalize the notion of potions, equipment, or other items dropping from such wild creatures, chimed in Chi Mei Wang Liang. Midnight Pig Killer nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We should seek out some humanoid monsters to test our luck. Perhaps they might directly drop equipment or skill books. Then how shall we handle these materials? Asked Reckless Street Slayer. Black-Eyed Rue promptly declared. Having already gained a substantial amount of experience, I shall refrain from participating in the distribution of the spoils. Yi Li Ming suggested eagerly. These materials differ significantly from those we acquired previously. I believe we should take them back to the Lord for his examination. They may possess special uses. That makes sense. Let us hurry back, move swiftly. The group promptly returned to the village to seek out the Lord. Hangu commended them. Your performance was commendable. These materials were dropped by elite abyssal monsters, rendering them more rare and precious than ordinary ones. Receiving praise, the players were elated. Why Li Ming quickly inquired. What are the uses of these materials? Hangu explained. Each portion of premium-grade material can be exchanged for 10 portions of ordinary-grade material, while each portion of exceptional-grade material can be traded for 10 portions of premium-grade material. You may choose to exchange them directly for contribution points. The group felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the value of these materials was remarkably high. Hy continued. Of course, you may also collect materials on your own. For the higher the quality of the materials, the superior the equipment crafted. What? Crafting equipment? Is it truly possible to forge equipment? The player's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be that the game's gear is primarily reliant on self-manufacture? If that is the case, it would indeed explain why wild monsters do not drop equipment, but rather various materials. Esteemed Lord, may I inquire how we might craft this equipment? CHMIW Inglio hastily posed this question, while others were expressions of eager anticipation. Could it be that the game harbors a production system, with various secondary professions set to be unlocked in the future? Hy elucidated, I have established a forging workshop within the territory. Once the blacksmiths I have summoned from the Starry Realm take residence here, it shall become your base for crafting and producing equipment henceforth. What? A alchemy workshop? A newly emerged structure. There exists a dedicated NPC blacksmith. This is likely a crucial functional NPC, perhaps even our mentor for secondary professions. Quite reasonable. I hope for an update soon. The number of NPCs available for interaction in the territory remains rather limited. The players had already discerned the changes within the territory and noted the soldiers, such as Zhang San, patrolling the area. However, these soldiers were rather stern and tended to ignore the players, resulting in few valuable interactions. As the players engaged in conversation, Hy found himself deep in thought. The game had not been live for even 24 hours, yet the players exhibited an extraordinary level of enthusiasm, efficiency, and determination. Hy felt it was time to provide more guidance in order to enable the players to play a more significant role. First and foremost, it was imperative to explore this world promptly. Although Hy had acquired considerable knowledge about the Abyss during his studies at the Starry Academy, his understanding of the current state of this world was woefully insufficient, perhaps not even exceeding that of the players. The will of the Abyss would not remain indifferent to the invasion of the stars. Thus, It was essential to investigate the core sources of evil as swiftly as possible, so as to prepare for impending threats. Furthermore, to prevent players from idly slaying a few wild chickens and rabbits each day, it was necessary to provide some guidance, encouraging them to step out of their comfort zones, embrace adventure, confront challenges, and willingly endure hardship, thus paving the way for their brilliance to shine forth and for the territory to flourish rapidly. The Midnight Pig Killer remarked, "Why is the Lord suddenly lost in thought? Is there a bug?" Hy cleared his throat and replied, "Your successful defeat of the serpent-tailed fire chicken indicates that you possess the ability to survive. Now, I have 2 brand new tasks for you to accomplish." "What? New tasks?" The crowd erupted in joyful exclamations. Rugu eagerly stated, "Please, my lord, give your orders." The Midnight Pig Killer exaggeratedly declared, "We are willing to sacrifice everything for our great lord." Facing death without hesitation? Excellent. Hy smiled. That is precisely the spirit I desire. Chapter 15. New players. This world is deeply afflicted by the encroachment of the abyss, with time and space severely distorted and warped, rendering it exceedingly difficult to ascertain our current temporal and spatial coordinates. For the safe and stable development of our territory, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate the surrounding environment and eliminate all potential threats to the greatest extent possible. Hangu continued, "I have observed that there appears to be a village situated over 20 miles to the southeast. From there, we might uncover local natives or other valuable leads. Furthermore, the vicinity of our territory is not only home to the serpent-tailed fire chickens, but also a multitude of other abyssal creatures and malevolent beings, whose presence could pose significant challenges to our territory's growth. Only by vanquishing their leaders can we stem the tide of this menace." As he spoke, Xiaoba prepared the relevant task details, causing 2 brand new quests to materialize before each player. Quest name: Investigate the Ruins. Time limit: 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Quest objective: Successfully reach the Nameless Village. Quest reward: 300 vitality points, 300 contribution points, to be shared among the team. Quest name: First Kill Bounty. Time limit: Permanently valid. Quest objective: Achieve the first kill of a boss monster. Quest reward: Each first killer of a boss will receive a substantial amount of vitality energy and contribution points, with a certain probability of obtaining equipment or special items. The value of the rewards correlates with the level and strength of the slain creature. The emergence of these new tasks invigorated the players. "Ha ha ha, I was already thinking of exploring further afield. These 2 quests have arrived at the perfect moment," Ely exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Black Eye Rue added, "From this moment forth, the first kill of a boss carries additional bountiful rewards. The planners are encouraging us to seek out and challenge more bosses, daring to be the first to take the plunge. After all, only the first kill garners extra rewards." Gujo remarked, "I thrive on challenges. I relish this." The players were eager to embark on their quests. The first task, however, had a time constraint. Should the countdown expire without anyone completing it, the task could very well result in outright failure. Though the consequences of such a failure remained uncertain, perhaps it would diminish the Lord's favor towards this cohort of players. As for the second task, despite its lack of a time limit, only the first killer of the boss would reap the additional rewards. This would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among players as they rushed to locate wild bosses in pursuit of the coveted first kill. Despite their enthusiasm for the new tasks, the players found their stamina considerably depleted after prolonged combat. Several opted to rest, consuming some provisions before logging off in the barracks to allow their bodies to recuperate. Given that the barracks enhanced recovery speed, they would be back to full strength in a mere 3 to 4 hours. Nevertheless, a handful of players believed that despite their dwindling energy, trekking 20 miles to fulfill the investigation task was not beyond the realm of possibility. With this task being first come, first served, they resolved to act without hesitation and set off immediately. The outcome is as follows. Player Yi Liming has perished, gaining 400 vitality. Player Ejian Shilai has succumbed, acquiring 250 vitality. Player Chuanai Zhanshin has met their demise, receiving 250 vitality. Player Zhejiang Mian has fallen, earning 250 vitality. Player Gujo has expired, obtaining 400 vitality. It has been demonstrated that 20 li is not an insurmountable distance. However, this path is fraught with challenges, particularly when one is in a state of decline and physical exhaustion. The reckless ambition of Yi Liming and his companions merely resulted in the transfer of experience, allowing Hangu's vitality reserves to ascend from 600 to 1900. Vitality reserves minus 1200. Ding. You have leveled up to level 6, gaining 50 health, 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 spirit, and 5 will. Resolutely, Hangu elevated his level once more. In less than 24 hours since the game's inception, he had surged from the initial level of 3 to level 6. Such a pace is astonishingly rapid, indicating that players indeed possess formidable capabilities, albeit with a rather satisfactory efficiency in self-destruction. Nevertheless, with the rise in levels, subsequent advancements are becoming increasingly arduous. At this stage, Hangu's level and attributes are sufficiently robust, and he intends to allocate his vitality reserves towards skill cultivation, as enhancing skill levels can significantly amplify their efficacy, thereby augmenting overall strength. At this juncture, Xiao Ba interjected, saying, "Master, please take a look. The new batch of internal test player names has been finalized." Around 8 o'clock that evening, Hangu initiated player summoning, formally recruiting 10 players. Unlike the first recruitment, this time there were no absentees or tardiness. All 10 players promptly logged into the game. Minutes later, a series of new players materialized in the barracks. Much like Yi Liming and Heidong Rui's initial arrival, these players were equally astonished by the game's remarkable realism. Incredible. This is truly a game? Look at my tongue, la la la, and behold my enchanting big eyes, sparkling and twinkling. I never imagined the rumors circulating on the forum were indeed true. Hangu observed that the 10 players appeared in the barracks almost simultaneously. This selection was meticulously curated by Xiao Ba from the pool of 20 to 30,000 applicants, ensuring a high overall quality. Naturally, prowess does not solely equate to quality. Among this group, not all are hardcore veterans or combat experts. For instance, a female player with the ID Chensi has been a well-known prodigy throughout her life. She entered Yinjing University at the age of 13 after excelling in the national examination and obtained a doctoral degree by 17, garnering admiration as a true academic luminary even in such a prestigious institution. For instance, there is a player with the ID Xiao Lingdang, who in reality is a 15-year-old junior high school student. Although she possesses no particularly remarkable traits, she is the daughter of a father ranked among the wealthiest individuals, with her family's net worth amounting to hundreds of billions, a quintessential example of a wealthy second-generation heir. Similarly, there is a player known as Kuang Dao Lao Wang, who is, in truth, an experienced soldier, having secured first place in military competitions on multiple occasions. Following his retirement, he spent several years as a mercenary abroad. Embodying a true survivor of the battlefield, it becomes evident that in the early stages, Hangu's selection of players does not strictly adhere to the gaming community. Whether in terms of personal qualities, intellect, profession, or family background, as long as one possesses sufficiently outstanding attributes, there exists a chance to join the closed beta and become one of the earliest players of Gui Sangua. After a series of astonishments, the new players swiftly navigated through the game's guidance to the main hall. After Hangu recited the script verbatim, the new cohort of players officially commenced their gaming journey. At that moment, Heitong Rui Go and others happened to log in, and upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces in the village, they were quite astonished to realize that these were the newly selected closed beta players. "Are you Rui Go? I'm your fan." Xiao Lingding approached Heitong Rui G. By the way, why do you make your character look so peculiar? Heitong Rui Gu felt somewhat embarrassed. As a video blogger who often needed to livestream, he had developed the habit of creating an eccentric character to enhance the show's appeal and promote interaction through comments. This resulted in his in-game avatar being a short, somewhat unsightly figure with green hair, a gaunt frame, and an awkwardly shaped face, resembling a peculiar character. I play as a ranger, and being short highlights the advantages of my profession. Regrettably, it's too late to change that now. He had no intention of deleting his account to start over. Xiao Lingding inquired, "Are you all heading out to complete quests? Can you take me along with Qian Shijie?" Chapter 16. The exploration mission. Heitong Rui Gu, Qi Mei Wangliang, and the Midnight Pig Killer formed a team once again. Additionally, they welcomed 4 new players into their ranks: the level 1 sorceress Xiao Lingdang, the level 1 monk Qian Shi, the level 1 warrior Kuang Dao Lao Wang, and the level 1 warrior Xian Yu 2 Ci, all of whom had just entered the game the following day. They agreed to take the 4 newcomers primarily because they had heard that Yi Liming's team had recently faced a total wipeout. Yi Liming was no novice in terms of skill, and his companion, the ranger Gu Zhou, was on par with, if not superior to, Heitong Rui Gu. Though their misfortune stemmed from insufficient preparation and reckless ambition, it underscored the inherent dangers of this world. In such circumstances, the adage strength in numbers rang true. After all, what distinction was there between newcomers and veterans? The difference was merely a matter of a day's entry into the game. Gui Sangua adheres to the logic of reality and is far from being merely a numbers game. Even with several levels of disparity, absolute dominance is not guaranteed. Among the new companions were a monk and a sorceress, whose initial skills, healing and fire arrow, proved to be quite effective. The other 2 players were no ordinary characters either. The The warrior Xianyu2ci was a highly skilled veteran within the gaming community and had a long-standing acquaintance with Heitong Ruegu, excelling in both awareness and execution, marking him as one of the nation's elite. As for the warrior, Guangdao Laowu, based on his self-introduction, he has served as a soldier for many years. Judging by the aura he exudes, it is evident that he is not an ordinary individual and is likely to provide substantial assistance to the team. It is not difficult to discern that the selection of internal testers for the game Gue Sangwa has certain criteria. This is quite reasonable, as the initial slots for the game are exceedingly precious. To better test its performance, it is only fitting to select players of high quality and caliber. Those who have gained access to the game are certainly not mediocre individuals. Wow, what a magnificent sight! Xiaolingdang, having left the village, was utterly captivated by the scenery. Xianyu2ci marveled, exclaiming, "Brother, I have played countless games, certainly more than 800, yet this particular game has left me feeling an unparalleled sense of immersion. It's as if I have been directly transported to another world. It's absolutely mind-blowing." In the morning light, Guangdao Laowang was equally astonished, rendered speechless. You might say it feels real, yet it also feels surreal. For instance, the breathtaking vistas that one would never encounter in real life. Just the expanse of this star-studded nebula above, grand and resplendent, imbued with a magical hue, strikes deeper than any oil painting or cinematic effect. You might argue that this world is phony, yet every flower and tree, the sensation of wind brushing through your hair, the feedback of grass beneath your feet, and the myriad scents wafting through the air consistently remind you that this realm bears no distinction from the real world. While I empathize with your sentiments, now is not the time for admiring stunning vistas. The lore of this game is vast, and opportunities to witness breathtaking scenes abound. We should first complete our tasks. The spirit of the game warned. Heitong Rouge nodded in agreement. Let us first clear the nearby lesser monsters. The 8 of them sprang into action, hunting various lesser creatures, including the snake-tailed mountain chickens, to help the newcomers acclimate to combat while fostering teamwork and synergy. Incredible! The sensation of impact, Xianyu2ci inquired. Old Hey, what kind of physics engine does this game utilize? I now question whether this is even a game created by Earthlings. Could it be an extraterrestrial conspiracy using advanced technology aimed at humanity? Heitong Rouge retorted with irritation. Why are you so full of nonsense? Hurry up and get to work. The group increasingly synchronized their efforts as they advanced toward their objective. Caution! The blade of Guangdao Laowang flashed. A vividly colored venomous snake was cleaved in twain, tumbling from the thicket. The others gasped in astonishment, their admiration for Guangdao Laowang growing exponentially. This seasoned veteran appeared to possess an exceptionally rich wealth of survival skills and jungle exploration experience, enabling him to keenly detect dangers concealed within the dense foliage, invisible to the naked eye aside from the natural traps formed by various poisonous flowers and vines. There were also threats from venomous spiders and snakes, mutated beehives, and more. Although these creatures were of level 0, it did not imply they were devoid of danger. The potent toxins they harbored were sufficient to claim a player's life. It could be said that peril lurked at every turn, inducing cold sweats and shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, with Uncle Dao around, even if I were granted 3 lives, I would likely still struggle to traverse this path. Quangkan Ikiao Jia remarked. The midnight pig killer also lamented. Indeed. No wonder old Yi and his companions met their demise. The game's map is riddled with the malicious designs of the planners. In a rather vivid portrayal, Guangdao Laowang remarked that rather than attributing malice to the planning, it would be more accurate to say the game feels strikingly realistic. After traversing a path fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, both Guangdao Laowang and Xianyu2ci had ascended to level 2. Suddenly, they encountered monsters. The group noticed ahead a patch of shallow grassy land, the low growth of the grass affording them a clear line of sight, where 2 unfamiliar and novel creatures emerged before them. The first resembled a goat, entirely devoid of fur, its body encased in a bony exterior, crowned with a formidable horn. The second bore a resemblance to a bison, robust in build with well-developed muscles, yet dragging an extraordinarily long tail, akin to a scorpion stinger. Bone goat. A level 4 ordinary monster. Description. A goat corrupted and demonized by the abyss, possessing a sturdy shell and adept at using its horn to rend foes. Scorpion-tailed bison. A level 5 ordinary monster. Description. A bison tainted by the abyss, endowed with a formidable physique and brute strength, simultaneously wielding a venomous scorpion tail. This was a novel creature. The modeling was impressive, boasting not only a high level but also a significant number. Heitong Ruego cast a sweeping gaze across the shallow expanse and grassy terrain, spotting dozens of these beasts. It was indeed a prime location for monster spawning. However, Heitong Ruegu had no intention of actively hunting the bone goats or scorpion-tailed bisons. Despite being ordinary monsters, they appeared quite formidable, and it seemed they exhibited pack behavior. A careless approach could provoke a siege. He then declared, "We did not come here to farm monsters today. The town is only 7 or 8 miles away. So let us focus on our quest first." Agreed, I concur. The others responded, proceeding cautiously to circumvent the area. At that moment, a particularly imposing scorpion-tailed bison caught their attention. Skeleton scorpion-tailed bison, a level 5 elite monster. Description: this is an elite monster leader, not only more ferocious than the ordinary scorpion-tailed bison, but also more skilled in using its venom to eliminate prey. This creature was larger than the typical scorpion-tailed bison, its body glistening with a bronze metallic sheen, its head shrouded in a layer of bony material resembling a colossal skull helmet adorned with 2 prominent horns, while its eye sockets, resembling copper bells, seemed to flicker with flames. The mere presence of this beast exuded an air of dominance. It was undoubtedly a regional boss. If they could vanquish it, they would earn the coveted first kill reward. Naturally, the players exhibited utmost caution. After all, even dealing with the snake-tailed flame chicken was a considerable challenge, and this boss was evidently far superior. To recklessly challenge it without understanding its mechanics would likely result in failure. Regardless of having multiple lives, after taking a considerable detour, they finally circumvented the monster zone, all breathing a sigh of relief. The target town was now within close proximity. Suddenly, Chincy remarked, "Is there a structure ahead?" Before them stood a dilapidated building resembling a pavilion, entirely enveloped by withered vines, within which lay a fragment of a stone tablet, its inscriptions largely weathered and obscured, with only a few characters discernible. There are inscriptions? The town should not be far off. At last, they were on the brink of engaging with the civilization of this dark and tumultuous realm. This place has fallen into such disrepair that the reasons remain elusive. Perhaps this time we might encounter an NPC from the Three Kingdoms era, allowing us to inquire about what truly transpired here. This is the Three Kingdoms, yet it is not the familiar realm we know. No one can ascertain what has occurred in this world, which only heightens the suspense and the elements of mystery, leading everyone to feel as though they are immersed in a fragmented narrative akin to a Souls-like game. Every inconspicuous item, text, NPC, and even equipment, items, or minor adversaries may harbor crucial narrative clues. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of the Ruined Village Heating? These are the barely decipherable inscriptions. Just as Heitong Ruegu, Xianyu 2Ci, and the others were filled with confusion, a realization dawned. This should refer to a geographical location, as historical documents indicate that during the late Han period, the eastern township of Shanyang County in He Nei Commandery was indeed called Heating. We are likely situated somewhere within He Nei Commandery. Chanshi offered this hypothesis. Xiao Lingdang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, can we really deduce our location based solely on these 2 characters? Moreover, it's merely the name of a village. Could it be that Chunshi is an archaeologist? With a smile, Chunshi replied. Although I am not a history major, I enjoy perusing various miscellaneous texts, and I have a good memory. Anything I have read at least once tends to stick with me. It turns out she is quite the expert. The others collectively expressed their admiration. Chunshi's deduction was not entirely conjectural. In addition to the evidence of the suspected place name, the game map is titled Luo Shui Execution Ground, and Luo Shui is a tributary of the Yellow River that flows through He Nei Commandery, suggesting that we are indeed approaching Heating Town. We should hurry in and take a look. There may be more clues. After walking for approximately half an hour, a dilapidated town came into view. Rather than a town, it resembled a somewhat larger village, which at its peak may have housed around 700 to 800 households. Now, it lay shrouded in mist, with crumbling walls and a desolate atmosphere pervading the abandoned village. What has happened? Where has everyone gone? Surely, we haven't come all this way for nothing. The midnight pig butcher stood bewildered before a town that seemed to have been neglected for decades. Heitong Ruegu suggested, "Let us venture inside and see if there are any other clues." Xiao Lingdang felt a twinge of unease. "Do you think there might be zombies inside?" Huangkini Tiaojia laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What is there to fear about zombies? In the game, they're merely low-level monsters that grant experience. Upon entering the village, each member of the team heard a notification chime in their minds. Ding. Your team has completed the task and received a reward of 500 vitality points and 500 contribution points. With a total of 8 members in the party, the rewards were divided, resulting in just over 60 points of vitality and contribution for each. While this may seem modest for a level 4 player like Heitong Ruegu, it is quite significant for others, particularly the newcomers. I leveled up too. Xiao Lingdang and Chen Shi simultaneously reach level 2. Currently, the squad consists of 1 level 4 player, 3 level 3 players, and 4 level 2 players. Quangkan Tiaojia exclaimed, "Is that it for completing the task? This was easier than I expected." Heikong Rue, with piercing eyes, remarked, "The tasks in this game are rife with randomness, seemingly linked to the state of territorial development. As we find ourselves in the nascent stages of the game, it is only natural that the tasks are not overly complex." The group continued to explore the village, hoping to uncover useful clues. "Look, is that a person?" Midnight Pig Killer suddenly exclaimed, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. Amidst the hazy fog, a dark, hunched figure stood at the center of the ruins. Su Feng, a level 6 elite unit. Description: goodness, there truly is someone. With a name like that, could he be an NPC? The players were filled with excitement. They had assumed the village was long abandoned and were astonished to find an NPC in such a desolate place. They approached cautiously, maintaining a necessary vigilance. The figure stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, yet his hunch reduced his stature to just over 1.6 meters. He was remarkably gaunt, donned a black square cap, and wore a cross-collared robe, draped in a tattered black cloak reminiscent of the eunuchs from Han Dynasty dramas. Yet, what business would a eunuch have in such a place? Just as they hesitated to greet him, the mysterious Su Feng slowly turned around. He appeared exceedingly aged, his skin pale and mottled with dark cracks, resembling parched earth, from which tendrils of black mist emanated. His eyes were devoid of sclera or pupils, mere deep, dark voids. He drew a 3-foot-long sword, its blade entwined with vein-like patterns. What is happening? Is he an NPC? Why does he not resemble a normal person? Should we not inquire? Let me try. Midnight Pig Killer volunteered and stepped forward to greet him. Hey, fellow villager, have you eaten? In a flash, a gleam of the sword sliced through the air. Midnight Pig Killer's rotund head was severed from his body. Su Feng's speed was so astonishing that no one had time to react. Damn, old pig is dead. He is no NPC. This is, in fact, a humanoid monster. The group, in a flurry of panic, hastily retreated and assumed a combat stance. Su Feng's expression remained impassive, his throat quivering slightly as he emitted a hoarse, chaotic sound akin to a frog croaking in a box. You are the minions of the stars, daring to touch the abyss. You truly overestimate yourselves. What does that mean? Who cares? Attack him. The spirits of the forest and the little bell simultaneously conjured a fiery arrow. Although it struck Su Feng, the moment he was hit, he transformed into a plume of black smoke, instantly reappearing before the players. Xinyu, activating iron armor skill, swung his blade, only to have his throat slashed by Su Feng's lightning-quick sword. Fall back. Maintain distance. This is an agile monster. Heikong Rue activated swift movement, launching an attack at Su Feng with his short sword. The level 4 ranger moved swiftly, successfully piercing Su Feng's shoulder with his strike. Yet he felt no sensation of contact. The instant Su Feng was hit, he again morphed into a cloud of black mist, reappearing behind Heikong Rue, his sword piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. -282. A lethal critical hit. Black-eyed Rouge has fallen. He was too swift. The other 5 were left utterly astonished. Retreat. We stand no chance. Upon uttering these words, the mad blade Wang swiftly turned and fled. The others, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Although they were acutely aware that their speed could not match Su Feng's, their only hope lay in outrunning one another. However, in a surprising turn of events, after dispatching 3 opponents in rapid succession, Su Feng remained rooted to the spot, disregarding the fleeing 5 as if he deemed them unworthy of his attention. Or perhaps believed they could not escape this place. As anticipated, arrows shrouded in dark mist swiftly descended from multiple directions. The mad blade Wang, upon hearing the whistling of the arrows, immediately executed a dodging maneuver, but the others were far less fortunate. Damn it! I'm going to die again. The mad slasher, having been struck by 3 arrows, cursed loudly as his life force ebbed away, collapsing to the ground. Xiaoling and Chenxi were also pierced through vital areas, left with no choice but to succumb, offering their blood to the Lord. By sheer luck, due to their positioning, Qimei Wangliang escaped unscathed and quickly locked onto the assailants. Outside the desolate village, figures materialized from thin air, their bodies gaunt and pale, clad in tattered garments stained with dark crimson. Some wielded longbows, while others brandished spears, their necks adorned with yellow sashes, yet devoid of heads. Only a swirling mass of black mist remained. Headless Yellow Turban Demons, Level 3 Elite. Description: former members of the Yellow Turban who were executed for rebellion. Their lingering resentment and obsession led to their corruption by the will of the Abyss, resurrecting as undead monstrosities, a dozen elite monsters. This scene could indeed be described as horrifying. As Qimei Wangliang was struck with terror, an intense curiosity arose within him as a storyline enthusiast. Could these be the yellow turbans of the late Han dynasty? How did they end up in such a grotesque state? Was the demise of this desolate village somehow linked to these yellow turbans? Before he could ponder further, over 10 arrows whistled through the air. Qimei Wangliang was immediately transformed into a porcupine, dying on the spot. The mad blade Wang found himself obstructed by 2 spear-wielding yellow turban demons. Even this veteran, who had danced on the edge of death countless times, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a fierce roar, he raised his long blade to cleave at the yellow turban demons. Clang! Sparks flew. The large blade was effortlessly deflected by the spear. The mad blade Wang had no time to regain his footing before a spear struck with blinding speed. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, realizing too late that it had been pierced through. All 8 perished. The team was obliterated. Chapter 18. Strategy enthusiasts and storyline enthusiasts. Player Midnight Pig Killer has perished, gaining 400 vitality. Player Lazy Fish has perished, gaining 250 vitality. Player Black-Eyed Rouge has perished, gaining 600 vitality. Player Mad Slasher has perished, gaining 400 vitality. Such a beautiful demise. Hangu was thoroughly satisfied with the exploration team's performance. They not only accomplished their mission and expanded their territorial knowledge, but also, to his delight, experienced complete annihilation. Although Black-Eyed Rouge's squad failed to locate a proper town, the findings from this operation remained immensely valuable. Su Feng is undoubtedly an indigenous figure from the Three Kingdoms period, yet he has completely succumbed to a state of corruption, now under the control of the abyssal will. Such characters are typically referred to as fallen beings. He has already discovered the existence of a territory, which undoubtedly poses a significant threat. However, in terms of rank and power, Su Feng is not the greatest boss, and thus his threat is limited. Additionally, the territory remains under the protection of the stellar will, akin to a so-called beginner-s protection period, alleviating immediate concerns for the time being. Nevertheless, a sense of urgency is warranted. It is imperative to enhance one's strength promptly. 8 individuals collectively contributed an astounding 2,800 points of stored vitality. After paying the reward for the exploration task, Hangu had 200 vitality remaining. Furthermore, 2 other novice players perished during monster encounters, collectively providing an additional 500 points of vitality, bringing the total stored vitality to 3,500 points. Excellent, it is time to upgrade skills. All skills begin at level 1, with a maximum level of 10. Consuming vitality allows for skill upgrades, with higher level skills requiring progressively greater amounts of vitality to cultivate. For levels 1-3, each level requires 50 points of vitality. For levels 4-6, each level requires 100 points. For levels 7-9, each level requires 200 points. The transition from level 9 to level 10 is particularly arduous, necessitating a total of 2,000 points of vitality, nearly double the total vitality consumed for the preceding 9 levels. Nonetheless, the resulting enhancement and strengthening are the most substantial. The first 9 levels yield only marginal increases in skill potency. However, elevating a skill to level 10 not only significantly boosts its power, but also grants a permanent attribute bonus. As the Lord, personal safety is paramount. The Iron Armor technique is the sole skill with defensive capabilities. Thus, Hangu decided to invest vitality into the cultivation of the Iron Armor technique to elevate its skill level. Vitality-50, your Iron Armor technique has reached level 2. Vitality-50, your Iron Armor technique has reached level 3. Vitality-200, your Iron Armor technique has reached level 9. Vitality-2000, your Iron Armor technique has reached level 10. Your Iron Armor technique has attained its maximum level, granting you a permanent bonus of 10 points to strength. A total of 3,000 stored vitality has been consumed. As desired, the Iron Armor technique has been cultivated to its fullest potential. With a mere thought, Hangu activated the Iron Armor technique, enveloping himself in an invisible layer of energy, akin to a 360-degree impenetrable iron garment, capable of effortlessly withstanding any blade or axe without sustaining harm. Splendid. Even if Su Feng were to approach, he would have nothing to fear. As the Lord, Hangu's attributes are already commendably high, and with the maximum level Iron Armor technique providing protection, he has finally acquired a basic level of self-defense capability, enabling him to adopt a more proactive approach in the future, no longer necessitating the extreme caution he previously exercised. The 7-day beginner's protection period has yet to elapse, and this growth rate is poised to shatter the records of human lords. The efficiency of player output is remarkable. Alas, the numbers are too few. it is essential to amass wealth. Increase the population. With merely 30 players already yielding such substantial returns, how exhilarating would it be to possess 300 or even 30,000? What a scene it would be if one day, all players from the Blue Star gaming community were drawn into this experience. Naturally, while the anticipation is palpable, one must refrain from hasty actions and reckless adventures. As Hangu found himself idly passing the time, he instructed Xiaoba to connect to the internet and peruse the gaming forums. The initial testing post by Heidong Ruegu had already amassed over 100,000 views, with nearly 30,000 replies, establishing itself as the latest hot topic within the forum and significantly elevating the discourse surrounding Gue Sangua, which has now surpassed 50,000 pre-registrations. Without waiting to delve into the replies and discussions, he noticed that Heidong Ruegu had authored a new post. The title of this post read, Gue Sangua Player First Test, Second Wave. Official response to controversies and queries, along with some humble suggestions for the game. Greetings, everyone, I am Heidong Ruegu. The previous post sparked considerable controversy, and I have decided to publicly address and clarify some of the concerns that have been raised. First, this is not an April Fool's joke. Gue Sangua is a genuine masterpiece that truly exists. Second, I have never received a single penny from the game's official promotion fees, nor have I engaged in any form of contact or commercial collaboration. Should there be even the slightest hint of falsehood, I am prepared to delete my account and withdraw from the internet, accepting full legal responsibility. Third, the preceding content consists of clarifications and rebuttals to various controversies and doubts. Hangu briefly scanned through it, not lingering too long, as he was more interested in the player's experiences and suggestions, promptly skipping to that portion of the content. Today marks the second day of experiencing Gue Sangua, and I find myself increasingly enraptured and unable to extricate myself from it. Were it not for the cool-down period required for resurrection, I would have been disinclined to compose such a post, as it feels like a waste of my precious gaming time. Without further ado, I shall attempt to provide a cutting-edge strategy guide, along with some suggestions for the game development team. I could not find a channel to communicate or leave messages for the game's officials. I must resort to this public post, hoping that the development team is keeping an eye on the Shanghai forum. Let me briefly outline the gameplay. Players of Gue Sangua can only create a single game character. The character creation phase should be approached with utmost care. Otherwise, one may be compelled to delete their account and start anew. Regret will come too late. There are 4 initial professions to choose from, but the number of recruits available in different territories varies, so not all may be accessible simultaneously. If you lack confidence in your skills, I personally recommend choosing either the monk or the sorcerer. In the early stages, it is advisable not to venture too far from your territory, as there are several level 1 to 2 monsters nearby, sufficient to meet the initial leveling needs. Now, let us discuss combat, resurrection, currency, and the quest system. Here, 2,000 words are omitted. These are the suggestions I have compiled thus far. As my gaming experience deepens in the future, I will continue to update this strategy guide. And I hope everyone maintains their interest. Gue Sangua is an expansive MMO virtual reality online game that intertwines the classic formula of monster hunting and leveling up with elements of Cthulhu mythos, Souls-like gameplay, and the Three Kingdoms saga, seemingly encompassing a grand hidden narrative and worldview. Certainly, I do not consider myself a meticulous plot analyst. For insights in this regard, one may refer to the posts of Qimei Wangliang next door. Currently, there are no available channels for in-game purchases, and it remains uncertain whether the game operates on a buyout model or charges for game cards or items. While the game boasts numerous merits, I do have a few modest suggestions, such as the hope that the developers might introduce a feature for shared experience points among team members when battling monsters, along with photo and video capture functionalities, and a friend system, among others. Brother Rue has eloquently penned several thousand words, offering both guidance for newcomers and suggestions for the developers. Hangu has perused it briefly and found some of the recommendations quite commendable, particularly the idea of incorporating a shared experience feature for small parties, which would indeed enhance player efficiency. As for the implementation of photo and video capture, it is not an insurmountable challenge. After reading this post, another newly published thread caught his attention. The author of this post is none other than Qimei Wangliang, one of the first beta testers. She is a somewhat renowned enthusiast of game narratives, known for her analytical approach to game lore, and possesses a certain level of influence. The title of her post reads, First Beta Tester Revelations, an initial analysis of the plot and worldview of Gue Sangua. Oh? After merely 2 days of gameplay, players are already delving into the intricacies of the game's worldview? Chapter 19. The artisan Yin Ling Hangu, intrigued, clicked on the thread. Greetings, everyone. I am your Moang sister. It is a great honor to be one of the beta testers for Gue Sangua I1T. Elaborate too much on the gameplay and features. Those interested can refer to the esteemed post by Brother Haydong Rue next door. Today, I wish to briefly discuss the game's narrative and my personal conjectures. Naturally, given that the publicly available content at this early stage of the game is merely a drop in the ocean, players have barely scratched the surface of the world's exploration, and the following content may contain inaccuracies, serving only as a reference for everyone. Firstly, Sangwa exhibits elements reminiscent of the dark and supernatural genres, with the development team heavily reimagining the Three Kingdoms to construct a world that is both familiar and alien, rich in gameplay and imbued with a high degree of mystery. Today, alongside esteemed players such as Brother Rue and Xinyu, we embarked on our initial exploration of the game map and discovered a desolate village called Heading. According to the speculation of the esteemed Chensi, it is a small town near Shanyang County in the late Han Dynasty, not far from the eastern Han capital of Luoyang. During our exploration of the abandoned village, we encountered headless demon soldiers transformed from the Yellow Turban Army, as well as a humanoid boss named Su Feng. Based on subsequent information gathered, Su Feng was a court official during the reign of Emperor Ling of Han and served as a significant internal ally for Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban Army. We have reason to believe that the destruction of Heading Village is linked to Zhang Jiao or the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The challenges presented by the early game map may well involve the Yellow Turban Army. As for why Su Feng became demonized, or why slain members of the Yellow Turban Army transformed into headless demon soldiers, this is likely related to one of the game's core settings, the abyssal invasion. The world building of Sangwa is exceedingly intricate. We must never regard it as merely a historical-themed game. This era of the Three Kingdoms appears to have suffered, or is currently enduring, some enigmatic calamity, resulting in a distortion of the entire world and a continuous decay, which may be interpreted as an apocalyptic version of the Three Kingdoms. From the current circumstances, it seems that the vast majority of characters have succumbed to corruption amidst the invasion of the Abyss. Of course, there remains a significant probability of encountering neutral or benevolent NPCs or factions. I surmise that the main storyline of the game revolves around traversing various game maps, besieging cities for the Lord, and expanding territorial dominion. This journey will involve engaging with reimagined significant events from the Three Kingdoms, challenging corrupted characters, interacting with lucid individuals to learn about their experiences and narratives, investigating the origins and progression of the abyssal invasion, and exploring the dark undercurrents of the Three Kingdoms saga, ultimately striving to repel the abyssal taint and purify this historical narrative. Currently, from the fragmented words of hostile NPCs and the esteemed Lord, it is evident that the bizarre worldview of the Three Kingdoms conceals two major factions. One is the Abyss faction, and the other is the faction of the Stars. We, the players, are likely aligned with the Stars, yet the composition of this faction is exceedingly intricate. Aside from the human representative, the Lord, there seem to be other alien races aiming to seize this world, although there has yet to be any direct contact in this regard. I have reason to suspect that beyond the reimagined worldview of the Three Kingdoms, there exists a grander, more magnificent hidden cosmology, which players will certainly not encounter in the short term, or even in the mid-game. In summary, the bizarre Three Kingdoms is a game of impeccable quality in every aspect. Whether one approaches it as an action masterpiece to experience robust gameplay, immersion, and exhilaration, or to savor the scenery and embark on a journey of exploration, or as a narrative enthusiast seeking to unravel intricate plots, one will undoubtedly reap surprises exceeding expectations by tenfold or even 100-fold. I shall delve deeper into the game's storyline and mechanics, and if there are any new discoveries, I will update through posts or videos, so those interested may wish to follow along. How remarkable is it that these players have only experienced the game for merely 2 days, yet have managed to speculate so extensively? This enigmatic individual has even discerned the opposing relationship between the realm of the stars and the abyssal world. Although some of their deductions may not be entirely accurate, even to the extent of considerable deviation, it is nonetheless quite impressive. Hangu glanced at the replies again. While many expressed curiosity about the bizarre Three Kingdoms, skepticism and mockery still comprised nearly half of the comments. After all, without visuals, there is no truth. Throughout, there have only been posts from Haydong Rue and this enigmatic figure, which indeed makes it difficult to convince others. Hangu remained unfazed by this. He resolved to heed some suggestions to further enhance the game mechanics. Ultimately, the better the gaming experience, the longer players will remain online, and consequently, the potential revenue will surely rise substantially. Xiaoba, I wish to design several virtual items. Hangu summoned the Tian Dao Cube. What are your commands, Master? The first item is known as the Vitality Contract. Players can forge a partnership through this contract, allowing them to allocate the obtained vitality according to a predetermined ratio for a specified duration. Hangu continued to elaborate. Moreover, the contract varies in rank and quality. The higher the quality of the vitality contract, the more individuals can be contracted, and the higher the rank, the greater the player levels that can be engaged. Each ordinary first-tier vitality contract is priced at 200 vitality, capable of accommodating up to 6 players, with a validity period of 6 hours. No problem. Xiaoba promptly created the relevant item as requested. This functionality was merely a trifling task for the Heavenly Dao Cube. The second item is called the Photography Crystal, which allows players to capture in-game screenshots. Higher-tier photography crystals can also be utilized for video recording. Following the suggestion of Heitong Rui Gu, the team formation and screenshot functionalities were gradually launched, though they were merely regarded as value-added services to extract benefits from players. This approach not only imbues a sense of ritual and immersion, but also serves to recoup more contribution points, motivating players to exert greater effort and dedication. Hangu pondered ways to maximize and inspire player engagement. An important notification suddenly emanated from the Lord's core, invigorating him and prompting him to set aside his current tasks. Ding! Esteemed Lord, the artificer you have employed has arrived. Please proceed to the crafting workshop to complete the employment contract. Faster than anticipated. Hangu promptly made his way to the crafting workshop, where a fiery-haired girl appeared before him. The Hangu clan bears a striking resemblance to humans, somewhat akin to the fox people found in fantasy novels, possessing formidable fire affinity and ranking as a mid-tier race. Holding a higher status than humans in the realm of stars. Due to their innate talent for fire manipulation, most members of the Hangu clan who do not become lords typically excel as proficient artisans in crafting, alchemy, or culinary professions. Greetings, Great Lord, I am Yanling, the artificer you have engaged. The fiery-haired girl, slightly over 1.5 meters tall, resembled a 15 or 16-year-old human girl, with her vibrant red hair and porcelain-white skin, complemented by a pair of fox ears and a bushy tail. Her appearance aligns closely with mainstream human aesthetic standards, possessing a somewhat anime-like charm. Quite impressive. NPCs of this nature are often favored by players and could potentially transcend the game to become virtual idols, further enhancing the game's allure and attracting a broader audience beyond the gaming community. Yanling cautiously spoke. If the esteemed lord is satisfied with Yanling, I hope to sign the contract promptly and commence my duties. Hangu nodded, stating, I wish to include a confidentiality clause in the contract, requiring you to swear an oath to the will of the stars, strictly adhering to confidentiality at all times, and refraining from disclosing any information regarding the territory without permission. No problem. Yanling readily agreed, understanding that competition often exists among lords. If hired personnel were to steal territorial secrets during their tenure, it would pose a significant threat to the territory's safety. Hence, such confidentiality clauses are commonplace among lords. Shortly thereafter, both parties successfully signed the contract, and a magnificent will swept over them. This contract has been successfully signed under the watchful gaze of the will of the stars. Although Yanling presented himself with the composure of a seasoned fox before his boss, his heart was already tumultuously rejoicing. My goodness, it has not been an easy journey. After such a long time since graduation, he has finally secured a job and made it ashore. Chapter 20. Equipment system. Heitong Rui Gu logged in punctually. Having checked the time, he first turned in the surplus materials for the quest. And at present, he possessed a total of 258 contribution points, sufficient to cover the cost of a direct resurrection. Players of levels 1 to 3 require 100 contribution points for a direct resurrection, while those starting from level 4 need 200 contribution points. The cost of resurrection is correlated to one's level. The higher the level, the more time required for resurrection, or the greater the consumption of contribution points for a direct resurrection. What the heck? Could it be true? Has the planner truly taken my suggestion into account? Heitong Rui Gu discovered several new items available for exchange in the hall, among which was the spirit contract, designed for equitable distribution of experience among team members. Furthermore, there was a function to directly exchange magic stones for contribution points. Every 10 fragments of magic stones could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. However, this doesn't make sense. It's been less than 2 hours since I posted, and even if the game updates swiftly, it should be impossible to implement such changes in such a short time. What on earth is happening? Regardless, this is fantastic news for players. The spirit contract can enhance team efficiency and cooperation. Although the direct exchange of magic stones for contribution points is limited, it can significantly boost contribution point income. After all, hoarding magic stones is pointless. They can drop upon death, and hiding them is quite troublesome. It's better to exchange them for contribution points as soon as possible. Rui Gu, a rotund figure, approached. It was Lao Zhu. Where are the others? Heitong Rui Gu inquired. The midnight pig slaughterer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, You haven't heard? The new NPC, the blacksmith, has been updated. That Nizi has such a captivating figure. She is simply the dream wife from the three-dimensional world. Ahem, what I meant to say is, there is finally a place for crafting or enhancing equipment. Is that so? Haitong Ruegu could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed to the blacksmith workshop. He found a crowd of over 20 players gathered at the entrance. Currently, the game has only released 30 slots, marking the first time so many players convened in one place. Old Yi, Hangu, Dao Shu, Xiao Zhou, and Wraith Girl, you all made it. The bald and robust Yi Li Ming, along with the scarred and fierce Quang Can, the wild Dao Lao Wang, and familiar faces like Gu Zhou and Chi Mei Wraith, were all present, eagerly discussing amongst themselves with expressions of surprise and anticipation. At the entrance stood 2 NPC soldiers maintaining order. Inside the workshop was a red-haired, fox-eared girl busily attending to her tasks. This was the blacksmith referred to by the Midnight Pig Slaughterer. One must admit, the game's modeling is indeed exquisite and beautiful. Amidst a dark and eerie style, this otherworldly, somewhat two-dimensional NPC does not seem out of place, but rather presents numerous intriguing aspects worth exploring. Where does she hail from? Are there any narrative clues? Can she teach players secondary profession crafting? It must be said that the production of Gui Sangua is exceptionally hardcore. The fox-eared maiden, unlike the typical rigid NPC soldiers, clearly possesses a far more sophisticated AI model and may very well become a significant character within the territory in the future. Before I could approach to inquire further, Yi Li Ming boldly strode forth wielding a long blade. Haha, just in time. Come and behold my great sword. Flame Warrior Great Sword 2. A Tier 1 equipment of white quality, with an attack power of 8, fire attribute attack 4, strength 2, and a durability of 2020. Haiying Ruegu exclaimed, impressive. Players can theoretically equip a maximum of 11 items, which consist of 6 pieces of armor, helmet, upper body, lower body, boots, cape, and gloves, in addition to a necklace, a left-hand ring, a right-hand ring, and weapons or shields for both hands. Initially, players only possess 4 pieces of equipment: clothing, pants, shoes, along with 1 weapon corresponding to their class. Warriors wield great swords, rangers wield short swords, sorcerers wield short staffs, and monks wield long staffs, all of which are tier 1. The initial weapon is of gray medium quality, while the other pieces are of gray inferior quality. The warrior's greatsword should originally possess the following attributes: warrior's greatsword, tier 1 equipment, gray medium quality, attack 2, durability 15-15. Yi Li Ming's greatsword, however, boasts a white quality, with a cumulative attack bonus reaching an impressive 12 points. In addition to a strength enhancement of 2 points, marking a stark contrast to novice equipment, thereby significantly boosting his damage output. Truly an exceptional weapon at this stage. How did this come to be? Haiying Ruegu looked on with envy. With this weapon, Yi Li Ming's strength surpasses that of others by a considerable margin. Haha, I utilized the flame chicken gem I obtained from the last battle with the serpent-tailed flame chicken as a material, and then spent 200 contribution points to perform 2 enhancement upgrades, ultimately yielding this 2 white quality equipment. The Forging Workshop provides 3 primary services: forging, enhancement, and repair. Equipment enhancement is further divided into quality enhancement and attribute enhancement. The former requires specific enhancement materials to elevate the equipment's existing grade. Yi Li Ming possesses the flame gem dropped by the serpent-tailed flame chicken. It is with this gem that he upgraded the gray tier warrior's greatsword to the white tier flame warrior greatsword, allowing each attack to inflict a certain amount of fire damage. He also expended contribution points to perform 2 attribute enhancements on the weapon. According to the NPC Blacksmith Sister's explanation, the first 3 enhancements for gray equipment require only 10 contribution points each, while those for white equipment necessitate 100 contribution points each. Generally, there is a 100 success rate, but starting from the 4th enhancement, the required contribution points increase, and the success rate diminishes with each successive enhancement. Players are not only enhancing their equipment but others are also crafting gear here. The Forging Workshop requires players to provide their own materials for equipment creation, charging varying amounts of contribution points based on the type and grade of the equipment being forged. The ranger, Gu Zhou, crafted a batch of arrows using feathers dropped by the flame serpent-tailed chicken. Fire Feather Arrow, a tier 1 item of white inferior quality, with an attack of 1, fire attack 5, and a certain probability of being recoverable for reuse. Beyond forging, enhancing, and repairing, the workshop also offers a limited quantity of equipment for sale. Chicken Feather Arrow, a tier 1 item of gray inferior quality, with an attack of 1. Priced at 10 contribution points. Snake Bone Longbow, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, attack 2, durability 10. Selling price, 100 contribution points. Mouse Skin Wooden Shield, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, physical damage resistance 1. Independent defense 2, durability 10 selling price, 100 contribution points. Mouse skin helmet, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, physical damage resistance 1, independent defense 1, durability 10 selling price, 100 contribution points. Rabbit skin boots, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, independent defense 1, movement speed 1, durability 10 selling price, 100 contribution points. So many pieces of equipment. Quite impressive. If one were to don all these items, their strength would surely surge. Haitong Rue, having purchased a snake bone bow and 5 chicken feather arrows, spent a total of 150 contribution points, leaving him with 108 contribution points, which he decided not to save and immediately proceeded to enhance his weapons. Snake bone bow 3, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, attack 5, durability 15. Ranger's short sword 4, tier 1 equipment, gray inferior quality, attack 6, durability 20. This is absolutely exhilarating. Haitong Rue gazed at his upgraded equipment. Feeling a significant boost in his overall prowess, even possessing the capability for ranged attacks, he felt confident in facing the serpent tail flame chicken in battle. Indeed, strengthening oneself relies not only on levels and skills but also on equipment, which is a crucial dimension. The only drawback is the scarcity of contribution points. Brothers, let's mobilize. We need more contribution points. There's no time to waste idling in the camp, Yili inquired. I heard you discovered the abandoned village. What do you think about grinding monsters there? No way, there's a humanoid boss named Sufeng that we can't defeat, and besides, there are at least a dozen yellow turban headless demon soldiers, each an elite monster. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Xian Yu Tusi shook his head resolutely. Haitong Rue then suggested, we could also venture to another decent grinding spot, where there is an abundance of bone goats and scorpion-tailed cattle. Though there is a level 5 elite boss, the rest are ordinary monsters, making it more suitable for us at present. Midnight Pig Killer agreed. Mad Blade Old Wong. Let's go there. Count me in. I'm begging for a carry. Let us move. First, we'll clear the wild monsters, then we'll take on the boss. Hangu noticed that 25 players, having completed the oath-taking ceremony, swiftly formed a large team and commenced their expedition, seemingly heading towards the skeleton scorpion cattle. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, very spirited. The hefty investment in establishing the forging workshop was certainly worthwhile. The substantial expenditure in hiring a resident blacksmith has proven to be fruitful. With the emergence of this equipment system, players' goals and aspirations have been amplified, and their enthusiasm and motivation have ascended to a new level. Chapter 21. Production Professions.as The Big Boss. Hangu could directly check the attributes of his subordinates, so he opened Yinling's panel for a glance before falling into contemplation. Name, Yinling. Level, 5. Race, Flame Fox. Profession, Blacksmith, Culinary Master. Basic attributes, Health points 50, Mana points 100, Strength 5, Agility 7, Spirit 13, Will 10. Abilities, Junior Blacksmith Level 6, 421-2000, Junior Culinary Master Level 3, 102-400. Yinling is also a denizen of the stars. Yet due to her status as a production worker rather than a lord, her attributes, despite being level 5, fall short compared to those of a level 1 Hangu. Yinling's overall combat prowess is rather feeble. Of course, as a blacksmith employed by the territory, she bears no obligation to engage in battle. According to Hangu's understanding, the efficacy of production-type professions hinges primarily on 2 dimensions. The first is one's own level. For instance, as Yinling is currently level 5, she qualifies as a first-tier blacksmith, thus can only forge first-tier equipment, and it is utterly impossible for her to craft second-tier items unless she transcends to level 11 to become a second-tier blacksmith. The second is the profession level. While the personal level determines the tier of the produced items, the profession level dictates the quality of the output. Taking blacksmithing as an example, a junior blacksmith can forge gray, ordinary quality, or white, excellent quality, equipment. In contrast, a mid-level blacksmith can produce green, superior quality. A senior blacksmith can create blue, rare quality. A blacksmith expert can craft purple, perfect quality. And a master blacksmith can forge pink, legendary quality. Yinling possesses abilities of Junior Blacksmith Level 6 and Junior Culinary Master Level 3, enabling her to produce white-quality equipment or food. Although her skills are not particularly formidable, their affordability renders them sufficiently practical at this stage. Hangu is reluctant to frequently replace the primary blacksmith. After all, the materials available in different planes and territories vary significantly, necessitating each blacksmith to adapt anew in a novel environment. Despite Yinling's limited abilities, as long as she proves obedient and useful, he considers establishing a long-term contract to nurture her. The responsibilities of crafting, enhancing, and repairing equipment rest upon the Lord. The more refined the army's equipment, the greater their combat strength. However, Hangu intends to provide unified armament and enhancement solely for the regular troops led by Zhang San and Li Si.as for the player-formed Plague Legion. That is a matter of self-funding. After all, the equipment system serves as an exceptional means of harvesting resources. For example, enhancing a piece of gray equipment costs only a single unit of first-tier ordinary material essence for each of the first 3 levels, an expense directly borne by the territory, yet it corresponds to a deduction of 10 contribution points from the player. How does the territory amass its reserve of material essence? Naturally, it originates from players hunting monsters, acquiring a plethora of useless materials, which are ultimately submitted through resource tasks and then transformed into foundational material reserves via core conversion. For every 10 units of first-tier ordinary materials collected and submitted by players, they earn 10 contribution points. In other words, the territory requires merely 1 contribution point for each unit of essence received. Not to mention that contribution points are essentially arbitrary numerical values. The material essence acquired at the cost of 1 contribution point ultimately returns to the players, who must then expend 10 times the contribution points to pay for it. This cycle of transactions results in the ruthless exploitation of players, generating substantial surplus value. Hangu can utilize these profits to develop the territory. Players are exerting themselves tirelessly to accumulate contribution points. Hangu will also directly refine some materials suitable for crafting equipment into finished gear, ultimately yielding profits that can multiply by dozens, or even more. Can players bypass the Lord to create equipment? Indeed. However, it proves futile. While players can gather their own materials to forge gear, Yanling, under Hangu's command, will impose a contribution point fee as the cost of crafting, thus still generating substantial profits, making little difference overall. In summary, the equipment system harbors a wealth of potential. This is merely the beginning. Hangu possesses ample strategies to relentlessly exploit and reap from the players, all while ensnaring them in a state of irresistible desire. The sole concern he must address is how to ensure maximum profit while fostering positive growth for the territory. The new employees are performing quite well. As the owner, I must offer encouragement. Hangu swaggered into the blacksmith workshop with 2 loyal guards. "Ah, my lord, what brings you here so suddenly?" Yanling exclaimed, startled to see the owner enter, especially since she had just crafted dozens of items and enhanced the weapons of several territory residents. Her stamina and mana had been entirely depleted, and she was currently recuperating, certainly not slacking off. The fox-eared maiden appeared anxious, fearing the Lord might be displeased with her work ethic. Securing employment these days is exceedingly challenging, and she cherishes this opportunity greatly. With a face full of concern for his subordinate, Hangu reassured her, "Do not be anxious. I am merely here to take a casual look. How does the work feel?" Yanling replied candidly, "Though the workload is somewhat greater than I anticipated, I believe I can manage it well. However, it seems that the vassal residents under your command are rather unconventional." Unconventional is an understatement. Typically, the vassals summoned by the Lord possess no self-awareness. Yet, these players not only exhibit self-awareness but do so in excess, treating this place as a mere game, which naturally leads to their brazen behavior. Even though the current players are a carefully selected high-quality group, they have nonetheless posed considerable challenges for Yanling. Fortunately, Hangu had anticipated such scenarios and arranged for 2 soldiers to maintain order, thereby preventing any disruption to the work. Aside from the peculiar soldiers, the contribution point system has also left her perplexed. She had never heard of a lord engaging in such whimsical practices within their territory. "Indeed, my territory is somewhat different from others, but that is of little consequence. I trust you will adapt in due course." Yes, Yanling did not dwell on it further. Some lords possess peculiar quirks, but how a lord chooses to indulge is their prerogative. As a mere laborer, her duty is to perform her role well. "What is the total contribution point revenue for today?" Reporting to my lord. "The total is 1,024 points. Hangu nodded in satisfaction. "Good. From now on, for every 100 contribution points the alchemy workshop receives, you will earn a commission of 1 contribution point." Commission? The Fire Fox girl looked utterly bewildered. Did this mean she would have to participate in the Lord's game as well? "However, I am merely a working girl. Who knows, I might leave next month. What use is there in contributing points?" Hangu seemed to penetrate the thoughts of the young girl and replied, "Contribution points are immensely valuable, beyond your imagination. I will grant you access to the NPC template, enabling you to issue quests. Trust me, as long as you can provide sufficient contribution points, these players would willingly brave fire and water for you, without a second thought. In the future, as long as the contribution points are sufficient, even the abyssal demon king or the offspring of the evil gods can be summoned. And should you desire higher grade materials, the the plague army will tirelessly strive against all odds to procure them for you. Yinling. This boss appears to have quite the penchant for jesting. Naturally, you can also exchange contribution points for other items, such as abyssal essence. Each contribution point can be exchanged for 1 point of essence. Surely, you do not wish to remain a mere first-tier novice craftsman for eternity. The voice of the Lord was filled with persuasion. Chapter 22. NPC template. What? Did I hear that correctly? Yinling's eyes widened in astonishment. Contribution points can be directly exchanged for essence. This was undeniably a tremendous allure for her. Craftsmen also require leveling up, and leveling up necessitates the consumption of essence. Whether enhancing one's own level or improving skill levels, a significant amount of essence is required to facilitate breakthroughs, and the cost of nurturing a high-tier craftsman can be exponentially more expensive than that of high-tier troops. Moreover, due to the contractual nature of the relationship between craftsmen and lords, as opposed to the absolute binding loyalty of bloodline kin, it is unlikely for a lord to expend considerable resources to cultivate a subordinate they have merely hired. The vast majority of production professionals possess a singular channel for acquiring essence, the meager amount that spills forth from extraordinary materials during the successful crafting of items. Although the quantity is exceedingly scarce, accumulating it gradually can still enhance one's abilities. Only craftsmen of sufficiently high rank are eligible to negotiate for essence supplies from territorial development. When Yinling entered into a contract with Hangu, she never even dared to contemplate such matters. On one hand, she was merely a novice craftsman with no qualification to share in the essence, and on the other, this human lord was just starting out. Where would they find surplus essence to train craftsmen? It is crucial to note that, unlike other resources, essence can only be stored within the core of the territory. This resource cannot be transferred, which implies it cannot be traded. Regardless of how vast their background or how formidable their abilities, lords meticulously gather essence bit by bit, as cultivating an army or forging a high-tier soldier is a bottomless pit. It has never been heard of a lord expending even a fraction of essence on their workers. For if the workers cannot keep pace with the territory's development, the lord can simply dismiss them and hire someone more capable. Lords have never had the obligation to nurture their workers. Can contribution points truly be exchanged for essence? The Flame Fox girl still found it hard to believe such a fortunate circumstance could exist. Of course, this is an exclusive benefit provided by the territory to its employees. As long as there is essence in reserve, you can exchange as many contribution points as you have for essence. As Hangu spoke, he shifted his tone. However, I still advise against using all your contribution points to exchange for vitality. You should wisely consider how to utilize these points to issue tasks, which in turn can compel the disaster army to generate even more contribution points. Having said this, he promptly instructed Xiaoba to activate the NPC panel for Yinling. Currently, the weapon workshop had accumulated a total of 1,000 contribution points. With a commission rate of 1%, Yinling possessed 10 contribution points at present. In addition to the contribution points section, the NPC panel featured a task publishing option. Yinling could offer contribution points as rewards to players for undertaking simple tasks, each of which would undergo scrutiny by Xiaoba to ensure alignment with the primary theme of territorial development. Consequently, to maximize her contribution points, Yinling must devise strategies to enhance both the sales and efficiency of the weapon workshop. For instance, consistently producing high-quality equipment for sale would increase her commission from sales, necessitating a substantial supply of high-quality materials, which in turn would require encouraging players to venture into perilous quests or hunt monsters. I will diligently manage the workshop and will never betray your nurturing, my lord. Yinling calculated with her fingers, realizing that if she could earn between 100,000 to even several millions of contribution points from players, the resulting commission would be quite significant, providing her with hope of swiftly advancing to an intermediate blacksmith. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you. May you grow alongside the territory, achieving mutual success. Hangu patted the shoulder of the fiery fox maiden, radiating an aura akin to divine light, which invigorated Yinling as if she had been injected with 10 vials of adrenaline. To her astonishment, encountering such a benevolent boss on her first day at work felt like an incredible stroke of luck. If she did not strive to repay this kindness through hard work, it would be utterly disgraceful. Disregarding any fatigue, she resolved to commence her efforts immediately. Hangu aimed not only to reap profits from players, but also to exploit the NPCs, a task that posed no difficulty for him. Vitality was the most coveted resource for other lords. After all, possessing ample vitality allowed one to forge a formidable army at will. However, vitality was perpetually in short supply. Yet for Hangu, this was not the case. Firstly, players were unafraid of death. For other territories, each loss of a high-tier unit translated to a permanent loss of thousands of vitality points. while Hangu welcomed the prospect of each player dying countless times, provided it did not excessively disrupt the gaming experience and lead to mass withdrawals. In this process, the disaster army would not only maintain its numbers, but also create a terrifying multiplier effect, exponentially increasing the territory's vitality reserves. In other words, Hangu possessed an abundance of vitality. What he lacked were magic crystals and other resources. Although Yinling's salary was not particularly high, it still amounted to hundreds of magic crystals each month, making her a rather lucrative asset. Hangu had now begun to implement a function allowing the exchange of magic stones for contribution points. Who said one must solely profit from players? Could one not also extract earnings from employees? What is the pinnacle of exploitation? It is not only to have workers toil tirelessly for one's benefit, but also to have them return their wages, or even borrow money to pay for their jobs, all the while doing so with enthusiasm and gratitude, fervently praising their employer. According to Hangu's understanding, elite production professionals possess certain methods to amass wealth. Thus, some blacksmiths and alchemists hold magical crystals and riches that rival those of lords of the same tier. This phenomenon transcends mere bountiful harvests. It has become akin to a veritable oil gusher of fortune. The primary reason Hangu opted to develop task templates for certain NPCs was to enhance the circulation efficiency of contribution points, thereby generating a greater abundance of these points and elevating the GDP of the territory. In the future, as the population and expanse of the territory grow, it would be impractical for Hangu to assign tasks to every player. Hence, he could utilize NPCs to assist in this endeavor. He firmly believes in the wisdom of the fourth calamity and the denizens of the stars. Given proper guidance, contribution points could be creatively utilized by both players and NPCs, regardless of their antics. For Hangu, who holds the authority over currency issuance, all contribution points are merely a string of numbers. As long as a consensus can be reached between players and NPCs, he can effortlessly profit from the minting tax. Moreover, Yinling is not only a blacksmith but also possesses culinary skills, which should not be neglected. Henceforth, let her take charge of the Lord's daily meals. With nothing pressing to attend to, Hangu idly browsed the internet and scrolled through forums, and before he knew it, quite some time had elapsed. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications erupted in his ears. Player Crazy Chopper has died. Vitality 600. Player Noodle Explosion has died. Vitality 400. Player Sword Comes from the West has died. Vitality 600. Player Lazy Fish Stab has died. Vitality 400. Player Black-Eyed Sharp Brother has died. Vitality 600. Player Leafyly has died. Vitality 600. What is happening? Another team wipe. Over 20 players have perished. Hangu had done nothing but lounge about like a lazy fish, merely engaging in some online browsing, and yet, his vitality reserves surged like a flood, leaving him with the impression that being a lord was a tad too comfortable. Chapter 23. All skills at maximum level. The core of the territory records the data of its citizens. Hangu grasped the general course of events. After forming a team of 25 players, they initially cleared out the newly spawned low-level monsters in the vicinity, then ventured to the riverbank approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away, where a plethora of skeletal goats and scorpion-tailed bulls resided. The former are level 4 ordinary monsters, while the latter are level 5. Challenging such formidable foes is exceedingly perilous. However, the enhancement of their equipment significantly bolstered the player's confidence. Although the skeletal goats and scorpion-tailed bulls are indeed powerful and perilous, they are, after all, mere beasts devoid of intelligence. With a series of traps and ambushes, coupled with their numerical advantage and teamwork, the players successfully dispatched them one by one. You have slain a skeletal goat. Vitality 80, Skeletal Goat Horn 7, Skeletal Goat Meat 8, Magic Stone Fragment 40. You have slain a skeletal goat. Vitality 80, Skeletal Goat Horn 6, Skeletal Goat Meat 9, Magic Stone Fragment 40. You have vanquished the Scorpion-Tailed Bison, gaining 100 Vitality, 10 Scorpion-Tailed Bison Hides, 11 Scorpion-Tailed Bison Meats, and 50 Magic Stone Fragments. In total, you have hunted 15 skeletal goats and 8 Scorpion-Tailed Bison. Haidong Rouge remains at level 4, while Yili, Ming, Guzhou, and Quang can have all ascended to level 4 in succession. Aside from the 4 level 4 players, 10 players represented by Xinyu Tusi and Guangdao Laowang have reached level 3, while the remaining 11 players are at level 2. After the monsters along the riverbank were nearly eradicated by the players, nearly 20 ordinary monsters and a boss remained. Due to their clustering, striking them down one by one proved exceedingly challenging, thus raising the difficulty of the challenge significantly. After much deliberation, the players resolved to proceed. Haidong Rouge, Xinyu Tusi, and other players, renowned gaming experts, understood that given their team's current prowess, The probability of defeating the elite boss without grasping its mechanics was virtually nil, especially with so many minor adversaries nearby. Rather than endeavoring in futility, they opted to face reality and prepare for a potential team wipe. This challenge primarily aimed to draw the boss's attention and eliminate as many surrounding monsters as possible, while concurrently familiarizing themselves with the boss's combat mechanisms. In essence, it was a preparation for future encounters. To this end, the group made a special return to their territory, exchanging surplus resources and magic stone fragments for contribution points, thus alleviating concerns over losing them upon death, while also amassing an opportunity for revival and retake. Hangu perused the detailed records in the territory log. A total of 405 first-tier ordinary materials, 421 portions of first-tier ordinary food, and 2,654 magic stone fragments were recovered. Hangu converted 202 materials into essence, while the remaining 203, primarily consisting of skeletal goat horns and scorpion-tailed bison venom needles, were excellent crafting materials for various equipment. The players, now prepared, issued a challenge to the skeletal scorpion-tailed bison. Haidong Rouge and others were tasked with drawing the boss's attention while simultaneously discerning its capabilities, while the other players seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on the minor creatures surrounding the skeletal scorpion-tailed bison. Ultimately, the outcome was inevitable. All 25 players perished. I had thought the players had once again met with disaster, but this time they had willingly embraced death, employing a suicidal assault to clear the minions and probe the mechanics. Hangu was clearly taken aback, exclaiming, "How ruthless, however, with an immortal body, one can indeed act with impunity." Regardless of whether it was a catastrophic failure or a strategic self-detonation, the ultimate beneficiary was Hangu. Master, this time 4 level 4 players, 10 level 3 players, and 11 level 2 players have perished, cumulatively contributing 9,150 points of reserve vitality to the territory. Your current total reserve of vitality stands at 9,650. Xiaoba summarized the data for reporting the complete annihilation of 25 low-level players has yielded such a bountiful return. Hangu remarked with satisfaction, in the future, with player numbers in the tens of thousands and levels continually rising, we shall surely harvest the nuclear-powered leak cutter until it smokes and ignites. Our immediate priority must be to devise strategies for increasing both revenue and population. Fiscal income has consistently posed a challenge. It takes 1,000 shards of magic stone to refine a single magic crystal. Although players benefit from a tenfold drop rate, the limited number of participants and their low levels make it implausible to cover deficits solely through monster hunting in a short period. Thus, alternative solutions must be contemplated. As for augmenting the population, upgrading the abyss barracks of the territory will enhance the population cap. Furthermore, during the development and expansion of the territory, continuous occupation of land will not only elevate the population limit but also boost financial income. Therefore, the pressing task is to identify regions that can be claimed, ideally the native towns of the Three Kingdoms era. Currently, the reserves of vital energy are ample, so there is no need for excessive frugality. Hangu has resolved to continue investing in himself. Vital energy reserves minus 3,000. Your flame arrow spell has reached its maximum level, granting you a permanent increase of 10 points to your mental attribute. Vital energy reserves minus 3,000. Your gale step has reached its maximum level, granting you a permanent increase of 10 points to your agility attribute. Vital energy reserves minus 3,000. Your healing spell has reached its maximum level, granting you a permanent increase of 10 points to your will attribute. The vital energy harvested by the 25 players in a single round was sufficient to elevate the remaining 3 skills to their peak levels. Hangu has successfully cultivated all his current skills to their utmost potential, significantly enhancing both their power and effects, while also bestowing an overall attribute boost of 10. The improvement in strength is immediately apparent. It is astounding to witness such advancement in just 2 days. I had anticipated a prolonged period of languishing within the territory. It is time for me to venture out. Given his present strength, Hangu estimates that within the first map, there are relatively few threats to contend with. Even in extreme circumstances, he possesses sufficient means for self-preservation, enabling him to lead players in confronting the core source of nightmares. Of course, this thought is fleeting. Now is not the moment to challenge the final boss. The initial area designated for the Lord's arrival is the simplest zone, aptly termed the Novice Village. Only thus is it possible to achieve the foundational progress and accumulation required in the early stages. Therefore, taking things slowly is not necessarily a disadvantage. Although Hangu's own strength has been increasingly impressive, most of the foundational infrastructure within his territory remains undeveloped, and the personnel of both the Disaster Legion and the regular army are too few in number. It is unwise to rush headlong into achievements. Patience is key. First, accumulate resources, and then nurture the army, my lord. The players have set off once more. Indeed, it is amusing that these new recruits grow quickly and even throw themselves into the scythe willingly, which lightens my burden. 20 individuals have amassed sufficient revival fees. They have chosen to resurrect directly before embarking once again toward the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull, this time to formally challenge the boss. Theoretically, the more players perish, the better. However, in practice, player experience must also be taken into account. If a game becomes excessively punishing, stripping players of any sense of enjoyment, it may dampen their enthusiasm for adventure and even lead to a mass exodus from the game, ultimately diminishing the territory's overall efficacy. Nevertheless, it appears that this minor setback poses no real challenge to the players. Quite the opposite, it seems to ignite their desire for conquest, rendering intervention unnecessary for the time being. Hangu Rouge, Shinyu Tusi, and other seasoned players have already begun to probe the battle mechanics of the boss. However, given their current capabilities, vanquishing a level 5 elite remains a formidable challenge, and it seems inevitable that casualties will occur. We await the triumphant news from Yoxiong. Shortly thereafter, 20 players returned to the scene. The corpses they had previously left behind had vanished with their resurrection, and the bodies of the monsters scattered across the ground were evaporating into nothingness. Only 8 common monsters remained, huddled around the boss creature, the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull. Although the smaller monsters had yet to respawn, the presence of these 8 still posed a significant challenge. Shinyu Tusi remarked as he observed the boss from a distance. Hangu Rouge nodded in agreement. Let us divide our roles. One group will focus on the boss while the other handles the minions. Yet, the usually taciturn Gu Zhou raised an objection. This boss has an excessively high health pool and formidable combat power. If we disperse our strength, we might risk collapsing under pressure. Why? Ely pondered for a moment, scratching his bald head. So, what do you suggest? Gu Zhou replied. I will engage the boss alongside Rouge to draw its attention. Meanwhile, you should swiftly eliminate the minions and then concentrate all our might on the boss. Agreed. I concur. This is a more prudent approach, however. The burden on Rouge and Gu Zhou would be considerable. Hangu Rouge contemplated this strategy carefully. Indeed, it seemed more effective. He had confidence in his skills, and Gu Zhou's strength was equally impressive. Both were agile level 4 rangers, so they should manage to evade for a short while without issue. Chapter 24. The hunt for the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull. Let us commence. Everyone, give it your all. Victory is assured this time. The players encouraged one another, each feeling a surge of tension and excitement. It felt as though this was no longer a mere game, but a genuine hunt. Gu Zhou found his position and aimed at the boss's forehead, launching a flaming feathered arrow. 28. The fire arrow pierced the outer exoskeleton, inflicting considerable damage. Although it was far from lethal, it successfully provoked the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull, which let out a deep, resonant roar before preparing to charge. Be cautious. Hangu Rouge warned. One of the boss's abilities was the death charge, enabling it to surge forward at speeds exceeding 200 yards, an assault nearly impossible to evade. However, prior to executing this skill, it performed 3 preparatory movements. This intelligence had been acquired at great cost to the players. Gu Zhou deftly sidestepped to prevent other players from being caught in a straight line. His eyes locked onto the bull. The moment it completed its 3rd preparatory motion, he executed a swift roll to the side. In the next instant, with a deafening rush through the air, the massive body of the bull barreled past. Though the speed of the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull's charge was astonishing, its inability to alter direction during the attack provided a window for well-timed evasive maneuvers. Naturally, this demanded high levels of operational awareness and quick reflexes. The solitary boat not only evaded the assault, but also capitalized on the swift movements of the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull in a fleeting moment. It deftly drew a short sword, leaving a gash that inflicted damage. 11. Well done. Yi Liming could not contain his exhilaration. He speculated that the solitary boat must be a disguise of a top-tier deity, as its operational awareness, agility, and skills were undoubtedly on par with the finest of masters. No ordinary individual could possess such prowess. The skeletal scorpion-tailed bull halted momentarily, its tail raised high, poised to strike. Danger. It was the scorpion-tail's lethal thrust. This attack boasted an astonishing speed, with a 3-meter radius encompassing its lethal range, making it impossible for even a level 4 ranger to evade. In the face of such overwhelming velocity, no amount of skill could suffice. Black-eyed Ruegu swiftly loosed a formidable fire feather arrow, once again inflicting damage upon the bull's head, followed by a barrage of ordinary arrows to disrupt its assault, successfully interrupting its attack. The creature, now incensed, charged forward with a deadly rush. Black-eyed Ruegu, well prepared, nimbly evaded the onslaught. While the two rangers skillfully restrained the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull boss, other players seized the opportunity to split into 4 groups, coordinating their efforts to launch attacks against the remaining monsters. Flame Arrow Spell. Qi Mei Wang Liang, wielding a 4-short staff, unleashed a fire arrow that repelled a skeletal horned goat. Yi Liming roared and charged forth, brandishing a white-quality battle knife to deliver a decisive beheading strike. What a rush! After weapon enhancement, slaying monsters felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. It was simply splendid. Seizing the moment, Yi Liming dashed towards the nearest scorpion-tailed bull, activating his iron armor technique to withstand a blow from the beast, suffering nearly half his health in the process while also succumbing to a poisoned state. However, Yi Liming's combat style was ferociously aggressive. Disregarding the attack, he cleaved the bull in 2, while Quang Dao Lao Wang swiftly followed up with another strike, dispatching the level 5 creature. Quick, heal, shouted Xian Yu 2Ci, as Midnight Pig Butcher and Dawn's First Light simultaneously cast healing spells. Yi Liming's wounds healed rapidly, restoring his lost health, though the poison still lingered, causing gradual loss. Yet, it no longer posed a fatal threat. Time was of the essence to eliminate the remaining monsters. Yi Liming, alongside Qi Mei Wang Liang and Quang Dao Lao Wang, unleashed a relentless onslaught, systematically toppling ordinary foes in their coordinated attacks until only the elite boss, the solitary warrior, remained out of course. During this endeavor, the players had incurred the cost of 3 lives. Ha ha ha, 17 against 1. How could we possibly lose? I hope for an abundance of exquisite materials. Midnight Pig Butcher laughed with a mischievous glee. Quang Dao Lao Wang retorted gruffly, "You gluttonous fool, refrain from jinxing us. Focus on healing the wounded." The skeletal scorpion-tailed bull possessed formidable defenses and a substantial health pool, primarily employing ramming charges and scorpion tail strikes as its main offensive tactics. Although being struck resulted in instant demise, the mechanics were not overly complex, making it manageable to confront. Black-eyed Rue Gu and the solitary boat's conventional attacks and arrows could not breach the bull's defenses. Though fire feather arrows could inflict damage upon its head and bypass some defenses, their limited quantity was insufficient to secure a kill. Allow me to take charge. As Yi Liming seized the opportunity while the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull was occupied with several rangers and sorcerers, he stealthily maneuvered into its blind spot to launch a surprise attack. With a swift stroke, he struck the beast's back, inflicting nearly 30 points of damage instantaneously. Effective. The warrior's output was remarkably high. Yi Liming, equipped with enhanced white gear, demonstrated that it was no surprise for him to breach defenses with a single blow. Moreover, after landing his strike, he prudently retreated without greed, escaping unscathed before the creature could retaliate. Heikong Rouge and Guzhou continued to draw its ire, while sorcerers like Qimei and Xilingdang intermittently unleashed fire arrows to divert attention. The skeletal scorpion-tailed bull, beleaguered from all sides, soon revealed another vulnerability, which Yi Liming seized to inflict further damage. After several cycles of engagement, its health had diminished by 2/3. However, Guisangua differs from traditional games, as it is not solely a numbers game. Once the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull's vitality waned to a certain threshold, it could only sustain minor wounds without suffering significant damage. Only critical hits would suffice to bring it down. Additionally, the creature's aggro was unstable, often going berserk and launching indiscriminate attacks. In one such instance, a death charge eliminated 4 players, including Xilingdang, in an instant. With 13 players remaining, victory still seemed probable. The skeletal scorpion-tailed bull was gravely injured, its speed and condition evidently declining. Yet, just as the players felt assured, a low growl emanated from the beast. Moo, roar. Its body visibly shrank, with a significant amount of blood pooling towards its tail, causing it to swell grotesquely, transforming into a formidable, dark, and thick appendage, resembling a fearsome black club. What was happening? What was it planning? This was an unfamiliar tactic. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a series of blood-red poisonous stingers shot forth from the creature's tail with astonishing speed, piercing through 7 players present, one of which struck Heikong Rouge directly in the chest. 232, fatal critical hit. Damn. Heikong Rouge had never anticipated that the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull would transform into a projectile warrior, launching stingers for a ranged assault. Caught entirely off guard, 7 players were obliterated in an instant. Even as the bull rapidly lost the remaining fragments of its vitality, it was evident that such an attack came at a significant cost. A last resort employed only in dire circumstances. Old Yi, I'll cover you. We only have one chance, Guzhou declared, drawing his bow and releasing the final fire feather arrow, striking the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull squarely in the head. Reclaiming the boss's attention, in the next moment, a wave of venomous blood spears surged forth. There was no evasion. This was an unavoidable death. Several blood spears pierced through Guzhou's body, pinning him to the ground behind him, and he was inevitably eliminated. Why, good brother? Yi Liming's eyes turned crimson. Though it was merely a game, witnessing a comrade fall before him ignited a surge of passion within him. At this moment, the boss still possessed over 100 health points. A single strike would not suffice to finish it off. Yet, the opportunity that Guzhou had bought with his life could not be squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Liming charged directly towards the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull Mu. The skeletal scorpion-tailed bull sensed the looming threat. If it were to revert to its normal state, a single strike from its scorpion tail would suffice to eliminate any nearby target. However, once it entered long-range attack mode, the agility of the scorpion tail diminished significantly. Die, you bastard! Yi Liming screamed in a fit of rage as he swung his flaming battle blade, the blade's glimmer cutting through the air and sparking faint flames, ultimately delivering a heavy blow to the neck of the colossal bull, embedding the blade 5 inches deep into the flesh and inflicting a massive wound. Simultaneously, a sharp stinger shot forth from the scorpion tail, piercing Yi Liming's heart instantly. 118, critical hit. You have slain the skeleton scorpion bull. Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Liming. You have achieved the first kill of the skeleton scorpion bull, earning 600 points of vitality and 600 points of contribution. Ding! You have leveled up to level 5, gaining 10 health, 3 strength, 2 agility, 1 spirit, and 1 willpower. Minus 252, fatal critical hit. Ha ha ha! I actually succeeded. Yi Liming, initially in disbelief, soon erupted into joyous laughter, collapsing in ecstasy and satisfaction, as if he had accomplished a monumental feat. Chapter 25. The villagers who could have anticipated such an outcome? Only the Midnight Butcher remained on the scene, frantically hacking away on the street. Alongside the Madman King of Blades and the Dawn, Yi Liming's desperate strike had miraculously dealt a critical blow, successfully slaying the boss. Yet he too was taken down by the boss's final attack, resulting in a mutual demise. This game is indeed thrilling and filled with fervor. Brother Ming is a true man. This was truly a spectacular counterattack. The Midnight Butcher exclaimed in admiration. The scarred face of the King of Blades was also filled with respect. Impressive. Impressive. Who would have thought a reversal could happen? Yi Liming and the skeleton scorpion bull perished together, leaving no time to claim the spoils of battle. At this moment, only 4 players remained, and it could be said they had struck gold, but the question remained. Who would collect the loot? The materials were one matter, but the vitality points were another, as they could not be traded. Without a vitality contract, the player who looted the spoils would claim the vitality for themselves. The players who contributed most to the battle were Heitong Ruegu, Guzhou, and Yi Liming. Logically, they should be the ones to receive the vitality. Unfortunately, all 3 had perished, and even if they could resurrect, it would take at least half an hour to return. According to experiments conducted by the players, the loot orbs dropped by monsters would remain for a considerable duration, but the vitality would rapidly dissipate within 5 minutes until completely vanishing. Time was running out. We should go collect the drops from other minor monsters, the King of Blades suggested. The Midnight Butcher nodded in agreement, stating, since we were able to come here and grind monsters, Uncle Blade has made significant contributions. Moreover, his skills are on par with Ruegu and Zhougu, and he could play a more crucial role in the future. The Dawn, a member of the Lazy faction, had no objections. Uncle Blade was surprised that the two would grant him such a substantial amount of experience. Yet he was a straightforward person and did not hesitate to express his gratitude. After acknowledging the favor, he stepped forward to collect the spoils. Essence of Abyss 850, Fragment of Magic Stone 1000, Premium Scorpion Tail Leather 40, Premium Scorpion Tail Meat 30, Skeleton Scorpion Tail Gem 5. Ding! You have leveled up to level 4, Health 10, Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 1, Will 1. Ding! You have leveled up to level 5, Health 10, Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 1, Will 1. The formidable Quan Dao Lao Wang has surged 2 levels in a row, ascending from level 3 to level 5, overtaking the likes of Guzhou and Heitong Ruegu, thus becoming the second level 5 player following Yi Liming. Truly astonishing. Although Quan Dao Lao Wang had anticipated the bountiful rewards from the skeleton scorpion tail bull, he could never have imagined them to be this plentiful. Beyond a wealth of experience points, there lies an impressive quantity of magic stones and materials. Premium Scorpion Tail Leather, a Tier 1 material of white quality, suitable for crafting various white-grade armors. Premium Scorpion Tail Meat, A Tier 1 ingredient of white quality can be cooked into food that rapidly restores health, providing a temporary boost to strength upon consumption. Skeleton Scorpion Tail Gem, a Tier 1 material of white upper-grade quality, an exceedingly rare enhancement material infused with potent poison energy, usable for upgrading gray or white equipment. What a remarkable harvest, of course. Quan Dao Lao Wang would not hoard the spoils for himself. Having already gained a substantial amount of experience points, these resources would undoubtedly be shared with others. With a limited number of players during the initial test, unity is essential for progress. The Midnight Pig Killer and the Rampaging Street Slasher, alongside the Dawn, have already gathered the drops from the minor monsters. The essence from the dozen or so minor monsters is also quite considerable, allowing Dawn to ascend to level 4. This wave of fortune is simply exhilarating. It's an incredible windfall. We'll discuss it upon our return. The 4 of them collected their spoils and prepared to head back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air resounded as several black arrows shot towards them. Be careful, Quan Dao Lao Wang, sensing imminent danger, swiftly alerted his companions. However, having just emerged from an intense battle, the players were relaxing, making them vulnerable and unable to react in time. -56, -101, critical hit, -53, -205, fatal critical hit. The Midnight Pig Killer, Rampaging Street Slasher, and Dawn had not even grasped the situation before they fell. Who is it? Show yourself. Quan Dao Lao Wang promptly activated his iron armor skill, managing to withstand a volley of arrows. Though he incurred some injuries in the process, he quickly pinpointed the direction from which the cold arrows had originated. A thicket near the riverbank. No response came. More arrows flew towards him. Aware that even with the protection of iron armor, he could not remain unscathed against such formidable projectiles, he skillfully dodged the incoming attacks and swiftly charged towards the thicket. At that moment, a burly figure, with a face full of ruggedness, suddenly sprang forth. The man was clad in tattered linen garments, bearing a black longbow and quiver on his back, with a machete hanging at his waist, suggesting he was either a mountain dweller or a hunter. Hushy Villager, Level 4 Elite Unit. Description: the renowned Blade King, once convinced that he was merely facing the yellow-turbaned demon soldiers he had encountered before, now found himself confronted with a reality starkly different from his expectations. This individual appeared to be an ordinary person, seemingly untouched by demonic transformation, an indigenous NPC. Should he still engage in combat? However, the villagers of Hushy Village swiftly drew their chopping knives, unwavering in their intent, and launched a direct assault. The villagers, possessing the prowess of level 4 elites, were unlikely to be significantly weaker than the skeletal scorpion-tailed bulls. Even in a scenario where he exerted his utmost effort, the probability of the Blade King defeating his opponent was minuscule, especially considering his momentary hesitation as he struck. At the instant their blades clashed, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain descended upon him. The disparity in strength and physicality between the two was glaring. Thus, after a single engagement, the Blade King's weapon was deflected, sending him staggering backwards several meters, barely maintaining his balance. In the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and he was swiftly decapitated by a second strike. Such swiftness in the blade. The Blade King widened his eyes, feeling a twinge of unwillingness and defeat. What was happening? Could it be that even the villagers in this world possessed such formidable strength? At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the reeds, all appearing as villagers dressed as hunters, yet their auras were noticeably weaker than that of the one who had just defeated the Blade King, not significantly surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary player at this stage. Elinyo, are you all right? Where did these people come from? They bore no trace of abyssal energy, suggesting they were not corrupted beings. Just then, several more villagers appeared, among them Linyo, the one who had slain the Blade King. He appeared to be the leader of this group, and as he gazed at the corpse on the ground, he too seemed momentarily taken aback. Although not creatures born from nightmares, the arrival of outsiders posed a considerable threat. The location of the village must remain concealed to prevent others from coveting the Fortune Stone. Indeed, we are surrounded by nightmare pollution. Without the protection of the Fortune Divine Stone, we would not have survived to this day. At that moment, a sharp-eyed villager exclaimed, "There's one alive." The crowd then spotted a portly figure stealthily slithering along the ground. It was the Midnight Pig Slaughterer. Perhaps fortune had favored him, or perhaps his ample flesh provided some cushioning, allowing him to evade a fatal shot, and with timely healing to recover his wounds, he had miraculously survived the assault. Kill him! To eliminate future threats, Linyo raised his chopping knife, ready to strike. The Midnight Pig Slaughterer, realizing he could not escape, shouted, "Hey, who exactly are you people? We bear no grudges, yet you suddenly attack me. This is an ambush, utterly devoid of martial ethics. Hold on. An elder villager intervened, stopping Li Niu from silencing him. Their origins were highly suspicious. It was prudent to inquire further. Why not take him back for thorough interrogation? It would also allow Elder Wei to have a look. Li Niu deemed this rationale sound, and promptly bound the midnight pig slaughterer tightly. Subsequently, they hoisted him like a pig and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 26. Triggering the plot quest. Player Haidong Rouge has perished, gaining 600 vitality. Player Guizhou has fallen, gaining 600 vitality. Player Yi Liming has met his end, gaining 900 vitality. Player Guangdao Laowang has succumbed, gaining 900 vitality. Ding! You have annexed a secondary abyssal nightmare source. Your talent points have increased by 1. News of victories continues to pour in. Yet another complete annihilation. Fortunately, all those who perished were players. Otherwise, with such a casualty rate, Hangu might have to consider packaging himself for a wealthy patron. Even so, he could hardly bear the cost of expanding his territory. Despite the near-total obliteration, the players successfully hunted the boss. This skeletal scorpion-tailed bull was also a secondary source of contamination, thereby granting Hangu a precious talent point. This time, 2 level 5 players perished, 3 level 4 players, 9 level 3 players, and 6 level 2 players. Although the numbers were fewer than before, the quality had improved. A total of 8,700 vitality was generated, bringing the reserve to 9,300 vitality. After expending 600 as a first kill reward, the available reserve remains a robust 8,700 vitality. Having reached level 6 with all 4 skills maxed out, Hangu finds no pressing need to enhance his strength at the moment. After careful consideration, he decides to invest in nurturing his elite personal guard. The 8 guards have already ascended to level 3. Ascending from level 3 to level 4 requires 400 vitality, and from level 4 to level 5 requires 700 vitality. Vitality reserve minus 3,200. Hangu promptly elevates all 8 soldiers to level 4, leaving him with 5,350 vitality, insufficient to elevate each soldier to the next level. Thus, he decides to upgrade Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu. Vitality reserve minus 2,800. Remaining vitality reserve, 2,700. Vitality reserve minus 1,000. You have upgraded the Abyssal Warrior, Zhang San's Iron Armor skill to level 9. Vitality reserve -1,000. You have upgraded the Abyssal Sorcerer, Wang Wu's Flame Arrow spell to level 9. That's sufficient. After this round of enhancements, the strength of the 8 kin soldiers has significantly increased. Although the investment is considerable, it is undeniably essential. Hangu must ensure that his territory possesses an absolutely selfless and disciplined armed force. This NPC army serves not only as a safety net in times of danger, but also to maintain order among the players. Given the necessity of regulating player behavior, it is only natural to possess a power that surpasses that of the players. Once the regular army's strength has gradually increased, Hangu will begin to offer more quests, thereby funneling vitality resources back to the players, enhancing their strength in turn, ultimately creating a virtuous cycle that ensures the territory's power continues to grow. Master, a player has been captured by the natives, Xiaoba reminded. Hangu nodded slightly. Yes, I see it is quite surprising to encounter natives so soon, but this is indeed a fortuitous event for the development of the territory. What do we mean by natives? Su Feng in the dilapidated village does not count. Although Su Feng was once a figure from the era of the Three Kingdoms, it is evident that he has now succumbed to corruption, belonging instead to the realm of abyssal beings, no longer a native of the Three Kingdoms. The term native refers to the original inhabitants who remain untainted by abyssal pollution. They lack any immortal traits and cannot be revived upon death. If they succumb to death while tainted, they may transform into new abyssal creatures. Hangu refrained from immediate intervention, hoping to seize the opportunity to locate the settlement of the natives, as their towns often present excellent targets for conquest. At this moment, the territory's finances were severely in deficit, unable to sustain itself with the meager rewards from players defeating monsters. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most expedient means of acquiring wealth was through plunder. The Midnight Pig Slayer found himself aboard a small boat hidden among the reeds, rowed by 2 villagers towards the western bank of the river. The entire situation left him in a state of bewilderment, yet he eventually discerned that these individuals had no intention of killing him. What was happening? Had he triggered a hidden storyline? Could he truly be so fortunate? Wait, why had they captured him? Surely the game must have an age restriction mechanism in place. In the event of an unusual circumstance, should he choose to forcibly log off, commit virtual suicide, or endure the situation? Li Niu observed the captive's expression shift from confusion to astonishment, followed by excitement and elation. ultimately settling on a visage of disgust and concern, yet fear was conspicuously absent. What was going on? This individual appeared free from any signs of corruption. Why did his behavior seem so peculiar? Hey, what exactly are you doing? Why have you captured me? Are you planning to ransom me? But I am a pauper with no money. You wouldn't have any peculiar needs, would you? To be honest, I have suffered from severe constipation since childhood, and I haven't relieved myself in the past 30 days. I also suffer from severe colonic ulcers and hemorrhoids. Why aren't you speaking? Your large knife looks impressive. What quality is your bow? May I take a glance? Why are you looking at me like that? Your gaze is quite unsettling. Linyo's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, the midnight pig slayer found himself engulfed in darkness. Ding, you have been knocked unconscious and will awaken in approximately 38 minutes. The midnight pig slayer had lost connection with his character, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. He could actually be knocked out. And for such an extended period? Why did the developers insist on making the game so realistic? He decided to forcibly log off and return to the real world. He would first inform Haitong Rue Gu and the others via text message. Recounting the situation to AT that moment, Haitong Rue Gu and the others had already gathered insights from Quang Dao Lao Wang and Chen Shi, and upon receiving the Midnight Pig Slayer's intelligence, they all recognized the significance of the event. This was undoubtedly a trigger for a hidden storyline. The 32 players convened immediately to discuss the matter, as for why there were 32 players. Due to the daily release of 10 internal test slots for the game GUS Hangu, a fresh batch of players gained access approximately half an hour ago. They had barely managed to defeat a few monsters when they heard of the activation of a hidden storyline, prompting them to rush over to join the excitement. The current situation is quite clear. It seems that our commotion, while hunting the skeletal scorpion-tailed bull, attracted the attention of nearby indigenous villagers. They not only eliminated Lao Wang, Qin Xiong, and Chen Shimei but also captured Lao Zhu. This game is indeed filled with unexpected surprises. Who would have thought that such random encounters could occur? Fortunately, it is Lao Zhu who has been taken rather than the girl. Otherwise, given the game's level of freedom, it would be difficult to predict what might transpire next. However, I believe the game should have mandatory protective measures in place, such as a system-determined forced death. But that is not the crux of the matter now. How should we rescue Lao Zhu? Is there any way to ascertain his location? Currently, no. Lao Zhu has been knocked unconscious and is unaware of his whereabouts. However, judging by the direction the villagers are paddling, he should be located somewhere along the western bank of the river. If we don't even know his location, how can we take action? I think it wise to refrain from hasty measures. Perhaps these indigenous villagers are not enemies after all. Indeed, this world is rife with mutated monsters and characters, and it would be a shame to lose substantial narrative opportunities by recklessly attacking the only normal individuals we have encountered. Each person voiced their opinions, yet no one could reach a consensus. Suddenly, Qi Mei Wang Liang suggested, "Let us directly seek the Lord's assistance." Why? Li Meng retorted. The Lord has always been as lethargic as a salted fish. Would he truly intervene? Haitong Rue Go countered. It is worth a try. After all, the emergence of unidentified forces near the territory warrants reporting to the Lord. Soon after, Qi Mei Wang Liang represented the players in the Lord's hall for an audience. Hangu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "I understand. This matter will not go unattended. However, your current strength is insufficient to confront a group of indigenous people." What does that mean? Is the Lord going to intervene personally? As the crowd speculated in confusion, they suddenly all received a notification. Ding! Quest triggered successfully. Quest name: Exterminate the village of Hashi. Quest objective: Follow the Lord to seize the village of Hashi. Quest reward: Earn 50 to 500 contribution points based on performance. Is this lethargic Lord really going to take action? There has long been considerable debate regarding the Lord's strength. Some believe it to be unfathomable, while others deem him quite weak. Perhaps the forthcoming events will reveal the truth. Chapter 27. Money can move mountains. Hangu did not act immediately. After all, the Midnight Pig Killer had only just been captured and had not yet been transported to the village of Hashi. At this moment, he was still unaware of the village's exact location, necessitating further observation through the Lord's perspective. Regarding the players who have endured 8 consecutive hours of intense combat, both their in-game avatars and their real selves require a period of recuperation, making it ill-suited to immediately embark on tasks that demand considerable travel. The Lord has decreed. Action will commence in 2 hours. In the meantime, we can prepare ourselves. This time, we have amassed a significant bounty from slaying dozens of mountain goats and ferocious bulls, acquiring a wealth of materials including the horns of skeletal sheep, scorpion-tailed cowhide, and hundreds of portions of beef and lamb. Additionally, We have gathered up to 40 high-quality leather pieces and 10 gemstones for weapon enhancement, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Of course, not all materials were brought back. For instance, the premium leather and gemstones dropped by the boss. Although the fierce warrior, Old Wong, managed to collect them in time, he lost 30% due to his demise. As the players divided the spoils and made their way to the alchemy workshop, they were halted at the entrance by 2 NPC soldiers. Zhang San, with a stoic expression, stated, "Halt. His Excellency Yin Ling has just collapsed from exhaustion and must rest for a time. If you wish to purchase equipment, you may select it at the door. For any crafting services, you must return tomorrow." What on earth is happening? Our crafting apprentice has fainted. Are these NPCs really that dedicated to their work? Third brother, fourth brother, please lend us a hand. I promise to treat you to a meal later. The sharp-eyed Heidong Rue pleaded with the 2 NPC soldiers, his face a picture of ingratiation. We have just gathered a plethora of materials and urgently require crafting assistance. Surely you could at least report our needs? Zhang San remained impassive. No. This is the Lord's command. Li Si echoed the sentiment. His Excellency Yin Ling requires rest. This posed quite a predicament. As personal guards to the Lord, Zhang San and Li Si were emotionless automatons, unwavering in their execution of the Lord's orders without room for negotiation or bribery. I have already rested, came a slightly weakened yet melodious voice. The players beheld a petite figure with a curvaceous silhouette, her appearance charming yet alluring, a fox-eared girl emerging. Despite her pallid complexion, her eyes sparkled with vitality, akin to a person starved for 3 days suddenly encountering a herd of plump sheep. Zhang San and Li Si were momentarily at a loss. The Lord forbade players from disturbing the crafting apprentice, yet if she insisted on working, they could not hinder her and had no choice but to acquiesce. Yin Ling, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What do you desire? Crafting, repairs, or enhancements?" How diligent she is, despite being an NPC. One cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy. "Are you feeling all right?" Xiao Lingding couldn't help but express concern. The other players shared her worry. The territory's sole crafting apprentice could not afford to falter. Yin Ling dismissed their concerns. "I am not so fragile. Even if I were to collapse, I have several potions of recovery prepared at home. At present, my work is of utmost importance, impressive. Truly an exemplar of diligence." The NPC's unwavering commitment to serve the players greatly enhanced their regard for her. Without further ado, the players presented the necessary materials and proceeded with their inquiries. These various items are all materials for equipment. The horn of the skeletal sheep can be refined into gray intermediate-length staves, while the leather from ordinary scorpion-tailed cattle can be crafted into gray intermediate-grade leather armor. As for the premium scorpion-tailed cattle leather, it can even be fashioned into white inferior-grade leather armor. Yinling, with a glimmer of thoughtfulness in her eyes, remarked, "However, these 2 new materials are somewhat unfamiliar to me, and I require some time to comprehend their characteristics. I would suggest that you take them to the hall to exchange for contribution points." Heitong, the astute brother, inquired, "Isn't it possible to directly refine them into equipment?" Yinling patiently elucidated, "First-tier ordinary and premium materials are relatively common, so the cost of customizing equipment does not differ significantly from purchasing it outright. While using materials to commission equipment from me could prevent others from getting a head start, it also carries the risk of a failed refinement, resulting in a total loss. Given that the current population in the territory is not substantial, and the supply of materials is quite ample, there won't be any immediate shortage of equipment. Rather than risk customization, it would be wiser to exchange them for contribution points at the hall. This approach offers 2 advantages. First, you can earn a sum of contribution points for other expenditures. Second, these materials will eventually flow into the workshop, allowing you to purchase ready-made equipment from me within a day or 2. Ah, so that is the case. Yinling indeed does not consider players as outsiders. She genuinely cares for their welfare. Observing that the players were swayed by her words, Yinling felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to herself, "I am truly clever." She aimed to earn players' contribution points, which necessitated that they possess some. If players were destitute, how could the workshop generate more profits? Thus, she encouraged players to exchange their materials for contribution points, ensuring they had enough to spend. Ultimately, those materials would still find their way into the alchemical workshop, where they would be transformed into equipment under Yinling's expertise. Ready-made equipment, though slightly pricier than customized items, would enhance her performance, especially since players purchasing ready-made items would not bear the risk of an unlikely refinement failure. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. At this moment, her sole focus was on 3 objectives: earn contribution points, and earn even more contribution points. The players, upon reflection, found merit in Yinling's arguments. Since they could not immediately refine equipment, It was better to exchange their materials for substantial contribution points to purchase other gear or enhancement services. Every 10 units of first-tier ordinary materials could be exchanged for 10 contribution points, and each unit of first-tier premium materials could also be traded for 10 contribution points. Some players had even begun to engage in trade, with each contribution point being inflated to over 100 currency units. Although contribution points could not be traded directly, they could be acquired from players in exchange for materials or magic stones. For casual players, this was undeniably a boon. While contribution points were scarce, they were not overly difficult to earn. A few chickens could easily cover a child's tuition for a year. If one were to hunt and slay monsters tirelessly each day, it could easily amount to a daily wage in the thousands or even tens of thousands, a lucrative endeavor that would tempt anyone. I must resign. I absolutely must resign. I will go full-time into gaming. I can no longer endure that wretched job. With its engaging gameplay and the potential for profit, where else could one find such an opportunity? My wife not only refrains from complaining about my gaming obsession, but she might even elevate me to a position of reverence. This sentiment resonates with many players. Although the current number of gamers is relatively small, figures such as Yi Li Ming and the affluent second-generation player Xiao Lingdang, among others, possess considerable wealth and are entirely capable of consuming available resources. Given the scarcity of contribution points, it is entirely plausible that prices may continue to rise in the future. The game Gui Sangua undeniably holds immense potential. Even before a large-scale public test, its economic value has already begun to manifest. Hangu observes the behaviors of his subjects and considers the current situation not entirely unfavorable. After all, the driving force of profit is indeed the primary productive force, applicable to both the NPC Yanling and the players alike. Naturally, he will remain vigilant. Should players engage in speculative overheating or hoarding that disrupts the flow of resources, Hangu will implement necessary measures, such as establishing daily limits on resource tasks. I shall log off to indulge in a takeout meal. I too will take a brief respite. Alas, I have not closed my eyes for nearly a full day and night. If only the toll of sleeplessness were merely the loss of leg hair. Are there any friends online? If the mission commences ahead of schedule, please notify me at once. I certainly do not wish to miss such a significant plot development. Rest assured, absolutely, players exchange pleasantries, some attending to their meals, others to their restrooms, while their avatars remain in the barracks dormitory, swiftly regaining vitality. Approximately an hour later, Xiaoba remarked, "Master, the player Midnight Pig Killer has arrived at Hashi Village." Utilizing his lordly vision, Hangu pinpointed Midnight Pig Killer's location, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had finally discovered a promising area to occupy, and his territory was poised to take its first step towards expansion. Chapter 28. The disciple of a great mentor as Midnight Pig Killer logged back in. Ding. You have fallen into a state of unconsciousness, expected to awaken in 4 minutes. Blasted, still unconscious. After waiting 4 or 5 minutes, his senses gradually returned. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself bound in an ethereal symbol upon a wooden post. Surrounding him were at least 100 villagers, men, women, old and young, most appearing gaunt and malnourished, curiously observing him with a blend of caution and wariness, as if he were a rare creature on display. There was no hint of distortion or corruption. These villagers were indeed normal people. The world of Gui Sangua certainly contains its share of ordinary folk. The mischievous spirit girl would surely find this intriguing, as it presents a significant discovery ripe for narrative exploration. Speaking of which, the game's production is filled with sincerity. Even the ordinary NPC villagers are vividly lifelike. Although Midnight Pig Killer could not fully discern his surroundings, it was evident that he was in a secluded village nestled within a canyon. Housing perhaps 1 to 200 inhabitants, a few young men emerged, brandishing various implements of torture, with the leader being none other than Lin Yo, the one who had captured him. What is this? An intense interrogation? Is the game this thrilling? To be on the safe side, he adjusted his pain sensitivity from 10 to 1. Hehe, is it not merely punishment? At present, I can only sense a fraction of 1% of pain. Even enduring all 10 tortures of the Manchu dynasty would pose no challenge. With this thought, the Midnight Pig Killer felt emboldened. In fact, he found this experience quite novel. Who are you? From whence do you hail? What purpose do you serve? Lin Yo brandished a whip, threatening. If you wish to avoid suffering fleshly torment, then you had best confess promptly. The Midnight Pig Killer exclaimed, "Wow, how delightful! What an exhilarating experience! After years of gaming, this is my first taste of such reality. Has this fellow gone mad again? Why does he speak in riddles? Are you truly unwilling to divulge?" Lin Yo's expression darkened, furrowing his brow. The Midnight Pig Killer laughed heartily. If you would kneel down and call me grandfather, then I might consider sharing. Crack, a whip struck down, instantly leaving a bloodied mark. Lino demanded. Will you speak or not? It tickles. Put some muscle into it. I'm a tough pig. Very well. Let us see how long you can endure. Lino relentlessly swung the whip, aiming to shatter the outsider's will through pain, thus compelling him to reveal his secrets and origins. However, after dozens and nearly 100 lashes, the rotund man was already a bloody mess. Yet he never relented, continuing to jest without a hint of submission. Humph, I did not foresee such resilience. He is indeed a tough man. You scoundrel, is this all you have? Can you not be a bit more creative? Your methods are quite lackluster. At that moment, 2 strong men approached, pouring 2 basins of salt water over him, instantly saturating every gruesome wound, enough to induce excruciating agony that could render one unconscious. The midnight pig killer let out a euphoric cry. Refreshing, truly exhilarating. This is what I've been waiting for. Finally, I feel something. The villagers exchanged glances, some casting admiring looks at the midnight pig killer. Though his origins were dubious, there was no denying he was a genuine iron-willed warrior. Lino, clearly losing patience, decided that since whipping and salt water had proven ineffective, he would resort to more extreme tortures. Branding irons, leg crushing with stone slabs, or needles piercing between fingers. Any one of these could inflict enough pain to shatter the resolve of a tough man. Yet, the rotund fellow did not even flinch, and instead of pleading for mercy, he continued to provoke. At this point, even Lino found himself filled with respect. This was indeed a rare warrior. Otherwise, he himself might not have withstood such interrogation. Nevertheless, these individuals were of unknown origin. For the safety of the village, it was imperative to uncover the truth. Lino vowed to extract the truth from him. Stop! The midnight pig killer heard a voice, slightly aged, emanating from the crowd. The onlookers parted, revealing an elder clad in a yellow scarf, with graying temples and a composed demeanor. Wei Lao has arrived. The villagers felt a sense of relief, while the midnight pig killer grew curious. Turning his gaze toward the elder's profile, He-Shi Village Chief, Wei Ji, a level 5 elite entity. Introduction. One of the disciples of the great sage Zhang Jiao, a follower of the Taiping Dao, and a member of the Yellow Turban Army. After a series of unforeseen events, he became the village chief of He-Shi Village. Could he be yet another historical figure? Wei Ji from He-Shi Village and Su Feng from the desolate ruins seem to have connections to the Yellow Turban. They both bear the shadow of the Taiping Dao's leader, Zhang Jiao. Yet, it remains a mystery why one has succumbed to darkness while the other retains his sanity. As for why a former member of the Yellow Turban Army would become a village chief here. And seemingly at an advanced age, there must be untold secrets lurking beneath the surface. Old Wei, this outsider is quite obstinate and reveals nothing. You may retire for now. Yes, Wei Ji conjured a yellow talisman out of thin air, waving his hand to transform it into a radiant light that enveloped the midnight pig killer, rapidly healing his myriad wounds. You are under the influence of the Taiping Revitalization Talisman, recovering 20 health points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Such remarkable healing. It far surpasses the initial skill of the monk profession. Who would have imagined that an NPC possessed such capabilities? I wonder if players can learn them as well. As you can see, this old man is somewhat versed in the arts of the Dao. In addition to my healing methods, I also wield a soul-capturing secret technique that compels one to speak only the truth, although it can easily shatter the mind and render one foolish. Wei Ji calmly stated. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to resort to such a technique that disturbs the natural order. Although aware that this is merely a game, the midnight pig killer still felt a twinge of unease. The yellow turban bandit is far more perilous than the brutish Lino. Very well. You have bested me, I concede. In truth, divulging this information poses no harm. The midnight pig killer sighed and confessed. I am Pikachu, captain of the 5th squad of the 13th guard under the mountain bandit King Sig, tasked alongside my vice-captain Conan to seek the treasure that Roger concealed in the Soul Society, in order to gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon the wish-granting machine cat, ultimately to acquire the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Who is the mountain bandit King Sig? What is the Soul Society? It seems this revelation carries an overwhelming amount of information, Lino interrogated. Pikachu, assuming what you say is true, where is your leader, the mountain bandit King Sig, now? The midnight pig killer replied. Our leader is currently waging war against Frisia in the Land of Fire. I urge you to release me promptly. For once he arrives, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. Alas, Anyo, it would be wise for you to withdraw. Lino stood in a daze for a while, finally realizing he had been outmaneuvered again. That rotund fellow truly will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Wei Ji began to cast a spell, summoning a purple-black talisman and pressing it against the fat man's forehead. Ding, you are under the influence of the soul-capturing talisman, undergoing a will attribute determination. Due to your will attribute being below 30 points, you have failed to resist and are forced into a deep hypnotic state. Oh no, the connection has been severed again. I have lost control of my body. Wei Ji inquired. Who are you? Where do you hail from? The midnight pig killer, now devoid of control, responded. I am a denizen of the Star Lord, hailing from the domain of Lord Hangu. Wei Ji's expression shifted slightly. Where is your territory located? The midnight butcher was about to respond when his vacant expression suddenly transformed, and his lifeless eyes regained a glimmer of vitality, emanating an imposing aura of authority. Although his physical form remained unchanged, the consciousness within had evidently altered. Wei Ji stepped back, his face paling. Who are you? A cold voice emerged from the midnight butcher's lips. I am the Star Lord. Hangu, whom you seek. At this declaration, all were taken aback. Hangu continued to speak through the midnight butcher. Your unwarranted attack on my subordinates is tantamount to declaring war against me. You now face two choices. The first is submission, and the second is annihilation. After uttering these words, the midnight butcher fell back into a stupor. Wei Ji, Lin Yo, and the other villagers were left in a state of shock. Wei Ji's expression became grave. This enigmatic figure, Hangu, had evidently sensed the condition of his subordinates, intervening by some means to forcibly disrupt the soul-binding interrogation. This was troubling, since the abyss had descended. Many bizarre entities had emerged in the world. The so-called Lord was likely one of them. He had probably already discovered Hushi Village, and the most concerning scenario was now unfolding. Wei Ji promptly ordered preparations to be made. Just over an hour later, Lin Yo rushed forward, exclaiming, Wei Lao, it's bad. They have arrived. Chapter 29. The power of the Lord. More than an hour earlier, Hangu had set forth with his troops on time. This marked the first narrative event since the opening of the game Strange Three Kingdoms, generating immense anticipation among players. Hushi Village lay approximately 10 kilometers away, which might not seem far at first glance. Yet the journey was fraught with peril, hindered by rugged terrain, obstructing waterways, and a plethora of monsters and various dangers. Howl! From the underbrush emerged a two-headed canine creature, its fur patchy and skin a vivid crimson. Two-headed corpse hound, a level 4 common unit. Description: originally a mere wild dog, it underwent mutation due to the influence of the abyss, gaining formidable olfactory senses and aggression. Players had no time to react. Wang Wu unleashed a fire arrow spell, instantly vanquishing it from a distance. The prowess exhibited by the NPCs was undeniably superior to that of the players, truly befitting the Lord's trusted allies. While the 4 NPCs, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu, demonstrated their capabilities along the way, the Lord did not engage in combat at any point, leading players to question whether he possessed any true skill. The spirits and phantoms were commanded to collect the spoils. Vital Essence 5, Magic Stone Fragment 4, Two-Headed Hound Feng 1. How meager! Though the NPCs were formidable, the loot they provided amounted to only a tenth of what one might normally expect, rendering it a bittersweet reward. Why was this the case? I speculate that the game developers intended to discourage players from overly relying on NPCs, thus lowering the NPCs' loot drop rates to encourage players to engage in battle themselves. After all, this is a soul-styled action game. A player named Xiaomagyu offered such an analysis. Being one of the newer entrants to the game. It appears that one was once the head of a large gaming company. At this moment, 2 scouts, the lone adventurers, returned, with Haidong Rouge reporting to the Lord, My Lord, there is a village ahead, which we estimate to be Hushi Village. Hangu nodded in satisfaction, fully aware that this was indeed Hushi Village. The Lord could monitor territorial dynamics in real time and understand the changes among his subjects through the core of the territory. Thus, upon discovering that the Midnight Pig Killer had been hypnotized, he promptly intervened via the Heavenly Dao Magic Cube, utilizing the Midnight Pig Killer's voice to declare war. Hushi Village lay hidden within a gorge, situated at a higher elevation with fortified defenses, presenting an impression of being easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Nearby, some farmlands and vegetable plots thrived, with flora and fauna seemingly flourishing normally. My Lord, these cunning villagers appear to have been well prepared. Allow me to lead my brothers in a preliminary assault. Yili eagerly volunteered, proclaiming, My great sword has been enhanced to 5. It would be perfect to test its might on a few enemy heads. I'll join the fray. Count me in. We fear not death. We shall fight for our Lord. Charge. Let none escape. Let them learn the consequences of offending us players. The players, eager to impress their lord and gain favor, were ready to throw themselves into the fray. Hangu, however, had no qualms about using the players as cannon fodder, almost wishing to send them headlong into danger, allowing them to perish a round or two first. Yet, at that moment, he shook his head in refusal, and no need for that. This time, I shall take action myself. The loss of players is inconsequential, but it would be a pity to lose the villagers, as they cannot be resurrected. At the early stages of territorial development, human resources were scarce. Not only was there a need for military forces to expand the territory, but also for laborers to perform tasks. The indigenous people, untainted by corruption, were undoubtedly ideal candidates for recruitment. Chime Wangliang exclaimed, "Ah, my lord, are you truly going to act personally? Might that be too perilous?" Haidong Rouge hurriedly added, "Given your esteemed position, why must you intervene directly?" The players evidently lacked confidence in their lord's capabilities. This NPC was the most central and crucial figure. If anything were to befall him, could the game's narrative continue? Furthermore, NPCs had a low drop rate for loot. Players needed to engage directly to secure their fortunes. Although these villagers had displayed defiance, it was indeed commendable that they had managed to maintain normalcy and cultivate a small patch of purity in this polluted and distorted world. Now was the time to utilize them. If they were willing to submit, it would bode well for the territory's development. Upon realizing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended. The Lord aimed to recruit these hostile villagers. In such circumstances, excessive bloodshed might sow the seeds of enmity. Even if forced into submission, their loyalty to the Lord would likely be lacking. It was preferable to capture Hushi village with minimal cost. Could it truly be so? It seemed that game NPCs could be forcibly incorporated. It appeared that the entire game functioned as a vast sandbox, with the plots and characters players encountered in the future generated based on choices and developments. Reflecting on this, the degree of freedom was indeed astonishing. Then, is a sandbox game. It is merely a game where players can alter or create their environment. This implies the potential for an infinite array of gameplay and possibilities. However, past sandbox games were limited to altering only the environment, whereas this game, Weird Three Kingdoms, intricately weaves in more complex character relationships. Every intelligent character within the game may transform into a faction NPC, leading to an incalculable plethora of plotlines and narratives. Given the presence of untainted villagers, it stands to reason that a cadre of uncorrupted renowned generals must exist, as well as it conceivable that our territory could host super NPCs such as Guan, Zhang, or Zhao. Undoubtedly, it is a possibility. Although the Lord asserts that most historical figures in this world have been tainted, it also suggests that a select few have remained unfallen and are actively resisting the abyss. Incredible? How intriguing, nevertheless. As for Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, I would rather prefer characters like De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, Zhangji, Kaiyan, and Diao Chan. You old lecher. What use is good looks? I believe talents like Guojia are what our territory truly needs. After just a few exchanges, the conversation began to veer wildly off course. In order to prevent player disruption, Hangu activated the Heavenly Dao Cube to immobilize them, akin to entering a cutscene phase. Thus, it began. Hangu strode toward Hushi village, radiating formidable magical power, which transformed into blazing flames that coalesced into several arrows, streaking across 400 to 500 meters like meteors, striking the sturdy wooden door of the village. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled slightly. The massive door was utterly obliterated. This spectacle left the other players in the vicinity dumbfounded and speechless. What is happening? Isn't that the flame arrow spell? How could the flame arrow possess such might? What a joke. Its power is akin to that of a rocket launcher. Are you seriously claiming this is the flame arrow? Players specializing in sorcery, such as Qi Mei and Xiao Lingdang, could ascertain that the skill employed by the Lord was undoubtedly the flame arrow. Yet the disparity in power compared to players was so vast it resembled two entirely different abilities. The might of a standard sorcerer's flame arrow pales in comparison to that of an arrow shot from a compound bow, with its armor-piercing and penetrating capabilities arguably even weaker than that of a physical arrow. However, it does possess explosive and burning damage. In contrast, the flame arrows unleashed by the Lord are comparable even to anti-tank rocket launchers, raising the question of why such a vast gulf exists. This disparity stems partly from the difference in skill levels and partly from the variance in attributes. Hangu possesses the Lord template, and each level gained endows him with attributes far superior to those of players. 6 or 7 villagers peeked over the walls, drawing back their longbows to launch a volley of black arrows. -0, -0, -0. Hangu allowed the arrows to strike him, the crisp sound of metal clashing ringing out. Yet they were effortlessly deflected, inflicting him with not a shred of damage. This is the iron armor skill. Ili, Crazy Blade Old Wong, and others among the warriors immediately recognized it. The Lord is formidable. What is the iron armor skill, you ask? It is the ability to be impervious to blades and bullets, to disregard a hail of arrows. In comparison to our Lord, we are but insignificant beings. To refer to this as an ironclad prowess would be more fittingly dubbed a mere cardboard skill. In the eyes of the terrified villagers, Hangu advanced with purpose, his feet enveloped in a sudden azure light, transforming into a fleeting specter that effortlessly scaled the walls, weaving between several archers. Where he passed, the archers fell as if struck down by fate, their longbows snatched away, each one collapsing to the ground, their legs broken in agonizing cries. What manner of grotesque speed is this? Surely, the Lord has activated some form of acceleration, Guozhou remarked. No, it is the Gale Step. The Lord's Gale Step far surpasses our own, and coupled with attributes that greatly exceed ours, such swiftness is hardly surprising. Yet, this is overwhelmingly powerful, isn't it? The Lord undoubtedly eclipses elite units. It is likely he has already attained the strength of a commander-level unit. It appears that our Lord is the true bulwark of the territory. The players finally realized that the Lord was anything but weak. He was far mightier than they had ever imagined. Chapter 30. The conquest of Hushi Village. Our Lord is not merely a weakling. Rather, he is a superlative hexagonal powerhouse, possessing not only terrifyingly high attributes across the board but also mastery over 4 distinct occupational skills. The black-eyed Ruegu was utterly astounded. The spectral beings were starry-eyed, resembling enamored fans as they exclaimed, "This is only fitting. After all, he is the leader of our faction, and we players aspire to dominate this world under the Lord's guidance. Indeed, Yugu is simply exceptional. From this day forth, he shall be my idol. Ah, we can finally take action. We cannot allow the Lord to fight alone." Ili brandished his flaming battle knife and shouted, "Charge forth, brothers!" In accordance with the Lord's directives, our primary objective is to control the targets while minimizing harm to the villagers. In no time, over 30 players surged into Hushi Village. Surrender or perish, surrender or perish. Those who wish to live, surrender swiftly. Oh dear, which scoundrel shot my backside? After Hangu breached the village's defenses, the players followed suit, swiftly incapacitating a dozen young men, significantly crippling the village's combat strength. Witnessing this, the remaining villagers were bereft of morale and ultimately chose to surrender in droves. Well done. No player greedily slaughtered villagers for loot. The initial players had been meticulously selected. High-quality players exhibit greater compliance, thus providing a more manageable and reassuring experience. The native dwellings of the Abyss would nurture the core of the town. Only by seizing this core could they complete the occupation and integrate this place into their territory. Hangu commanded, "Go find it." Such a setting exists? This truly is a game of conquest. What benefits arise from expanding territory? Enough with the chatter. Let us attend to our duties. Before long, the players made a discovery. The sorceress, Xiao Lingdang, reported, "Report to the Lord, there is a stone tower ahead that appears quite suspicious." Hushi Village is predominantly characterized by its wooden structures, making the stone tower seem somewhat out of place, thus capturing the attention of players, likely indicating its significance as the heart of the town. Hangu, accompanied by over a dozen players, made his way toward the stone tower. Halt! At that moment, several figures obstructed their path, one of whom was a poised elder wearing a yellow scarf, while another was Lin Yo, a robust man wielding a hatchet, who was also dragging along a portly captive bound with ropes. "Dare to take a step closer, and I shall sever this fellow's head," Lin Yo menaced, positioning the hatchet against the neck of the midnight pig butcher. Hangu nearly lost his composure. This fellow had actually captured a player to threaten him. The other players erupted into laughter, their amusement standing in stark contrast to Lin Yo's serious demeanor and murderous intent. "What the hell? Ha ha ha! Isn't that old pig? How are you still alive? This is hilarious. After being held captive for so long, I fear your virtue is no longer intact." The midnight pig butcher felt somewhat embarrassed. "No matter what, I, old pig, am a valiant contributor to the hidden storyline. Could you show a modicum of respect for a hero? Enough of your talk. Just wish for a swift death and fire at me." Black-eyed Ruegu reassured him, "Rest easy. Once this narrative concludes, I'll ensure you receive some contribution points." Xianyu 2Ci chimed in, "Fear not for your wife and children. I shall provide for them." Weiji and Lin Yo were both taken aback. Although they were mentally prepared for the ineffectiveness of hostages, they never anticipated that this group would so brazenly disregard their comrades' plight, even resorting to mockery, while the captured player displayed an air of noble sacrifice. What kind of organization are they? They bore no signs of abyssal corruption, Yet they exuded a chaotic madness surpassing that of evil descent. Spirits and phantoms, along with several sorcerers, unleashed fiery arrows. Meanwhile, players equipped with bows, including black-eyed Rue Gu and Gu Zhou, simultaneously drew their bows and released their arrows. The Midnight Pig Butcher was struck by several arrows and subsequently ignited by flames. Fortunately, Lin Yo managed to evade the inferno, or he too would have been engulfed. Insane. These people are utterly deranged. Elder Huang Jinweiji displayed a look of horror. Player Midnight Pig Butcher has perished. Essence 400. Hangu observed, slightly astonished. He had assumed that territorial units killing players would not trigger talents. It now appeared that this was limited to oneself or NPC soldiers, while player versus player interactions could indeed yield benefits. Suddenly, a plethora of possibilities for future endeavors dawned upon him. Old Pig has sacrificed himself. Why Haven T we turned red? Is there no punitive mechanism for malicious PK in this game? Setting that aside, these two NPCs seem quite formidable. Now is our moment to shine. The rewards for this mission were linked to contributions, and as they proceeded, the NPCs engaged in combat, leaving players anxious that should their lord intervene, their opportunity to shine would vanish. Thus, after the demise of the Midnight Pig Butcher, each player hastily rushed forward to make their mark. Lin Yo was a level 4 elite. Wei Jiza is a level 5 elite. The players prioritized their assault on the former Lin Yo, evaded the cold arrows shot by Heidong Rue Gu and Gu Zhou, then unleashed a certain skill, slicing through the air with several feet of white energy, striking with astonishing speed and cleaving a player in half, sending them flying several meters away. Dash 201. Critical hit. Player Kwangkan Yidiaji has died. Spirit 400. By heavens, how formidable. Is this a skill? Quite impressive. Kwanggu truly is a reckless warrior. Wei Jiza swiftly summoned a fire talisman, channeling its energy into a streak of crimson light that descended into the midst of the players, instantly transforming into a sea of flames with a radius of several meters, engulfing numerous players within its fiery embrace. Player Xiao Lingding has died. Spirit 400. Player Xiao Magu has died. Spirit 250. Player Chingy Huli has died. Spirit 150. Players scrambled in a panic. Damn it, it's a mage. Kill the mage. Take down the mage first. Heidong Rue Gu and Kwang Dao Lao Wang held Lin Yo at bay, while Yi Li Ming and Gu Zhou maneuvered to launch an assault on Wei Jiza, for the mage posed a far greater threat than the tank warrior, especially with their area of effect capabilities. However, before they could close the distance, Wei Jiza drew another talisman, this one shimmering purple and crackling with electricity. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck with blinding speed, sending Yi Li Ming hurtling through the air. Player Yi Li Ming has died. Spirit 900. Gu Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly distanced himself. Die! Lin Yo let out a deafening roar and once again executed a white energy slash, akin to a whirlwind, effortlessly dispatching another player in a single blow. We can't fight back. It's utterly hopeless. Facing a single elite monster is one thing, but encountering two bosses simultaneously at Hushi Village is an insurmountable challenge. The players, not foolish, recognized their disadvantage and refrained from recklessly sacrificing themselves to lose experience, instead opting for a hasty retreat. As the lord and leader of the faction, Hangu could not idly stand by while his subordinates were mercilessly slaughtered. Moreover, as the planner, he could not entirely disregard the player's gaming experience. Thus, he unleashed a powerful aura with a commanding presence. Everyone, fall back. Wei Jiza and Lin Yo understood that this individual posed the greatest threat, hence they refrained from pursuing the fleeing players, remaining vigilant against any potential attack from Hangu. What a pity. These two narrative bosses are exceedingly difficult. With our current strength, victory is simply unattainable. In moments like this, we must rely on Yugu to advance the storyline. The players felt a tinge of regret, lamenting their lack of power, ultimately having to depend on the NPC to progress the narrative. Nonetheless, they were filled with confidence in their lord. Given Hangu's demonstrated prowess, facing two opponents would be a trifling matter. Chapter 31. The Stone of Fortune. Hangu had yet to make a move, and the players began to voice their concerns. A group of rebellious peasants dared to resist stubbornly. Do you truly believe you can challenge our esteemed lord? Such audacity is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to your own limitations. I advise you to surrender promptly. As long as you pledge your loyalty to our lord, not only will your village be spared from annihilation, but you shall also enjoy a life of luxury alongside us. The players found themselves incapable of overcoming the dual bosses of Hushi and could only cower behind, feigning bravado in a desperate attempt to salvage their pride. Lin Yo, clearly unimpressed by the individuals before him, harbored no trust for this enigmatic lord. If they treated their subordinates and allies with such ruthless indifference, executing them at will as if they were mere weeds, how could they possibly show kindness to the villagers? Prepare to meet your demise. Linyo took the initiative, launching a strike imbued with a white blade of light. However, Hangu did not flinch. He shattered the attack effortlessly with his iron armor technique. Linyo's full-force strike failed to inflict any damage, instead propelling himself several meters away. The warriors, including the formidable Old Wong of the Mad Blade, gasped at this spectacle. The prowess of this level 4 elite NPC was well recognized. And yet such a ferocious assault could not even dent the defenses of the Lord's iron armor technique. Could the players ever hone their skills to such an extraordinary level? There remains much to explore within this game. You are far too weak. Hangu casually launched a fire arrow that struck Linyo's shoulder, resulting in a chilling scream as he lost his right arm, instantly adopting the appearance akin to the legendary hero of the Divine Eagle. Rendered incapable of continuing the battle, Linyo. In the midst of his shock, Wei Ji became acutely aware of the terror embodied by the individual before him. Yet, despite this person's formidable physique and defensive capabilities, their defenses appeared primarily geared towards physical assaults. Only by employing powerful spells in a surprise attack could one hope to defeat him. Be cautious, brother you. This old fool is attempting a sneak attack. As the players observed Wei Ji summoning a lightning talisman, a skill they had previously witnessed, noted for its swift and cunning nature with formidable power, they hurriedly issued a warning. Alas, it was too late. The lightning struck Hangu in an instant, causing him to stagger back a step or two. The iron armor technique offered no protection against lightning-based attacks. This strike resulted in approximately 40 points of health lost. However, in relation to the Lord's robust physique and vitality, such minor injuries were scarcely more than a scratch, posing no real threat. Hangu effortlessly cast a healing spell upon himself, instantly restoring his minor burns and full health, then dusted off his clothes, appearing utterly unscathed. You certainly possess some skill. Wei Ji's face contorted in despair. This is impossible. The peaceful thunder talisman is his most destructive and lethal spell. If this strike cannot inflict a mortal wound on him, it can only signify an insurmountable disparity in power between us, a chasm that cannot be bridged. Now it is my turn. Hangu snapped his fingers lightly, unleashing another fire arrow. Without any doubt, Wei Ji was sent flying, losing a leg in the process. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting mere seconds, devoid of the anticipated thrilling exchanges, showcasing only the effortless and overwhelming dominance of the Lord over the dual bosses of Hushi Village. Is it truly over? That was astonishingly swift. The dual bosses of Hushi Village were utterly no match for my esteemed brother Yu. Indeed, our esteemed Lord's prowess surpasses our expectations. Although Hangyu's flame arrow spell is exceptionally potent, he is, after all, an elite-level unit who deliberately spared vital areas. Wei Ji has lost a leg, and Linyo an arm. They have merely temporarily forfeited their combat capabilities, yet their lives remain intact. These two individuals are valuable. Let us take control of them. Yes, my lord. At this moment, the players hold immense admiration for our lord, particularly the female players, whose eyes sparkle with stars. Who could resist a handsome, powerful leader? This is far more captivating than any idol in the real world. Soon, Wei Ji and Linyo found themselves under the players' control. What a pair of fools! Our lord had granted them a chance. They paid the price for their foolishness and arrogance. Our lord is truly benevolent. Had it been me, I would have dispatched them with a single strike. Wei Ji and Linyo could not comprehend why a lord who disregards the lives of his subjects would inspire such loyalty and even reverence among them. Regardless, the fate of Hushi Village is sealed, and they must resign themselves to their circumstances. Players like Haidong Rouge, Chimi Wangliang, and Guangdao Laowang followed our lord into the stone tower. The tower is modest in size, merely 3 stories high, encompassing only a few dozen square meters, housing an altar that does not honor any deity, but rather a crystal the size of an egg that floats in midair. At last, we have found it. Hangu nodded in satisfaction. Chimi Wangliang, perplexed, inquired, My lord, is this the core of Hushi Village? But what exactly is it? Hangu explained. This is a crystal formed from the condensation of the world's fortune. You may understand it as a fragment of this world's destiny, possessing the ability to protect the indigenous inhabitants from corruption, assist in cultivation, and resist the invasion of malevolent forces. Is this the reason why the villagers of Hushi Village have not succumbed to demonic transformation? At this moment, Haidong Rouge could not contain himself and interjected. But what benefit does it hold for our territory? Whenever the territory absorbs the fortune crystal, it can harness the fortune contained within to generate town nodes, thereby expanding the territory's domain. Hangu paused momentarily, sensing that the players might not fully grasp this explanation. After a brief contemplation, he continued. To provide a simple example, once Hushi Village is incorporated into our territory, it will become our domain, and you will be able to teleport here directly via the territory's core at any time. All players were astonished. What? Such a boon exists. So this is how we activate the teleportation point. Indeed, it is somewhat akin to the bonfires or blessing points in Soul games as teleportation nodes. How wonderful! Our journey from the territory to Hushi Village would take several hours, and we would likely encounter wild monsters or other dangers along the way. Having a teleportation point will greatly facilitate our travels. I believe it is not merely about activating a teleportation point. Let us not forget that this is simultaneously a game of conquest, and obtaining a controlled area equates to acquiring a substantial population. Ignoring the players' discussions, Hangu directly approached the crystal. Suddenly, a prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! You have discovered the Fortune Divine Stone of Hushi Village. Would you like to proceed with the annexation immediately? Yes, no. Hangu, annex. Annexation in progress 1.100. You have successfully occupied Hushi Village, earning 1 fortune treasure chest, white. You can view the construction details, income status, and population information of Hushi Village through the Lord panel. Success. Hushi Village has now become part of his territory. The knowledge Hangu acquired from the Lord Academy made him acutely aware of the significance of seizing territories for a lord. A prime territory not only replenishes the domain with a substantial influx of quality population and resources, but it also continuously generates vital energy or magic crystals due to the influence of the fortune core. Hangu summoned the Lord panel to access the relevant information. Hushi Village, white area, Abyss Barracks construction limit 1, generating a monthly income of 50 Abyss magic crystals for the territory. Description: a village established by the survivors of the Luoshui execution ground in conjunction with the local villagers, currently housing a permanent population of 296 individuals. Upon occupying Hushi Village, the military capacity of the territory can be enhanced. Furthermore, a guaranteed monthly income will be received. Naturally, due to the small scale and limited population of Hushi Village, the quality of the gathered fortune stone is not high, merely a white territory. Nevertheless, even white-grade territories, if sufficiently amassed, can yield a considerable cumulative income, and this baseline income from territories serves as a crucial pillar for many domains' finances. In addition to this guaranteed income and human resources, each territorial annexation grants a fortune treasure chest, from which one can randomly obtain special materials, exceptional equipment, blueprints, skills, and other valuable items. You have opened the fortune treasure chest, and you have received 500 magic crystals, skill stone, chi gathering /X1, skill stone, peaceful thunder symbol X1, construction blueprint, small spirit field X1. Chapter 32. The beginning of conquest. What remarkable fortune! 500 magic crystals is no trifling sum. It significantly alleviates the financial deficit of the territory. Additionally, there are 2 commendable skill stones and a construction blueprint. Skill stones contain skills that can expand the territory's skill library, thereby enhancing the underlying strength of the territory and its lord as well as the populace. The construction blueprint serves as a tool for creating special buildings. The lord not only possesses the buildings inherent to their race's territory, but can also collect various blueprints to obtain foreign or other unique structures. Hangu examined the blueprint for further details. Construction blueprint, small spirit field. A first-tier blueprint requires the consumption of 100 magic crystals and 200 units of first-tier material essence to create a 10 by 10 meter spirit field in the territory. When planting materials of no more than white quality, a growth rate of 100 times can be achieved. A splendid find. Hangu's eyes sparkled. What is a spirit field? It is, of course, a field brimming with spiritual energy. Although the area is merely comparable to 100 square meters and a small vegetable garden, the astonishing growth rate allows crops that typically take a year to mature to be ready in approximately 3 days, thereby ensuring a stable production of valuable medicinal herbs. In a large multiplayer online game, a well-structured equipment system is essential, complemented by a myriad of consumables and supplies, which, in itself, serves as a sharp scythe for harvesting players. Hangu plans to establish an alchemy workshop in the near future. The provision of a consistent supply of medicines will undoubtedly enhance both the individual strength of the players and the overall combat capability of the army, significantly improving the efficiency of territorial expansion. Naturally, this will exacerbate the scarcity of contribution points for players, compelling them to toil even more diligently for their territory. Hangu announced the successful conclusion of this operation, distributing between 50 to 100 contribution points to each participating player, having reaped the majority of the benefits for himself while only offering meager rewards to the players. Yet, rather than voicing complaints, the players were filled with exuberance and delight. They considered themselves fortunate to receive any reward at all, despite their limited contributions. Moreover, in comparison to task rewards, the gaming experience held greater significance. The thrill of accompanying the Lord on territorial conquests was enticing enough that many would eagerly volunteer, regardless of tangible benefits. With such a group of self-satisfied players who were content with their roles, how could the territory fail to thrive? During the conquest of Hushi Village, several villagers sustained serious injuries. Yet none lost their lives, while the players suffered the loss of over 10 of their own, granting Hangu an additional 2,150 vitality. My lord. We have seized some supplies. A few players rushed forward to report. Hushi Village, being a modest settlement, lacked particularly precious resources, containing only some ordinary herbs, grains, beverages, along with livestock such as chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. This village is rather impoverished. Black Eye Rue couldn't help but voice his discontent. Hangu remarked, the ordinary natives lack the ability to hunt abyssal creatures, thus they cannot acquire spoils from slaughter. They must rely on conventional means to gather resources, such as farming, raising livestock, foraging for herbs, or hunting untainted animals, inevitably leading to a life of scarcity and hardship. The notion of monsters dropping loot is indeed a fundamental aspect of the game. The enigmatic Three Kingdoms seems to offer a plausible explanation in this regard. Players who appreciate intricate narratives felt a surge of excitement, as reminiscent of past Souls-like games that excelled in fragmented storytelling. The enigmatic Three Kingdoms appears to conceal significant plots and information within seemingly inconspicuous elements and settings. There seems to be an abundance of treasures waiting to be unearthed. It is likely that a dedicated exploration of the narrative and lore will soon emerge, referred to as the study of the enigmatic. Hangu then dispatched a few adept communicators among the players to negotiate with the surrendered villagers, allowing them to choose whether to stay or leave. The Lord permitted them to depart from Hushi Village, but those who chose to remain must swear fealty to him. While it appeared to be a choice, in reality, there was none. The villagers had no option but to submit in this fractured world. Abyssal corruption pervaded everywhere. Countless abyssal monstrosities lurk in the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. Finding a new haven is no simple feat, and the protective aura that once surrounded Hushi Village has now vanished. Should one fall to the hands of these abyssal beings or perish within the tainted outer realms, the likelihood of being ensnared in the abyss becomes alarmingly high. This results in a relentless cycle of resurrection amidst harrowing nightmares, tainted by the abyssal consciousness, leading to a grotesque transformation where even the sweet release of death becomes a distant luxury. The only recourse left is to surrender obediently and accept the sanctuary of a formidable lord. Only then does a glimmer of hope for survival remain. A few resurrected players have teleported from the main camp via the territory core. How splendid! The territory's teleportation function is now operational. The efficiency of this undertaking is indeed commendable. The Midnight Pig Slayer has appeared in Hushi Village, though it is regrettable that the teleportation service incurs a fee, costing me 20 contribution points each time. Yili Ming remarked, it's not too steep, considering it saves a considerable amount of time and mitigates risks. We'll soon recoup our expenses through resource gathering. Indeed, the nearby monsters are of a decent level. Farming here for contribution points would yield significant rewards. Moreover, with the proximity to Heading Township, it can serve as a forward base for players. Hushi Village alone is insufficient. We require additional teleportation points to facilitate our journeys. It appears we must exert greater efforts to claim more territory for our domain, thereby allowing us to explore a broader world. The villagers, upon witnessing the players' resurrection, were filled with astonishment. Could these players truly be the fallen, ensnared in the abyssal nightmare? How could they possibly return from death? Yet, they bore no traces of abyssal energy or signs of grotesque transformation. Ha ha ha, surprise and disbelief, are they not? The Midnight Pig Slayer nonchalantly approached Lin Yo. Hey, I heard you've pledged allegiance to the Great Lord and transformed into an NPC. Thus, we are no longer strangers. I am the Midnight Pig Slayer. Be sure to seek me out for any future quests. What do you mean? Lin Yo found himself perplexed. Midnight Pig Slayer? What a peculiar name. The villagers of Hushi generally lacked strength, with only Wei Ji and Lin Yo standing out, both holding considerable prestige within the village. Hangu planned to have them continue managing the village, distributing guaranteed contribution points monthly to ensure Hushi Village's development. Additionally, performance-based bonuses would be allocated to them, granting access to an NPC panel for task assignments. The human resources of Hushi Village must not be squandered. As the territory expands in the future, with an increasing number of domains, it will be challenging to rely solely on the Lord's summoned direct legions and troops. Therefore, establishing an indigenous auxiliary army becomes imperative. For most high-ranking lords, the number of auxiliary legions they possess will far surpass that of regular troops. Hangu intends to select 20 to 30 able-bodied youths from Hushi village to form a militia, endowing them with the Starlight Mark to grant them the ability to hunt abyssal creatures. They will also serve as laborers for tasks such as repairing the territory. Other villagers can be utilized as well. In addition to construction work, they can engage in agriculture, animal husbandry, and service industries, thereby enhancing the logistics of the territory while enriching the gaming experience and quality. In summary, in this current phase of labor scarcity, the successful annexation of Hushi village brings numerous advantages. The Lord's mission is to perpetually expand, conquer, and occupy. The greater the territory and population amassed, the more substantial the benefits and rewards that ensue. This marks merely the inception of Hangu's conquests. Chapter 33. The day the heavens fell, Wei Ji lay gravely injured, unconscious for the better part of the day, during which he dreamt of many past events. Born in the first year of Jianning, Wei Ji's parents were diligent farmers, raising 2 elder brothers and a sister. Though not affluent, their hard work allowed them to occasionally enjoy a hearty meal. A privilege better than that of most others. At the tender age of 3, his father was conscripted by the court to serve under General Duan Chong in the campaign against the Western Chong, after which no news ever reached them, leaving uncertainty as to whether he perished on the battlefield or during the journey. Fortunately, his elder brother grew robust and was able to continue farming and pay the land rent, thus barely sustaining their livelihood. 7. Due to the emperor's desire to construct a summer palace, his elder brother was compelled to leave their widowed mother and younger siblings to undertake corvée labor. Tragically, during his service, he suffered a fall that shattered both legs, returning home as nothing more than skin and bones, and succumbing to his suffering mere weeks later. At 9. A devastating illness swept through the village, claiming his sister as a victim of the epidemic, leaving the community's dwindling labor force nearly halved. This calamity was compounded by an unprecedented drought, yielding little to no harvests. Instead of providing disaster relief, the court announced plans to erect a merit monument, using this as justification to increase the land rent by 30%, demanding advance payment out of fear of uncollectability. This truly drove the people to the brink of despair. His second brother, in a desperate plea for leniency, prostrated before the landowner, only to be brutally beaten to death and displayed at the village entrance as a warning to other dissenters. That year, 9 out of 10 households were left desolate. Their mother fell victim to starvation, suffering a slow and agonizing death. To survive, Wei Ji was forced to flee, becoming a wanderer. Throughout this ordeal, he witnessed countless tragedies of humanity. In extreme hunger, one may resort to consuming anything, prompting him to ponder in his dire straits. Is it truly excessive for the common folk to yearn for a full meal? His parents and brothers, peaceful and virtuous, why were they condemned to such unfortunate fates? Does a sense of justice truly exist in this world? Wei Ji felt overwhelmed by the harshness of life. Perhaps in death, he might reunite with his parents and brothers. Yet, he did not perish. At the brink of death, he encountered a man who would alter the course of his existence. This stranger, offering half a cake and half a jug of water, rescued him from the precipice of death, then posed a question. Do you wish to live differently? Yes. Then come with me. Will we have enough to eat? Certainly, we shall not only have enough for ourselves but ensure that everyone is fed. That seems impossible. Haha, for mere mortals like us, it indeed seems unfeasible, yet I know of someone who can undoubtedly achieve it. Let us go seek him together. With no other options left, Wei Ji chose to trust this man. The two ultimately sought refuge with a Taoist clad in yellow robes. It was none other than the illustrious and revered sage, Zhang Jiao. As for the man, his name was Ma Yuani, who was not only his savior but also a brother with whom he shared an unbreakable bond. Shortly thereafter, Wei Ji fortuitously became one of Zhang Jiao's disciples, while Ma Yuani repeatedly distinguished himself during the process of spreading the teachings and safeguarding the path, making significant contributions to the development of the Taiping Dao, earning the profound trust of the esteemed sage. Over the years, Wei Ji remained by the sides of the venerable sage and brother Ma. Although neither revealed much about themselves, Wei Ji could faintly sense that they were conspiring on a grand, earth-shattering venture, one fraught with peril yet brimming with the potential to utterly transform the world. Wei Ji felt no fear. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. He was willing to sacrifice his life for brother Ma's ideals. He was prepared to give everything for the beliefs of the esteemed sage. In a dream, the scene shifted. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had inadvertently been exposed. After being captured, Ma Yuani endured brutal torment yet divulged no information regarding the Yellow Turban Army. As he lay on the brink of death, moments before being torn apart by chariots, he summoned all his strength to cry out mournfully, "The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise." On that day, the great leader of the Yellow Turbans, Ma Yuani, was executed by dismemberment, alongside thousands of his compatriots. The execution ground by the Luo River was awash with heads, the banks stained crimson. Wei Ji was among the last batch of Yellow Turban rebels being led to execution. Despite his profound fear, he felt no regret, only sorrow that he would not witness the tyrant emperor and the decaying court being overthrown by the righteous army. Yet, as he closed his eyes awaiting death, the world shifted dramatically, the earth trembled, and a cataclysm unfolded. What was happening? Wei Ji glanced skyward. He found himself at a loss for words to describe what he saw. No amount of language or text could accurately capture the scene. The sky appeared to be torn open, revealing a chasm akin to an abyss, filled with countless eyes of various sizes, brimming with malice, and overwhelming darkness, denser than the night, seeped from the abyss, resembling thousands of writhing tendrils that were eroding, tearing apart and devouring everything in existence, while the sun grotesquely contorted, sprouting jagged claws. "The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise." The voice of Brother Ma echoed in Wei Ji's ears. This voice, still filled with sorrow, resonated with resentment and venom. But how could Brother Ma, who had already met his martyrdom, have a voice when his dismembered body lay there? "The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise." The voice of Ma Yuani reverberated once more across the Luo River execution ground. The roar grew increasingly frenzied, terrifying, and chaotic, intermingled with the voices of thousands of vengeful Yellow Turbans, like formless yet tainted tendrils attempting to drag everyone's sanity into an unfathomable abyss. On that day, the heavens fell, and the abyss descended. Ma Yuani became the first to be tainted by the abyss, transforming into a malevolent entity. No. Wei Ji suddenly awakened, gasping for breath. It took him a while to realize he had experienced another nightmare. Though 2 decades had passed, the memories remained vivid as if they had transpired yesterday. Each time he recalled Brother Ma's horrific dismemberment, the bloodshed on the execution ground, his heart ached with anguish, filled with profound sorrow. Whenever I reminisce about the unfathomable taboos lurking in the vast void beyond, the sensation of fear and despair persists as I peer through the rift heavens at this land. Since that moment, the entire world has transformed irrevocably. Wei Ji noticed the severed limb. At last, he recalled the circumstances that led him to this place. Today, a group of unknown outsiders attacked Hushi village, and neither he nor Lin Yo stood a chance against their leader. Yet, instead of delivering a fatal blow, they treated his wounds. Why? Who are these individuals? Wei Ji closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, only to find his face growing paler. The luck barrier of Hushi village had vanished, signifying that it could no longer isolate or fend off the corruption emanating from the abyss. In other words, Hushi village was in imminent peril. Just then, the door creaked open. Hangu entered, guided by the villagers, accompanied by 5 or 6 players, including Qi Mei, He Tong, Rue Gu, Chen Shi, and Xiao Lingdang. "Who exactly are you?" Wei Ji confronted this enigmatic presence with trepidation, acutely aware that following the abyss's arrival, this world was rife with bizarre phenomena. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a blessing. Yet now, he had little left to lose. Chapter 34. The significance of the game. Regarding Wei Ji's origins, Chen Shi and the other players had assisted the Lord in uncovering the truth. He was a disciple of Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Taiping Dao, and a subordinate of Ma Yuan-yi, the principal of the Yellow Turbans. The pivotal moment of the Yellow Turban Rebellion hinged on uniting with internal court supporters to swiftly seize Luoyang and control the emperor, achieving their goals with minimal cost and maximum speed. Ma Yuan-yi was the executor of this crucial plan. Had they proceeded as intended, the prospects for the Yellow Turbans would have been bright. Alas, the betrayal by Tang Zhou thwarted all preparations. Tang Zhou was Zhang Jiao's most trusted disciple, and his treachery led to the capture of thousands of Yellow Turban members, with Ma Yuan-yi meeting a gruesome death by being torn apart, while the remaining Yellow Turbans were executed. This forced Zhang Jiao into a hasty uprising, which directly resulted in the rebellion's failure. Wei Ji was one of those captured Yellow Turbans, yet by a stroke of fate amidst the upheaval, he managed to survive. Ma Yuan-yi, perhaps due to his overwhelming obsession, caught the attention of the Abyss's will, leading to his revival and transformation into the first abyssal corruption, becoming a formidable source of pollution that affected countless beings. The elder brother he once revered had morphed into a terrifying entity, neither human nor ghost. He had once allied with a group of surviving Yellow Turbans in an attempt to vanquish him. But beings that have fallen into the abyss cannot find peace. Even if temporarily defeated, abyssal creatures would resurrect in the next cycle of nightmare, and with the passage of time and repeated cycles, they would only become more distorted, warped, and terrifyingly powerful. Wei Ji and his companions not only failed to liberate Ma Yuan-yi, but inadvertently led many brothers into the abyss's corruption, ultimately abandoning hope and living in hiding until they settled in Hushi village a decade ago. The Lord, confronted with Wei Ji's inquiry, spoke slowly. Who I am and where I come from is inconsequential. What matters is that I can accomplish two things. Firstly, the village of Hushi has now lost the protection of the Spirit Stone, leaving its inhabitants perpetually vulnerable to the threats posed by the abyss. Only I possess the ability to provide new sanctuary for Hushi village. Secondly, I share an adversarial relationship with the abyss. Only I can purify this source of pollution, liberating Ma Yuan-yi from the clutches of the abyssal will, freeing him from the endless cycle of nightmarish reincarnation, allowing him to meet his demise in a manner befitting. Wei Ji's face lit up with excitement. Truly, these two conditions are nearly irresistible to him. However, it has been 20 years since Brother Ma succumbed to corruption. One can only imagine what he has become. Even with your strength, confronting him would be exceedingly perilous. Hangu remained silent. The players, however, began to stir with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Nonsense! What is there to fear? Brother Yu is invincible. Furthermore, the Lord is not fighting alone. Is it not merely a matter of dealing with Ma Yuan-yi? This minor task does not require Brother Yu's intervention. My lord, please entrust it to us, the Disaster Legion. We are willing to face any peril for our lord." The corners of Hangu's mouth curled into a slight smile. He understood the players' sentiments perfectly. It was evident that Ma Yuan-yi was the formidable boss of the novice village, and how could the players possibly bear to miss the challenge? Engaging in a boss fight is, after all, one of the greatest joys of the game. Moreover, the drop rate for NPCs is merely 1/10 that of players. Should the boss be preemptively vanquished by an NPC, not only would they forfeit the first kill rewards, but the spoils would also dwindle significantly, which would be quite excruciating for the players. The players yearned for danger, and Hangu found delight in their fervor, affirming their courage and igniting a desire to challenge Ma Yuan-yi immediately. As for Wei Ji, the village chief of Hushi, he predictably chose to pledge his loyalty, for the two conditions set forth by Hangu were simply irresistible, leaving him with no room for alternative choices. Thus, from the chief to the ordinary villagers, Hushi village had entirely capitulated. The players found the current storyline quest exceedingly engaging, particularly as they were accompanied by the Lord, listening in on the dialogues exchanged among the NPCs. The wealth of narrative information and storylines gleaned during this process held immense research value. Hangu was equally pleased with the outcomes of this endeavor. To celebrate this victory and foster amicable relations between the players and the villagers, he organized a bonfire barbecue celebration in Hushi village, with the ingredients provided directly by the territory, allowing the players to indulge and enjoy themselves thoroughly on that night. If one may so label it, the abyssal realm does not boast a sun, nor does it experience a conventional cycle of day and night. However, this does not imply the absence of such distinctions. The sky of the enigmatic Three Kingdoms is resplendent and colorful, shrouded in mystery, adorned with rivers of stars and swirling vortices, and is further marked by a colossal rift in the celestial dome, whose radiance is sufficient to illuminate the ground below. Due to the periodic fluctuations of this light, one can discern day from night by the intensity of the celestial glow. When the central rift dims and closes, the whole earth is enveloped in a twilight-like state, at which point it may indeed be referred to as night. In Hushi village, a grand bonfire blazes, with various delicacies sizzling over the flames, the air thick with the rich aroma of barbecued meat. Players and villagers gather around the fire, indulging in meat and wine, singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere akin to festive celebrations. "A toast to our Lord," exclaims Yi Li Ming, as well as Heidong Rue Gu and Xin Yu Tusi, who down their rice wine in one gulp. This game is not merely about combat. It offers a chance to inhabit a vibrant world. As the dawn breaks, Xiao Lingdang and Qimei Wangliang find themselves amidst the jubilant players and warm villagers, completely immersed in an experience that feels far removed from a mere game, as if they had traversed into an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar realm brimming with exotic charm. The villagers initially exhibit some reservation, yet they cannot resist the charm of these social butterflies. Once they engage with the players, they discover that despite their peculiar speech and behavior, these outsiders are undeniably kind-hearted, friendly, and even exuberant, leading to a swift acceptance of their presence. Xiao Lingdang cannot help but marvel. "Though I haven't played many games, this is my first experience of such profound immersion." Qimei Wangliang chuckles, "Hee hee, Sister Xiao Lingdang, you clearly are a socialite, an intellectual prodigy, and thus would not expend excessive energy on gaming. Do you know why we revel in the realms of novels or games? Xiao Lingdang, intrigued, replies, I would love to hear more. I think it's about freedom, responds Quangkan Itiaojia, a man with a scarred visage. The real world imposes countless constraints. From the moment you begin to remember, you are inundated with various ideologies. They invariably dictate what constitutes success and failure, what is good and bad, what you need and what you don't. They will tell you what you should do at every age, what life is deemed valuable, meaningful, or successful. Even if you rebel, even if you strive to be unique, the ceaseless barrage of advertisements and media shapes our values, desires, and aspirations. In this reality, it is impossible to live without wearing masks of identity. Son, husband, father, student, lawyer, policeman. You must act in accordance with these identities, sculpting yourself into the image others expect, all to achieve the success and worth defined by society. Regardless of whether you genuinely desire it, I believe many become enamored with the virtual world simply because it is there that one can momentarily lay down the burden of their masks and feel a fleeting sense of freedom. No matter the setbacks faced in the mundane world, here, one can unleash their true nature and revel in the thrill of vengeance and joy. The crowd gazes in astonishment. Who would have thought that Quangkan Itiaojia could articulate such profound thoughts? He has always conveyed the impression of a brute, charging headfirst into battles, quick to draw a blade at the slightest provocation. Yet, it seems his reality and experiences are far more complex than they appear. Well said. This is the allure of gaming. If a game fails to entertain, one can simply abandon it for another. If a novel fails to captivate, one can toss it aside for a better read. But can one do the same with life? Many players resonate deeply with this sentiment. Shinyu Tusi has expressed his perspective. I partake in gaming not for any other reason, but because in a high-quality game, defeating a boss yields equipment, and completing tasks brings rewards. There is always a return for one's efforts. Feedback is consistently timely and accurate. It is clear-cut. If one can prevail, then one prevails. If not, then one does not. He sighed, lamenting, unlike in reality, where pursuing a goddess for 10 or 8 years yields no progress bar, and ultimately, one is left with nothing but a nice guy card when the other party ties the knot. Laughter erupted among the others. Ha ha ha! Brother Shinyu, you certainly have a story to tell. Who among us does not bear a few memories best left unspoken? Cheers, cheers, to the enigmatic Three Kingdoms. Cheers, to our serendipitous meeting here. Cheers. Hangu had been observing the players. Among them were seniors in their 60s, middle schoolers in their teens, affluent second-generation tycoons, successful entrepreneurs, scholars, doctors, lawyers, and other achievers. Of course, there were also socially marginalized youth battling internet addiction and disillusioned middle-aged individuals deemed failures by societal standards. Some viewed gaming as a pastime or a passion, while others sought solace within its virtual embrace. In the reality that would otherwise render their paths never to cross, this game brought together individuals who, though strangers with entirely different social standings, could share hearty drinks and joyous conversations. Perhaps this is the true essence and allure of gaming. A subtle smile graced Hangu's lips, yet he mused. But this is not merely a game. Chapter 35. Ma Yuani, the execution ground of Luo Shui. This is a large-scale execution site where thousands of yellow turban rebels were once executed. It now stands as the most severely polluted location in the entire region. The sky drizzles a rain reminiscent of blood, and the air is thick with a dense, crimson fog. The ground is cloaked in a bizarre carpet of flesh-like fungi, with most trees mutated, sprouting grotesque, writhing masses resembling tumors. A eunuch, exuding a soft and sinister aura, entered the scene. His eyes were black and hollow, his pale skin marred by black cracks, resembling a plaster statue on the verge of shattering, with each fissure oozing an abyssal essence. Should players such as Heidong Ruigu, Qime Wangliang, and others appear here, they would undoubtedly recognize this figure as Su Feng, the humanoid boss they encountered in Heading Township. At this moment, Su Feng, devoid of expression, traversed the core polluted area, his form enveloped in black mist. His movements appeared slow, yet were eerily elusive, as he shifted into black fog and teleported, thus moving with remarkable speed. Moments later, Su Feng entered a dilapidated encampment. Despite its ruin, countless yellow-turbaned demon soldiers and various twisted, aberrant denizens of the abyss roamed both inside and outside. Su Feng did not linger. He pressed onward, passing through these formidable, frenzied monsters, ultimately halting before a lake that seemed to be a congealed pool of thick blood. The atmosphere surrounding this blood lake was exceptionally potent, inhabited by several abyssal beings retaining their intellect, memories, and capacity for thought, much like Su Feng himself. What brings me here? A chilling voice echoed ominously, heralding the arrival of a fallen one before me. Though this figure donned the same eunuch garb as Su Feng, his attire lay in tatters, his body emaciated and skeletal, as if drained of life. Within his chest and abdomen, a strange green flame burned fiercely. This was Feng Su, who, like Su Feng, had once been one of the palace attendants during the reign of Emperor Ling of Han. Su Feng spoke calmly, "Report the urgent matter." Feng Su said nothing, merely retreating into the shadows. At that moment, the blood-red lake ahead underwent a bizarre transformation. An endless crimson mist surged and expanded, swirling violently. Gradually, a human-like silhouette emerged from the roiling blood. Although only a vague form could be discerned, the sense of dread it exuded surpassed that of all the abyssal beings and fallen ones present combined, casting a pall over the very fabric of reality. From its appearance, it could no longer be termed human. At first glance, it resembled a giant towering nearly 3 stories high. This grotesque and misshapen behemoth emitted a foul and profound aura, as if the cries of countless souls in madness resounded from within its being. The shadowy figure was none other than myriad, the former leader of the Yellow Turban Army, the first to succumb to the abyss. He had become the source and epicenter of all the corruption and nightmares in this place, twisted beyond recognition over the past 2 decades. He was a true monster. The most terrifying aspect was that this frenzied creature retained fragments of its former memories and cognitive abilities, though its logic and thought processes had been thoroughly tainted and warped by the will of the abyss. General, Su Feng's voice was hoarse and grave. There are the starry hounds prowling in Heading Township. It is likely that the Lords of the Stars have descended upon this place. Upon hearing this news, the blood-red lake trembled violently. Myriad erupted into a thunderous laughter that reverberated through the heavens. His voice seemed to intertwine with the lamentations of countless tortured souls, haunting and maddening. Feng Su immediately interjected. If we can obtain the core of the Star Lord, the general would essentially possess a passage through the abyss, allowing us to break the constraints and venture into other realms of this world. Su Feng replied, "I am willing to serve in the general's stead." Ma's deep voice resonated ominously. "This Star Lord has only just arrived and will undoubtedly be shielded by the will of the stars. For now, you cannot approach his domain." Pausing briefly, he continued, "I sense the fortune barrier of Hushi village is dissipating. This place may have already been seized by the starry hounds. Let these foolish peasants experience the grandeur of the abyssal will." "Understood." Su Feng acknowledged and withdrew. Yuani's massive form remained looming amidst the thick mist. A flood of long-buried memories surged within him. He recalled that the village chief of Hushi was none other than his former comrade, Wei Ji. This fool is so stubborn and obstinate. I have never forgotten the promise made years ago. If I can drag all of humanity into the abyss and transform them into beings like myself, we could survive without the need for sustenance. Through the will of the abyss, Myriad faintly sensed the presence of the great sage and virtuous teacher, who must have descended deeper into the abyss, waiting for their reunion with him in some distant place. All that remained was to defeat the Star Lord. As long as he obtains the Heart of the Stars, Myriad will have the opportunity to return under Zhang Jiao's command. Despite his current appearance, Myriad remains steadfast in his belief that the illustrious General Tiangong, a paragon of wisdom, will usher in a magnificent era amidst the abyssal age. Alas, the day of utter darkness has yet to arrive. As the core of the region's abyssal nightmare, Myriad is unable to leave the contaminated core area except during the day of utter darkness. Consequently, he cannot take direct action for the time being and must first send Su Feng to probe the situation. The next day, at the main camp, Hangu inquired, "What are the players currently engaged in?" Xiaoba replied, "Reporting to you, most of the players under your command are diligently grinding monsters and completing quests, with only a few attempting to interact with the villagers in Hushi village to trigger tasks." Hangu continued, "What of Yanling? She didn't attend the bonfire feast yesterday, which disappointed many players." Xiaoba responded, "Your employee Yanling is currently developing new equipment and has already achieved commendable results. Players will soon have access to new weapons and armor." "I see," Hangu remarked. "The Catastrophe Legion has slain a multitude of skeletal goats and scorpion-tailed cattle, leading to an influx of materials such as skeletal goat horns and scorpion-tailed cow hides into the territory. These are excellent materials for crafting equipment, though each type possesses unique characteristics, requiring the blacksmith some time to study before they can be fashioned into gear. Yanling's work ethic is quite commendable. Although her level and abilities are somewhat lacking, her potential for development is substantial. Just as Yanling must first understand the properties of skeletal goat horns and scorpion-tailed cow hides to create equipment. Each lord's territory has its own unique materials, making it unwise to hastily replace a long-term blacksmith. I shall observe her performance for a while longer. If Yanling continues to excel, I shall formally cultivate her as the chief blacksmith of the territory. With both employees and players striving diligently, I, as the Lord, must not become complacent, for the denizens of the abyss may pose a threat at any moment. The planning and construction of the territory must be expedited. This trip to Hushi village has proven highly fruitful for Hangu, and it is indeed time to commence further development of the territory. Chapter 36. Alchemy and Skills. Hangu inquired, "What is the current resource reserve of the territory?" Without hesitation, Xiaoba replied, "Master, you currently possess 1,091 magic crystals, 225 units of first-tier material essence, a stockpile of 462 first-tier materials, 595 units of first-tier ingredients, a reserve of 3,400 vital energy, and 16,212 fragments of magic stones." Hangu stroked his chin, stating, "At present, the population of the territory is sparse, and with players enjoying a tenfold drop rate, materials and food are in surplus. The only relatively pressing issue remains the magic crystals. Fortunately, with an initial capital of 2,000 magic crystals, the early stages of territory construction will not be insurmountable. However, 2,000 magic crystals are but a drop in the bucket for the development of a territory. Hangu had already recruited 48 subjects, in addition to hiring one blacksmith and constructing a blacksmith workshop, expending a total of 1,410 magic crystals, leaving him with 590 magic crystals remaining. Due to the acquisition of the Qi Yun Divine Stone in Hushi village, a sum of 500 magic crystals was obtained from the Fortune treasure chest. Each month, the occupied area of Hushi village generates an automatic output of 50 magic crystals, which translates to a daily yield of 1 to 2 magic crystals. Consequently, the current balance of magic crystals stands at 1091. While this endeavor has significantly alleviated the financial strain of the territory, it has yet to fundamentally rectify the deficit situation. Ultimately, the issue remains one of poverty. It is imperative to generate revenue. The primary methods by which the Lord acquires magic crystals typically encompass two avenues. Firstly, by having the inhabitants of the territory hunt abyssal beings, and secondly, by seizing territories akin to Hushi village to harness the world's fortune. Although Hangu's Disaster Legion boasts a tenfold drop rate, their current level and numbers are insufficient to sustain the territory's operations. Therefore, the most effective means of generating income is to continue expanding the territory and acquiring more valuable lands. Hangu will personally intervene when necessary. The villagers of Hushi village are well acquainted with the surrounding circumstances and can serve as guides, providing numerous useful clues. Gazing at the 1091 magic crystals in his possession, Hangu realized that he could not simply hoard them. They must be spent. After all, magic crystals yield no interest when hoarded, failing to generate value. Only by converting them into populace or structures can they serve a purpose in the nascent stages of a territory. Aside from the abyssal barracks, which increases population, there are 3 types of buildings that are crucial to the territory: the forging workshop, the alchemy workshop, and the tower of skills. The forging workshop can provide equipment, the alchemy workshop can supply consumables, and the tower of skills serves as a place for the inhabitants to enhance and learn skills. Given that humans start at a low level with relatively weak combat capabilities, they require equipment, potions, and skills to bolster their strength. Now that Hangu has established the forging workshop, it is imperative to expedite the construction of both the alchemy workshop and the tower of skills. He opened the territory construction tab and located the relevant information for the 2 buildings. Alchemy workshop, construction cost, 400 abyssal magic crystals, 500 first order material essence. Tower of skills, construction cost, 200 abyssal magic crystals, 400 first order material essence. This is quite an expense. If constructed simultaneously, only 491 magic crystals would remain. After a moment of hesitation, Hangu resolved to proceed with the construction. Similar to the forging workshop, the alchemy workshop will not be immediately functional upon completion. An additional 2 to 3 days will be required to recruit alchemists. For the tower of skills, its relatively lower cost makes the expenditure of these additional magic crystals less burdensome. Shall we construct the alchemy workshop? Yes, no. Yes. Hangu positioned the alchemy workshop opposite the forging workshop, and with a substantial investment of magic crystals and material essence, the alchemy workshop was swiftly summoned into existence. Its attributes promptly displayed before him. Alchemy workshop, first order building, capable of refining first order potions, can recruit alchemists 2, current resident alchemist count 02. The task of recruitment was entrusted to his assistant, Xiaoba, instructing it to select a cost-effective and efficient alchemist from the applicants. Given the territory's current financial state, hiring a high-level alchemist is unfeasible. It would be best to recruit a newcomer like Yanling, who is freshly graduated, possesses a clean foundation, and has a diligent and obedient disposition that can be cultivated. Shall we construct the tower of skills? Yes, no. Yes, Huang Yu placed the Tower of Skills in close proximity to the Lord's Hall. The Tower of Skills, a first-tier structure, boasts a skill learning chamber at 5, a skill training chamber at 5, and a skill impartation chamber at 1. Moments later, the skill tower was completed, and Huang Yu personally stepped inside. This unassuming stone tower comprises 12 rooms in total. Among them, one relatively larger chamber is designated as the impartation room, a space for the transmission of knowledge and skills. Here, Huang Yu can engage with NPCs to enter the impartation room, enabling them to bestow their combat skills onto players. However, not everyone possesses the ability to impart skills. A primary prerequisite is that the skill giver must have fully mastered the skill in question. This feature is exceptionally advantageous, allowing players to acquire desired skills directly from NPCs or even from one another, without the need for any additional items. Furthermore, there are 5 training rooms and 5 learning rooms. The former serves as a venue for the territory's citizens to hone their skills and gradually enhance their existing skill levels, while Huang Yu has also delegated the ability to strengthen skills through energy enhancement to the players themselves. The latter is a place for learning new skills, with each learning room featuring a skill stone slot, which only functions when a skill stone is embedded. Both the learning and impartation rooms enable players to acquire new skills, each possessing its own merits and drawbacks. The advantage of the impartation room lies in its independence from any additional items, requiring only that the parties involved in the skill transfer are compatible. However, its efficiency is limited, allowing for the transfer of only 1 skill per day at most. In contrast, the learning room offers high efficiency and rapid learning, but requires the embedding of corresponding skill stones. Huang Yu embedded the skill stones for the Qi Gathering Slash and the Peaceful Thunder Talisman in one of the learning room's skill stone tablets, thereby introducing 2 new skills for learning within the territory. The Qi Gathering Slash, a skill of white quality, has the learning requirement of level strength 18 and necessitates an initial consumption of 500 energy. The Peaceful Thunder Talisman, a green quality skill, requires a mental attribute of 30 and an initial consumption of 1000 energy. Energy minus 500. You have comprehended Qi Gathering Slash. Energy minus 1000. You have comprehended Peaceful Thunder Talisman. Huang Yu directly expended 1,500 points of experience to learn these 2 skills, recognizing their practicality and significantly enhancing his strength. Once a skill stone is embedded, it can be utilized without restriction, allowing any player who meets the requirements to learn it. However, Huang Yu made some modifications. In addition to consuming energy, learning Qi Gathering Slash now requires 400 contribution points, while learning Peaceful Thunder Talisman necessitates 800 contribution points. In comparison to the value of these 2 skills, such contribution points are indeed minimal and negligible. Embracing a spirit of fair resource allocation, Huang Yu refrains from excessively exploiting players, adhering to the adage that sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. He aspires for players to enhance their strength promptly, as only with greater power and higher levels can they generate more value. At last, everything is in place. The development of the territory has progressed further. With crafting, alchemy, and skills all established, Huang Yu gazed with satisfaction at the newly emerged structures in his domain. Xiaoba, how have the recent pre-registration numbers for the game been? He inquired regarding the feedback for the enigmatic 3 kingdoms within the realm of Blue Star. This has consistently garnered the attention of Hangu. As feedback improves, the buzz intensifies, leading to an increase in game pre-registration numbers, thereby expanding the pool of talent available to the esteemed lord and broadening the selection of high-quality players. Xiaoba responded, reporting to my master, the pre-registration numbers for Gue Sangwa have already surpassed 700,000. What? Such a sudden surge. Huang Yu surmised that the first test players must have taken action, likely due to recent revelations regarding the events in Hushi Village. Without hesitation, he logged onto the Xinghai forum to grasp the latest developments expressed by the players. Chapter 37. A new round of revelations yesterday. The count was less than 100,000. The rate of registrations had also begun to show a noticeable slowdown. Why then did it suddenly spike by 7 or 8 times? Surely, there must be a reason behind this phenomenon that has propelled the game into the limelight. Upon opening the Xinghai Gaming Forum, Hangu observed that half of the trending posts were related to Gue Sangwa, many of which were published by first test players, such as the following posts. First group photo of Gue Sangwa first test players exposed. Midnight Butcher, Game Character Encyclopedia, The Stories of Hushi Village's Inhabitants Series 01, Zhajiangmian. Every NPC possesses a soul. Gue Sangwa is a true sandbox masterpiece. Salted Fish Pounce, a revelation of Hushi Village's attire, scenery, and folklore. An analysis of the hidden details in the artistic design of Gue Sangwa, Dawn. The vast majority of these posts pertain to the process of occupying Hushi Village, with numerous players embarking on research and exploration of the village's characters, history, and folklore. ultimately reaching a unified conclusion. Gue Sangwa has achieved monumental success. For instance, in Salted Fish Pound's post, after presenting thousands of words filled with elaborate examples, he concluded, "We players have interacted with a majority of the NPCs in Hushi Village. And what astonishes us the most is that even the most inconspicuous NPCs possess their own fully independent personalities, experiences, worldviews, and thoughts. Indeed, they are not merely vivid. They are imbued with souls. Each NPC experiences joy and sorrow. Every seemingly insignificant villager appears unique. This is far from a mere rehash of identical data models churned out in bulk. I even suspect that Gue Sangwa has achieved a revolutionary breakthrough in the foundational models of artificial intelligence. Each AI's dialogue is not merely generated through big data calculations, but instead represents genuine feedback derived from true learning, understanding, and contemplation. This implies that the thoughts, activities, and responses associated with each game task will fluctuate in accordance with environmental and temporal changes. And due to the presence of players as an entirely uncontrollable variable, the narrative development of the game cannot be managed or anticipated in any manner. From the moment the game commenced its testing, its storyline has been uncontrollable. This signifies that the player's choices regarding the fate of each NPC and the trajectory of every plotline will be permanent. Every decision we make and every action we take will profoundly influence, even determine, the main storyline and future of the game. This is truly a sandbox game of unparalleled excellence. This is an extraordinary masterpiece. This is a genuine world. Both Xinyu Tusi and Heidong Rouge are renowned figures in this realm. This post undoubtedly possesses great appeal and easily captivates players. However, mere words are insufficient to transcend boundaries, let alone cause a surge in game reservations. What truly propelled the reservations for the game Gue Sangwa to skyrocket 7 or 8 times within a day was not the lengthy revelations from the initial players, but rather a single photograph. Hangu, ever humble, absorbed player suggestions and developed a screenshot function for the game. Players can exchange photography crystals in the lobby for the privilege of taking a screenshot, yet capturing a single image costs a staggering 500 contribution points. A price that is decidedly steep and beyond the player's means. Yet last night, the bonfire party was a lively affair, and players felt it was a moment worth celebrating. Thus, under the proposal of Midnight Pig Killer, they collectively redeemed a photography crystal, leading to this groundbreaking game photo. Hangu clicked on the image, revealing a grand group photo of Hushi Village. As the Lord, Hangu occupied the central position, exuding not only charisma and handsomeness but also a commanding presence. Surrounded by his subjects and the villagers of Hushi, with the backdrop depicting an untouched village and an eerie, resplendent, and mysterious sky. Aha! No wonder it caused such a stir. Despite the high volume of discussions surrounding Gue Sangwa over the past 2 days, there have been numerous doubts and criticisms regarding the game's actual existence, leaving many to question whether it is merely hype. Most bystanders remain skeptical. How could current technology possibly create such an impressive game? Moreover, from the beginning, only a handful of players have posted in the void, without images to substantiate their claims. Were it not for the presence of several influential figures in the gaming community, it is unlikely that such fervor and discussion would have been ignited. At this moment, a game screenshot was unveiled. Undoubtedly, it would instantly spark widespread discussion. While it might not entirely quell skepticism, it is certainly suitable for dissemination and hype. Hangu noted that numerous influencers with millions of followers, along with various gaming and film media outlets, were reporting on this photograph, which even made headlines in several mainstream news outlets, attracting millions of non-gamers to engage in observation and discussion. Indeed, Hangu continued to browse the posts. Although the forum was rife with trending topics related to Gue Sangwa, the majority held little allure for him. He observed that the top-ranking content post was titled The Second Wave of Revelations from the Initial Players of Gue Sangwa, In-Depth Exploration and Plot Speculations of Hushi Village. Thus, he clicked to take a glance. Hello, everyone. The Wraith Sister is back. Having made progress and discoveries in the game, I am here to share my experiences. In the past day, we not only successfully triggered the first storyline quest, but also followed the Lord to seize our first territory, namely Hushi Village. So let me briefly recount the events leading up to this and the outcome. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Special thanks to Midnight Pig Killer for providing the group photo. The narrative experience of this game is truly unforgettable. The Lord's prowess exceeds all expectations, embodying the very backbone of the territory. He is the most captivating and enigmatic core NPC, undoubtedly harboring a wealth of hidden lore waiting to be unearthed, eliciting a sense of awe. The villagers are vividly rendered, each possessing depth and substance, and every interaction with them immerses one into a transcendental journey through time. They are far from lifeless data concealed beneath intricate models. This distinction sets it apart from any previous games. Now, let us delve into the discoveries of Hushi Village, while also speculating on the plot of the Novice Village. Firstly, I will discuss two significant NPCs from Hushi Village. The first is Wei Ji, a disciple of Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban Army. Alongside Ma Yuani, he was captured in the early stages of the Yellow Turban Rebellion and was slated for execution at the Luoshui execution ground. However, he narrowly escaped death due to a cataclysmic upheaval. We speculate that the boss in the introductory map is Ma Yuani. Although Ma Yuani's presence in the Three Kingdoms is relatively obscure, many may find him unfamiliar, thus a brief introduction is warranted. Despite the Yellow Turban Army being a peasant uprising during the late Han Dynasty, it was replete with talented individuals. Beyond the well-known Zhang Jiao brothers, there were numerous other notable figures and generals, such as the martyr general Ma Yuani, the vanguard general Bo Kai, the southern guardian general Zhao Hong, the divine general Zhang Manqing, and the northern king Guan Hai, each not to be trifled with, and collectively referred to by some Three Kingdoms enthusiasts as the five tiger generals of the Yellow Turbans. Among them, Ma Yuani arguably held the highest status, likely second only to the Zhang Jiao brothers within the Yellow Turban faction, and was Zhang Jiao's most trusted general. Regrettably, due to a traitorous betrayal, the Yellow Turban Rebellion was compromised, and Ma Yuani was executed by the court before he could make his mark, paving the way for the subsequent narrative of the intriguing novice village within the game. Chapter 38. The barbaric bull said, according to the information I have gathered from my companion, Wraith Sister, following Ma Yuani's gruesome execution, it is believed that his powerful obsession led him to be chosen by the abyssal will, transforming him into a vessel of corruption. He acquired the ability to taint other beings, dragging them into the nightmarish depths of the abyss. Once ensnared in this abyssal nightmare, one cannot perish nor attain rebirth, ultimately succumbing to an ever-deepening demonic transformation through the relentless cycle of torment over time. The lore surrounding the abyss is exceedingly intricate. At present, I have only scratched the surface. I shall endeavor to gather further intelligence and evidence, and when the opportunity arises, I will initiate a dedicated discussion on this topic, refraining from baseless speculation to avoid disseminating erroneous information that may mislead other players. The second notable figure in Hushi Village is Lin Yo, born in the first year of the Zhongping era, coinciding with the year of Ma Yuani's dismemberment. However, he has now reached the age of 20, indicating that a full 20 years have elapsed since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The first year of Zhongping corresponds to the year 183 AD, thus 20 years later brings us to 203 AD. According to the historical progression of the Three Kingdoms, the year 203 corresponds to the 8th year of the Jinan era, by which time the Battle of Guandu had concluded 3 years prior, and the entire Central Plains had been unified under the dominion of Cao Cao. However, it is evident that the realm we inhabit does not align with the conventional historical timeline of the Three Kingdoms. Therefore, I posit that from the moment the profound upheaval of the heavens and earth heralded the arrival of the abyss, the timeline of this region diverged from the historical continuum, veering into an alternative timeline conceived by the creators. Based on the existing clues, I speculate that the world of the game Gue Sangwa is an intricate tapestry woven from countless maps. Each map's temporal and spatial continuity is disjointed, indicating that the abyss did not merely invade the Three Kingdoms from a spatial dimension, but rather enveloped the entire era of the Three Kingdoms, spanning several centuries, and instigated a pervasive corruption. This process fragmented centuries of time and space into myriad independent nightmares, each with a core source of pollution that perpetually emanates taint, thus forming distinct timelines. The longer the pollution persists, the more pronounced the demonic transformation and distortion become, correlating with the escalating levels of the corresponding maps. Perhaps this notion appears abstract. However, should this hypothesis hold true, players could encounter legendary generals at the zenith of their powers within the game. Simultaneously, they might partake in numerous battles or iconic historical moments from various epochs. They could face figures such as Zhang Jiao from the early period, while also encountering later luminaries like Jiang Wei, Deng Ai, Lu Kong, and Wen Yang. Yet, I find myself pondering a question. Is it conceivable to encounter the same individual across different timelines? Or might a single character exist in multiple forms within the game? Presently, the clues at hand do not yield an answer. In summary, from the current perspective, the setting of Gue Sangwa is remarkably intricate and expansive. The game designers have ingeniously crafted two intertwining timelines, utilizing the Three Kingdoms as a foundation for a plethora of creative content. This approach preserves the elements and narratives of the Three Kingdoms while brimming with countless unknowns, suspense, and puzzles, ranging from the vast abyss and celestial realms beyond the world of Gue Sangwa to the poignant tales of minor characters experiencing joys and sorrows. The narrative and stories within this universe seem inexhaustible, rendering it a veritable treasure trove and paradise for enthusiasts of plot and lore. After reading this post, Although there are several inaccuracies, the overarching direction is largely correct, and it indeed contains substantial insights. The classification method employed by Chi-Mei Wang Liang regarding the timelines is particularly intriguing. She delineates the timeline of Gue Sangwa into two branches, one representing the conventional historical timeline, and the other the distorted abyssal timeline. This classification scheme is worthy of adoption and reference. The historical timeline of the Luoshui execution ground is set in the year 183 AD, while the abyssal timeline is designated as Abyss Year 20. Moving forward, should this method be applied to delineate other maps, each map's temporal markers and developmental status would be articulated with greater clarity. Due to the varying intensities of pollution sources on each map, the duration spent in the abyss also differs accordingly. Prolonged stay in the abyss typically signifies a more severe distortion and aberration, resulting in more frenzied and terrifying monsters. I glanced at other posts and noted the diverse play styles among players. Chi-Mei Wangliang, as a narrative enthusiast, places greater emphasis on the game's storyline, lore, and world-building. Heidong Rue Gu and Xinyu Tusi are seasoned strategists, whose content leans towards the hardcore, primarily focusing on monster intelligence, gameplay strategies, and the exploration of game mechanics and innovations. Additionally, there has recently emerged a faction represented by Qinxi and Xiao Lingdang, who concentrate on the cultural landscapes and experiential aspects of the game, showcasing the enigmatic allure of the Gue Three Kingdoms world from unique perspectives. Their contributions are commendable, reflecting the high caliber of players meticulously selected by Xiaoba.it is precisely due to the relentless sharing of insights by these players that the popularity of Gue Three Kingdoms continues to soar. Nonetheless, even in the face of photographic evidence, a substantial number of netizens still express skepticism regarding the game's authenticity. Setting aside the feasibility of AI technology and realism, the texture and interplay of light in these images appear strikingly lifelike, an effect unattainable by contemporary virtual reality games. Rather than being mere screenshots from a virtual game, they resemble cinematic posters enhanced by special effects. Hangu remains unfazed by such controversies, given the current buzz surrounding Gue Three Kingdoms. The number of pre-registered players is poised to surpass 1 million, providing him with a sufficient talent pool from which to select early players. My lord, it is time for your meal, a melodious voice chimed. Yin Ling brought forth the lunch for the lord, consisting of a bowl of snake-tail chicken soup, a slice of scorpion-tail steak, accompanied by a variety of fruits offered by Hushi Village. Hangu realized that he had unknowingly spent several hours engrossed in the forum and quickly shut it down, recognizing the need to refrain from further distractions. As his gaze fell upon Yin Ling, he noticed her pale complexion, indicative of severe anemia, and understood that she had once again overexerted herself in her work, prompting him to inquire about her recent tasks. The new equipment has been successfully forged, Yin Ling exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Hangu expressed his surprise. So soon? Let me see. Before him lay a set of equipment crafted from high-quality leather dropped by the skeletal scorpion-tailed wild bull. Skeletal wild bull helmet. Tier 1 equipment. White quality. Physical damage immunity 4. Independent defense 12. Strength 1. Durability 2020. Skeletal wild bull chest plate. Tier 1 equipment. White quality. Physical damage immunity 4. Independent defense 12. Strength 1. Durability 2020. Skeletal wild bull boots. Tier 1 equipment. White quality. Physical damage immunity 4. Independent defense 8. Strength 1. Durability 2020. Skeletal wild bull set effect. All attributes 2. Physical immunity 6. Wow. Such impressive attributes. Hangu was taken aback by the equipment's effects. He hastily inquired, how many sets of this equipment can be produced in total? Yin Ling replied, reporting to my lord, we have 40 portions of high-quality leather in stock, which should allow for the crafting of approximately 6 complete sets. I can also craft a set from ordinary leather, as my stock of this material is ample enough to adequately equip all the citizens under your command. The barbarian bull set is available in 2 varieties, white quality and gray quality. The former is crafted from materials dropped by the skeletal scorpion-tailed bulls, endowing it with superior attributes and quality. Although players enjoy a 10-fold drop rate, each creature yields a limited number of materials. Currently, the expectation is to achieve 6 complete sets, which would significantly enhance the combat prowess of the elite citizens. The latter set is crafted from the leather of ordinary scorpion-tailed bulls. Due to the disparity in materials, the gray quality is naturally much inferior. Upon examining the attributes of the ordinary barbarian bull set, Wang Yu noted that while the chest armor and helmet provide a physical immunity of 1 and defense of 5, all other pieces offer immunity of 1 and defense of 3. The complete set grants a total of 6 points of physical immunity. What does independent defense mean? What constitutes physical damage immunity? The former refers to the damage reduction effect derived from the inherent strength of the armor, which only activates when an attack strikes a specific protected area, thus usually possessing vulnerabilities. For instance, if an arrow were to pierce a gap in the armor, it would yield no defensive benefit, aligning with the principles of real-world physics. The latter represents a holistic absorption of damage, functioning without gaps, even if a particular area lacks armor. If a player's physical damage immunity is 6, then when they sustain 10 points of damage, 6 points will be negated by the energy released from the equipment, resulting in only 4 points of vitality loss. The ordinary Barbarian Bull set is not to be dismissed either. Furthermore, it offers an additional attribute bonus of 1 to all stats and 2 to damage immunity. Although it may only be classified as gray quality, equipping a full set would make each piece comparable in value to Gray's superior equipment, certainly rendering it a highly desirable armor set at this stage. Yinling's contributions have exceeded expectations. Her talent for crafting and her diligent work ethic have garnered the Lord's recognition. Once these two sets are outfitted to the troops, they will undoubtedly elevate the Legion's strength to new heights. However, there lies a pressing dilemma that troubles Wang Yu. Despite possessing excellent equipment and his desire to swiftly arm the Legion, the players are currently impoverished and unable to afford such expensive gear. What can be done? The only viable solution would be to increase the issuance of currency. Yet, it cannot be justified to simply grant players contribution points or equipment without cause. The only course of action Wang Yu could conceive is to promptly assign tasks to players, ideally of high difficulty, risk, and reward. This way, players would endure hardships, contributing more energy reserves to Wang Yu, while also amplifying the issuance of contribution points, potentially even directly rewarding them with entire sets of equipment, prompting players to face adversity with enthusiasm, fervently and even obsessively, finding joy in their struggles. Chapter 39. Large-scale event. The crafting of this batch of equipment was commendable, yet a problem persists. Could it be that the equipment does not meet the needs of the territory? While Yinling held confidence in her crafted gear, upon hearing the Lord's remark, she immediately grew anxious, for different territories have varying equipment requirements. For example, if the territory needs to confront enemies primarily utilizing spell attacks, then producing armor that offers physical damage immunity would be utterly inappropriate. Huang Yu elucidated. The equipment itself poses no issue. Rather, the predicament lies in the impoverished state of the members of the Cataclysm Legion. At present, they cannot afford even the ordinary Bowman set, let alone the skeleton Bowman set. Yinling exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the equipment is not at fault, the Lord's implication is to suspend the crafting of Bowman gear until conditions are ripe for supply. No, you shall continue producing the Bowman sets. Although the players cannot purchase them for the time being, this Lord can procure them directly. With a grand gesture, Huang Yu declared, the procurement price for each ordinary Bowman set is 800 contribution points, while each skeleton Bowman set is 4,000 contribution points. Whatever quantity you can forge in the next 2 days, I shall acquire. Yinling was momentarily taken aback, then elated. After a brief calculation, she realized that with full effort over the next 2 days, she could manufacture enough for 6 skeleton Bowman sets, in addition to approximately 10 ordinary Bowman sets. If the Lord were to purchase them all, it would amount to at least 32,000 contribution points. In other words, just from the guaranteed commissions over these 2 days, she could exchange them for 300 to 400 essence. This amount of essence was trivial for Huang Yu, who even felt that the labor of the workers was somewhat undervalued. However, for a low-level craftsman, it was undeniably enticing, and Yinling felt her fatigue dissipate, replaced by a surge of motivation. Grateful for the Lord's support, Huang Yu opted for a collective procurement approach from the alchemy workshop, which would undoubtedly be more economical than retail. Most of the acquired equipment would initially be utilized to arm his personal guard. As for the players, presenting 2 sets of the skeleton Bowman gear and around 5 to 8 sets of the ordinary Bowman gear would be sufficient to send players into a frenzied rush, filled with joy and eagerness. Yinling immediately set to work, wishing only that her energy was boundless to expand production capacity. However, she also noticed that an apothecary workshop was being constructed across the way. It seemed that in a few days, this territory would possess a potion master. With a reliable supply of restorative potions, the production capacity of equipment crafting would significantly increase. After Yinling departed, Huang Yu began contemplating how to create a task. He aimed to increase the currency circulation, allowing players a bit more financial freedom, ideally distributing the Bowman sets to enhance the overall strength of the territory's legion. This required a task of considerable significance. Should he explore the core pollution zone? Should he have players encounter myriad? Although the territory possessed sufficient strength to confront the looming threat of the boss guarding the gate, the prerequisite was that Huang Yu must take action himself. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Cataclysm Legion, encountering myriad would be nearly impossible. At that moment, Xiao Ba suddenly appeared. offering a reminder, Master. Your territory's core has detected an abyssal presence. An unidentified abyssal force is approaching the territory. Hangu was initially taken aback that he responded. My 7-day protection period has not yet concluded. The abyssal forces should not be able to approach the territory's stronghold. Moreover, today is not a day of utter darkness. Even if myriad has discovered my presence, he cannot yet initiate an attack against me. Every new lord is granted a 7-day sanctuary, during which time it is advisable to establish a solid foundation and eliminate nearby threats. In truth, unless one belongs to a highly advanced upper-tier race, the vast majority of mid to lower-tier races experience considerable difficulty in their early development. They typically go to great lengths to conceal their whereabouts, cautiously engaging in monster hunting to avoid detection by the forces of the abyss. However, Hangu did not adhere to this cautious strategy. Bolstered by his formidable growth rate and the invincible army of calamities at his disposal, he deemed it unnecessary to play defensively in this novice territory, having already acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation. He harbored no fear of myriad and did not believe that myriad could pose a threat. As a core source of pollution, myriad was subjected to operational restrictions, spending most of his time confined to the core pollution zone, only able to move freely during the day of eternal darkness, a periodic celestial phenomenon or disaster within the abyssal plane. On this day, pollution from the core zone would spread, the resurrection rate of abyssal creatures would accelerate, and it would represent the optimal moment for the abyssal forces to strike back against lords. In a sense, this could be likened to a siege by monsters in a game. Statistics reveal that among the unfortunate lords who have fallen, around 40 to 50% met their demise during the day of eternal darkness. This day serves as a critical test of life and death for lords. Today, however, was evidently not the day of eternal darkness, and with the protection of the stars still in effect, the main stronghold would remain unthreatened. Thus, there was only one possibility that Hangu realized without needing a prompt from Xiaoba, Hashi village. Although new lords benefit from the protection of the stars, this safeguard is limited to the main stronghold and does not extend to towns or territories. He promptly opened the map for further details. The unexplored regions remained shrouded in war fog, but the areas traversed by players were now visible. Hangu quickly discerned that approximately 10 miles from Hashi village, there were countless red signals, numbering in the hundreds. Xiaoba had detected these signals through the territory's core, thus issuing him an immediate warning. Most abyssal beings lack intelligence, yet at this moment, they were approaching Hashi village in an organized and deliberate manner, undoubtedly guided by a malevolent entity from the abyss. Hangu muttered to himself, while Xiaoba advised, given Hashi village's own strength, it cannot withstand the forces of the abyss. Master should immediately assemble troops and prepare for a response. Despite the threat facing his territory, Hangu remained unfazed, even wearing a satisfied smile. Excellent, this is just what I needed. I was at a loss regarding how to distribute contribution points and equipment. And now fortune has delivered a perfect opportunity to me. Allowing players to directly explore the core pollution zone was ultimately premature. Although players are immortal, being overwhelmingly defeated would yield neither a sense of achievement nor an enjoyable gaming experience. This invasion, however, provided a splendid opportunity, as Hashi village could continue to generate resources for the Lord, particularly in terms of human resources, which were in high demand. Thus, protecting Hashi village aligned perfectly with the core interests of the territory. From the player's perspective, their frequent interactions with the villagers over the past few days had fostered friendships between many players and the villagers. Under such circumstances, should the villagers be slaughtered by the forces of the abyss, the emotional toll would be unbearable, prompting players to actively participate in their defense, especially since this process could yield substantial rewards. Minutes later, players received a notification. Ding. Team mission triggered. Task name: Defend Hashi village. Task content: Hashi village is under siege by foreign invaders. Please protect it from destruction. Task objective: hold the fort for 24 hours or completely repel the invading abyssal creatures. Task rewards: vitality points ranging from 100 to 1000, contribution points between 150 and 1500, with a chance to obtain the barbarian bull set. Special note: players can revive for free during the task, with a maximum of 3 consecutive revivals allowed. All participants in the team task will receive a free Vitality Pact enhancement during the event. All set. From this point forward, one can simply sit back and enjoy the show. Hangu can not only judiciously allocate resources, but also take advantage of this opportunity to reap substantial rewards from the players. This event marks a grand feast for harvesting players. During this task, each player is limited to 3 revivals. While theoretically, the Heavenly Dao Cube allows for unlimited revivals, excessive deaths and resurrections in a short span of time may still incur some detriment to a player's soul and spirit. 3 to 4 revivals are relatively safe to ensure the player's morale and enhance the efficiency of harvesting. Hangu has granted players 3 free revival opportunities. Upon the announcement of the task, all players were taken aback. Midnight Butcher. Everyone, look, there's an event. Street Slayer. Wow, such fortune. Yili, Black Eye Rue, and others were equally ecstatic. 3 free revivals and complimentary vitality pacts. This is simply exhilarating. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Our territory is in danger. Let us hasten to Hushi Village. Someone quickly call those who are offline. At this moment, players such as Qinxi, Xilingdang, and Qi Mei Wangliang are conducting research in Hushi Village. Upon learning of the impending threat, they were instantly filled with concern. The local villagers are simple folk. The village's peril is intertwined with the player's actions. Each villager possesses a wealth of information, serving as a treasure trove for understanding the narrative and lore of this world. Even without the call to arms, and irrespective of the generous rewards, players feel compelled to fight for Hushi Village, to safeguard these flesh and blood villagers, and to defend their own territory from the desecration of the abyss. Chapter 40. Defend Hushi Village. Half an hour later, Hushi Village was fortified. Hangu and 8 loyal soldiers arrived at the scene, greeted by a full assembly of 50 players, each present without exception. Although the players were gathering to engage in a life-and-death struggle, there was no sign of anxiety among them. 10 new players exchanged laughter and banter, their faces alight with eager anticipation. Level 1 Warrior. Human Cannon. This is exhilarating. I didn't expect to encounter a monster siege event right after entering the game. Level 1 Sorcerer. Glorious days. I feel as though I'm living in a dream. Is this place truly a game? Level 1 Ranger. Greywood. Rue Gu. Esteemed player. Xinyu. Great one. Please take care of us newcomers. The remaining 40 players maintained a relatively composed demeanor. While equally filled with anticipation, their mindset was notably more serious. ZHG Engmian, how sudden it is. I was in the midst of my meal when this happened. Xiomg, hehe, what are you complaining about? I have already arranged for the models at the club. YG and XLI, the rewards for this game are exceedingly generous. I hope to earn a substantial amount of contribution points. However, I believe that protecting the village is of even greater significance than the contribution points. The esteemed Xinyu DLO has also stated that the game's narrative is irreversible, and the actions and behaviors of players will permanently affect the fate of NPCs, and even the main storyline of the game. We must shoulder the responsibilities of the Cataclysm Legion. Indeed, players can be resurrected upon death, but if an NPC perishes, they are lost forever. We must defend the territory and its denizens. The Cataclysm Legion has an undeniable duty. Hiding Ruji, YLMing, WYSHHNN, GZHU, and others deliberated for a while. They felt it prudent to learn from past lessons and avoid involving the NPCs in battle, as it would minimize territorial losses and maximize rewards. After some discussion, the players approached Ingidat. Hiding Ruji bowed respectfully and declared, Great Lord, we implore you to entrust the defense of Hushi Village to us. The Cataclysm Legion, Ingi had already intended for the players to tackle this crisis, given their tenfold drop rate, which would yield greater spoils from vanquishing foes, not to mention the potential for significant casualties during the process. Their offer was indeed timely. He feigned hesitation. With the abyssal malice approaching, your current strength may be somewhat insufficient. Hiding Ruji promptly knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, Precisely because the enemy is perilous, we cannot allow others to take risks. With the immortal bodies bestowed upon us by our Lord, we are perfectly suited to confront such foes. Please grant us, the Cataclysm Legion, an opportunity to prove ourselves. The hearts of the other players ignited with fervor and a sense of honor upon witnessing this point one by one. They emulated Hiding Ruji's bow and fervently shouted, We beseech you, Great Lord, grant the Cataclysm Legion a chance to demonstrate our worth. Oh, how invigorating, Ingi nodded. Very well, if that is the case, I shall leave it to you, as long as the enemy does not threaten the core. I shall refrain from intervening personally. Marvelous. Thank you, Great Lord, for your benevolence. We shall fight to the bitter end. The players erupted in joyous cheers, their faces alight with excitement as they sprang into action. Splendid. As long as the Lord does not intervene, we need not fear failing to earn contributions. I am a newcomer. Why is it that if the Lord intervenes, we cannot achieve sufficient contributions? Newcomer, you are blissfully unaware of our Lord's power. If he were to intervene, what would it matter for you? Ingi sat near the central tower of Hushi Village, flanked by 8 loyal guards led by Ziching SN and LS, along with a dozen or so warriors from Hushi Village, including WIJ and LNI.is. It wise to let only the Cataclysm Legion confront the enemy? WIJ appeared somewhat apprehensive. Although he had witnessed players being resurrected, he remained skeptical of the notion that these players truly possessed immortality. The beings that had plummeted into the abyss could also rise again, yet each resurrection twisted their souls and bodies further, with repeated deaths resulting in a more severe erosion by the will of the abyss. By all reasonable standards, true immortality was an impossibility. Any method of resurrection came at a cost, Eli Nyodao proclaimed. As members of Hushi village, we should engage in battle. Calmly, Hangu replied, you need not worry about this. I trust that the disaster army can handle this threat. Even if they cannot hold the line, they will swiftly form a secondary defense to resist. With the Lord's assurance, the people of Hushi village could only watch and wait. The players, tightly organized, prepared for combat. Brother Rue? Yi Li Ming. Look, the enemy approaches. Before the village, a dense forest suddenly revealed a great swarm of figures, each enveloped in the aura of the abyss. So many. They're all humanoid monsters. Quickly, let us ascertain what these beings truly are. The multitude of figures drew closer, their movements stiff as if they were puppets. Externally, they resembled ordinary humans, men and women, young and old. Yet their eyes were devoid of whites, replaced by an abyssal void, their bodies thickly shrouded in the dense essence of the abyss. Abyssal undead, level 4 common unit, description. Once ordinary citizens, they were transformed into the undead after descending into the abyss. What is the meaning of this? Yi Li Ming pondered. They must be residents from nearby villages, altered by the corruption of the abyss during their death, Chinsi explained. The notion of being undying may seem appealing. However, in the treacherous realm of the Three Kingdoms, it was anything but a blessing. It was a curse. To be unable to die in a proper manner meant to be trapped in a perpetual nightmare of the abyss, endlessly reincarnated regardless of the number of times they were slain. Each cycle of resurrection or reincarnation intensified the distortion of their bodies and souls. The individuals now before them were, in essence, tainted ordinary people. While their appearances were not drastically different from those of normal humans, their inner selves and souls had become grotesquely warped. Unlike the fallen, who, despite their complete corruption, retained fragments of their former memories and personalities, these undead lacked such formidable will and fortune. They had lost all recollection during the process of corruption, rendering them akin to mindless zombies. Attack? Let us strike together. Do not allow them to approach. With 50 players, ranging from level 1 to 5, facing over 100 undead, all uniform at level 4, the overall strength of this horde slightly surpassed that of the players. Yet, the undead lacked intelligence and coordination, and their combat style was rather simplistic, granting the players an advantage. Loose arrows. A group of at least a dozen warriors and rangers, including Guzhou, Heitong Rue, Yi Li Ming, and Xianyu 2Ci, swiftly unleashed the first volley of arrows, toppling several of the undead as they soared forward. The undead, however, showed no sign of retreat. Their expression was numb, and they pressed onward. Undeterred by the incoming projectiles and a breathtaking display of synergy, 9 adept sorcerers unleashed their formidable spells simultaneously, fiery arrows streaking through the air, igniting the bodies of the undead. Before the revenants could close the distance, nearly 1/10 of their ranks had already been decimated. Rangers, guard the flanks. Warriors, activate your iron armor. Follow my lead and charge. Yi Li shouted with fervor, subsequently relinquishing his bow to wield a flaming greatsword, bravely cleaving through the ranks of the undead with a single, lethal strike. For our territory, long live the Cataclysm army, he bellowed, fervently hacking through the throngs like a mad dog, engaging multiple undead in fierce combat. Following closely were the likes of Guangdao Lao Wang and Xianyu 2Ci, all warriors activating their iron armor technique. Though outnumbered, they stood resolute against the onslaught of the undead. Haichuo Ruegu and Gu Zhou led their respective ranger squads, invoking the Gale Step to swiftly infiltrate the flanks while the warriors absorbed the attacks, creating chaos within the ranks of the undead and inflicting continuous casualties through their surprise assaults. Meanwhile, the monk players, including Midnight Slaughterman and Morning Light, remained at the rear, tirelessly healing the wounded who retreated from the fray. Impressive, Hangu remarked, recognizing the prowess of these players. If merely 100 or so undead could inflict some losses, they posed no substantial threat. However, he surmised that this initial assault was merely a probing maneuver. Scanning the wooded area ahead of Hushi village with his lordly vision, he detected at least several dozen formidable presences, predominantly Huangjin headless demon soldiers, alongside several more powerful elite monsters. At the forefront stood a figure clad as a eunuch, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, his skin cracked and familiar. Su Feng had been attentively monitoring the battle. Although the human lord's forces were competent, they fell within expected parameters. This probing attack had already inflicted considerable losses upon the enemy. Such strength was hardly formidable. Perhaps Su Feng would not need to wait until the Day of Darkness to obliterate this lord. Chapter 41. The collective honor of the Cataclysm army with a swift victory. The entire engagement lasted less than 20 minutes. Under the command of Haichuo Rue Gur and Yi Li, 50 players executed a harmonious blend of tactics and class synergy, ultimately triumphing over 110 abyssal undead. 14 players met their demise in this battle, the majority being novice level 1 players. While the core team remained unscathed, we've recovered a total of 750 points of abyssal essence, Xiaoba reported. These low-level players only served as a mere appetizer. The main course awaits. Hangu remarked, this performance is commendable. Even the weakest of the abyssal undead are level 4 creatures, armed with tools such as hoes, sickles, and clubs. Though lacking in intelligence and exhibiting clumsy movements, their immense strength and ability to strike vital areas can prove fatal on the battlefield. Cheers erupted. We have emerged victorious. Thanks to Rue Gu and Meng Ji's leadership. You're too kind. This is not a personal achievement. Every individual is indispensable. Indeed, when we players unite, we shall undoubtedly conquer all adversities and emerge victorious in every battle. Victory belongs to every member of the Calamity Legion. Glory is bestowed upon each and every member of the Calamity Legion. Long live the Calamity Legion. This marks our first collective operation. The resounding triumph has ignited a fervor among the players. They successfully defended Hushi Village and its inhabitants against this wave of monsters. As they surveyed the battlefield, littered with the dismembered corpses of the undead, a sense of fulfillment, accomplishment, and pride welled up within them, along with a subtle camaraderie and an emergent collective honor. The immersion is overwhelmingly potent. Is this the allure of a top-tier game? Even figures like Qinxi and Xiaolingdang, renowned for their social prowess, find themselves completely enveloped in this shared emotion at this moment. Yi Li, in the game, embodies the image of a bald, muscular man, yet in reality, he is a nearly 60-year-old gentleman, the oldest player to date. In this moment, he feels transported back to the most passionate and fervent years of his youth. This battle transcends mere gaming objectives, symbolizing the honor of the Calamity Legion. They fight to protect their territory's citizens, and they battle for the glory of their great lord. Regarding the spoils of war, due to the spirit contract, the loot acquired from this battle initially enters a sealed state within the contract. Once the combat status concludes, the spirit will be distributed fairly. You have collected loot. Spirit 100, magic stone fragments 300, damaged undead scythe 1. You have collected loot. Spirit 100, magic stone fragments 300, worn undead necklace 1. Although the undead did not drop materials or resources, the spirit and magic stone fragments yielded are significantly higher than those of ordinary monsters of similar rank. Furthermore, they also dropped usable equipment. Heitong Rue, slightly astonished, pondered whether this was an exception or if all humanoid monsters behaved similarly. 1 undead alone can yield 100 points of spirit. 110 undead can produce 11,000 spirit. Although the spirit contract automatically allocates spirit after the battle concludes, this automatic distribution does not imply absolute equality. Higher-level players receive a slightly greater share of spirit, while lower-level players receive a lesser portion. At the current stage, the level disparity among players is not vast, thus the distribution will not be excessively imbalanced. Even the lowest-level player, at level 1, has accumulated nearly 200 points of spirit, elevating them all to level 2. Why does Hangu offer the contract to players for free, even mandating it? It is, of course, to enhance the overall levels and capabilities of the players. Only through this means can the quantity of spirit returned from players falling in battle be increased. Among the 50 players, there are now 5 at level 5, 12 at level 4, 18 at level 3, leaving 15 at level 2. Cultivating such a troop is no easy feat for a human lord of initially low levels. After all, the process of training is inevitably accompanied by casualties. Yet Hangu harbors no such concerns, relying on the immortality of the Calamity Legion and the tenfold experience and drop rates. He has forged a formidable army in less than 5 days. So many pieces of equipment have been acquired. Regrettably, most of the items are nothing more than scrap metal. It remains uncertain whether these unusable pieces of equipment can even be reclaimed by the territory. The undead foes have dropped over 100 pieces of gear. Although the quantity is impressive, the quality is dubious, all uniformly of gray and inferior grade. However, they are not entirely without merit. Players initially possess only 4 pieces of equipment, a weapon, trousers, and shoes, whereas theoretically, they can equip up to 11 pieces, with slots for the head, shoulder guards, rings, necklaces, and other areas still vacant. Even the poorest quality gear is preferable to none at all. For instance, Yi Liming has managed to acquire 3 pieces of equipment through allocation and exchange, specifically a ring, a necklace, and a cloak, with the following attributes. Worn Undead Necklace. Tier 1 equipment, Gray Inferior Grade, Damage Resistance 1, Durability 410. Worn Undead Ring. Tier 1 equipment, Gray Inferior Grade, Attack 1, Durability 510. Worn Undead Cloak. Tier 1 equipment, Gray Inferior Grade, Independent Defense 1, Durability 410. The attributes are exceedingly poor, yet it is better than nothing. After donning the 3 new pieces, Yi Liming felt a slight enhancement in his strength. He immediately raised his 5-flame warrior blade and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers and sisters, the battle is far from over. There are surely enemy forces lying in wait within the woods ahead. Rather than passively awaiting their assault, we should charge in now and catch them off guard." "Isn't that a bit too reckless?" Xiao Lingding expressed her trepidation. Indeed, Qinzi concurred, the enemy's situation is unclear. Such a reckless advance is fraught with danger. "Ha ha ha, what is there to fear?" Quan Kan laughed heartily. "Let us go in and give them a good thrashing first. We have at least 3 chances to resurrect, and they're free. Not using them would be a loss." "That's true," someone remarked. "After all, we have free respawns. It's merely a matter of losing a bit of experience," Heitong Rouge added. "I support Old Yi and Kankan's suggestion. Given that the enemy is shrouded in darkness while we are illuminated, the scarcity of intelligence necessitates a proactive approach. After all, right behind us lies Heshi Village. Our strategic depth is alarmingly shallow, and retreat is not an option. We must launch an offensive to gain that depth." Xinyu Tusi nodded in agreement. "Regardless, even if we die, we can resurrect and rejoin the fray. As long as we can uncover the enemy's secrets and inflict casualties upon them, we can diminish the threat to the village, making the subsequent defense much easier." "Well said," Xiao Mage exclaimed. "Absolutely," Guanghui Suiwa added. "Players may resurrect, but if villagers die, they are lost forever. Heshi Village welcomed us with open arms just yesterday. Every villager feels so vibrant and real. I cannot bear to see them perish before my eyes," Chime Wangliang declared. "That makes sense," Qinzi affirmed. The players' spirits were instantly lifted. Setting aside the responsibility of protecting their territory, it was evident that if the enemy breached the village, the Lord would undoubtedly intervene. Should the Lord take action, the players' task evaluations would diminish, making it imperative from a standpoint of interest. What does it matter to die a few times for the village? This battle must showcase the prowess of the natural disaster army. The Lord is watching, and we must not disappoint him. Charge forth. It is but a death. The army of calamity shall surely triumph. The fervor and passion of the players ignite as they prepare to embrace their fate, plunging headlong into the dense thicket ahead. Who among us in our youth has not harbored dreams of heroism? Yet, as the years pass, we come to the somber realization that we are not exceptional, ultimately burying those fantasies deep within our hearts, accepting our roles as mere ordinary individuals. At this moment, regardless of whether one is young or old, whether in the real world one is an academic prodigy, a wealthy tycoon, or a doctor, lawyer, or teacher, we are all but soldiers of the army of calamity, striving to break free from the shackles of societal judgment in this virtual realm, fighting to protect our territory, willingly facing death for the honor of our collective. Chapter 42. Total annihilation. 36 players steeled themselves for an encounter, yet upon entering the thicket, they discovered it desolate, devoid of any suspicious targets. What is happening? Where is the enemy? Have they not yet arrived? The players gathered together, their faces etched with confusion. But before they could ponder further, an ominous whistling filled the air. The seasoned warrior, Old Wang, shouted, "Be cautious. There is an ambush." A volley of arrows, emanating dark energy, hurtled into the ranks of the army of calamity at breakneck speed, with several caught off guard, falling instantaneously. One arrow pierced the body of the warlock, Little Bell. -201, fatal critical hit. A cacophony of piercing sounds followed. A barrage of spears launched a surprise assault. More players fell victim to the sudden onslaught. -242, fatal critical hit. -195, fatal critical hit. -252, fatal critical hit. Yili let out a furious cry of despair. Little Boat, the ranger, Lone Boat, one of the team's most skilled members, was likewise impaled by the spears that a figure, drenched in blood and draped in a yellow cloak, with no head, emerged slowly behind him. Cursed be it! The monster can turn invisible. No wonder we could not see them. The ambush by the headless yellow-turbaned soldiers claimed the lives of 6 or 7 players, including the core powerhouse, Lone Boat, and one of the main damage dealers, Little Bell, inflicting significant losses upon the army of calamity. throwing them into chaos. Be wary. It's the headless soldiers from He Tingxiang, shouted the fishy rogue. These ghastly creatures are level 3 elite monsters. The headless yellow-turbaned soldiers not only possess the ability to become invisible, but also wield a variety of weapons. Some are equipped with bows, others with spears, and some with swords and daggers. There are far too many. I estimate a dozen or 20. The players were unprepared for such an encounter. Wily swung his battle blade fiercely at the nearest headless soldier. He was among the first to wield a white-grade weapon, now enhanced to 5, capable of vanquishing 4 or 5 level ordinary monsters in typical circumstances. Clang! The weapon deflected the blow. The headless soldier was pushed back several meters, losing some vitality, yet it was far from a critical blow. Even Yi Li Ming's countenance turned grim, for this was a battle characterized by a stark disparity in strength, rendering any possibility of victory utterly implausible. The Midnight Pig Killer shouted, "Damn it, with over a dozen elite opponents, how on earth are we supposed to fight? The difficulty of this mission is simply outrageous. We stand no chance against such a formidable lineup." Once, 8 players had barely triumphed over a single level 3 elite through sheer peril. These headless demon soldiers were each as formidable as the serpent-tailed flame chick. How could we possibly contend against them? No matter how one looked at it, the imbalance in power was too pronounced, and moreover, many of these demon soldiers likely had even stronger bosses backing them. Fear be damned. Let's fight with all we've got. Even if we take down just one, it's a victory. With a frenzied howl akin to a rabid dog unleashed, he charged forth, roaring, "The plague army shall prevail." Heitong Ruegu bellowed in response. Well said. Knowing the futility yet pressing on, we cannot falter today. We have sworn oaths before the Lord. With these words, the players were once again ignited with fervor. Even knowing defeat was inevitable, they resolved to display their valor. I shall fight to the end. At least I'll have someone to fall back on. The plague army shall prevail. The plague army shall prevail. At this moment, Su Feng stood shrouded in the shadows of the dense forest, observing the cacophony of impassioned declarations as if they were moths drawn to a flame, recklessly charging forth without fear of death. His expression was one of utter indifference, devoid of any change. Clearly weak, yet utterly oblivious to their own limitations. These hounds posed little threat. The only entity worthy of caution was the Lord himself. After all, in most scenarios, the Lord would undoubtedly be far stronger than his subjects. Thus, before the Lord took action, he too would refrain from striking too readily. This indicated that this abyssal corruption acted with considerable prudence. As each meticulously trained soldier fell, Su Feng had little faith that the Lord, concealed behind the scenes, could maintain his composure. The headless yellow-turbaned demon not only possessed formidable strength, but also took the initiative, seizing the upper hand. Although the plague army was buoyed by high morale, and the players fought valiantly against dire odds, ultimately, it was challenging to reverse the tide. After narrowly evading 2 arrows, Heitong Ruegu activated his wind step and charged towards a knife-wielding demon soldier, deftly sidestepping the blade. His short sword plunged into the foe's chest, feeling akin to striking a hardened tree stump. 19. Is this some kind of joke? My ranger's short sword is at 7. Yet this is all the damage I can inflict? A headless demon soldier with a staggering 200 health is indeed a tough adversary. Heitong Ruegu, not succumbing to greed, withdrew immediately, evading a flurry of vicious counterattacks. He then struck 5 times in succession, each blow precisely executed, gradually whittling away over 100 health points. If it were a fair one-on-one duel, victory seemed plausible. This indicated a significant improvement in his strength since his encounters with the flame chick. Just as Heitong Ruegu prepared to launch another assault, a cold arrow struck from behind. Although he managed to evade in time, he was still grazed in the leg, severely hampering his mobility. As the headless soldier seized the opportunity to catch its breath, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from its severed neck, saturating itself and splattering onto nearby players. The demon soldier's speed surged by 30 to 40%, and a glint of blade light slashed toward Ruegu. You have been affected by the accursed blood. Agility -5, duration 10 seconds. The black-eyed sharp brother could no longer evade, so he resigned himself to the onslaught. Allowing the glimmering blades to rend his flesh, with all his might, he drove his sword fiercely into the severed neck of the headless soldier. 75, critical hit, -184, fatal critical hit. Without a shadow of a doubt, the black-eyed sharp brother was slain. The headless demon soldier let out a mournful cry as it collapsed, having been taken down by the sharp brother in a desperate trade. This game is undeniably hardcore. Even the most elite players like Black-Eyed Sharp Brother and Solitary Boat can fall victim to a momentary lapse or a slight opening, swiftly turned against them. Sharp Brother is formidable. The headless soldier has a second phase. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Once they begin to spew blood, both their speed and strength will surge, and they will inflict debuffs on nearby targets. Players recognized the mechanism of the headless soldiers and promptly alerted each other to prepare. The Wraiths unleashed 2 consecutive fiery arrows upon the same headless demon soldier. As the highest-ranked sorceress wielding a 6 skeletal ram staff, her output was quite remarkable, instantly depleting nearly half of its health bar. "Die for me!" Yi Ming roared as he charged in, swinging his great sword with full force, cleaving into the headless soldier. 116, critical hit. Equipped with the finest weaponry and bolstered by his extraordinary warrior strength, his damage far surpassed that of Black-Eyed Sharp Brother, swiftly vanquishing the headless demon soldier that had already suffered considerable damage from the Wraiths. Just as he began to revel in his victory, the headless soldier sensed his threat. Several archers simultaneously loosed their arrows. Without hesitation, the Midnight Butcher stepped forth, using his corpulent form to shield Yi Ming from the majority of the incoming projectiles. His life points obliterated in an instant. Before collapsing, he shouted, "Kill! Do not stop!" Yi Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, slaying another demon soldier. In the midst of this, an arrow struck him, followed by a spear hurled by a headless soldier, its terrifying force piercing through him and pinning him to a tree. "Brothers, I've done my best. I shall go ahead." Yi Ming perished. Meanwhile, the Mad Blade Old Wong, with his skilled strikes, alongside a few other experts, managed to successfully take down another headless soldier, but the respite was fleeting. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming and their assault relentless. Players fell one after another, particularly the sorcerers and monks, whose agility and melee capabilities were lacking. As they lost healing and essential firepower support, the battle grew increasingly arduous. "I've got him. Everyone, come and hack me." Seizing an opportunity, the madly hacking player embraced a bloodied demon soldier, blocking the spread of negative buffs for his fellow players, sacrificing himself to create an opening for the attack. "Farewell, brother." Mad Blade Old Wong, driven by fervor, recklessly charged in, piercing through both the madly hacking player and the demon soldier, successfully dispatching another FOI in the chaos. Madly hacking player was struck down by a hail of arrows. Of the 36 players, only 8 remained. The yellow turban headless soldiers still numbered at least 13 or 14. The Wraiths exchanged arrows with an archery demon, the latter sustaining over 60 points of damage, falling lifelessly to the ground as her health bar was fully depleted. Only 7 members of the Calamity Army remain. "Let us charge together. If we can take down just one more, we shall have died with honor," roared the ferocious Blade King, fixating on the archer. The threat posed by this ranged attacker was immense, and eliminating even one would significantly alleviate the pressure in the ensuing battle. He immediately led the remaining soldiers into a fierce assault. "I can't go on. I will hold them back. Uncle Dao, you must advance. I shall take the lead, and you must ensure that this foe is vanquished." 4 warriors fell during the charge, leaving only 3 players to close the distance. In a final act of defiance, the Blade King and the 2 players launched a relentless attack, ultimately taking down the demonic archer before succumbing themselves. Thus, the Calamity Army was annihilated. Su Feng, hidden in the shadows, was engulfed in confusion. Why had the Star Lord not yet intervened? How could he remain so composed? Surely, the cost of assembling such a force was substantial, and yet he allowed them to perish here without purpose. Chapter 43. The Harvest Feast. Wei Ji, Lin Yo, and other villagers were closely observing the battle. They witnessed the Calamity Army engage in close combat with the undead, only to later see those brave soldiers vanish one by one into the dense forest. It was madness. Each individual disregarded their own mortality. This strategy could only be described as reckless. Indeed, they seemed willing to inflict 3,000 losses to slay 300 enemies. Wei Ji had never encountered such a ferocious and reckless troop. He was unaware of how the Lord could resurrect his subordinates, nor did he comprehend the exorbitant price of such a process. However, even death itself was a dual torment of body and spirit. Yet, in this moment, to protect their village, not a single soldier of the Calamity Army faltered. If the villagers of Hushi had harbored doubts before, witnessing the territorial forces risking their lives for the village dispelled their last vestiges of hesitation, leaving only profound shock and admiration. "Why, Lord, let us join the fray. We cannot allow your soldiers to sacrifice themselves in vain. We are willing to fight alongside the warriors of the Calamity Army." Lin Yo and several impassioned young villagers could no longer restrain themselves from offering their participation. It is not yet your time to engage. The Calamity Army has its own honor and pride. Please respect these soldiers who are resolute and unafraid of death. However, no need for further words. The villagers fell silent. Despite maintaining a calm exterior, Hangu's heart was brimming with joy. He sensed that there would be more than one bountiful harvest to come. The ferocity of the players surpassed all expectations. Even Hangu found himself puzzled. Why were the players exhibiting such tenacity? Although the game's pain perception could be adjusted from 1 to 100, did they not feel any instinctual resistance or fear in the face of the battlefield's brutality and the process of injury and death? Upon sensing her master's confusion, Xiaoba promptly offered a thoughtful explanation. The Taoist cube possesses various mental protection mechanisms, capable of mitigating negative mental impacts and damage. For instance, it can impose untraceable mental hypnosis on players, thereby reducing discomfort caused by excessively bloody sights and sounds. In simpler terms, every player partakes in the game through a veil of filters. Unbeknownst to them, the presence of these filters goes unnoticed. When confronted with visceral scenes of carnage and brutality, they merely marvel at the scale and realism of the visuals. Even if a sense of physical discomfort arises, it remains confined within certain bounds, for regardless of how gory the imagery may be, or how authentically death is portrayed, the celestial cube subtly influences their subconscious, imparting the notion that this is merely a game, an experience that, even if rendered with utmost realism, remains just that, a game. They need not overthink it. They can simply shout praises of incredible and fantastic. How might one articulate this sensation? Hangu recalls a television series he had watched prior to his transference, titled Hannibal. This series featured numerous scenes where human flesh was prepared as culinary delights, alongside many graphic depictions of bloodshed. Yet, Hangu found himself captivated, devoid of any revulsion. Instead, he perceived it as elegant, intriguing, and even artistic. He is certainly no latent cannibal or psychological deviant. Rather, it is the subconscious at play. Even with the most realistic imagery, he recognizes its artificiality, and coupled with cinematic techniques and filters, discomfort is rendered minimal. Conversely, if Hangu were to witness an actual forensic dissection, his psychological fortitude at the time would likely render him unable to consume meat for days, solely due to the absence of such subliminal psychological cues. There is no need to fret over the player's mental well-being. They are remarkably resilient. They cannot be broken. Player Xiao Lingding has perished, essence 600. Player Guzhou has perished, essence 900. Player Rinjian Datsao has perished, essence 250. 36 players. In mere moments, they all fell. Among them were 5 level 5 players, 12 level 4 players, 17 level 3 players, and 6 level 2 players. Each level 5 player's demise yields a feedback of 900 essence points. Level 4 players contribute 600 points, level 3 players 400 points, level 2 players 250 points, and level 1 players 150 points. This wave of total annihilation produces precisely 20,000 essence points. Faced with the absurdly escalating reserve of essence, Hangu experiences a surreal sense of absurdity. Countless lords have aged in their quest to gather essence, wishing they could split it in half, for the cost of acquiring essence is exceedingly high. Although the act of hunting for essence itself is not particularly challenging, the frequent casualties incurred during the process often result in meager net gains, and at times, losses may even occur. Hangu has never harbored such concerns. The worst outcome of player deaths is merely a loss of levels. This time, he has accumulated a total of 22,750 essence points, with the costs and losses being negligible, almost entirely representing the net income of his territory, a sum not insignificant for any novice lord. However, this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. Rays of teleportation light manifest near the heart of Hushi Village. 50 players return in succession, each visage brimming with combat fervor. Far from being defeated by setbacks, they exhibit pride and an even stronger resolve. Brothers and sisters, you all did splendidly. We have successfully depleted a significant portion of the enemy's living forces. Even when ambushed and attacked, we managed to bring away 6 headless soldiers. Now that only 14 remain on the opposing side, what is there to fear? Ultimately, victory shall inevitably belong to the Legion of Natural Disasters. All members have assembled. It is time to advance and exact our revenge. 50 players, their spirits soaring like the sun, return to the battlefield. This time, even before reaching the dense forest, they are beset by headless soldiers. The players are acutely aware that the most formidable ability of these headless foes lies in their stealthy ambushes, which are nearly impossible to anticipate at this moment. A number of lower-level players, recognizing their relative weakness, volunteer to act as bait, charging to the forefront to draw fire, thereby revealing the headless monstrosities one by one. Well done. Steady yourselves. This time, we shall triumph. After the sacrifice of 10 lower-level players, the positions of the 14 headless soldiers have been successfully confirmed. Drawing from previous experience, the players maintain their composure, devising plans to contain or eliminate the elite monsters. Through their cooperation, several headless soldiers are dispatched in no time. They're truly another squad. Su Feng remains hidden, observing. The emergence of a second unit surprises him greatly. Although Su Feng is a native of the late Han era, he has fully succumbed to the abyssal will, acquiring considerable knowledge and wisdom from beyond the world during his continual descent into the abyss. He initially assumes he has encountered a resource-rich local lord, thus recruiting a greater force than anticipated. However, this Lord's level should not be excessively high, and the limited numerical advantage cannot compensate for the absolute disparity in strength. No, wait. This is not a second unit at all. It is the same unit from earlier. Upon realizing this fact, Su Feng is astonished. This unit had been vanquished. Why have they reappeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye? A closer inspection reveals that a few among them are the insignificant foes he had effortlessly dispatched 2 days prior in the river pavilion. Could it be some form of resurrection? Immortality is indeed a trait of the denizens of the abyss. Yet, even if an abyssal creature is slain, it cannot resurrect immediately. It must await the next cycle of nightmarish rebirth. It is inconceivable that they could reappear on the battlefield mere minutes after being defeated. While the abyss can grant immortality to the fallen, such a power is not without its price. Each death deepens their corruption and distortion, ultimately leading to the complete loss of memory and identity, transforming them into chaotic abyssal monsters. The stars also possess means of resurrection, but these either come at a high cost or entail significant sacrifices. This suggests that the origins of this Star Lord are far from simple. They may possess an extraordinarily robust background or some unique abilities or treasures. Yet, these star hounds cannot be invulnerable to death. The Lord behind them, willing to expend vast resources to revive such a feeble unit for continued combat, inadvertently reveals their own lack of strength. Otherwise, such ostentation and wastefulness could not be justified. One by one, the headless soldiers fall. The Star Lord is resolutely retreating. Su Feng realizes that he can no longer remain passive. Chapter 44. Tanks in front, assassins behind. The battle swiftly concludes. The players suffer over half their ranks as casualties, but ultimately achieve victory. Exhilarated, they cheer and quickly divide the spoils of war. You vanquished the headless demon soldier of the yellow turbans, gaining 500 vitality, 800 magic stone fragments, and 5 yellow turban blood sacrifice talismans. You vanquished the headless demon soldier of the yellow turbans, gaining 500 vitality, 800 magic stone fragments, and 5 Taiping amulets. You vanquished the headless demon soldier of the yellow turbans. Yellow turban military headband 1. You vanquished the headless demon soldier of the yellow turbans. Yellow turban military war bow 1. You vanquished the headless demon soldier of the yellow turbans. Yellow turban military spear 1. Wow, this is exhilarating. Elite monsters truly are exceptional. The experience points awarded are remarkably generous. Each level 3 elite yields as much as 500 vitality. With this wave, the cumulative gain approaches 10,000 vitality energy, alongside over 16,000 magic stone fragments. Even disregarding the equipment drops, this constitutes an extraordinary income. I have leveled up. After absorbing the vitality, Heidong Rui officially becomes the first player to reach level 6. Yi Li Ming, Gu Zhou, and Kuang Dao Lao Wang are not far from level 6 either. Qi Mei Wang Liang, cutting through the streets, and Xian Yu 2CI have ascended to level 5. Now, with 1 level 6 player and 7 level 5 players, the strength of the entire Catastrophe Legion has seen a significant enhancement. Beware, there are still enemies. The battle is not yet concluded. The players hardly have time to assess their spoils. A figure dressed as a eunuch from the Han dynasty, exuding a chilling and ominous aura, slowly emerges from the direction of the woods. His movements appear sluggish, yet with each few steps, he transforms into black mist, teleporting a short distance, and soon stands not far before the crowd. It is Su Feng. Everyone, be cautious. This is the boss from the Heting region. His speed of movement and attack is exceedingly swift. Is the great boss finally making an appearance? This signifies that the mission is nearing its conclusion. Quankani Tiaojia, I wondered why there were so many yellow turban demon soldiers. It seems these monsters have come from Heting, and this fellow appears to be the mastermind behind the siege. Most players have seen the posts by Qi Mei Wang Liang and Heidong Rui, and thus are aware of this humanoid boss's existence. However, they did not anticipate encountering him in a place like Heshi Village. Su Feng is one of the central attendants of Emperor Ling of Han. Historical records note his existence, albeit with little prominence. The only significant event recorded is his involvement in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Due to a leak of information, his covert operation failed, ultimately leading to his execution when the matter came to light. This individual exudes such an overwhelming presence. Player Xiao Magu cannot help but comment. If I hadn't learned about him beforehand, I would have never heard of this character. How strong must renowned generals like Guan, Zhang, and Zhao be, considering a relatively obscure figure possesses such power? Guanghui Suiyue. Such a level of martial general is beyond our current imagination. Rinjian Datsao. The unparalleled General Pan Feng could easily make you regret your existence. Huimu. Hehe, there's no need for Pan Feng. Even Xing Daorong could likely overpower us. Midnight Butcher. Haha. There is truly no need to belittle ourselves. How can we know we cannot prevail if we have not yet fought? The planners are capable of releasing the map of Hulao Pass, and even if it is Lu Bu, we shall charge forth to demonstrate our strength. The players shared laughter and jovial banter. Su Feng felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Are these star-crowned individuals not in their right minds? Everyone, let us maintain a serious demeanor. Although the task is nearing its conclusion, Su Feng may prove to be quite formidable, and we cannot afford to falter at this critical juncture. Heidong Rue, noticing the group's momentary lapse in focus, quickly interjected with a reminder. Yi Li Ming also urged, everyone, let us muster our strength. Victory is within our grasp. No matter how difficult, we must not waver. The street slasher, gripping his weapon tightly, remarked, Hehe, even if this fellow is strong, he is now all alone. This seems assured. Su Feng wore a visage of indifference, his expression betraying no emotion, seemingly unfazed by the player's words. Ever since he had fully succumbed to the abyssal will, his humanity had been progressively eroded, rendering him less susceptible to provocation. At that moment, the specters of the abyss made their presence known, calling out, Su Gonggong, though you currently reside within the abyss, you still retain your memories and possess your own thoughts and judgment. Rather than stubbornly aiding the tyrant, would it not be wiser to surrender to our esteemed lord? The others were taken aback as the Wraith sister attempting to win over Su Feng. Surely not. Do not tell me such maneuvering is possible. Who knows? This game boasts such high degrees of freedom that any audacious strategy might come to fruition. After all, trying costs nothing. Indeed, I wish to pursue a romance with the Lord, and if I succeed, I shall become the Lady of the Lord, and you shall all owe your allegiance to me henceforth. Who has urinated? Quickly, awaken her. In response to the words of the abyssal specters, Su Feng merely uttered two words. Ridiculous. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a dense and foul aura of the abyss, which coalesced into swirling dark crimson mist, ultimately materializing before him four grotesque and formidable figures. What sorcery is this? He can summon? Four brand new monsters appeared on the scene. Luo Shui Butcher, a level 4 elite unit. Description. Once an elite soldier serving the imperial court, he was commanded to behead the Yellow Turbans at the Luo Shui execution grounds, but was distorted into a terrifying abyssal creature due to the taint of the abyss. They stood over 2 meters tall, their bodies grotesquely bloated like inflated corpses, their deformed flesh exhibiting a putrid hue, possessing 2 irregular heads and 4 robust arms, each wielding a bloodied great sword, with their arms seemingly fused with the blades. The abyssal specters remarked, indeed, communication with abyssal abominations proves to be a formidable challenge. Chenxi replied, as anticipated. According to the information gathered over the past 2 days in Heshi Village, historical figures or natives within the world of the deceptive 3 kingdoms can be categorized into 3 distinct classes based on the degree of contamination. The first category consists of normal individuals, such as Wei Ji, who remain untainted. The second category includes abyssal walkers, those who have been corrupted and fallen into the abyss but have yet to completely submit to the abyssal will. The third category is the abyssal corruption, which not only suffers from the taint of the abyss but has also completely succumbed to its will. While they retain all their memories and personality traits, they perceive their former thoughts and values as immature manifestations of an unfinished state, thereby embracing an entirely new set of beliefs. Aside from these 3 types, there also exist grotesquely distorted creatures, which may become taboo horrors. Our understanding in this area remains limited. Figures like Chimei Wangliang and Chenxi are still conducting research. Su Feng summoned 4 brand new monsters, causing a stir and much derision among players. Wow, how disgusting. It's simply maddening, disgusting. Don't you find it aesthetically pleasing? Monster enthusiasts were ecstatic. However, such modeling might face challenges during public testing approval. Xinyu Tusi remarked, seems a bit tricky. Huangkan boldly declared, "What is there to fear? Let us charge in first. After all, we have free revival tokens." 19 players were about to strike first when the 4 Luoshui butchers emitted a deafening roar and then charged forth at an incongruous speed, akin to 4 war chariots crashing into the players, so fast, so ferocious. "Everyone, get out of the way." The players, unfamiliar with the butcher's combat mechanics, struck wildly at the creature with their weapons, inflicting only limited damage, which healed rapidly. The butcher swung its 4 large blades simultaneously, operating like a fully powered meat grinder, achieving astonishing efficiency. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 players fell. Haidong Rouge exclaimed in horror, "Don't engage up close. Use magic attacks. This creature isn't particularly vulnerable to physical damage." Just as Chime Wangliang prepared to unleash a spell, a cloud of black mist surged forth, and a long sword pierced through its body. 314, critical death blow. Su Feng, transformed into black mist, swiftly maneuvered behind the player's defenses, first dispatching Chime Wangliang with a sword thrust, then sending Xiling Deng to her demise. Having observed from the sidelines, he knew these two were the primary spellcasters. "This is bad. Wuliang Mei and Lingdeng Mei are dead. Damn it, this monster is intelligent. It doesn't engage us head-on like ordinary creatures." Taking advantage of his bizarre agility, Su Feng evaded the retreating support of Guzhou and Haidong Rouge, subsequently eliminating Qinxi and the Midnight Pig Killer, further diminishing the overall strength of the Cataclysm army. With no firepower support and no healing, confronted by 4 robust and high-damage meat grinders in front and intelligent assassins flanking from behind, how on earth can we fight? What was believed to be a numerical advantage has instead resulted in a catastrophic defeat, once again facing the prospect of total annihilation. Chapter 45. The Last Chance. Player Haidong Rouge has died, gaining 1250 vitality. Player Yi Li Ming has died, gaining 900 vitality. Player Guzhou has died, gaining 900 vitality. Player Guangdao Lao Wang has died, gaining 900 vitality. The forces of the Calamity Army have once again met their demise. The game Deceptive 3 Kingdoms undoubtedly lives up to its reputation as a harrowing experience. Naturally, while players endure suffering, the Lord reaps the benefits. In this round, 50 players were annihilated, resulting in a cumulative yield of 26,050 points of essence. When combined with the previously harvested 22,750 points, the total essence accrued thus far reaches an impressive 48,800 points. The reserves of essence in Hangu's possession have long surpassed 50,000. Ordinary lords toil diligently, navigating treacherous paths and anxiously managing their territories in the abyssal realms for a year and a half. Yet they struggle to amass such a bounty of essence. In contrast, Hangu accomplished this feat in less than 5 days. More precisely, in a single battle. My lord, the soldiers of the Calamity Army have given their all. We beseech you to allow us to partake in this battle. Lin Yo and the other villagers implored once more. Although they did not comprehend why the Lord's subordinates could be resurrected, they were profoundly moved and filled with guilt at the sight of their fellow citizens perishing in battle. Thus, they wished to contribute their efforts. This time, Hangu did not entirely refuse. Su Feng was poised to invade the village imminently. He instructed Lin Yo to station the able-bodied villagers defensively, utilizing the village walls and fortifications to temporarily impede Su Feng with arrows for a few minutes. Should the village be breached, they were to retreat immediately, avoiding a direct confrontation. Hushi village belonged to Hangu. Its inhabitants were his subjects. The villagers were a non-renewable resource, with the able-bodied being particularly vital for the territory's labor needs. Moreover, there was a crucial reason behind this strategy. The players had begun to regroup and were likely to return to the fray within 5 minutes. Judging by their current state, their fighting spirit remained undiminished, and they were still capable of engaging in battle. Hangu understood the players all too well. The more they faced adversity, the stronger their desire for victory became. The trials and tribulations were, in essence, integral to enhancing the gaming experience. Only after enduring considerable hardship did the sweetness of victory truly blossom. While it would not be particularly challenging for Hangu to confront Su Feng with his current strength, doing so would detract from the players' experience, leaving them with a sense of frustration akin to thwarted efforts. If the players found pleasure in suffering, why not indulge them? Would it not be delightful to accumulate even more essence? By dispatching Lin Yo and the villagers to buy time, Hangu aimed to secure one final opportunity for the players. If they still could not overcome Su Feng despite their utmost efforts, they would come to terms with the disparity in strength, accepting their defeat with grace, all while harvesting another wave of resources. At that juncture, it would not be too late to intervene and turn the tide. Conversely, Should the players triumph over Su Feng, it would yield a commendable outcome. Hangu could use this success as a rationale to distribute a substantial amount of essence to the players, allowing the members of the Calamity Army to undergo a significant enhancement. As the saying goes, resources derived from the populace should be utilized for the populace. With the players' levels and strengths elevated, their capacity to harvest resources would only increase. The thrill of vanquishing a boss after a grueling battle is inherently rewarding in the gaming realm. If players were then to receive unexpected rewards, their satisfaction would soar, establishing a positive feedback loop that would compel them to exert even greater effort in future endeavors. Hangu, as both the Lord and the game designer, recognized that the allure of deceptive Three Kingdoms must be sufficiently captivating to draw more individuals into its depths, thereby generating greater value. Haikong Rouge briefly ascended to level 6, only to meet his demise shortly thereafter, resulting in a loss of 250 vitality points and a swift descent back to level 5. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of level 6 players has become a reality. It is imperative to elevate one's own level. The vassal subjects summoned by the Lord of Stars cannot exceed the level of their master. In other words, if Hangu remains stagnant and fails to level up, players will be unable to surpass level 6. Upon accessing the personal panel, it is revealed that advancing from level 6 to level 7 requires 2,000 vitality points. The requirement for each subsequent level from 6 to 10 increases by a fixed amount of 1,000 vitality points. Although this may seem a considerable sum at first glance, with over 53,000 vitality points at his disposal, such expenditures for leveling up are hardly significant. Reserve vitality, 2,000. Ding! You have reached level 7. Health 50, mana 50, strength 5, agility 5, spirit 5, will 5. Reserve vitality, 3,000. Ding! You have reached level 8. Reserve vitality, 4,000. Ding! You have reached level 9. Reserve vitality, 5,000. Ding! You have reached level 10. Health 50, mana 50, strength 5, agility 5, spirit 5, will 5. In total, 14,000 vitality points were expended. Hangu ascended directly to level 10. The vitality requirement for advancing from level 10 to level 11 has quadrupled, astonishingly amounting to a staggering 20,000 points, surpassing even the consumption required for advancing from level 11 to level 12. At first glance, this may appear unreasonable. However, it is entirely normal. The progression from level 11 to level 12 is merely a standard elevation, while the leap from level 10 to level 11 signifies a transition from a first-tier lord to a second-tier lord. Thus, this single-level advancement represents a qualitative leap, and as the final bottleneck of the first tier, the challenge of breaking through is understandably greater. If it were merely a question of vitality requirements, it would be manageable. Hangu's remaining vitality reserves are more than adequate. However, as a lord, in order to ascend to the next tier, all current tier talents must be fully activated. Without activating several first-tier talents, even with sufficient vitality, Hangu would be unable to achieve a breakthrough. Patience is key. The novice map only goes up to level 10, and he hasn't even surpassed the protection period yet. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Currently, Hangu's overall strength can be described without exaggeration. There is no entity in the novice map that poses a solitary threat. As a lord, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks, even if the likelihood of hidden dangers is minuscule. From a perspective of benefit, players enjoy the boon of tenfold drops from the heavenly mandate, making it more fitting for the catastrophe army to be responsible for territorial expansion. Players are reviving in succession, promptly teleporting to Hushi village. What is happening? It appears the villagers have already engaged in combat. Oh no, could our boss be stolen away by NPCs? Upon witnessing Lin Yo leading the villagers into battle, players immediately grew concerned that elite bosses, including Su Feng, might be seized, which would not only diminish their loot but also potentially impact the scoring of this quest. Fear not. There is no cause for alarm. I have thoroughly examined the situation. Our brother Yu has yet to make his move. Well, as long as the Lord has not intervened, there is still time. Indeed, with the Lord as our safety net, we can directly confront this decrepit eunuch. This battalion of 50 players, known as the Plague Army, has once again assembled. Su Feng has already reached our doorstep. The forthcoming moment represents our final opportunity, and every player is brimming with combat fervor. But let us not rush. We must strategize our tactics. This is our last chance. Yes, we have only one free resurrection opportunity left. Even if we can revive subsequently, it will be too late. Once the enemy breaches the village and threatens its core, the Lord will undoubtedly take action, leaving us no chance. The players are acutely aware of the formidable challenge ahead to achieve a perfect evaluation for this task. Yet, as long as there remains a chance, we must not surrender. We must fight with unwavering determination until the end, Brother Heidong Rue declared. Su Feng's strength is formidable, bolstered by 4 robust, high-damage butchers. If we do not prepare and plan meticulously, a reckless challenge will surely lead to our undoing. Yili suddenly slapped his gleaming bald head. Ah, we still have a substantial trove of spoils from the headless demon soldiers, and there seem to be some commendable items and equipment among them that we might be able to employ shortly. Let us hasten to examine them. Chapter 46. A desperate heist. Some villagers are stalling for time. The players quickly sort through the spoils. The headless demon soldiers differ significantly from the undead. The latter drops are rather monotonous, whereas the former yield a richer variety of loot, primarily categorized into 2 main types. The first category comprises talismans, which drop in considerable quantities. There are 2 types. The blood sacrifice talisman, a first-tier consumable of inferior white grade, that diminishes health by 2 points per second for a duration of 100 seconds. Grants 5 to all attributes, 10 to attack, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Usage conditions. The character's level must not be lower than level 3, and the higher the level and attributes, the more potent the effect. The Taiping Talisman, also a first-tier consumable of inferior white grade, can summon a barrier that absorbs damage, lasting a maximum of 5 minutes and can nullify up to 100 points of damage across all attributes, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Usage conditions. Similarly, the character's level must not be lower than level 3, with heightened levels and attributes enhancing the effect. These are splendid items. They can serve as trump cards, proving invaluable in critical moments. Brother Heidong Rue rejoiced, recognizing the substantial strategic value of the 2 talismans. Why, Ili exclaimed. We have a total of 20 blood sacrifice talismans and 30 Taiping talismans. Let us divide these talismans now, as they will undoubtedly be of use to us moving forward. This stroke of fortune is truly a boon for the players. From the attributes of these items, it is evident that the blood sacrifice talisman essentially represents a mutually destructive tactic. At this stage, players cannot exceed 200 health points. Without continuous means of recovery, activating the blood sacrifice will lead to inevitable death within a minute. The talisman's effect is akin to self-destruction. However, despite its significant side effects, the impact is indeed formidable. An increase of 5 to all attributes at this stage is a monumental enhancement. The higher the player's level and strength, the greater the augmentation they will experience. This implies that even as one's level increases, as long as no superior alternatives are discovered, this talisman remains an exceedingly valuable enhancement item, particularly suited for use as a trump card in battle. As for the amulet, its merits are self-evident. It can absorb at least 100 points of damage. The higher the character's level, the more potent the talisman's effects, significantly augmenting survivability. The players swiftly distributed the talismans among themselves. Yili Ming, Heitong Rue Gu, Guzhou, Qi Mei Wang Liang, Kuang Dalao Wang, Xianyu Tu Ci, Kuang Kan Itiao Jie, and others, ensuring that each core member received at least a few talismans to fulfill their essential roles in critical moments. In addition to consumables, the Huangjin headless soldiers also yielded equipment. Elite monsters typically drop quality loot, specifically white-grade gear, which undoubtedly holds considerable allure for players at this stage. Not a piece more. Not a piece less. Exactly 10 items, all of inferior white quality. Included are 2 battle bows, 2 battle knives, 2 long spears, 1 headscarf, 1 shoulder cape, and 2 shields. Most of these items can be utilized immediately, of course, with priority given to equipping the main combatants. Adjustments could be made later based on contribution levels by supplementing or deducting materials that can be converted into contribution points. Lao Yi's Flame Warrior Blade is already at 5. The environmental spear may not serve you well, but this headscarf will indeed prove useful. Heitong Rue Gu handed a headscarf to Yili Ming. Huangjin Army Headscarf, Tier 1 equipment, white inferior quality. Damage mitigation 5, life 10, durability 12-25. This is a headgear item. Although it lacks protective capabilities for the head, it enhances overall damage mitigation and slightly increases maximum life, making it a commendable piece of equipment. Thank you. Yili Ming immediately equipped it, revealing a gleaming yellow headscarf atop his polished forehead. Xianyu Xiong found the quality and enhancement of his weapon lacking, yet this spear would significantly boost his combat prowess. Huangjin Army Long Spear, Tier 1 equipment, white inferior quality, attack 7, strength 1, agility 1, durability 10-25. Xianyu Tu Ci received a long spear, instantly enamored. He preferred polearms over swords and knives, having idolized Zhao Zilong of Changshan since childhood, which is why he chose that name. Among the spoils were 2 longbows. Huangjin Army Battle Bow, Tier 1 equipment, white inferior quality, attack 6, agility 1, durability 15-5. Ji Yuzhou and Heitong Rue Gu each received 1. Although this game offers a high degree of freedom, warriors, monks, and even sorcerers can wield bows and arrows if their attributes suffice. Rangers are relatively more mobile, making them better suited for kiting strategies. Quang Dao Lao Wang and Quang Kan Itiao Jia each acquired a battle knife and shield. The Huang Jin Army battle knife is a one-handed weapon, more agile compared to the warrior's starting weapon, and can be paired with a shield to enhance overall combat effectiveness. The equipment dropped by the headless soldiers is particularly fitting for warriors and rangers. Only Qi Mei Wangliang received a shoulder cape. The other players who did not receive equipment or items remained indifferent. At this moment, with the great battle looming, unity is paramount. It is crucial to maximize the team's strength, and after the mission concludes, contributions and loot value will be considered for adjusting contribution points or compensatory items. Bang! At that moment, the protective wall of Hushi village was once again breached. Point 4 grotesque, corpulent creatures, their bodies resembling putrid flesh, surged forth. Despite being riddled with numerous arrows, they remained unfazed. The decaying flesh writhed incessantly, expelling the arrows from within as their wounds healed at an astonishing rate. The Luo Shui butchers, not only possessing formidable resilience and defense, also exhibited an extraordinary resistance and recovery from physical damage. At this juncture, therefore robust, decayed arms swung wildly, wielding massive blades that cleaved through the obstacles set by the villagers with ease. The abyssal monstrosities had infiltrated the village. The frenzied howls of the creatures sent shivers through many women and children, causing them to tremble and weep. Witnessing this dire situation, Lin Yo and the other militia were compelled to retreat momentarily, as their lord had commanded them not to engage the monsters head-on. However, just as the beasts were about to charge further into the village, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. Kill them. Block their path. We cannot let them advance any further. We must not falter at the final hurdle. Dozens of players surged forth once more. Black-eyed Ruegu shouted, "These butchers are too large. Inflicting damage with standard attacks is challenging. First, we must find a way to hold them back, then let the sorcerers unleash their spells in concentrated fire." "All right, let us go." Several players, undeterred by the imminent danger, hurled themselves at the nearest Luo Shui butcher. Instantly, two were felled by a single swing of its blade, succumbing to a swift death. Yet, the others pressed on fearlessly, launching attacks from various angles with their polearms, while some players even leaped onto the butcher's back in an attempt to grapple it. Qi Mei Wangliang unleashed a fire arrow. Although her sorcerer's staff was of gray equipment, its enhanced level was quite formidable, dealing over 40 points of damage, even without a critical hit. "Act quickly," urged Xiaoling Dang, Xiao Magu, and Qing Yihu, as several sorcerer players simultaneously released fire arrows. 5 or 6 flaming projectiles not only inflicted considerable damage but also ignited the butcher's body, causing persistent harm and undermining its powerful self-healing abilities. Roar! The Luo Shui butcher let out a maddened howl, flinging away nearby players. Its 4 blades swept in a frenzied arc, claiming the lives of several more, before it hysterically turned its attention towards the sorcerers, instinctively targeting this greater threat. "Block it!" Lin Yo and the other NPCs continued to inflict damage from a distance with bows and throwing spears. With the flames burning continuously, it seemed the creature was on the brink of collapse. "Damn it! A level 4 elite. We cannot let the NPCs seize our kills." Raising his weapon, black-eyed Ruegu prepared to charge forward. In a split second, he knocked an arrow to his yellow banner war bow, aimed for 3 or 4 seconds, and with a stroke of fortune, struck the creature in its eye, dealing a lethal blow. A chilling wail echoed as the hideous, humanoid monstrosity finally fell. The other 3 butchers were already being restrained by the players and villagers. With this momentum, it would not be long before they were vanquished. The dawn of victory was tantalizingly close. At this moment, Su Feng has already entered Hushi village. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the butcher's demise, the expression of this abyssal fiend is somewhat remarkable. These canine minions of the stars have resurrected once more. Is it truly impossible to vanquish them? What exactly are they? Although the players currently hold the upper hand with the villagers' cooperation, Su Feng remains largely dismissive of their prowess. As for the slain yellow turban headless soldiers and the butcher of Luo Shui, he feels not a shred of regret, for the beings of the abyss are the true embodiments of immortality, destined to return from the depths in due time. Paying them no mind, he circles the battlefield, heading straight for the core. Su Feng's mission is to seize Hushi village. By destroying its core, he will achieve his objective. Furthermore, he is convinced that the Lord is hiding in the rear, and as long as he successfully assassinates the Lord, these canine minions will pose no further threat, no matter how troublesome they may be. Thus, rather than entangle himself with them here, It is far more prudent to strike at the heart of the matter. By the heavens! The old eunuch is going to steal the crystal, black-eyed Ruegu exclaimed in astonishment. Quick, stop him. The players were all drenched in cold sweat, fearing not the theft of the crystal, an impossibility, but the prospect of this old fool recklessly throwing himself into danger. Chapter 47. Elimination. Stop him. The players, quick to notice, immediately launched a counterattack. A lone boatman, drawing his yellow turban bow, loosed an arrow that struck the boss. The moment Su Feng was hit, he transformed into a cloud of black mist, dashing forward 10 meters to behead one player and then, with a swift motion, plunged his weapon into another player's heart. So swift. Before the two players could even react, they were dispatched in an instant. Yi Ming, Crazy Blade Old Wong, and others surged forward, undeterred, rallying a portion of the players to form a wall, blocking Su Feng's advance. Su Feng rasped, "Though I know not why you can die and yet rise again. Rest assured, once the Lord of the Stars falls, you starry hounds will surely cease to exist." In response, the players mocked him. You think you can challenge our brother, you? Whoever is yellowing, step up and wake him up. Diabetics need not apply. We mustn't let him taste sweetness." Despite the overwhelming presence of Su Feng as the ultimate boss, the players retorted with scornful taunts, showing no sign of fear. "Our lord is not someone any stray cat or dog can meet. You must first pass our trial." Yi Ming charged forward with a blade. Clang! Su Feng parried with his sword. Under the hyper-realistic sensation of the clash, Yi Ming felt his hands go numb. This foe not only possessed incredible speed but also remarkable strength. After Su Feng deflected the great blade, Crazy Blade Old Wong seized the opportunity to strike from behind, yet his blade met only air, passing through the cloud of black mist and crashing heavily into the ground. A miss. Su Feng once more employed his bizarre agility, evading Old Wong's assault while circling behind the unsteady Yi Ming, aiming his longsword at the vital heart, intent on eliminating this formidable warrior first. With a dull thud, the blade struck what felt like an intangible armor, inflicting no harm upon Yi Ming whatsoever. "Good heavens! You nearly scared me to death." Thankfully, the talisman worked. Yi's heart raced with a chill as he realized the astonishing speed of this beastly foe. Fortunately, he had preemptively employed a Tai Ping protective talisman, augmented by the warrior's skill iron armor, which spared him from an instantaneous demise. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he was struck twice more. The first strike was again nullified by the protective charm, but the second pierced through the barrier, inflicting a significant wound. 38. The talisman had been shattered. Summoning every ounce of strength, Yi unleashed a powerful slash, pushing Su Feng back several meters and dealing 20 points of damage. In this lightning-fast exchange, had it not been for the talisman and iron armor, even possessing 2 lives would not have saved him. Other players quickly rallied to mount an offensive. "While we're at it, how's it going, Ruegu?" asked Kwang Kan from the street. Black-eyed Ruegu analyzed. "This adversary's combat mechanism is not particularly complex. It merely involves intermittent rapid movements, capable of covering several meters at a time. We must scatter within a 20-meter radius ahead to form a blockade and prevent his escape. Although his mobility was so swift that our current strength could hardly respond in time, I observed that there appeared to be a cooldown of approximately 3 to 4 seconds after each movement, providing us with an opportunity for counterattack. Furthermore, his skills were not devoid of forewarning. The moment we see black mist rising, we must prepare for immediate defense or interception. Everyone, keep a vigilant eye." Having been defeated twice, this was our third encounter. Ruegu had likely grasped Su Feng's capabilities. Half of the players collaborated with villagers to deal with the remaining butcher, while the other half steadily approached to confront Su Feng. Among them, 12 of the strongest players formed 4 battle groups, each consisting of 3, creating a surrounding formation. "Charge! The disaster army shall prevail!" The other players shouted as they launched a reckless assault. "Fools!" Su Feng deflected the ambush, his longsword striking with the swiftness of a cunning serpent, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 more players. Simultaneously, a mist began to envelop his body. Upon noticing this detail, black-eyed Ruegu, Yi, and the others understood that the boss was about to unleash another skill, prioritizing high-threat targets within his movement radius. "Fall back." The 12 main players, adhering to their agreed-upon strategy, formed a protective circle, each responsible for 120 degrees of vision, ensuring a 360-degree vigilance without blind spots. Su Feng transformed into a black mist, weaving through several players in front, yet unable to flank them. He was forced to launch a frontal assault. He aimed to strike directly at black-eyed Rueji's throat. intending to eliminate this troublesome commander first. How swift! Even in a direct confrontation, the challenge of parrying and evading remained formidable. Fortunately, black-eyed Ruegu, being a highly agile ranger, promptly shielded his vital points with his weapon. Under the enhancement of the Tai Ping protective talisman, he managed to withstand the assault, albeit barely. Taste my thrust. The nearby Xian Yu had been prepared, executing a salty fish thrust that struck Su Feng in the kidneys. Dealing a staggering 60 points of critical damage, splendid. The players rejoiced. The game of Guisangua is not solely reliant on numerical values. Although Su Feng's attributes and levels far exceed those of the players, a well-placed strike to a vital point could still lead to his demise in a single blow. Attack! Shouted the fierce-eyed brother. The displacement skill was still on cooldown, and another spear from the salted fish pierced him. Su Feng's mobility had been impaired. Now was the perfect moment to counterattack. The rampaging swordsman charged forward, slashing furiously, yet his strikes met only air until he was forced back by a single sword that broke through his defenses. Seizing the opportunity, the lone archer loosed a cold arrow that struck Su Feng's leg, further diminishing his mobility, while the others quickly joined the fray, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Compared to other bosses of the same level, this humanoid boss wielded more cunning and unpredictable tactics, yet was evidently more vulnerable, under the relentless assault of the players. Although they suffered the loss of several comrades, Su Feng's health had already plummeted to below half. There's hope. Maintain the rhythm. If we win this, everyone shall enjoy a grand celebration offline. The players, emboldened by their fervor, pressed on despite the casualties, charging forth without fear, and the boss was clearly struggling. You mere pawns of the stars dare to act so brazenly before me. Today, I shall show you the true power of the abyss. Su Feng let out a hoarse and frenzied roar, fissures spreading across his body as his flesh writhed and expanded, revealing gory muscle fibers as his once emaciated form swelled by over 50%, his left hand grotesquely transforming into a massive crimson claw. What is happening? He suddenly entered a berserk state. This fellow has a second phase. Quickly, attack. Shoot him with arrows. 5 or 6 arrows struck in succession, yet inflicted minimal damage. Su Feng's defenses and constitution were enhanced. The beastly claw of his left hand swiftly struck the salt fish's protective spell, shattering it and dealing over 100 points of damage, instantly slaying him. The rampaging swordsman struck Su Feng's back, his blade embedding deep into flesh, but only dealing 20 points of damage before he himself was pierced through the heart by a sword. 2 key fighters fell in the blink of an eye. The players were aghast. This guy's second phase has overwhelming attack power. Our protective spells are ineffective. Seeing this, the fierce-eyed brother steeled himself and shouted, "Damn it, let us fight him head-on. Everyone, together. Use your blood sacrifices." Now, it was a fight to the death. If we fail, we perish. Victory against calamity is assured. Charge together. In his second phase, Su Feng's attack and defense surged dramatically, yet he lost his swift mobility, allowing them to avoid being outmaneuvered. The fierce-eyed brother was the first to activate his blood sacrifice spell, his body drenched in blood, life rapidly draining away, yet his attributes soared, evading a frenzied claw strike and dealing 40 points of critical damage in return. Su Feng retaliated with a sword that pierced right through him. The fierce-eyed brother fell. Other players quickly followed suit, nearly all activating their blood sacrifice spells, their speed and attack power greatly augmented. Appearing determined to perish alongside Su Feng, a barrage of attacks rained down upon the boss in no time. Su Feng was left with scant health. His retaliation was fierce and relentless. His beastly left hand coiled and extended like a spring, sharp claws tearing through at least 7 or 8 players, while his right hand wielded the sword with agility and precision, slaying several close-range adversaries. Were it not for the enhancement of the blood sacrifice talisman, players would certainly struggle to approach the boss as the boss's health dwindled. Its state grew increasingly frenzied. The players suffered grievous casualties. If this continued, peril awaited last. In the very moment when Yi Li Ming and the Mad Blade Old Wong were hurled away by the giant claw, Gu Zhou astutely seized the opportunity. With formidable combat instincts, he executed a swift slide to evade the incoming assault, then precisely plunged his sword into the boss's heart along the wound. 95, critical hit. You have slain the corrupted Su Feng. Ding, congratulations to player Gu Zhou for achieving the first kill of the corrupted Su Feng, earning 800 points of vitality and a first kill reward of 1,200 contribution points. Ding. You have leveled up to level 6, gaining 10 health, 2 strength, 3 agility, 1 spirit, and 1 will. It was accomplished. Just as Gu Zhou's life force was nearly extinguished, he sighed in relief and collapsed. Chapter 48. The moment of harvest. Upon reviving, Heitong Ruegu immediately dashed out of the barracks and teleported from the main camp to Hushi village, only to discover a scene of utter devastation. The battle seemed to have concluded. Have we succeeded? This was Ruege's foremost concern. With the Lord himself overseeing the situation, the defense of Hushi village was assured. The critical question lay in whether the players had vanquished the boss, or if it had been the NPCs, represented by the Lord, who had achieved this feat. Should it be the latter, not only would the spoils be significantly diminished, but the evaluation and rewards of the quest would also suffer drastically. That would indeed be a monumental disappointment. As Heitong Ruegu squeezed through the crowd, he spotted Su Feng lying on the ground, visibly normalizing at a discernible pace, albeit emaciated and resembling a withered husk. Rapidly succumbing to irreversible death, Su Gonggong, Wei Ji, supported by villagers, emerged with a cane. Upon seeing the ailing old eunuch, he trembled, then broke free from those beside him and bowed respectfully. To die correctly is to find liberation. The Lord truly did not deceive me. These starborn citizens possessed the ability to procure the essence of the abyss, enabling the fallen to escape their nightmares. The old village chief's final doubts vanished, and he now realized just how crucial the arrival of the starborn Lord was to this world. Su Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze murky yet regaining tranquility. It was difficult to correlate this individual with the frenzied monster witnessed moments ago. Had one not seen it with their own eyes, Su Feng seemed to recognize him. You are the young man who once stood by General Ma. Now you too have aged. Wei Ji sighed. Indeed. 20 springs and autumns have passed. Su Feng revealed a faint smile of relief. The maddening whispers in my mind and ears have finally receded, and the filth of my soul and spirit dissipates. Warriors of the Starborn, I thank you for granting me death, liberating me from the endless abyss. Ruegu was overjoyed. It appeared the Lord had not intervened. It seems the players have slain this boss. Wei Ji, with a complex heart, finally uttered. May you rest in peace. Su Feng expended his final strength to say, I hope you can also assist General Ma, allowing them to find eternal slumber soon. But do exercise caution. His madness is tenfold, 100-fold greater than mine. Wei Ji immediately stated, Brother Ma's kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain. I shall earnestly beseech our Lord to grant him swift liberation. Rest assured. No matter how formidable the boss may be, as long as he dares to reveal his health bar, we shall vanquish him before your very eyes. The players began to chatter in a cacophony of unintelligible remarks. Su Feng had completely returned to the semblance of a normal human, his skin shriveled and wrinkled, devoid of any moisture, while his hair resembled pale, dry straw. At that moment, his life reached its conclusion. There were no sentiments of nostalgia, nor an abundance of final words. Thus, he quietly exhaled his last breath. This eunuch, whose presence in historical texts was scarcely noted, passed away in a manner befitting a minor character, yet bestowed upon the players a rare gaming experience and contemplation. The Spectre of Mischief remarked, I perceive Su Feng as a person of ambition and aspirations. Xilingdang retorted, Is that so? He is merely a eunuch, a court conspirator colluding with the Yellow Turban Army. Is he not a traitor who betrays both his sovereign and his kin? Indeed, he lacks even the most basic masculine attributes. What aspirations could he possibly possess? The Spectre of Mischief found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Qinzi interjected, Su Feng's collusion with the Yellow Turbans is illogical. Xilingdang inquired, What leads you to say that? Qinzi elaborated, Su Feng was of similar rank to Zhang Rang among the 10 eunuchs, having nearly reached the pinnacle of a eunuch's existence. During that era, Emperor Ling of Han heavily relied on the eunuch faction to counter the external relatives and aristocratic clans. In such circumstances, the power wielded by the eunuchs was unprecedented in historical context. With such authority and wealth readily available, what motive would there be for him to serve as an insider for the Yellow Turban Army? Upon hearing these words, the other players were left in a state of contemplation. Qinzi continued to speculate, rebellion has always been a venture fraught with extreme risk and potential for great reward. Thus, one would either require substantial profit to be gained, or be utterly cornered with no other means of survival. Otherwise, none would embark upon such a perilous path. Even if Zhang Jiao were to successfully usurp the throne, what benefits would it bestow upon Feng Su and Su Feng? A newly established emperor, even if bereft of reason, would not likely place trust in or rely upon one or two elderly eunuchs from the previous regime. Therefore, Feng Su and Su Feng had no justification to risk their very lineage for an endeavor that bore no advantage. The players found this reasoning compelling. While the possibility of being blinded by greed could not be entirely dismissed, it was equally plausible that some form of spiritual motivation or belief compelled them to take such a risk. Each individual held a distinct perspective. The historical accounts of Su Feng were already scarce. Were it not for the game Gue Sangua, 99% of people would likely remain oblivious to the existence of such a quest. As a game reminiscent of the Souls genre, it could not possibly convey every detail with utmost clarity. It is precisely due to the abundance of ambiguity that 1,000 individuals may each envision 1,000 Hamlets. Every individual possesses the ability to gather clues and subsequently interpret characters or plotlines through their own understanding, thereby enriching the gaming experience with greater enjoyment and depth. This very aspect is the quintessential allure that ensures the enduring popularity of Souls-like games. The crisis in Hushi Village has come to a close. Players have suffered the loss of 35 lives, contributing an impressive 22,800 vitality points to the Lord. The Lord has invested 14,000 vitality points in upgrades, leaving approximately 39,000 vitality points remaining. At this moment, not only has the threshold of 50,000 been surpassed once more, but it has even soared beyond 60,000. What a bountiful harvest. This event has proven to be exceptionally successful. Players have truly not disappointed. He Tong Rue and his companions hastily organized the spoils of battle scattered across the scene. Although aided by the villagers of Hushi, the primary damage output was delivered by the players, with the final blow also struck by them. Under such circumstances, the drop rate remained unaffected. The spoils are indeed plentiful. You have collected the spoils. Vitality 800, Magic Stone Fragments 1200, Demon Head Knife 1. Do you have collected the spoils? Vitality 800, Magic Stone Fragments 1200, Demon Head Knife 1. You have collected the spoils. Vitality 2500, Magic Stone Fragments 5000, Corrupted Gem 10, Bloodstained Sword 1. The Butcher of Luo Shui dropped a total of 2,400 vitality points. Additionally, 4 low-grade white weapons were obtained. Su Feng not only yielded a significant amount of vitality, but also uncovered 10 enhancement materials, along with a high-grade white weapon. Demon Head Knife, a first-tier equipment, low-grade white, attack 8, strength 2, durability 1520. Corrupted Gem, a first-tier material, medium-grade white, usable to enhance equipment not exceeding white quality. Bloodstained Sword, a first-tier equipment, high-grade white, attack 14, agility 5, attack speed 1, durability 2230. The Bloodstained Sword is undoubtedly a superlative piece of equipment at this stage. And even the Demon Head Knife dropped by the Butcher of Luo Shui is quite commendable. The players' gains this time are nothing short of remarkable. Before the players could deliberate on the distribution of the loot, behold, Yugu has arrived. Greetings, Lord. We have fulfilled our duty and triumphed over the enemy, safeguarding Hushi Village. The players stood tall with pride. The difficulty of this event was indeed formidable. This battle showcased the prowess of the Disaster Legion, and it is certainly a source of pride for every player. Hangu nodded in satisfaction. The performance of the Disaster Legion has not let me down. As your lord, I am known for my clear rewards and punishments. Since you have made contributions to the territory, the rewards you are about to receive are well-deserved. The players were filled with exhilaration. The labor and sacrifice they endured have borne fruit. Finally, the moment of thrilling reward has arrived. Chapter 49. Rewards. Hangu presented the rewards to the players. Ding, task completed. You have received Vitality 1000, Contribution Points 1500, Golden Treasure Chest 1. Ding, you have leveled up to level 6. 1000 Vitality Points? 1500 Contribution Points? He Tong Rue was left utterly astonished by the notification. Although it was anticipated that the rewards for this task would not be meager, the substantial personal rewards from a collaborative endeavor involving all players have indeed exceeded expectations. In addition to experience and bounty, there is also a Golden Treasure Chest, an item previously unseen. Golden Treasure Chest, a special item, non-tradable, non-droppable, and valid for 24 hours. Description. This is a reward chest obtained from large-scale tasks or events, capable of randomly yielding equipment, skills, items, contribution points, and more. The quality of the treasure chest obtained is contingent upon overall evaluation and individual performance, so it is a random draw. Yili Ming. This reward is astonishing. I have directly leveled up to level 6, moreover, I received a golden treasure chest. Qi Mei Wang Liao. I too have reached level 6, but the chest I received is silver. Quang Kan Yi Tiao Jia. I also received a silver treasure chest. Niu Shi-san. Why did I get a bronze treasure chest? Ishu Jiapai Zong. I too received a bronze treasure chest. Guanghui Suiyue. Although I did not obtain a treasure chest, I leveled up by 1 and effortlessly earned 500 contribution points. Rinjian Datsao. Ha ha ha, I am the same. For this task, I was merely cannon fodder, having played no significant role from start to finish. Yet I ended up gaining so many contribution points. What a windfall. This is delightful. The planners have truly outdone themselves. Forget about the planners' affairs. It is our Lord and Masterish generosity that shines. Long live our Lord. Long live our Lord. Long live our Lord. Even though our Lord has departed, he continues to receive unwavering praise and adulation. The bountiful rewards from this task have allowed players to universally level up by 1, with numerous players attaining level 6, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Plague Legion. Players have readily discerned that the task rewards are linked to individual performance or contribution. Ji Yuzhou, Yili Ming, and Heitong Rue Gu have each received 1,000 essence, 1,500 contribution points, a golden treasure chest. Wu Yisha Junan, Xian Yu Tu Ci, Kuang Dao Lao Wang, Kuang Kan Itiao Jie, Qi Mei Wang Liao, and Xiao Lingdang have each obtained 1,000 essence, 1,000 contribution points, a silver treasure chest. Additionally, 11 individuals received 600 essence, 600 contribution points, a bronze treasure chest. The remaining 30 players only received 300 essence, 500 contribution points, without any treasure chest rewards. The rewards players receive are directly correlated with task performance and contributions, and the distribution of rewards based on individual contribution rankings appears quite fair, leaving every player satisfied and in agreement. Rinjian Datsao. I am curious about what treasures can be found within the reward chests. Guangwei Suiwe. Why don't you esteemed players open the chests on site? Let us broaden our horizons. Agreed. Let the unveiling commence. Ishu Jiapai Zone. Let us start with the bronze treasure chest. You have opened a bronze treasure chest and received a manticore chest plate 1. Do you have opened a bronze treasure chest and received a scorpion tail dagger 1? You have opened a bronze treasure chest and received a skull sheep necklace 1. You have opened a bronze treasure chest, gaining contribution points 400. You have opened a bronze treasure chest, acquiring a photography crystal 1. Among the 11 bronze treasure chests, 8 players uncovered gray mid-tier equipment, while 2 others secured 400 contribution points. Additionally, 1 individual obtained a vitality contract scroll, and another acquired the special item, the photography crystal. Players erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The items drawn from each chest were unique. The gray mid-tier equipment typically holds a value of merely 200 to 300 contribution points. Thus, the player who procured 400 contribution points undoubtedly experienced a stroke of extraordinary luck, while the one who obtained the photography crystal was also fortunate. This photography crystal serves as a game screenshot function, and if one wishes to exchange it at the main camp, each crystal is valued at 500 contribution points, with limited availability that sometimes renders it unattainable. Even if one does not intend to use it, affluent players are eager to purchase it. Alternatively, capturing in-game images could yield profit when sold to media outlets or prominent figures, especially given the current high interest surrounding the game Guisangua, while game materials and screenshots remain exceedingly scarce, suggesting a potential for lucrative sales. Chinsi. Distributing vitality in such a manner, alongside task rewards beyond contribution points, is indeed intriguing. Qimei Wangliang. Next, it shall be our turn for the silver treasure chests. Xiaolingdang. I can hardly contain my excitement. The group hastily opened their chests. You have opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring the Bowman set 1. You have opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring the Bowman set 1. Do you have opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring the Taiping Rejuvenation Talisman skill card 1? Among the 6 silver treasure chests, an astonishing 5 sets of the Bowman set emerged. Each set comprises a complete ensemble of 6 pieces: Bowman chest armor, Bowman pants, Bowman boots, Bowman mantle, Bowman helmet, and Bowman gauntlets. Although each piece is merely gray mid-tier, its attributes and defense are quite commendable. Together, the 6-piece set culminates in a set effect, thereby generating additional attribute enhancements, ultimately rendering the average value of each piece comparable to gray upper-tier equipment. Each piece is worth at least 200 contribution points, summing up to a minimum of over 1,000 contribution points. This reward is exceptionally generous, inciting envy among other players. Among the 6, the Midnight Butcher's situation was particularly unique. Unlike the others who unwrapped the Bowman set, he acquired an item referred to as a skill card. Taiping Rejuvenation Talisman skill card, which grants a free inheritance of the green quality skill Taiping Rejuvenation Talisman, with learning prerequisites, level no lower than 5 and willpower no less than 30 points. Treasure chests not only yield equipment, items, and contribution points, but can also bestow skills. This Taiping Rejuvenation spell is not a skill reserved for territories. It can only be obtained from the NPC Wei Ji and is an exceptionally powerful healing spell, typically inaccessible to ordinary players even if they wish to learn it. The old pig has struck gold. Surely, skills are of greater value. Indeed, while the attributes of the Bullman set are commendable, they ultimately represent only early-game equipment. The Midnight Butcher bellowed with laughter. I shall become the man with the most abundant supplies in the plague army. At long last, it was time for the golden treasure chests. The circumstances of the three players opening their chests were as follows. You have unlocked a golden treasure chest and obtained the Skeleton Barbarian set 1. You have unlocked a golden treasure chest and acquired a skill breakthrough card 1. You have unlocked a golden treasure chest and received 3,000 contribution points. Absolutely astounding. This is truly remarkable. Voice cracks. The esteemed Guajo has unveiled a white set. Goodness. The attributes are simply astounding. As the effects of the Skeleton Barbarian set were revealed, all players gazed in awe and astonishment. This set of equipment is a luxurious Upgrade Plus version of the ordinary Barbarian set, boasting nearly double the defense of its common counterpart. Each piece of equipment grants an additional 4 points of physical damage immunity, along with an extra 6 points from the set bonus, culminating in an impressive total of 30 points of damage immunity. Just the thought of further enhancement is utterly terrifying. The value of this equipment at this stage is phenomenal. Haydong Rouge has garnered a staggering 3,000 contribution points reward in one go, bringing his total to over 5,000 points, making him the wealthiest player, capable of elevating and enhancing all his gear for a significant power boost. As for Yi Li Ming, the skill breakthrough card he obtained can be utilized in the skill tower, allowing him to elevate any skill of white quality from level 9 to level 10, saving him up to 2,000 essence points in the process. The rewards are abundant and the impact substantial. This has provided players with immense positive reinforcement. After opening the treasure chests, players began discussing the distribution of spoils. NPCs such as Wei Ji and Lin Yo, accompanied by 200 villagers, approached the players, each villager presenting their treasured local specialties. The efforts and sacrifices made by the disaster army are evident. Under the selfless protection of this valiant force, Hushi Village suffered no losses, and every villager looked on with genuine awe and gratitude, some even kneeling in thanks. Please, there is no need for such gestures. Quickly, rise. The villagers' actions greatly pleased the players, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment, especially as they felt the villagers' heartfelt reverence and appreciation. The players felt that enduring any hardship was worthwhile. This spirit of valor and the exhilarating thrill of conflict and resolution are sorely lacking in the increasingly mundane and monotonous reality. We are true warriors. We are heroes in the eyes of the villagers. In this moment, both the material rewards and the fulfillment of spiritual needs were immensely satisfied. Chapter 50. Strengthening Power. The players successfully defended Hushi Village through their own prowess, a remarkable achievement that speaks to their resilience and is worthy of admiration. Even without any task rewards, the gaming experience itself would have been superb, enough for players to return to forums and boast extensively. The gaming experience has reached its zenith. Moreover, the rewards are exceedingly generous, exceeding expectations, truly delightful. Hangu has been exceptionally magnanimous this time. The territory's reserve of essence totals just over 60,000, with direct expenditure exceeding 24,000. This amount far surpasses the cumulative essence lost upon player death. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people is used for the people. This opportunity allows players to enhance their levels and strengths, while also significantly distributing contribution points, transforming players from destitution to affluence in an instant. The higher the player's level, the greater the profits generated from harvesting. The more contribution points players possess, the stronger their purchasing power, enabling them to create greater value. Although currently, contribution points can only be exchanged with NPCs or used to purchase territory enhancement services, in the future, there will be a gradual relaxation of the free circulation of contribution points, bestowing them with full monetary functionality. After issuing the rewards, Hangu promptly returned to the headquarters. Upon opening his information panel, an important notification appeared before him. Ding, you have obtained a fragment of the secondary abyssal nightmare source. Would you like to assimilate it immediately? Yes, no. Yes. Ding, assimilation successful. Your talent points 3. Su Feng is a secondary pollution source. Thus, he can yield fragments of the secondary abyssal nightmare source. After Hangu devoured this nightmare source, he directly acquired 3 talent points. The serpent-tailed fire chicken contributed 1 talent point, the skeleton scorpion-tailed bull contributed 1 talent point, and the fallen Su Feng contributed 3 talent points in one go. Hangu's cumulative contribution points have now reached 5, which is just enough to activate a Lord talent, marking a significant milestone for both the individual and the territory. You are activating Lord's Aura. This activation will consume 5 talent points. Do you confirm the activation? Yes, no. The first-tier Lord talents consist of two, Lord's Aura and Heart of Expansion. Hangu decided to activate the Lord's Aura first, as this talent enhances the strength of the army. Lord's Aura, a first-tier Lord talent, allows you to exert influence over all vassals or units within a radius of 300 kilometers centered on your territory, increasing their health, mana, and all attributes by 15 for 2 hours, with the effect applicable to a single target only once per day. Lord talents, also known as territory skills, generally serve to enhance territorial production or strengthen troop capabilities. These talents will continually grow stronger alongside the Lord, thereby playing an increasingly significant role. While territory skills are typically a boon for every citizen of the territory, adhering to the principle of plucking the feathers of passing geese, Hangu is not inclined to provide free benefits to the Disaster Legion unless absolutely necessary. The Lord's Aura is a powerful buff, cleverly packaged as a paid service that can also reclaim a substantial number of contribution points, and it represents a long-term stable income. The reserve of essence still stands at nearly 40,000. As the fields of chives flourish, Hangu has numerous methods to creatively harvest them, making the acquisition of essence relatively effortless, without the need for frugality. Essence, minus 3,000. Your Chi Gathering Slash has reached max level, granting you a permanent increase of 10 points to your strength attribute. Essence, minus 6,000. Your Taiping Thunder Command has reached max level, granting you a permanent increase of 15 points to your spirit attribute. Hangu expended 9,000 vitality to elevate 2 new skills to their maximum potential, resulting in a significant enhancement of their prowess. Alongside a permanent augmentation of attributes that further strengthened his overall capabilities, he first prioritized his own development before focusing on his elite guard. Although the principal force of the territory is comprised of players, it is nonetheless essential to cultivate a reliable contingent. The 8 elite guards serve as the visage of the Lord, currently tasked with managing the armed forces of the players, and will undoubtedly be entrusted with numerous vital missions in the future, necessitating their careful development. Among the 8 guards, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu have all reached level 5, while the remaining 4 are at level 4. The players have already attained a maximum level of 6. It is only fitting that the Lord's guards do not fall below the players in rank. Thus, he resolved to elevate all of them to level 6 in one go. The experience required for upgrading from level 4 is 700, while level 5 demands 200, resulting in a total expenditure of 12,400 vitality for this upgrade alone. As for skills, Vitality Reserve - 1,000. You have upgraded Abyss Warrior, Li Si's Iron Armor Technique to level 9. Vitality Reserve - 1,000. You have upgraded Abyss Monk, Zhao Lu's Healing Spell to level 9. Vitality Reserve - 2,000. You have upgraded Abyss Warrior, Zhang San's Iron Armor Technique to its maximum level. Vitality Reserve - 2,000. You have upgraded Abyss Sorcerer, Wang Wu's Flame Arrow Spell to its maximum level. Another nearly 10,000 vitality has been consumed, leaving limited reserves. Hangu requires a contingency of 10,000 to 8,000 vitality and cannot expend it all. After this round of enhancements, the skills of the 8 elite guards have all reached at least level 9, with Zhang San and Wang Wu achieving their maximum levels and receiving permanent attribute boosts. The improvement in strength during this process can only be described as instantaneous. Several warriors now don the Skeleton Minotaur set, and with their skills developed to such an extent, their power is on par with elite monsters of the same level. Zhang San and Wang Wu are even capable of defeating most elite monsters of the same tier in one-on-one encounters. The cost of nurturing high-tier troops is indeed substantial. Fortunately, the regular army merely serves as a supplement to the Disaster Legion. While the territory requires a force that is unconditionally obedient and compliant, quality is evidently more crucial than quantity. It is nearly time. The territory has firmly established itself. I must now embark on the next phase of my strategy. Hangu plans to actively generate income and population, as well as initiate further exploration of the map, targeting the core source of nightmarish pollution in order to swiftly exit this novice region. The principal source of pollution in this area is myriad. According to the foundational knowledge Hangu acquired from the Lord Academy, the Celestial Lords and abyssal corruption are in an absolutely antagonistic relationship. At this moment, the territory has been exposed. Even if he does not initiate an attack, myriad will inevitably make a move. The reason for sending only one Su Feng this time is not only to test the strength of the Celestial Lord, but also because myriad, as the core source of pollution, is constrained. Unless the day of eternal darkness arrives, he cannot easily mobilize. Even if he wishes to take action personally, he finds himself limited in capability. Rather than passively waiting for the opponent to strike, it is far better to adopt a more proactive strategy. Hangu resolved to issue tasks that would direct players to investigate the core pollution zones, thereby not only preparing for upcoming battles but also allowing those reckless players who revel in danger to indulge their whims, ultimately fueling the development of his territory. Furthermore, there is Heading Township, a former town, where the elusive Fortune Spirit Stone may potentially be discovered. Additionally, more than 70% of the map remains unexplored, with a significant number of elite monsters lurking in those uncharted areas, providing ample encouragement for players to embark on explorations. During this process, they might also uncover sources of nightmare pollution, thereby earning additional talent points. Hangu is already at level 10. Once he activates the final Lord talent, he may transcend his current abilities and ascend to a second-tier Lord, a growth rate that could potentially shatter the historical records of all human lords throughout the ages. Chapter 51. The Trading Hall. Hangu commenced the editing of a new task. The first assignment revolves around exploration and hunting, urging players to seek out and hunt nearby wild creatures to gather a diverse array of materials and specialties. While slaying humanoid monsters yields greater quantities of essence and magic stones, often resulting in direct drops of equipment and a minuscule chance of acquiring skill stones, they typically do not drop materials. From a returns perspective, hunting wild creatures is generally more profitable. It is imperative to encourage players to collect a broader spectrum of materials, as the early stages of territory construction demand a considerable amount of resources. Each type of wild creature drops unique materials. Some are suitable for weapon forging, while others are ideal for alchemy. Of course, many materials have limited intrinsic value and can only be transformed into material essences for construction or auxiliary production. Thus, understanding the outputs of various monsters is crucial at this stage. Wild creatures that drop forging materials hold the highest value. For instance, the scorpion-tailed bull and the bone goat across the river from Hushy Village are prime examples, as the materials they yield are particularly well suited for forging, thus generating greater value. The skeleton scorpion-tailed bull, a level 5 elite, is one rank below the fallen Sufong in terms of level. However, it can drop high-quality leather, typically yielding 3 to 4 pieces at a time. Given the player's 10-fold drop rate, they could potentially acquire as many as 40 pieces in one go. Once these materials are processed by the territory's forge masters, they can be transformed into 6 sets of the skeleton bull armor, each set valued at a minimum of 4,000 contribution points based on collective procurement prices. The materials dropped by just this single bull could generate nearly 30,000 contribution points for the territory. Such monsters are exceedingly valuable, and if there are others nearby, it is essential to identify them and calculate their respawn times for regular hunts. Previously, Hangu's approach to material collection was rather simplistic and blunt, merely issuing resource collection tasks for indiscriminate retrieval. This was due to his lack of knowledge regarding the specific materials available in the vicinity of the territory. In the future, he can refine this process according to material value, thus incentivizing players to hunt for more beneficial resources. In addition to material collection, equipment recovery also presents a lucrative opportunity. Hangu noted that following the defense of Hushy Village, players had amassed over 100 pieces of gray equipment and more than 20 pieces of white quality gear. Some unusable items could be dismantled into equipment crystals, which serve as core materials for repairing damaged equipment and restoring durability. As for equipment with favorable attributes and decent value, it could be stockpiled for future use as rewards for new players' tasks or offered for trade to exchange for more useful resources. Subsequently, Hangu proceeded to edit 2 additional tasks. The second task involves an investigation of Heading Township. The primary objective is to locate the Fortune Spirit Stone of the area, although the region has been thoroughly devastated and holds no developmental value. Any site that once harbored a town is likely to give rise to a Fortune Spirit Stone, which can yield substantial rewards and potentially create new teleportation points. The third task is to explore the core pollution zone, with the main goal of finding the game's ultimate boss, myriad. Given the current capabilities of the players, the chances of survival in this endeavor are exceedingly slim. Yet, this aligns perfectly with Hangu's intentions, as it not only inflicts casualties among players but also garners vital intelligence. These players have already acclimatized to the peculiarities of the game, and enduring hardship at the hands of the boss is entirely normal. It is, after all, an integral aspect of the gaming experience. He believes that rather than instilling fear, it will evoke a profound curiosity and thirst for challenge among the players. For the advancement of the territory, he urges the players to endure a bit longer. Once the 3 tasks were finalized, Hangu inquired, "What is the current resource reserve?" Xiaoba promptly reported, "Master, you currently possess 141 magic crystals, 1,058 first-tier material essences, 612 first-tier materials in stock, 255 first-tier food ingredients in reserve, 100 vital essence, and 89,456 magic stone fragments." Hangu felt a slight headache. The territory's finances had completely bottomed out, scarcely sufficient even for tonight's recruitment of a new batch of players. After conquering Hushi Village and acquiring a reward of 500 magic crystals from the Fortune Spirit Stone, the reserve had once peaked at 1,091, which should have sufficed for a few more days. However, the construction of the alchemy workshop and skill tower consumed 600, the recruitment of alchemists accounted for 150, and yesterday's recruitment of players cost 200. This left a meager sum. Hangu remarked, "Fortunately, I have amassed a batch of magic stone fragments, which can alleviate my immediate predicament." Xiaoba immediately asked, "Shall we convert the magic stone fragments, Master? You currently possess 89,456, which can be refined into 89 magic crystals." Hangu responded, "Convert them all. Every 100 magic stone fragments can be synthesized into an abyssal magic stone, and every 10 abyssal magic stones can be refined into a single abyssal magic crystal. Thus, the magic stones obtained from defeating monsters represent the territory's most crucial future financial resource." Why has Hangu instituted a stringent death penalty mechanism, causing players to lose all their magic stone fragments upon death? It is to prevent players from hoarding these fragments, which would impede the development of the territory. While magic stones serve as the natural currency between the stars and the abyss, Hangu does not wish for players to treat them as such. As a lord and game planner, he must firmly maintain control over the minting authority. To this end, he established a contribution point system, designed a rigorous magic stone drop mechanism, and simultaneously enabled a feature allowing the exchange of magic stone fragments for contribution points. Every 100 fragments can be exchanged for a single contribution point. Consequently, players are unlikely to hoard a vast quantity of magic stones, ultimately ensuring that the magic stones generated during territorial expansion can be utilized for development. As for the players, they gradually come to accept contribution points as the currency of the territory, especially since the value of contribution points has been anchored to various services. Moving forward, Hangu plans to issue circulating currency in different denominations based on contribution points. Magic Stone Fragments, 89,000. Deep Abyss Magic Crystal 89. Hangu successfully transformed all the fragments of magic stones. At first glance, the quantity may seem modest, yet it is indeed quite impressive. After all, Hangu has only descended into the abyss for a mere 5 days, and his forces, including his personal guard, amount to a total of 58 individuals. Tio acquires such a substantial amount of magic crystals in this limited time, and with this modest number of personnel is nothing short of miraculous. This achievement is entirely due to the players' audacious endeavors, their indomitable spirit, and the tenfold drop rate. As time progresses and the player population increases, the influx of magic stones is destined to become a pivotal pillar of the territory's economy. Current magic crystal reserves, 230 pieces. There is no doubt that summoning players tonight will be feasible. After a brief moment of hesitation and contemplation, Hangu ultimately resolved not to defer this stock of magic crystals until evening. For even if today's recruitment funds are addressed, what will be done about tomorrow's and the day after's? It is imperative to explore further avenues for income. Hangu summoned the Lord panel, activated the territory construction function, and ultimately located one particular building. Trading Hall. The construction cost is 200 magic crystals and 500 units of first-tier material essence, with the current buildable quantity being 0.1. The resources at hand are just sufficient to construct this edifice. What is a trading hall? As the name suggests, it serves as a trading platform for lords. It enables lords of the same race from different planes to establish channels for resource exchange. Although the construction cost is not exorbitant, certain prerequisites must be met. The territory can only erect a trading hall after having established a forging workshop, an alchemy workshop, and a skill tower. Hangu has completed the construction of these 3 fundamental buildings, and the current inventory of resources is aptly sufficient, prompting him to make a decisive choice to build, which bears immense significance for both the development of the territory and its finances. Abyss Magic Crystal 200, First Tier Material Essence -500. You have constructed the Trading Hall. Chapter 52. Territorial Trade. Hangu access the Trading Hall interface through the Lord panel. Ding. Your territory's trading function has been activated. Your Lord ID is 2462. The Lord ID will serve as a code within the Trading Hall going forward. While all lords within the Trading Hall belong to the same race, they are unlikely to inhabit the same plane, thus eliminating direct competition and concerns about aiding rivals in trade. However, it is customary for lords to conceal their true identities. The Trading Hall, like other structures, features tiered classifications. A first-tier trading hall can only facilitate the exchange of first-tier materials, equipment, or various items of green quality or lower. Should one wish to buy or sell items of higher tiers or of green quality, an upgrade to the trading hall is necessary. Hangu noted that the range of Lord IDs spans from 1 to 10,000, with each code representing a Star Lord, though the identities, strengths, and locations of these individuals remain unknown. The only discernible factor is their race. Humans are generally perceived as weak, yet their numbers are far from insignificant. The strength and experience of a Lord are not determined by the size of their ID, as being a Lord is a perilous vocation. Less than 1 in 10 human Lords can endure in the abyss for over 3 years. The same Hall and ID may have been utilized by hundreds of Lords before. Hangu is now numbered 2462.it is highly probable that the previous 2462 has met its demise. The Trading Hall interface is divided into 2 sections, the Trading List area and the Public Communication area. The former comprises hundreds of trading orders, encompassing both acquisition and sale listings, through which Lords engage in the buying or selling of goods. There is a fee associated with these listings, starting at 10 magical crystals per hour. The longer the listing remains active, the higher the associated fees. This system is designed to mitigate the prevalence of ineffective listings, thereby enhancing the efficiency and quality of transactions within the territory. In order to increase trading efficiency and save time, Lords occasionally post relevant information in the public communication area prior to making listings. However, each Lord is limited to 3 free public messages per day. Hangu opened the communication area, observing the messages scrolling rapidly. This was far more lively than he had anticipated. Lord 8422. Acquiring food. Seeking a substantial amount of food. Lord 2321. Offering a batch of high-quality cold iron ore. Is anyone interested? Message me privately, Lord 4328. Assistance needed. I just experienced a day of utter darkness. My army has suffered devastating losses, and my territory has incurred significant damage. My financial chain has completely collapsed. Is there a senior who can assist me through this crisis? There will be generous rewards upon my return. Lord 1501. I have just ventured into the 5th map and, unfortunately, encountered a Cyclopean Lord from the 4th map. Although my territory exceeds his by 1 map, the Cyclops is exceedingly difficult to contend with. I urgently require skills to combat the giant race and hope for support from esteemed individuals. Lord 3244. I anticipate expanding to the 9th map within 3 months, so everyone, please send me your blessings. Lord 1052. A notable figure from the 9th map has been spotted. Lord 2123. Wow. Impressive, impressive. Bowing to the 9th map Lord. Do you need any subordinates? Lord 8957. I have been struggling for 12 years, and my territory has only reached 4 maps. Every day is fraught with anxiety. Lord 6687. I am consistently purchasing skill stones, construction blueprints, and first-tier white-quality weapons at high prices. If you have any, please message me privately. Quite intriguing. It seems more engaging than I had imagined. This is my first encounter with exchanges between Lords. It turns out that the communication area within the trading hall is not solely dedicated to trading-related messages. Many Lords facing difficulties utilize this platform for assistance or rescue, while others share information or even flaunt their status, seeking to assert their presence. It is apparent that many Lords in the early stages are not lacking in magical crystals. Rather, they are facing significant shortages of food and materials. Most Lords secure investments in the Land of the Stars prior to entering their territories. During his time at the Academy, Hangu had garnered the attention of several families or factions. Under normal circumstances, securing an investment of 20,000 magical crystals as startup capital would be trivial. Unfortunately, his territory extends deep into the Eternal Night Layer, and investments are not charity, leading to a complete loss. Fortunately, with the assistance of Principal Long and Alone, it now seems that this was not a misfortune. Had he accepted the investment at that time, he would have inevitably been subjected to control, even relinquishing a substantial portion of the profits generated during the development of his territory, which would certainly have been a loss for Hangu. Although numerous Lords initially attracted considerable investment in magic crystals, they were unable to procure supplies from the Land of Stars. During the early stages of territory development, in order to avoid casualties, they had to tread carefully, advancing with great caution. Consequently, progress was painfully slow, with only a few kilometers developed over the course of 10 days to half a month, leading to an undeniable scarcity of resources. While this issue may not pose an immediate threat, food is an insidious daily consumption. Should the territory suffer a long-term food shortage, both soldiers and citizens may face starvation, particularly for Lords with a large populace, who grapple with the daunting challenge of sustaining such a significant number of subordinates. Hence, it is evident that many Lords are actively seeking food supplies. This phenomenon may be attributed to the influx of new Lords during graduation season, as the demand for food far surpasses that for other resources, resulting in exorbitantly inflated prices. Leveraging the power of the Cataclysmic Legion, Hangu has adopted a remarkably aggressive approach to territory expansion, undeterred by potential losses. With a tenfold increase in yield, his food reserves have exceeded 3,000 portions, far more than can be consumed. It is crucial to note that both materials and food possess a shelf life. If these extraordinary resources are stored for too long, they will gradually lose their exceptional properties, leading to a decline in quality and eventually spoilage or decay. Therefore, it is imperative to promptly dispose of any surplus supplies. With the assistance of Xiaoba, Hangu swiftly gathered sufficient data from the trading and communication districts, allowing him to gain a rough understanding of the price levels within this vast region. He then decided to list 2,000 portions for sale, pricing them at an average of 1 magic crystal for every 5 portions. Given the novelty of the transaction, Hangu adopted a conservative pricing strategy. While not excessively low, it was also not exorbitantly high, and he anticipated selling them within 1 or 2 hours, potentially generating an income of approximately 400 magic crystals for the territory. Excellent! This opens up a crucial new revenue stream. The establishment of trade in this territory will significantly alleviate the financial burden. Hangu is acutely aware of the importance of constructing a trading hall, as it will not only mitigate the territory's fiscal deficit, but also enable the procurement of vital resources that are not produced locally, such as various seeds and herbs. He decided to revisit this matter later. Closing the trading hall, he opened the Star Sea Game Forum, eager to explore the aftermath of the defense of Hushi Village. This battle marked the Cataclysmic Legion's first genuine campaign and stands as an extraordinary and commendable victory. It is inevitable that players from the initial testing phase will extol the event on the forum, sparking a new wave of discussions and influences. Hangu found this particularly intriguing. Upon entering the game forum, he immediately noticed at least 4 or 5 threads related to this topic. Among them, a post by Haitong Rue Gu had just been updated half an hour ago. In a mere 20 minutes, it had soared to the forefront of popular discussions, a testament to the influence and engagement of the game's strange 3 kingdoms within the gaming community. Hangu perused the post to review the latest updates. Hello, everyone. Rue Gu is here. I've just finished my meal, and as I find myself on the toilet, I finally have time to share my thoughts. In truth, the private messages in the background have long since exploded. However, regrettably, due to my recent engagement with gaming, I am unlikely to find the time to respond to everyone. Instead, I can only convey the latest updates regarding the game through public posts. Frankly speaking, the unparalleled realism of the game GUI 3 Kingdoms has rendered it somewhat challenging for me to distinguish between reality and the virtual realm. During gameplay, I scarcely feel as though I am participating in a game. This bizarre and enigmatic world captivates me far more than the real world. I can say without exaggeration that had it not been for the corporeal demands of reality, requiring sustenance and the like, I could undoubtedly remain immersed in the game for 10 days or even half a month without logging off. Now, enough of the preamble. Let us discuss the latest developments in the game. You may have already heard about our recent exhilarating victory. This triumph not only signifies a monumental achievement for the Plague Legion, but also deepens our understanding of the game. Chapter 53. New Intel. The darkness approaches. Hangu swept through the post, noting that Brother Rue had described the defense of Hushi Village with remarkable detail, vividly narrating the combat intricacies and the twists and turns of the encounter. This encapsulates the entirety of the battle that marked the first genuine confrontation between our Plague Legion and the Abyssal forces. Although the Abyssal villain Su Feng approached with cunning and malice, the unwavering perseverance and collaborative efforts of the players, coupled with the steadfast support of Hushi Village and the Lord's presence in the rear, instilled a sense of caution in Su Feng from the outset. Ultimately, we achieved a glorious victory. The scale and intensity of this battle may seem trivial in the grand scheme of things, yet it represents the inaugural battle for the Plague Legion, and we believe it will be etched into the annals of GUI 3 Kingdoms history. Naturally, this victory has also bestowed substantial rewards upon the players. We have garnered the goodwill of the villagers of Hushi, acquired a wealth of spoils, and received unexpectedly generous rewards from the Lord. For instance, Guzhou obtained a complete skeleton barbarian set from the quest rewards, the first white set possessed by any player thus far, which was ultimately acquired by the formidable Yi Li Ming for a staggering 30,000. Presently, individuals such as Yi Li Ming and Xiao Lingdang continue to procure contribution points with real currency, with each contribution point having one sword to a valuation of 100. In the early stages, players can indeed reap substantial material rewards through gameplay, which also underscores the optimism of affluent players regarding this game that I believe that in the future, an increasing number of distinguished individuals and capital will be invested in it. GUI 3 Kingdoms is not only entertaining but also brimming with opportunities. For many, it is no longer merely a game. It has evolved into a new world, an exhilarating and passionate life experience. and even a lucrative job. If you are fortunate enough to be selected for the closed beta, be sure to cherish this opportunity, for it may very well be a chance to transform your destiny. As a digression, I shall conclude my remarks here. Let us return to the main topic and discuss the latest developments, along with some supplementary insights regarding the strategies. In an astonishingly brief span of days, the game Hangu has undergone several updates, all executed discreetly without any announcements or downtime, leaving us to wonder how the development team managed such feats. I have observed that the base camp has recently introduced at least 2 new structures, namely the Alchemy Workshop and the Skill Tower. The Alchemy Workshop is presumably akin to the smithy, likely to offer consumables such as potions, although the Alchemist NPC has yet to be implemented. As for the Skill Tower, as its name suggests, it serves as a venue for learning or honing skills. Presently, there are 2 skills available for selection: the Chi Gathering Slash, reminiscent of the combat technique employed by Lin Yo from Hushi Village, and the Peaceful Thunder Charm, the impressive spell of the village chief Wei Ji. Both skills are exceedingly formidable. Through my examination of the skill system, I have discovered that the initial class appears to influence only attribute growth rather than restrict skill acquisition. For instance, the requirement to learn the Chi Gathering Slash is an attribute score of 18 in strength. The warrior class has a maximum initial strength of 7, increasing by 3 points with each level up, which implies that one could learn the Chi Gathering Slash by level 5. Conversely, the ranger starts with a strength of 5, gaining 2 points per level, meaning the ranger must reach level 8 to acquire the skill. Theoretically, even monks and sorcerers can learn combat skills like the Chi Gathering Slash, thus allowing them to evolve into combat monks or sorcerers. Conversely, warriors and rangers can equally learn skills typically associated with mages or healers. What does this signify? An exceptionally high degree of freedom. Players need not be confined to their classes. Each individual can craft their own unique style. In the future, it would not be surprising to encounter a mage wielding a massive cleaver, unleashing martial techniques upon foes. Hangu offers multiple avenues for enhancing attributes beyond mere leveling. I have discerned that skills also require cultivation. The higher the skill cultivation level, the greater the power. It is no wonder that the Lord's Iron Armor technique is so formidable, while the player's version can only be regarded as a mere paper shell technique. Each skill can be cultivated to a maximum of level 10. Levels 1 through 9 are relatively easy to attain, whereas the transition from level 9 to level 10 presents significant challenges. During the defense battle in Hushi Village, I acquired a skill breakthrough card, and I am fortunate to be the first player in Hangu to elevate a skill to level 10, thereby receiving a permanent boost of 10 points to my agility attribute. If I can master the Chi Gathering Slash and fully cultivate this skill, I will undoubtedly gain a substantial increase in strength. With the Chi Gathering Slash as a foundation, learning other combat techniques will become considerably easier. Lastly, let us discuss the discoveries made in the realm of intelligence. Following the resounding success of the Hushi Village defense battle, we have acquired a wealth of intelligence from the villagers. We have confirmed that Su Feng is merely a subordinate of the nefarious boss Ma Yuani. According to the information provided by village chief Wei Ji, a celestial event known as the Day of Utter Darkness occurs on average once a month, lasting between 20 to 30 hours. Ma Yuani can only venture out of the core contaminated zone during this dark period to ravage other locales, and he will not miss the opportunity to assault the polluted territories. The battle that transpired today was merely a test. As far as we know, there are only 5 days remaining until the next day of utter darkness. The victory in the defense of Hushi Village does not signify the alleviation of our crisis or the cessation of intelligence. Rather, it foretells an even more arduous challenge on the horizon, one that concerns the very survival of the entire territory. We firmly believe that under the guidance of our wise and illustrious Lord, we can repel the threats posed by the forces of the abyss. Yet it is imperative that we prepare ourselves diligently for an optimal performance. Enough for today. The game content is incredibly vast and rich, and time constraints prevent me from covering it all. I can only endeavor to highlight the key points as they come to mind, hoping to provide some assistance to newcomers and fellow players. The updates from Heidong Ruegu are exceedingly plentiful, encompassing at least 5,000 words, sharing not only the current state of the narrative, but also revealing numerous fresh pieces of information and intelligence. Undoubtedly, this will spark significant discussion and enhance interest in the game world. However, what has captured the attention of netizens the most is not the defense of Hushi Village, nor the game's skill system, or even the concept of the Day of Utter Darkness. Goodness, is this for real? There are actually wealthy players acquiring game currency. These contribution points must indeed refer to game currency. According to the strategy guide previously published by Ruegu, slaying a single chicken can yield nearly 10 units of resources, which roughly translates to about 10 contribution points. If each contribution point can be sold for tens or even hundreds of dollars, then isn't it possible to earn 1,000 or more just from killing a chicken? If this is true, why would anyone bother with the job? It would be utterly ludicrous. I beseech the planners to grant me a spot. The value of game currency is astonishing, but to think that a wealthy individual would spend 300,000 on a set of quest reward equipment. Does this tycoon have more money than they know what to do with? Though the gaming community has never been short of affluent players, this situation is still quite extraordinary. It's laughable. Surely no one could genuinely believe this. The comments above are from a bunch of novices. It's clearly a fabrication. This must be a new scam, a fresh ruse. I just wagered that the next step will be the high-priced sale of beta test qualifications, eagerly awaiting the gullible to part with their money while the game developers make their escape. Haidong Ruegu and their associates must have been duped by scammers. Indeed, one should not trust in the notion of easy gains falling from the sky. Everyone should promptly cancel their reservations and relinquish their spots to me. Once I enter the game, I will undoubtedly reveal the truth and deliver a scathing critique. If it can be said that previously, players who booked the game Guisangwa were primarily drawn by its gameplay. Now a new wave of gamers, harboring dreams of wealth, has surged into the fray. If what Haidong Ruegu asserts holds true, the qualification for the internal testing of Guisangwa transcends mere early access to the game. It represents a genuine high-paying position. With a stroke of luck, one might even strike it rich and turn their fortunes around. The forum is abuzz, and the number of reservations has surpassed 2 million. Hangu remains unconcerned by player skepticism. Given the current number of reservations, the short-term territory will hardly lack for inhabitants. Should the population capacity and finances permit, he would eagerly welcome millions of players into his domain. The productivity from just 50 players is already remarkable. What spectacle might unfold if 2 million players were to join in earnest labor? The daily profits could be described as staggering, propelling Hangu into the ranks of the elite lords. Such a day is inevitable. It is merely a question of time. Of course, Hangu must first address the issues of territorial finances, population limits, and land scale. He needs to secure more territories and unlock additional abyss maps. Otherwise, even with 1 million players flooding in, there would be no space to accommodate them, and the limited maps would not offer enough monsters for players to engage with. In such a scenario, an increase in player numbers does not necessarily equate to improvement. On one hand, management issues must be considered, and on the other, capacity concerns must be addressed. Otherwise, diminishing marginal returns will inevitably ensue, adversely affecting the gaming experience. Chapter 54, the stable Haidong Ruegu mentioned 2 noteworthy matters. The first is that Gu Zhou unexpectedly sold the skeleton bull set. The second is that players have acquired detailed intelligence regarding the Day of Extreme Darkness. Yi Li Ming extravagantly spent 300,000 to procure Gu Zhou's white set, which can only be described as a display of wealth and capriciousness, treating money as if it were inconsequential. While the skeleton bull set is indeed exceptional at this stage, it remains merely a white set. The refining workshop will undoubtedly begin mass production in the future, and it won't be long before it is eclipsed by the most prominent players. Yi Li Ming cannot possibly be unaware that the advantage of the Great Bull set will be short-lived, yet he is still willing to spend lavishly, which speaks volumes about his decisiveness and audacity. Hangu noted that Gu Zhou did not merely receive 300,000. Among the spoils of this drop, the most valuable and attribute-rich equipment was Su Feng's bloodstained sword. Although Su Feng was slain by Gu Zhou himself, others also played crucial roles. Yi Li Ming contributed part of the effort to help Gu Zhou secure the bloodstained sword. It seems to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. The warrior, possessing a robust physique and protected by iron armor, can better leverage the defensive advantages conferred by the bull set.as for Gu Zhou. A top-tier ranger with exceptional skills, high stats, and defense may not be the optimal strategy. The bloodstained sword, which enhances agility by 5 points and boasts considerable attack power, is not inferior to the Great Bull set in his hands. Following this resource exchange, both Gu Zhou and Yi Li Ming experienced a remarkable surge in overall strength. Together with Haidong Ruegu, who has mastered the Gale Step to its fullest, gaining a permanent agility boost of up to 10 points, they have established a significant lead over other players, currently standing as the foremost combat force of the Plague Legion. Other players have also made substantial progress, each reaping considerable rewards from their battles. The spirits and phantoms, along with Xiao Lingdang, have elevated the Flame Arrow spell to at least level 8. The formidable warrior Wang, renowned for his reckless prowess, relentlessly cleaved through the streets, while the Midnight Butcher and the likes of Xinyu Tusi elevated their skill levels to an impressive 7 or 8. The coveted Minor Bull set, along with various yellow turban army gear, adorned the players as they reveled in their newfound wealth, forming long queues at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop. Yinling was busily engaged, nearly smoking from the exertion. Due to Hangu's restrictions on the circulation of contribution points, players found themselves compelled to expend most of their accrued points on personal enhancements. Yili, in a fervent endeavor, spent 1,800 contribution points to fortify his entire bull set to 3 and, utilizing 3 precious gems, elevated the quality of his battle blade to a white mid-grade, subsequently reinforcing it from 5 to 7, ultimately consuming over 2,000 contribution points. His skills and awareness were not the most exceptional. However, with a 3 minor bull set combined with a 9-level iron armor skill and a white mid-grade blade reinforced to level 7, his combat prowess approached that of elite monsters of the same tier. The substantial contribution points dispensed by Hangu were being rapidly consumed, transforming into formidable combat power for the Plague Legion. Indeed, the chives were flourishing, eliciting a genuine smile from Hangu. According to the intelligence gathered by players, the Day of Utter Darkness was anticipated to arrive in approximately 5 days, marking a pivotal and perilous battle in the development of their territory. If all proceeded smoothly, a new map could be unlocked in about 10 days. Such records were exceedingly rare, not only among the lower-tier human race, but even among higher-tier races with superior initial levels and strength. A slip-up could potentially shatter the records of the stars. Suddenly, Xiaoba issued a reminder. Master, the food you listed for sale has been completely sold out. Oh? So soon? Hangu exclaimed, surprised that only half an hour had passed. Upon hastily opening the trading hall, he was immediately greeted by a flurry of transaction notifications. Ding, Lord 4216 purchased 200 portions of food. You received 40 magic crystals. Ding, Lord 3222 purchased 300 portions of food. You received 60 magic crystals. Ding, Lord 1700 purchased 100 portions of food. You received 20 magic crystals. All 2,000 portions of food had vanished without a trace. After deducting a 10 magic crystal transaction fee, a total of 390 magic crystals were credited. This influx of income was a timely boon for the territory, whose financial reserves were nearly depleted. Hangu was now eager to swiftly recruit players and expand into new areas, allowing them to engage in monster hunting and territorial conquest, ensuring that profits would soon be regained, leading to further recruitment and territorial expansion, ultimately creating a virtuous cycle. Perhaps he should consider constructing a cafeteria and hire 1 or 2 professional chefs. This way, players would not waste time cooking for themselves, allowing them more opportunities to dedicate to territorial development, and in the future, he could profit yet again through dining services. Wasn't that a delightful prospect? In this game, sustenance was paramount. The food prepared by players was rather coarse. While the current quality of ingredients was low, it posed no immediate concern. However, as players progressed in levels, their energy demands would escalate, necessitating higher quality ingredients imbued with extraordinary properties and energy density. Thus, it would be prudent to have dedicated chefs for food production. This food, imbued with potent energy essence and extraordinary characteristics, not only facilitates a swifter restoration of vitality, but also boasts a flavor that far surpasses that of ordinary ingredients found in the realm of reality. The culinary spectacle it presents, with its radiant allure upon being served and its soul-stirring taste upon consumption, is hardly an exaggeration. Food is of paramount importance to humanity. Who does not relish gourmet delicacies, especially those that do not contribute to weight gain? Even with the simplest of considerations, it is evident to Hangu that this could undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon to enhance the gaming experience, as well as a scythe to reap players' resources. With this thought in mind, he was on the verge of closing the trading hall when a private message suddenly appeared in the information bar. Lord 1994, Esteemed One, do you still have food available? I urgently require 1,000 portions of fresh meat. Hangu paused momentarily upon reading this message. Currently, the food reserves in his territory stood at 1,255 portions on average. Each human consumes 1 portion of food daily to maintain ample energy and vitality. Although the total population of his territory was less than 60, when considering the affiliated populace of Hushi Village, the number approached 400, which justified his decision to reserve such a quantity of food. However, upon further reflection, players were generally self-sufficient, and Hushi Village also possessed some food reserves. Thus, selling an additional 1,000 portions would not pose a significant issue, particularly given the tenfold production rate in his territory. But he would certainly need to charge a premium. After contemplating, Hangu replied, 400 magic crystals, non-negotiable, Lord 1994. Ah, isn't 1,000 portions supposed to be 200 magic crystals? Suddenly doubling the price seems rather outrageous. Hangu clarified, this batch of food is a higher quality strategic reserve, originally intended to remain unsold to ensure the survival of the territory. If you insist on purchasing, you must display some sincerity. Lord 1994, but this is exorbitantly priced, far exceeding the market rate. I am currently a bit financially constrained.
Could you possibly lower the price? Hangu? No, the fixed price is 400 magic crystals. If you find this unacceptable, you are welcome to seek out other lords for your needs, though you are likely aware that the past 2 months have marked the peak graduation season for lords. With a surge of new lords flooding the abyss, resulting in generally elevated food prices, the other party remained silent for 4 to 5 minutes. Was his offer too steep, causing the individual to flee? He wondered if he had been too aggressive with his pricing. After all, selling for 200 or 300 would still be quite satisfactory. Suddenly, Lord 1994 sent another message. While I am somewhat financially strained, I do possess some valuable items that might serve as barter. You would surely not be at a loss. Intrigued, Hangu considered that if these were truly rare items, such as skill stones or construction blueprints, it would not be unacceptable. After all, magic crystals could be acquired through various means, whereas such items are often elusive and not readily sold by lords. He promptly inquired, "What do you have?" Lord 1994 swiftly provided details of an item. Upon reading the description, Hangu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Construction blueprint, spirit horse stable, a first-tier blueprint, requiring 300 magic crystals and 300 portions of first-tier material essence to construct a small stable capable of recruiting spirit horses. Indeed, it was a blueprint. Chapter 55. Gaming transforms life. The stable is not an uncommon structure. The primary function is to provide means of transportation. As it cannot directly enhance the strength of the territory or boost its production. The value of the blueprints is relatively low, amounting to only 400 to 500 magic crystals, which is considered the bottom tier among first-tier blueprints. Nevertheless, Hangu is determined to acquire it. The construction blueprints are not always available for purchase, even with ample funds. Sometimes, it hinges on luck, or even fate. Since the opportunity has presented itself, there is no reason to let it slip away. From a practical standpoint, the role of the spirit horse is far from insignificant. At the very least, it offers substantial assistance in territorial expansion and resource acquisition. How vast is the abyssal world? Even the area of a novice map rivals that of an ordinary-sized prefecture-level city, stretching at least 100 to 200 kilometers in all directions. Although it is possible to establish a few teleportation points by seeking fortune stones, the number of such points is ultimately limited. The majority of locations require arduous journeys to reach. Time is money. Given the player's current mobility, they can only operate within a dozen miles of the teleportation points. As more areas are unlocked in the future, this situation will only exacerbate, making it increasingly difficult to hunt wild monsters in most regions promptly. Hangu is willing to provide more efficient means of transportation to enhance players' mobility, allowing them to venture further afield to gather materials or embark on perilous adventures. After much negotiation, he exchanged 1,000 rations directly for the blueprints. Thus, the food and materials he had accumulated were nearly depleted. Hangu remains unfazed, for after several hours of rest, the players are gradually coming back online and discovering the latest quest. He is confident that it will not be long before he can reap the rewards once more. On Blue Star, in the Summer Kingdom, in a small city that I'm so sorry. We will definitely repay the 280,000, but as you can see, the current situation is indeed dire. We hope you can grant us an extension of 2 months. A debt dispute is unfolding within this dilapidated old community, where 5 or 6 burly men have cornered a middle-aged couple in their home, the latter pleading desperately, "Spare us the theatrics. Don't tell us you have no money. I say this decrepit house yours. You can directly use it to settle your debts." The debt collectors, with their fierce and imposing demeanor, press on to that moment. The door swings open, revealing a pale, emaciated young man in a wheelchair, which only serves to deepen the couple's distress. Xiao Zhou. "What are you doing out here?" "Hurry back." Gu Zhou, only 24 this year, became a paraplegic due to an unfortunate accident. He has no sensation below his chest and lacks strength in his arms, rendering him severely disabled and incapable of labor. This family, once relatively well off, has recently found themselves in dire straits due to business failures and the exorbitant medical expenses for their son, now facing a situation of utter destitution and overwhelming debt. "I have money." Approximately 20 minutes later, he completed the transfer, settling the debt collectors. His parents, faces etched with shock and disbelief, cannot fathom how their son, paralyzed for years, could possibly come up with such a sum. "Xiao Zhou, speak to us candidly. Where exactly did this money come from? Surely you haven't resorted to borrowing from online loan sharks," Gu Zhou replied. "There's no need for concern. This money is entirely from my earnings in gaming." However, Gu Dad and Gu Mom appeared rather skeptical. Ever since their son had become disabled, he had immersed himself in games. Yet, given his current state, if gaming could serve as a distraction, perhaps it wasn't entirely detrimental. They had never heard of anyone making money from playing games, let alone such a substantial sum. Jiuzhou continued, Mom and Dad, you need not worry about me. I am a player of the game Gui Sangua. Not only can this game be profitable, but I believe it can generate considerable income, and before long, I will be able to settle our family's debts. Is that true? Can games really be so lucrative? After learning the basic details, Gu Dad and Gu Mom, who had never played games before, found themselves intrigued by this game. Jiuzhou chuckled. Currently, slots for this game are quite competitive, but you can try to make a reservation, Gu Dad exclaimed with enthusiasm. Great. We absolutely support you in becoming a professional player. Although we may not be adept at gaming, we can assist you within the game, Gu Mom added. The advancements in technology today are remarkable. If you can live healthily and happily in the game, regardless of whether you earn money or not, we will always support you. Just don't put too much pressure on yourself. The smiles of reassurance and anticipation from his parents moved Gu Zhou deeply. He had once been a person of immense potential and pride, but due to an unfortunate incident, he had transformed into a severely disabled individual, relying on virtual gaming to numb his pain. He never expected that as reality crumbled, he would find rebirth in the gaming world. This young man, paralyzed from the waist down, was known as the Ranger Gu Zhou in the game Gui Sangua. In the real world, he was an irredeemable invalid, yet in the gaming realm, he was among the elite of the Disaster Legion, having achieved great feats, such as vanquishing the nefarious Su Feng during the defense of Hushi Village. Gu Zhou felt immense gratitude for the emergence of Gui Sangua. This game had granted him a second chance at life. Gaming had altered his destiny. Meanwhile, at a luxurious penthouse in a prime location 10 miles from the bustling city, Liu Ling hastily set down her dishes. I'm heading back to my room now. Please do not disturb me. Across the opulent dining table, a poised young woman furrowed her brow slightly and began to counsel her. Ling, although you are on summer break, you must not become engrossed in gaming. Otherwise, Mr. Li will surely be displeased. Liu Ling scoffed. That busy man is constantly on the move, hardly returning even twice a year. He didn't even get to see Mother before she passed. How could he possibly have the time to be angry with me? To him, making money is of utmost importance. Oh, your stance on Mr. Li is rather unfair. At his level, many matters are beyond his control. Moreover, being the daughter of someone like Li is a stroke of luck that many envy. Liu Ling merely smiled wryly, choosing not to voice her opinion. The young woman spoke with heartfelt sincerity. We have established contact with the finest aristocratic schools worldwide. Next, there will be a pre-admissions summer camp activity at Li hopes that you can form good relationships with several of your peers in advance, as they all come from distinguished backgrounds and have numerous connections with the Li family, which will be greatly beneficial for the Li family's development and your future. Enough. Liu Ling finally could no longer contain herself. Every day revolves around either interests or connections. This is precisely why I detest the hypocritical reality of the world. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. The young woman let out a helpless sigh. Liu Ling sat in her room, clutching her mother's photograph, wiping away her tears. She understood that being the daughter of such a person was, at the very least, something that 1 billion people across the nation would envy. Yet from the moment of her birth, every aspect of her life, from the education she received to the friends she could make, the husband she would marry, and the career she would pursue, had been meticulously predetermined. Everyone said she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Everyone believed her life was a grand blessing. Yet, no one ever cared whether she truly found joy in it. Liu Ling felt that her life was not her own. She would rather have been born into an ordinary family. Even if it lacked wealth, it would suffice as long as her parents were often by her side, allowing her to make friends freely, study subjects she loved, and pursue her passions. In the future, if she were to marry, she would strive to wed the person of her choosing. Though in the real world, they sought to control everything. At least in the realm of gaming, she could live a life of freedom. Liu Ling opened the gaming pod, declaring, Now, I am no longer the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. I am the little belle of the Disaster Legion, a brave sorceress venturing into the abyss. She reveled in the bizarre, mysterious, and enchanting world of the 3 kingdoms. Here, there were powerful, handsome, and gentle lords, as well as companions of diverse personalities, united in their determination to fight together against the invading forces of evil from the abyss, working from the ground up to restore order in this chaotic world. In the gaming realm, Little Belle experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom and joy. Chapter 56. Challenging the core contamination zone after Haidong Rue completed his strategy guide. He donned his helmet and entered the enigmatic world of the 3 kingdoms. Finally back. My physical form in reality is utterly weak. This body is truly invigorating. Haidong Rue's form had been in stasis in the barracks for 5 hours. At this moment, Both his energy and physical condition were fully restored. The rewards from the defense of Hushi village were plentiful, allowing him not only to elevate his Gale Step to level 10, thereby permanently enhancing his agility by 10 points, but also to witness significant changes in his equipment. He donned the headband of the Yellow Turban Army, draped himself in their cloak, and wore their chest armor. His ranger's dagger had been strengthened with 4 gemstones, now upgraded to a white tier of quality. His entire ensemble had been enhanced by at least 3 levels, with the ranger's dagger reaching 5 levels of enhancement and the Yellow Turban war bow upgraded to 4 levels. Out with the old, in with the new. Despite exhausting both contribution points and personal reserves during this recent endeavor, it has significantly enhanced individual strength, enabling one to face even more formidable challenges and embark on perilous adventures ahead. With an air of anticipation, Heidong Rue stepped out of the modest soldier barracks, only to witness considerable changes outside. A group of 30 to 40 young villagers was engaged in transporting various materials such as wood and stones. Heidong Darren, we pay our respects to you. The villagers immediately recognized Rue, his goblin-like appearance being highly distinctive. Heidong Rue expressed mild surprise, asking, "What is it that you are doing?" One villager replied, "We are part of the construction team organized by our esteemed lord, responsible for the renovation and reconstruction of the territory in the coming period." I see. Although each structure built by the lord serves a unique purpose, it is the core that truly brings them to life. The architectural design and decoration can be freely modified and extensively renovated. The buildings within the territory are generally quite rudimentary. For instance, the 4 barracks where the soldiers reside resemble nothing more than a large communal tent, thus highlighting the necessity for refurbishment and upgrades to IT. Would be ill-advised to assign such tasks to the disaster army. After all, with their immortal nature, they ought to be devoted to adventures and territorial expansion. This is precisely why the labor force from Hushi village is required, aligning with one of the Lord's objectives in subjugating Hushi village. Heidong Rue declared, "Thank you all for your hard work." Ha ha ha. You flatter us. You flatter us. Our Lord and the disaster army are tireless in their defense of Hushi village. We too shall dedicate ourselves to its construction in return. Otherwise, would we not be deemed ungrateful? The villagers were brimming with enthusiasm, which filled Heidong Rue with a sense of gratification. The immersive experience of the strange Three Kingdoms world was profound, and Heidong Rue had genuinely integrated himself into the territory. He believed that it was not just himself. All players shared this sentiment, as this place felt like a collective spiritual home, teeming with a sense of belonging. He hoped for the territory's continued prosperity and for the disaster army to flourish as well. Heidong Rue also noticed many new faces. Today, 10 fortunate players had arrived punctually, increasing the player count to 60, a commendable pace considering it was still merely the first round of closed testing. Rue, you arrived just in time. Everyone has been waiting for you. A gathering of over 30 players congregated in the hall. Familiar faces such as Gu Zhou, Xiao Lingdeng, Yili Ming, Quang Kan Itiaojia, and Midnight Pig Killer were all present. Each individual appeared invigorated, their equipment updated and weapons emanating a faint white glow, indicating significant enhancements in their capabilities. What has transpired? Rue pondered. At a glance at the task panel revealed the answer. The task bulletin board in the Lord's Hall had added several new tasks available for free pickup. The game's developments were indeed rapidly evolving. He had merely taken a meal, visited the restroom, and crafted a post, yet so many new changes had occurred. A total of 3 new tasks had been issued by the territory, 2 of which offered generous rewards, and they prepared to undertake them as well. Yili Ming, clad in a formidable leather armor ensemble, proclaimed with great fervor, "Our initial objective for this venture is to journey to Heting Township in search of the Fortune Divine Stone." Followed by an encounter with the formidable boss in the core pollution zone, Heidong Rue Gu glanced at the mission details. Mission name: activate the Fortune Stone in Heting Township. Mission objective: players are requested to once again travel to Heting Township, locate the local Fortune Divine Stone, and activate it. Mission rewards: 1,000 contribution points, to be evenly distributed among the team. Mission name: investigate the core pollution zone. Mission objective: players are to proceed to the Luo Shui execution grounds, assess the local pollution situation, and uncover the hiding place of Ma Yuan Yi. Mission rewards: 6,000 contribution points, to be evenly distributed among the team. The combined bounty of the 2 missions amounts to a staggering 7,000 contribution points. For an individual, this is an astronomical figure. However, when divided among a team of dozens, the individual share becomes quite modest. Yet, enthusiasm for both tasks remains palpable. Who wouldn't yearn to explore new territories? Who wouldn't wish to behold the visage of the great boss? The Midnight Pig Killer eagerly remarked, "Recently, The Xinghai Forum has been rife with slander and defamation against the enigmatic Three Kingdoms. We have our photography crystals at the ready. We must capture several photos today, ideally of the great boss, to enlighten these fools. Well said. Count me in. Heitong Ruegu promptly joined the endeavor. The boss of Heting Town, Su Feng, has already been vanquished by us, and any remaining monsters are unlikely to pose a significant threat. Our primary mission remains the investigation of the core pollution zone. Xianyu 2CI interjected. It is not merely an investigation. It is an extermination. Heitong Ruegu was momentarily taken aback. Extermination? Qi Mei Wang Liang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if it were merely an investigation, such a large contingent would not be necessary. While the extermination of the core pollution zone is indeed a formidable task, it is an obligation that our Cataclysm army must undertake without delay. Observing the solemn expressions of his companions, Heitong Ruegu experienced an epiphany. The gathering was not solely for the sake of the mission. Even in the absence of a task, the Cataclysm army would inevitably confront the great boss. This was not merely driven by the player's innate curiosity for uncharted territories and monsters, but also due to the foreboding intelligence indicating that in approximately 4 to 5 days, the periodic day of utter darkness would descend, and the great boss Ma Yuan-Yi would undoubtedly lead a horde of abyssal corruptions and abyssal monsters to assault our territory. Su Feng, formidable and fearsome, was but one of Ma Yuan-Yi's subordinates. Who could fathom the number of such corrupt beings? The very strength of the great boss himself remains shrouded in mystery and dread, posing a considerable threat and challenge to our domain. Listen well. According to the game's design, any NPC that perishes cannot be resurrected. Should our lord perish in battle, the game may very well shut down entirely, erasing all player data with no certainty of when it might resume. Such an outcome is surely intolerable for anyone. Thus, it is imperative that we do not passively endure our plight, but instead take the initiative to strike. Indeed, it is the duty of every individual to safeguard our lord and protect our territory. Even if we are fully aware of the imminent dangers, or even the likelihood of facing death, it is worth it as long as we can diminish the enemy's strength. Well said. If we were to sacrifice ourselves a few times to eliminate several vile foes and weaken Ma Yuanyi's power, the ensuing pressure on our territory would be significantly alleviated, and this is our obligation. The army of natural disasters shall prevail. Let us depart, onward. Charge, charge, charge. Hangu, observing discreetly, noticed that several dozen players, after the oath-taking assembly, promptly teleported from the main camp to Hushi village. With the assistance of local villagers, they then took small boats to reach Heading Township. Today is indeed a fine day. My leek field is about to yield a bountiful harvest. With the approach of the day of eternal darkness, the players are gripped by a strong sense of urgency, prompting them to undertake the perilous challenge of the great boss, an action that undoubtedly borders on folly. Yet, for Hangu, this is a delightful turn of events, of course. While Hangu is brimming with confidence in his own abilities, he remains cautious regarding the core pollution source, seizing this opportunity to ascertain the condition of the formidable boss. Ma Yuanyi. Chapter 57. Employee benefits. Heitong Ruegu and Yi Li Meng have taken away some of the more skilled players. The remaining players linger nearby, either battling monsters or forming teams to explore uncharted territories. Indeed, while inciting players to engage in high-risk tasks to increase casualty rates is crucial, the current inventory of territory supplies is dwindling, necessitating encouragement for certain players to hunt wild monsters to replenish resources. At present, there is nothing to be done but relax and await the arrival of income. Hangu, with time on his hands, began to meander about. Players came and went, delivering tasks, while dozens of villagers toiled and lived here, lending the territory a semblance of vitality. Among them, a new player with the ID Great Wall of China caught Hangu's attention, as he was currently directing 20 to 30 migrant workers from Hushi village in their labors. Great Wall of China. I salute you, my lord. Hangu inquired directly. How is the work progressing? Great Wall of China respectfully replied. My lord, we are currently producing cement and constructing a brick kiln. I estimate we will soon commence formal construction. Hangu nodded. Excellent. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from this lord. This individual was among the talents selected by Xiaoba from a pool of millions. The Great Wall of China, whose real name is Wang Cheng, is a nearly octogenarian retiree, thereby setting a new record for the oldest player in the realm of the deceptive Three Kingdoms. Why would Hangu recruit such an elder? Because he is no ordinary old man. He is the former president of the Architectural Institute of the Summer Nation, having been awarded the title of academician in civil engineering, hydraulics, and architectural engineering by the Academy of Engineering in his 50s. Throughout his career, Wang Cheng has overseen the design of at least a dozen landmark buildings, including Olympic stadiums, major international airports, provincial museums, and numerous billion-dollar commercial projects, making him precisely the talent required for territorial development. Hence, it is for this reason. Upon entering the game, the Great Wall fortuitously triggered a personal exclusive quest. Unlike other players who might engage in daily monster hunting adventures, he could also amass significant contribution points and abyssal essence by completing various construction tasks assigned by the Lord. Wang Cheng was quite astonished himself. He had never played games before. His interest was piqued merely by overhearing his students discuss the intriguing Three Kingdoms, leading him to casually make a reservation out of curiosity. He had not anticipated that after a lifetime devoted to construction and design, he would once again have the opportunity to return to his old profession, utilizing his youthful and vigorous body to immerse himself in the work he adored. The Great Wall expressed, currently, the most pressing challenge is the shortage of manpower. Hangu nodded in agreement. Our territory is just beginning to take shape, and it is natural that we face a scarcity of human resources. I will address this issue promptly, and in the meantime, I will dispatch a personal guard to assist. Thank you, my lord. Zhang San, Li Si, and the other guards had little to occupy their time. Thus, Hangu decided to assign them to the construction site. With the strength of Zhang San and Li Si, each individual could accomplish the work of 10. Work diligently, Hangu encouraged before taking his leave. The Great Wall felt a surge of exhilaration. Ordinarily, at his age and with his experiences, he should not be so stirred by such trivial matters. Yet this game was astonishingly realistic, and he found himself revitalized and in the prime of his youth. Having devoted his life to construction and design, he had achieved numerous masterpieces, yet he remained unsatisfied. Now, he could start from scratch to create a magnificent city, something he had never even dared to dream of before. He would no longer find retirement dull. He believed this endeavor would render life infinitely more fulfilling. Determined, the Great Wall resolved to gather a team of designers composed of faculty and students. At this moment, Hangu had stealthily made his way to the forging workshop. During this period, Yinling's work ethic had been remarkable. It was due to this diligent and selfless blacksmith that the strength of the territory's military had improved so rapidly. My lord, what brings you here? Yinling, sprawled like a salted fish on her bed, had hardly rested since she began working in this territory, operating like a relentless machine. At last, she had seized a moment of respite, only for the Lord to appear. She hurriedly attended to him. Hangu inquired, "How is the revenue from the forging workshop?" Yinling promptly replied, "Reporting to the Lord, in just one day, we have generated over 30,000 contribution points. If we include the previous earnings from crafting the barbarian bull set and other income, the workshop's total revenue has approached 100,000. The so-called revenue simply referred to the contribution points that had been collected. Yinling's clientele consisted not only of players but also of the very lord standing before her. Without delving into specifics, Hangu had requested Yinling to forge numerous barbarian bull sets and enhance the equipment of his personal guards to 6. The consumption involved in this alone constituted a substantial sum, which made the high revenue unsurprising. However, based on the commission rate, Yinling had toiled tirelessly, yet had only earned a mere 1,000 contribution points. Hangu hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to raise Yinling's commission rate. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. While NPCs faced greater challenges in earning contribution points compared to players, however, the NPC possesses the privilege of directly exchanging contribution points for essence. While 1,000 contribution points may seem modest, it is quite commendable for Yinling, who has only been working in the territory for a few days, especially as a novice first-tier craftsman. In the future, as Yinling's abilities enhance and the number of players increases, even a 1% commission will not be an insignificant figure. My lord, I would like to apply for an exchange of essence, if it is convenient for you, Yinling timidly requested. Although the lord had permitted the use of territory contribution points to exchange for abyssal essence, it remained the territory's most vital resource. Having only just arrived to work a few days ago, she felt somewhat impertinent and discourteous in considering a request for such a resource. Yinling explained, "My level is too low, and the tasks in the territory are quite demanding. If I could reach level 6, both my mana and stamina would see some improvement, allowing me to complete more crafting tasks. Do not worry about explanations. The contribution points you have earned are yours to spend as you wish." Hangu replied decisively. As for the exchange of abyssal essence, I have granted you the relevant permissions. Henceforth, there is no need to request my approval. You may directly proceed to the core of the territory for the exchange. As long as the territory has a reserve of essence, you may exchange as much as you desire. Thank you, my lord. Yinling felt an overwhelming joy. Every hardship would be worth it. This was akin to a celestial job, and she even wished for an increase in workload. Given some time in such a territory, The previously unattainable prospect of advancement would no longer be mere fantasy. You have worked exceptionally hard during this time, and I have taken note of your efforts. You truly deserve this, Hangu stated, his eyes glinting with a new idea. I have decided to grant you a new benefit. Ah, a benefit? Yinling inquired. Hangu nodded. Our territory will periodically offer a service to employees, allowing them to exchange magic crystals for contribution points. Each magic crystal can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. If you are eager to enhance your essence and level up, this could serve as a means to achieve that. The possibility of exchanging magic crystals for contribution points left Yinling utterly astonished. Despite being an incredibly valuable currency, magic crystals are freely circulating and accessible through various channels, whereas essence could only be stored within the Lord's core, with no possibility of trade among the territory and its populace. If essence could be purchased with money, the powerful factions and prominent families in the Star Realm would see their younger members easily ascend to the ranks of top-tier strongholds without risk. Even if a single magic crystal could buy a single essence, countless factions would vie for such an opportunity, which is simply unfeasible and certainly not permitted by the will of the Star Realm. However, here in the Lord's domain, magic crystals could indeed be directly exchanged for essence. One magic crystal for 100 points. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary employee benefit. Yinling felt that even if she had to liquidate her assets, sell everything, or borrow at high interest rates, it would all be worthwhile, for becoming a mid to high-tier craftsman would provide ample opportunities to recoup her initial investments. Upon witnessing the ecstatic and jubilant expression of the fox-eared girl, Hangu realized that this would secure a stable income for the future. Not only does he demand that the employees toil relentlessly, but he also expects them to sell their possessions and borrow money to fulfill their duties, all while the territory reaps substantial profits. Meanwhile, the employees are compelled to sing praises of their lord, overflowing with gratitude. At that moment, a message from Xiaoba arrives. Master, the alchemist you have hired has arrived. Chapter 58. Alchemist by Mu Hooray. Our territory finally has an alchemist. Upon hearing this delightful news, Yinling clenched her small fist in excitement, exclaiming, as long as we have a supply of restorative potions, the output of the forging workshop can increase by at least threefold. Come, let us go and meet him. After all, he will be your future colleague. Certainly, the alchemy workshop is situated directly across from the forging workshop. Although the architectural style of the alchemy workshop differs significantly from that of the forging workshop, it is still a modest two-story stone building, comparable in size and area. As the two entered the workshop, a tall figure with elongated ears and a pair of snow-white wings appeared before them. It was a member of the feathered race. Yinling recognized the individual S race. The feathered race is a common group within the realm of the stars, encompassing many subraces. Judging by the white wings, the alchemist who had just arrived belonged to the White Feather clan. This is a moderately low-tier race within the realm of the stars, holding a status slightly higher than that of Yinling's Red Fox clan, and certainly above that of ordinary humans. They possess robust physiques and are adept in the use of magic. However, this particular member of the feathered race was unlike any other. He appeared to be a man in his 30s or 40s, with a significant portion of his white wings damaged and missing. His eyes were obscured by black cloth, revealing visible scars around them, indicating that he was a severely injured blind man. Yinling furrowed her brow. Why is this alchemist blind? With the myriad healing methods available in the realm of the stars, one would expect that common injuries or disabilities could be treated. This individual's condition must be rather severe, and it remains to be seen if it would affect his work. Alchemist by Mu, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Despite his blindness, the alchemist possessed remarkable perception, immediately bowing in the direction of Hangu. Hangu accessed the alchemist's profile. Name, by Mu, level 10, race, White Feather clan, profession, alchemist, ability. Intermediate alchemy level for this new employee had a commendable level. Yet his alchemy skills were only average. Due to his disability, his recruitment price was relatively low. Much like Yinling, his guaranteed monthly salary was 150 magic crystals. Such an inexpensive production worker is rare to find. Hangu scrutinized by Mu. Despite his physical imperfections and the black cloth covering his eyes, he exuded an air of mystery, resembling a rather charming gentleman. Were you once a lord? By Mu, seemingly reluctant to discuss his past, revealed a bittersweet smile. I am merely an ordinary intermediate alchemist. If my lord does not mind my blindness, I hope to sign a contract and begin working as soon as possible. Though Bai Mu did not explicitly confirm it, he also did not deny it. Hanyu sensed a lingering aura of the stars emanating from the individual before him. It was evident that this person had once been a lord, and his rank was likely not insignificant as for the reason behind his current state. It was undoubtedly due to a defeat. Such occurrences are quite common. Whether it was the annihilation of their stronghold by abyssal forces or a loss in competition against other Star Lords, most would perish on the spot, with only a few managing to survive at an immense cost, stripped of all their power. Baimu, having once been a lord himself, though having lost the territory he painstakingly cultivated and all his skills and abilities, was fortunate enough to return alive to the realm of stars. A fallen and defeated lord is almost impossible to summon again by the will of the stars, meaning it is exceedingly unlikely for him to awaken once more as a lord. Thus, he could only traverse this auxiliary path, humbling himself to serve other territories. Tisk. Quite intriguing. Such NPCs undoubtedly have stories to tell. Players tend to be drawn to such characters. Hanyu declared, "We can proceed to finalize the contract now, but it is imperative to enhance and fortify the confidentiality clauses regarding the territory." Similar to the recruitment process for Yinling, Baimu must pledge an oath to the will of the stars, vowing that regardless of the circumstances he faces, he shall not disclose any information about the territory without the Lord's consent. This condition was not excessively harsh. Baimu, having been a lord himself, understood the importance of privacy and thus readily agreed without further contemplation. A grand and magnificent will enveloped him. Under the witness of the will of the stars, Baimu officially became a resident alchemist. Yinling immediately erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Uncle Baimu, on becoming Lord Hanyu's alchemist. I'm sure you will come to love this job." Baimu responded, "Is that so?" Yinling smiled. Lord Hanyu is not only exceedingly generous, but his subjects are also quite amusing. This place is unlike any other territory. Baimu, however, was reticent, appearing somewhat despondent, likely still grappling with the shadows of his defeat. Hanyu paid little mind to this. The loss of one's territory is indeed a sorrowful affair, yet it does not signify the end of one's life, as long as he, like Yinling, dedicates himself to his work. Even in the role of an alchemist, he could rise once more. After all, a top-tier alchemist or craftsman holds a status in the realm of stars that is certainly not low, often surpassing the majority of ordinary lords, and would be courted and flattered by various factions. With an alchemist secured, the next challenge was to address the supply of materials. The materials dropped by monsters in Hanyu's territory were relatively scarce in terms of alchemical attributes. While some wild herbs could be gathered, their quantity was undoubtedly insufficient. They would need to cultivate spiritual fields or import them from other territories. Hanyu instructed Yinling to introduce Baimu to the benefits of the territory while he returned to the Lord's Hall to assess the market for herbs. However, at that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Luck Divine Stone detected. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Yes, no. Hanyu paused for a moment. Had the players already discovered the Luck Divine Stone in Heating Township? Although this was quicker than anticipated, it did not surprise him greatly, as the absence of Su Feng's garrison meant that other monsters could not withstand the onslaught of the elite disasters. Absorption successful. The teleportation point in Heating Township has been successfully activated. You have received a fortune chest, White. After Hangu absorbed the Fortune Divine Stone of Heating Township, he activated the Blessing teleportation point located in Hushi Township, simultaneously acquiring a fortune chest. You opened the fortune chest and obtained abyssal magic crystals 400, skill stones, Shadow Step 1, Blood Shadow Blade 1. Excellent! An additional 400 magic crystals have been added to the account. This is more than sufficient for constructing spiritual fields and crafting medicinal fields. There is no longer any pressure for player recruitment in the coming days. Furthermore, he also acquired a skill stone and a piece of equipment. Hangu immediately familiarized himself with the two items. Shadow Step is a form of stealth akin to the rogue's sneak in online games, making it a highly practical skill. Blood Shadow Blade, a first-tier equipment, white quality, attack 15, agility 3, strength 3, durability 25-25, a white quality weapon. Its attack power and attributes are quite impressive. This weapon is not inferior to the bloodstained sword of Guzhou. It is undoubtedly one of the finest weapons available at this stage. Hangu, in need of a reliable weapon, decided to keep it for personal use, and later, it could also be given to his guards or presented as a quest reward to players. He opened the territory log and scanned it briefly. Player Ejian Shilai has died, vitality 600. Player Qingyi Huli has died, vitality 400. Player Xiamage has died, vitality 400. Player Qimei Wangliang has died, vitality 900. Although they successfully found the Fortune Divine Stone, the process was far from easy, incurring considerable casualties. The territory's reserves of vitality received another boost, of course. So far, this was merely an appetizer. The players were aiming for the core pollution zone. The task of activating the Fortune Stone in Heading Township was merely a convenient detour. A truly lavish feast lay ahead. Chapter 59. Yellow Turban Sorcerers within a dilapidated temple. Players gathered around a sphere of light in celebration. The Disaster Legion had completed their first task on this journey. Done. The Fortune Stone has been successfully activated. This blessing teleportation point has been illuminated, eliminating the need for long treks across the map. Players teleported from their base to Hushi Village, where villagers aided them in taking a boat to Heading Township, spending half an hour to enter the ruins of Heading Town, and then several hours to locate the Fortune Divine Stone. Initially, it was believed that the boss Su Feng had been eliminated. This task was expected to pose little challenge. However, it soon became evident that the malicious intent of the game designers had been grossly underestimated. Although the source of pollution in Heading Township, Su Feng, was no longer present, numerous dangerous monsters and traps remained, including a group of randomly dispersed headless yellow turban demon soldiers, causing considerable trouble for the players. Despite the prowess of Yili, Heidong Rue Gu, Gu Zhou, and others, dealing with level 3 elite monsters was not overly difficult. The problem, however, was that the demon soldiers could turn invisible. This made matters exceedingly troublesome. Approaching silently, they struck unexpectedly from behind, rendering defenses nearly futile. The enigmatic realm of the Three Kingdoms is not solely governed by numerical values, even when there exists a significant disparity in levels and attributes between the two factions. A sudden ambush targeting a vital point can indeed prove fatal in an instant. After incurring the loss of over 10 comrades, we ultimately vanquished all the nearby demon soldiers. The fateful stone of Heting Village was not located amidst the ruins of the desolate village, but rather discovered within the confines of a dilapidated temple nearby. According to the research and archaeological studies conducted by players such as Chinsi, it is speculated that this temple served as a site for the villagers of Heting to pay homage to the Luoshui River. Situated less than a mile to the north of the desolate village and approximately 4 to 5 miles south of the Luoshui execution ground. While it is true that any place that has ever hosted a town is likely to yield a fateful divine stone, the now-defunct Heting Village cannot generate sustainable operational profits like Hushi Village. It can only bestow a one-time reward of a fateful treasure chest upon the Lord, and of course, the players remain oblivious to this fact, merely knowing that they have activated yet another teleportation node, allowing them to transport from their main camp, situated a dozen or 20 miles away, for a mere cost of 40 contribution points. This development has greatly facilitated the exploration of the game's most perilous core area. The players rallied together. The convenience of teleportation is undeniable. Even if one were to mistakenly perish, they could swiftly return to their team. Indeed, once the elite monsters respawn, we can immediately teleport to engage them. Although humanoid monsters do not drop materials, they yield a greater abundance of essence, and the talismans and equipment acquired are commendable. After a brief respite, Yili declared, "Brothers, activating the Heting teleportation point was merely a minor task along the way. Now that we are all gathered, we must take decisive further action." Heitong Rue nodded in agreement, stating, "According to the information provided by the villagers, the Luoshui execution ground is merely 4 to 5 miles away. We can reach it in half an hour given our speed." Xianyu added, "One can only say that the location of this teleportation point is crucial, saving us considerable travel time. As long as we secure this point, we can continuously replenish our forces. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed." Although the activation of the Heting teleportation point came at a slight cost, this expense pales in comparison to the benefits that the new teleportation point offers, rendering it almost negligible. With this exceptional forward base as a springboard, the players' confidence in their assault on the core contaminated zone has significantly increased. 35 players departed from Heting, journeying northward for 3 to 4 miles. Along this path, they encountered numerous undead beings, clad in tattered garments, their vacant gazes wandering aimlessly across the desolate landscape, occasionally emitting incomprehensible mutterings and howls. While they exhibited aggression, their desire to attack was not particularly strong, only targeting those who ventured within a radius of 100 to 180 meters. This indeed presents an excellent opportunity for grinding experience. The undead are merely ordinary monsters, akin to walking corpses, and pose little challenge to hunt. As the players delved deeper, the surrounding environment and the ground beneath their feet began to undergo observable changes at a remarkable pace, increasingly evoking a sense of desolation and decay characteristic of an apocalyptic scenario. The air grew increasingly murky, and the crimson mist thickened from faint to dense, saturating the atmosphere with a strong stench of blood that not only intensified the odor, but also impaired visibility and perception. The closer one approaches the core, the more evident the corruption becomes, with numerous unknown aberrant plants emerging from the decay. The earth is enveloped in a thick, viscous crimson fungal blanket, underfoot feeling akin to treading upon a layer of soft, fleshy remains. Everyone, exercise caution. Surely, the pollution core lies ahead. The degree of distortion in this area is far more severe than in others. How nerve-wracking. This is truly a scene straight out of a horror story. Who knows what lurks within? Exhilarating. I relish this. The design and atmosphere of this journey earn my highest praise. Although the players felt a palpable tension in the face of the bizarre surroundings, they resolutely ventured forth, almost simultaneously hearing a notification chime in their ears. Notification. You have approached the core of the pollution source. You are affected by the essence of the abyss, all attributes -16. Upon entering the area of execution, a chilling aura enveloped them, pervading their bodies from all directions, rendering their limbs icy and their movements sluggish. Good heavens, there's a field buff. My attributes have plummeted by 15. What the hell? Mine dropped by 20? Players discovered that the influence of the abyssal essence varied among individuals, with suppressed attributes generally ranging from 15 to 20. While this did not render the Cataclysm Legion entirely powerless, it was nevertheless a significant detriment. Truly arduous, black-eyed Rue exclaimed. Even if we were at full strength, we would likely struggle against the boss. How much more difficult it is now that our attributes are suppressed. Stop overthinking. Let us locate my Uini and complete the mission first. Indeed, I am prepared for the possibility of dying several times. After all, we can always quickly return via the teleportation point at Heading Township. The players encouraged one another and pressed onward. Just then, a sound sliced through the air, and a barrage of arrows shot forth from the blood mist ahead. In ambush, Gazu and Rue dashed forward. Utilizing Gale stepped to deflect several arrows with their swords. The two rangers of the Cataclysm Legion displayed remarkable speed and reflexes. After all, Rue's Gale Step was maxed out, while Gazu possessed a level 9 Gale Step, complemented by the blood-stained sword, which granted an additional 5 points to agility, thus enabling such prowess. The veteran warrior, Lao Wang, along with several soldiers, swiftly raised their shields to block more incoming arrows. Although the players were sufficiently vigilant and quick to react, numerous arrows still pierced the crowd, with at least 6 players struck. Waili stood resolutely at the front, taking 3 arrows himself. Fortunately, thanks to the Great Barbarian Bull set and iron armor technique, he only suffered a slight loss of health, quickly restored by the Midnight Butcher behind him. Other players were not so fortunate, with 3 falling to the ground lifeless. Dreadful. Quickly heal the wounded. Remain calm. Hold the formation. These are merely yellow-turbaned demon soldiers. They cannot pose a threat. The crowd swiftly identified the assailants, as 10 yellow-turbaned demons emerged ahead, most wielding longbows, incessantly drawing their bows and shooting arrows in an attempt to inflict greater casualties upon the players. Simultaneously, a dozen or so demons armed with swords and spears stealthily approached from the flanks. These cunning foes, having concealed themselves, suddenly revealed their presence to launch a surprise attack, causing significant damage to the players. Fortunately, the players were not novices in dealing with such adversaries and had prepared themselves to avoid being caught off guard. Everyone, look! The human cannon bellowed. There are several unfamiliar monsters. Upon receiving the warning, Heidong Rue glanced toward the demons and beheld 6 or 7 archers, among whom were 4 or 5 peculiar headless yellow turban creatures. Although they too lacked heads, they wielded black staffs adorned with human skulls and donned garments reminiscent of Taoist robes, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Headless Yellow Turban Sorcerer, Level 4 Elite. Description: once a sorcerer of the Yellow Turban Army, adept in the arts of typing and possessing formidable magical powers, their danger only escalated upon transformation into abyssal monstrosities. Level 4 Elite. An unfamiliar new monster, undoubtedly perilous. New monsters signify unfamiliar combat mechanisms in this game. One must never underestimate even the weakest foe, let alone an elite creature of level 4. If their abilities are not discerned promptly, the ensuing battle may lead to catastrophic losses. Chapter 60. Initial defeat. The players had no time to react. The yellow turban sorcerers raised their headless staffs, and from the 7 orifices of the severed heads, torrents of purple-black energy erupted. This energy rapidly coalesced into hideous, terrifying canine monstrosities reminiscent of giant wolves. Dark Yellow Turban Rune Wolf, Level 4 Elite Unit. Description: these rune wolves, summoned by the Yellow Turban Sorcerers, possess extreme aggression and cannot be completely vanquished. 4 Headless Sorcerers summoned 8 rune wolves, each composed of black mist and runes, featuring 4 blood-red eyes, their bodies adorned with various symbols and flickering with crimson lightning within. moving at astonishing speeds. This is troublesome, a summoner. Each sorcerer can summon 2 elite creatures, which effectively doubles their threat. Based on my years of gaming experience, defeating summoned beasts is futile. To counter a summoner, one must eliminate the summoner. We must devise a plan to take down the sorcerers, or the danger they pose will be overwhelming. Guizhou, Heidong Rue, and Quangkan attempted to break through, but were soon repelled by a hail of arrows and subsequently restrained by the surrounding demons, unable to threaten the sorcerers. Amidst the piercing howls and roars, the 8 giant wolves charged forth, using their sharp claws to drag several players from the ranks and eliminate them. Damn it, die. Yili, relying on his high defense, charged forward to draw the enemy's fire, wielding his 7 warriors' greatsword, channeling a wave of white blade energy to cleave through a blocking yellow turban demon. This was his new skill, Qi Gathering Slash. Yili Ming was already a level 6 player, wielding a weapon of extraordinary attack power, augmented by the 8 points of strength conferred by his great barbarian Set, INA striking display. He cleaved through and swiftly eliminated the yellow turban demon soldier before him. Though he sustained several arrow wounds during the skirmish, the Midnight Slaughterer and Morning Dawn quickly restored his health. With his exceptional armor, as long as he safeguarded his vital areas, Yili Ming could single-handedly endure the assaults of 4 or 5 demon soldiers, thereby creating opportunities for his fellow players. At that moment, a giant wolf lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his arm. While the bite itself did not inflict significant damage, a sudden wave of numbness enveloped him, rendering him momentarily immobile. -10, -10, -10. You have entered a state of paralysis, duration 2 seconds. You have entered a state of paralysis, duration 2 seconds. This is bad. It's magical damage. The magic wolf's bite releases lightning attribute damage. Despite possessing the finest equipment among players and boasting the highest defense, Yili Ming's gear was solely designed for physical immunity, leaving him vulnerable to spell damage, while the iron armor technique could not shield him from lightning attacks. 2 more rune wolves closed in. One latched onto his thigh, while the other gripped his shoulder. Yili Ming found himself completely immobilized, trapped in a passive predicament. Although several monks fervently attempted to heal him, their efforts could only provide limited support. A yellow turban demon soldier raised a spear and thrust it through the gap in his armor, piercing his throat. -163, fatal critical hit. Yili Ming fell. Retreat? Quickly, retreat. Yili Ming perished in battle. The other players also suffered grievously under the onslaught of the yellow turban soldiers, particularly the 8 rune magic wolves, with their incredible speed and paralysis-inducing attacks, effectively countered the warrior's armor and iron armor technique, rendering the player's defensive line exceedingly fragile and swiftly torn apart. It was far too passive. They could only devise a means to withdraw from the fray. Clatter, clatter. The sound of galloping hooves echoed. Several knights shrouded in swirling black mist charged from both flanks. The players were left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Are there new monsters? Luo Shui Demon Cavalry, Level 5 Elite Unit. Description. Once the elite of the Luoyang West Garden Imperial Guards, they have been transformed into terrifying demonic cavalry due to abyssal corruption. A total of 6 knights appeared on the scene. They appear to be equipped with remarkably fine light cavalry gear, though the distortion of their forms was not overly severe. However, having long been subjected to the nightmares of the abyss, they now exhibited many signs of demonic transformation, wielding blood-stained lances. The visual impact was striking. Such monsters had never been encountered before. The players faced the cavalry with expressions of sheer horror. The 6 demon cavalrymen launched a simultaneous ferocious assault from both sides. This not only shattered the players' formation, but also severed their retreat routes. 6 ferocious knights, 8 agile magic wolves, and nearly 20 demon soldiers continued their relentless attack, plunging the players into utter despair. With the battle clearly tipping in favor of their adversaries, there was no way to retreat. We cannot escape. Let's fight them head-on. Kill, kill, kill. 1 kill for the cost, 2 kills for profit. The players resolutely abandoned their retreat, embracing a reckless determination to retaliate in a mutually destructive frenzy. Everyone, die! In a frenzied assault down the street, clad in a snug outfit reminiscent of a young beauty, the warrior brandished a yellow-clad battle blade in his left hand and a decapitating sword in his right. After invoking the blood sacrifice symbol, he unleashed a whirlwind of strikes upon 2 demon soldiers, successfully dispatching one and preparing to strike the other. Just then, a fearsome demon cavalryman charged in, ruthlessly thrusting his lance with precision, piercing through the breastplate and delivering a fatal blow. The reckless warrior, known as Mad Blade Wong, attempted to shield himself from the cavalryman's onslaught. Yet he gravely underestimated the disparity in their strengths, and was instantly sent flying, only to be crushed beneath the descending iron hooves. A fiery arrow struck him. 45. The demon cavalryman staggered from the impact, flames igniting upon him, inflicting persistent damage. The sorcerers, including Chime Wangliang and Little Bell, observed the effectiveness of their spell attacks with satisfaction and prepared to unleash more fire arrows. However, at that opportune moment, a magical wolf seized the chance and swiftly dispatched the vulnerable sorcerers. In less than 5 minutes, the battle came to a brutal end. Although the disastrous army had fought fiercely, they had only claimed the lives of 7 demon soldiers and 3 magical wolves. The former represented tangible achievements, while the latter, as summoned creatures, held no value. With the loss of 35 elite players, such meager results rendered this battle undeniably tragic. A few minutes later, the players resurrected and gathered in the hall for a meeting. Little Bell exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. I was bitten to death by a wolf." Salty Fish Thrust exclaimed, "Who could have anticipated it? There were cavalrymen. This is too difficult. The developers have gone too far. This quest is harder than expected. Indeed, we didn't even complete the task or encounter the boss before our total annihilation. What a disaster. Just facing such formidable defenses at the periphery, can we truly penetrate their ranks with our current strength?" Though the players were mentally prepared for death, such readiness was reserved for the grand boss. Who could have imagined being obliterated before even nearing the boss? Nevertheless, dying once was no great loss. They hadn't suffered much, and everyone mustn't lose confidence. Haitong Rue stepped forward to bolster spirits. Mad Blade Wong added, "Our failure this time stemmed mainly from the warriors being countered by the demon sorcerers, compounded by the sudden and powerful cavalry ambush. We were unprepared and caught off guard." "Exactly," someone concurred. "We were unaware of such monsters. It's so strange to fail under these circumstances. We have slain over 20 elite monsters, and the energy and loot acquired, along with quest rewards, more than compensate for 1 or 2 deaths. The fiercer the monsters, the greater the spoils." Little Bell chimed in, "Our campaign against the core is not solely for profit or leveling up. As long as we can weaken the forces of the abyss, it is a victory for our territory." "Well said. This doesn't count. No more talking. Before my mother calls me for dinner, let us quickly start another round. Today, we must encounter the novice village's great boss. There is no need to rush. Now that we are aware of the number and types of monsters, we must carefully strategize our tactics. I firmly believe that with our present strength, we are more than capable of overcoming these grotesque adversaries." Hangu has been closely observing. Indeed, the core pollution zone is not easily penetrated. However, as he anticipated, the initial setback is insufficient to dissuade the players. Rather, the daunting challenge has fostered an extraordinary unity among them. At this moment, they are animatedly discussing strategies and tactics. Their enthusiasm is commendable. Given their high spirits, I find it unnecessary to intervene. Hangu currently intends to refrain from interference. He wishes to witness whether the players can surmount the harsh environment and conquer this formidable elite monster brigade to confront my unit. Of course, this process will not be devoid of Jokai. However, as the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be used for the people. The richer the reserve of territorial essence, the more abundant the rewards bestowed upon the players in the future. Whether in terms of territory development or the Calamity Legion, things will only improve. Thus it is indeed essential for the players to endure some hardships for the benefit of the nation and its people. They are currently facing some challenges, yet it is far from affecting the overall gaming experience. On the contrary, the high difficulty of the challenge signifies a wealth of loot rewards. Furthermore, the combined objective and belief of defending the territory fully ignite the players' desire for victory, making them even more immersed and, indeed, joyful in their endeavors. Shortly, the second challenge will commence. Chapter 61. Overcoming adversity. Hangu discovered that the players had gleaned valuable experience and had become more cautious. The core pollution zone is populated by numerous headless yellow-turbaned demon soldiers, as well as sorcerers and demon cavalry previously unseen, with the latter two being the principal culprits behind the recent devastating defeat. In terms of overall strength, the demon knights are the most formidable, yet the sorcerers pose the greatest threat. The players realize that the key to victory lies in their ability to swiftly eliminate the sorcerers. Otherwise, even the most well-equipped and highest-ranked Yi Li Ming would be unable to withstand the relentless assaults of the yellow-turbaned symbol wolves. A piece of good news reached Black Eye Rue Gu and other players. The skill tower has updated with brand new skills. They hurriedly went to check the details. Shadow Step, a green quality skill, requires the following learning conditions: 22 points in agility and 10 points in will. The initial learning requires the expenditure of 1,000 essence and 800 contribution points. Lord's Aura, a special skill, consumes 100 contribution points upon each use and boosts health, mana, and all attributes by 15 for a duration of 2 hours. The first skill was obtained by Hangu from the fortune chest in Hetingxiang. After embedding the skill stone into the skill tower, he promptly learned the skill and immediately upgraded it to its maximum level, gaining a permanent enhancement of 15 points in agility, significantly augmenting his strength. The second skill is not a conventional one, but rather a skill packaged by Hangu using his lordly talent, which can be acquired without any cost, yet cannot be upgraded through training. It operates on a pay-per-use basis, honest and fair. This is wonderful. Shadow Step should be a technique akin to that of the headless yellow-turbaned demon soldiers. Although the learning conditions encompass both agility and will attributes, the numerical requirements are not excessively high. Any ranger above level 5 can practice it. Such extraordinary skills indeed exist. The success rate of tactical execution has significantly increased. This is evidently a skill well suited for the training of rangers. Its emergence has truly endowed rangers with attributes akin to those of assassins. Moreover, the Lord's Aura is a remarkable skill, capable of essentially negating the negative buffs from core pollution zones. Although each use consumes contribution points, it can decisively turn the tide in critical moments. Ji Yuzhou and Heitong Ruegu have directly mastered the Shadow Step. Among the other rangers, despite two having reached level 5 and possessing the attributes to learn this skill, they lack sufficient energy and must temporarily forego it. The presence of these two rangers skilled in Shadow Step is ample. The others have all acquired the Lord's Aura, and in the process, have also recruited another group of players, increasing the team from 35 to 40 members. If previously there was only a 40% chance of success, now it has escalated to 80%. This is a solid plan. The Lord truly provides. The timing of these two skills is impeccable. Brothers and sisters, it is time to set forth and let these mindless monsters witness the prowess of players. Hurry up, my mother is calling me for dinner again. I certainly do not wish to have the power cut at a critical moment. Ha ha ha. Charge. Victory for the calamity. 40 players teleported to Heting Township, swiftly traversing the vast wilderness teeming with undead, before arriving once more at the vicinity of the core pollution zone, where just recently they had suffered a total loss. Caution! The sound of arrows slicing through the air is heard. The bow-wielding demon soldiers are beginning to launch their surprise attacks. The melee demon soldiers stealthily approach, attempting to ambush. 6 wandering Luo Shui demon cavalry are also swiftly advancing towards them, compared to last time. The players are well prepared and immediately form a defensive formation. The main fighting force decisively activates the aura and protective talismans. You have activated the peaceful protective talisman, duration 300 seconds. You have activated the Lord's Aura, all attributes 15. Yili Ming, Quang Dao Lao Wang, Xian Yu Tu Ci, and Quang Kan Yi Tiao Jia, all level 6 warriors, take the lead to absorb the enemy's fire. Their weakest among them has reached level 7, and they all possess at least a standard barbarian bull set, with the majority equipped with shields, forming an impregnable defense to protect the monks and sorcerers. Warriors, hold steady. Sorcerers, concentrate fire on the cavalry. Rue Gu and Gu Zhou, the sorcerers are entrusted to you. As Yi Li Ming spoke, he swung his great sword, disregarding several attacks landing upon him, and instantly unleashed a gathering strike, cleaving the demon soldier before him. Quang Kan Yi Tiao Jia, Quang Dao Lao Wang, and Xian Yu Tu Ci have successfully withstood the first wave of attacks and are now engaged in close combat with the headless demon soldiers. Although casualties soon arise, they remain entirely manageable under the healing of Wu Yisha Zhu Nan, Chen Shi, and other monks, while the sorcerers, protected in the center, including Qi Mei Wang Liang, Xiao Ling Dang, Qing Yihu Li, and Guang Hui Sui Yu, have now completed the charge of the flame arrow spelled. As the Luo Shui demon cavalry drew near, they were struck by the searing fire arrows, igniting 2 of the cavalrymen, who not only suffered ongoing damage but also found their mobility severely hindered. At this moment, a chilling howl of wolves echoed ominously. The 4 yellow-turbaned sorcerers, who had taken refuge behind, had successfully completed their incantations. They commanded the fierce, clawed, and powerful rune wolves to charge towards the front lines of the plague army. The rune wolves, with their inherent advantage against warriors, were more than capable of tearing through the defenses and disrupting the players' formations. Suddenly, 2 sorcerers were confronted by a spectral figure that materialized beside them. With a sword etched in crimson patterns, he struck with lightning speed, plunging it deeply into the neck of one sorcerer. -305, fatal critical hit. As anticipated, although the sorcerers were formidable in their abilities, they were inherently fragile. A close encounter rendered them utterly vulnerable. Jiichu swiftly withdrew his blade. The other sorcerer and nearby archers became alert, prompting the sorcerer to retreat in an attempt to create distance, while several archers knocked their arrows and aimed at Ji. Clang. Two sharp sounds rang out as he deflected the arrows with his sword. Jiichu activated Wind Step, darting forward with agility, skillfully evading the incoming projectiles. His blade sliced through the air, piercing the chest of another sorcerer, inflicting massive damage and nearly depleting their health. -152, critical hit. The sorcerer attempted to retaliate, but Jiichu gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, channeling his strength for a ferocious horizontal slash, the razor-sharp blade carving a deep gash from the left chest to the abdomen. -252, fatal critical hit. Jiichu successfully dispatched the second sorcerer. Almost simultaneously, the sharp-eyed Ruji launched his assault, employing Shadow Step to stealthily eliminate one sorcerer, then wielding a short sword in each hand. He executed a series of swift and decisive strikes to take down another. Howl! The 8 rune wolves had just arrived before the players when their bodies lost balance and crumbled to ashes. How exhilarating! A splendid performance. Truly, Ruji and Jiichu are remarkable. We hasten to assist in dealing with the archers, at this juncture, led by the level 5 ranger Hu M and Elmxu. 5 additional rangers charged in with Wind Step to support, joining Ruji and Jiichu in a ferocious onslaught against the archers. Everything unfolded as planned. The threat posed by the archers was significant, yet their melee capabilities were severely lacking, unable to withstand the agile and fiercely attacking ranger strike team. One by one, the archers fell amidst the icy glints of blades, with the suppression of arrows no longer in effect. The pressure began to wane. The tide had completely turned. YL and other warriors initiated combat with the demon cavalry. Although the demon cavalry was immensely powerful, they found themselves entangled by the multitude of warriors, unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, the sorcerers continued to concentrate their fire, unleashing a barrage of potent spells, and finally, a heavily armored demon cavalryman succumbed, then the second, and the third. The momentum was unmistakable. The abyssal army was crumbling like a house of cards. Despite the demon cavalry's iron hooves and polearms claiming the lives of numerous players, the disparity in strength between the two sides grew ever wider, rendering the outcome of the battle inevitable. Perish. As I dispatched the last headless demon soldier with a flurry of dual blades, the battlefield was devoid of any remaining threats. Of the 40 players who had participated, only 24 remained. The players exchanged hearty laughter, celebrating their hard-won victory. Although the casualties were not insignificant, the losses were minimal. Regardless of how one views it, this is undeniably a resplendent victory. Chapter 62. This windfall. The humiliation of failure is matched only by the exhilaration of triumph. Having endured overwhelming defeat, the taste of vengeance now feels particularly sweet. Sister Chenxi, Sister Wangliang, is this truly real? Little Belle exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the fallen foes scattered around. We have actually won, and with such ease, losing a mere dozen individuals? For the Cataclysm Corps, that is hardly a concern. After all, the primary combat strength remains largely intact. This stark contrast to the disheartening defeat just a couple of hours earlier explains why Little Belle and the others are in disbelief. Chenxi smiled and said, though the enemy was formidable, our cooperation was exceptional. I believe that as long as the Cataclysm Corps unites as one, we can overcome any obstacle and emerge victorious in every battle. Well said. How could we possibly be thwarted by such scattered rabble? At this stage, the Cataclysm Corps is relatively small, with each member being a meticulously selected high-quality player. Their obedience and teamwork are commendable. Each player trusts their comrades, allowing them to confidently entrust their backs to one another during combat. It is this unity that has empowered the Cataclysm Corps to vanquish powerful adversaries. Let us not rush to celebrate. This is merely the periphery of the contaminated zone. The true challenge lies ahead. Indeed, let us quickly inspect the spoils. There should be a wealth of treasures from this encounter. The players momentarily withdrew, both to await the return of their fallen comrades and to assess the situation regarding the loot, while also taking the opportunity to replenish their depleted mana and stamina. The rewards from this endeavor were exceedingly bountiful. You have obtained loot, Vitality 500, Magic Stone Shards 800, Peaceful Blood Offering Talisman 5. You have obtained loot, Vitality 500, Magic Stone Shards 800, Peaceful Amulet 5. You have obtained loot, Yellow Turban Battle Bow 1. Do you have obtained loot, Yellow Turban Spear 1. In total, 26 headless Yellow Turban soldiers were vanquished. When combined with the headless soldiers from Heading Township, the total rises to 44. Although humanoid monsters do not drop materials or food items, there is a considerable probability of obtaining equipment or special consumables. The 44 yellow turbans collectively yielded over 100 talismans, in addition to 19 pieces of low-grade white equipment. You have picked up loot. Vitality 800, Magic Stone Shards 1300, Peaceful Taoist Robe 1. You have picked up loot. Vitality 800, Magic Stone Shards 1300, Summon Wolf Talisman 10. You have picked up loot. Sorcerer's Ring 1. You have picked up loot. Peaceful Taoist Necklace 1. The aforementioned are the spoils dropped by the sorcerers. A total of 10 talisman papers and 3 pieces of white equipment were obtained. Symbolic Wolf Summoning Talisman, a first-tier consumable of white medium-grade quality, consumes 30 points of mana to summon a mystical wolf to assist in battle. The level and strength of the wolf are directly correlated with the summoner's level, spirit, and willpower. Its duration lasts for 15 minutes, with a cooldown period of 60 minutes. Taoist Robe of Peace, a first-tier equipment of white medium-grade quality, grants a spell damage immunity of 5, independent defense of 2, willpower of 2, and spirit of 1. With a durability of 825. Sorcerer's Ring, a first-tier equipment of white medium-grade quality, enhances spirit by 2, fire attribute spell amplification by 4, and lightning attribute spell amplification by 4, with a durability of 525. Necklace of Peaceful Tao, a first-tier equipment of white medium-grade quality, provides willpower of 2, a mana cap increase of 10, and healing spell amplification of 5, with a durability of 625. Upon witnessing the loot from the sorcerer, the spirits of the elusive creatures, represented by the small bell-wielding sorcerers, as well as the monks symbolized by the Midnight Butcher and Dawn, were undeniably lifted. Clearly, these items cater more towards their respective professions. At this stage, equipment that enhances spell immunity or boosts spirit and willpower attributes is quite rare, thereby elevating the value of these items significantly. Next, it was the turn of the Luo Shui Demon Cavalry. You have acquired spoils. Essence 1100, Essence 1600, Cold Iron Horse Spear 1. You have acquired spoils. Ringed Sword 1. You have acquired spoils. Shiyuan Imperial Guard Helmet 1. You have acquired spoils. Shiyuan Imperial Guard Greaves 1. Do you have acquired spoils? Shiyuan Imperial Guard Chestplate 1. The spoils dropped by the Luo Shui Demon Cavalry currently include long and short weapons such as the Horse Spear and Ringed Sword, as well as the exquisite armor from the Shiyuan Imperial Guard series, all of which are of white medium-grade quality and exhibit remarkable craftsmanship. In terms of individual equipment attributes, the Shiyuan Guard armor slightly surpasses that of the Skeletal Minotaur, though the former lacks a set attribute, making it overall inferior to the Great Minotaur set. In addition to the loot, the total accumulation of essence reached 21,800 points, with approximately 35,000 magic stone fragments obtained. If one considers the elimination of minor monsters along the way and the slaying of demon soldiers in Heading Township, the essence yield would certainly exceed 30,000, while the total of magic stone fragments should amount to around 50,000. Quite commendable. For players at this stage, this is undoubtedly a bountiful reward. Even with absolute equitable distribution, each player would receive at least 700 to 800 essence, which not only compensates for losses incurred from death, but also results in a significant surplus. The players did not rush to distribute the spoils, as the task was not yet complete. Beginning the division at this juncture would be akin to popping champagne mid-performance. After a brief wait of about 15 minutes, the 16 fallen players returned to the fold. The Plague Army swiftly replenished its ranks. This moment, the scout, Lone Boat, returned with a report. There lies a camp not far ahead, which is likely the place we seek. Splendid. We have finally located it. Without further ado, let us set forth. Hopefully, this time we can proceed unimpeded and strike directly at the heart of the matter. The 40 players skillfully avoided potentially hazardous areas and successfully reached their destination following the scout's mapped route. This is a camp shrouded in the deepest crimson mist, its scale considerable yet imbued with an aura of decay and mystery. The surfaces of all structures and facilities are entwined with tendrils of flesh, grotesque and pulsating. The scene is undeniably bizarre. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that these fleshy tendrils and veins seem to emanate from a singular source, likely the very heart of the contaminated zone. Why is there no monster guarding this place? Shouldn't it be heavily fortified? Never mind. We are prepared to face death at least once. After all, our spoils are temporarily sealed within the contract. Indeed, even if we were to perish, we would merely lose a fragment of our essence. The immediate priority is to ascertain the situation here, especially to determine the location of the boss to facilitate our subsequent actions. Players fear not death, but rather the futility of it as long as we can complete the mission and locate the target. then even if we face total annihilation, it would matter not. As the disaster soldiers advanced towards the center for 10 minutes, a blood-red lake suddenly materialized before them, from which those tendril-like flesh vines that enveloped the camp's buildings sprouted. The players involuntarily halted, for they were confronted with a scene so astonishing it rendered them speechless. Surrounding the viscous, blood-like lake was a multitude of headless yellow-turbaned demon soldiers, headless yellow-turbaned sorcerers, luo-shui demon cavalry, and luo-shui butchers. Every elite creature they had encountered along their journey was present here. And not only were they present, but in staggering numbers. There appeared to be hundreds. What does it mean to face hundreds of elite monsters? The players had anticipated the challenges of this place, yet they had not foreseen such a spectacle. If it were merely a mass of elite monsters clustered together, that would suffice. Yet, more disturbingly, these mindless abyssal creatures, despite having detected the approach of the disaster troops, did not instinctively launch an attack. Rather, they remained as motionless as statues, enveloped in an eerie silence. Only one possibility remained. Some will or intent was controlling them. At that moment, for distinct entities emerged from the mist. Their bodies bore evident marks of demonic transformation, yet they could still be recognized as human. Qian Shua, Level 7 Elite Unit, Profile. Once the most loyal of the Yellow Gate attendants to Emperor Ling of Han. He commanded the Western Garden Imperial Guards in Luoyang as a eunuch, but has now fallen into the abyss, severely tainted. Feng Su, Level 6 Elite Unit, Profile. Once a trusted attendant to Emperor Ling. He has now completely succumbed to the will of the abyss. Zhou Bin, Level 6 Elite Unit, Profile. Zhou Bin, the trusted Hook Shield commander of Emperor Ling, was tasked with investigating the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but has now wholly surrendered to the will of the abyss. Bao Hong, Level 6 Elite Unit, Profile. One of the commanders of the Luoyang Imperial Guards, now entirely subjugated to the will of the abyss. By the heavens, could it be? All four have been corrupted? It appears something is about to emerge from that lake. The players could distinctly feel an overwhelming sense of oppression, like a mountain pressing down upon them, emanating from the blood lake. The sense of oppression was so overwhelming that it surpassed even the combined might of the four malevolent beings, or the hundreds of elite monsters surrounding them. Upon witnessing this despairing scene, the player's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Oh no, we're doomed. This is a certain death. Quick, let us take a picture together. We can't let this trip be in vain. Chapter 63. The oppressive presence of the Great Boss. 3 Level 6s, 1 Level 7, a total of 4 abyssal dregs. Just 2 days prior, during the defense of Hushi Village, there was only Su Feng. At that time, he had already pushed the players to the brink of exhaustion. Though players had recently enhanced their skills and equipment, significantly bolstering their overall strength, the prospect of contending with 4 foes not weaker than Su Feng, and perhaps even stronger, was undeniably a daunting, if not impossible, task. Moreover, there were not just 4 malevolent beings. The scene was teeming with hundreds of elite units. Fully aware of their impending doom yet undeterred, the players had steeled themselves, hoping to gather as much intelligence as possible before their demise, or at the very least, to inflict some damage upon the enemy to aid in future battles. At that moment, a notification appeared in the information bar. Ding, mission accomplished. Your team has received a reward of 6,000 contribution points. Ah, the mission is complete. This truly is the lair of the ultimate boss of the novice village. Although we have unwittingly walked into a trap, completing the mission is not without merit. How strange, according to the mission requirements, we must locate the great boss to consider it complete. So, where is the great boss Mayuani? The players had no time for further observation or probing. An overwhelming energy suddenly erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the entire area, the fierce pressure causing the mist around the blood lake to dissipate. Oh my! Look over there. What is that thing? In the center of the blood lake loomed what appeared to be a small mountain, eliciting expressions of horror from all present. This was no mere hill. It was a giant towering over 10 meters tall, approximately 3 to 4 stories high. Mayuani, a level 7 commander unit. Description: once the chief leader of the Yellow Turbans, ranking above the 36 channel chiefs. He has now become the nightmare vessel chosen by the abyssal will, the very source of nightmares that shrouds this land. Only by vanquishing him can the nightmares that plague this land be purified. Mayuani. Is this truly Mayuani? But what on earth is this? Can this thing even be called a person? A commander-level unit? He is actually a commander level. Despite the 4 great malevolent beings having undergone some mutation, they still retained a semblance of humanity. Yet the great boss before them bore no resemblance to the human species whatsoever. A height of 10 meters is incomprehensible. The Hulk, when transformed, is merely 2.43 meters tall. Even the Hulk's physique is comparable to that of a child. A human standing before myriad would be little more than a rat in comparison. The imposing figure, reminiscent of a mountain, appears to be stitched together from the skins of over 1,000 individuals, filled within by countless limbs and a chaotic mass of flesh and blood, ultimately culminating in this colossal body. Players can distinctly observe the many facial outlines etched upon myriad's skin. These visages are capable of contorting into various grotesque expressions. Furthermore, numerous limbs writhe and struggle beneath the surface, with stitched openings on the shoulders, thighs, and neck, from which arms extend, flailing as if they were desperate drowning souls seeking salvation. Myriad's enormous, misshapen head features eyes the size of basins, densely packed with eyeballs, creating a structure reminiscent of a hive or the compound eyes of an insect. Twisted, deformed, chaotic, insane. He epitomizes these descriptors. Although myriad possesses a grotesquely contorted body fashioned from human skin and flesh, his proportions nonetheless remain within the bounds of a human silhouette, wielding a gigantic weapon commensurate with his size. Naturally, such a monster's weapon is anything but ordinary. Myriad brandishes a colossal hammer over 10 meters in length, its handle composed of countless twisted vertebrae, while the head is a grotesque amalgamation of thousands of skulls, roughly the size of a large van. How twisted, how insane. What could the creators have been thinking? Is this truly a model crafted by carbon-based lifeforms? By heavens, am I the only one who finds this creature remarkably cool? This is the aura a boss ought to possess. Quick, enough chatter. Let us take a photo. Make sure I look handsome. 3, 2, 1, done? Splendid. This is a worthy capture. This photo is bound to go viral, and we might just steal the spotlight. If it doesn't, I'll live stream swallowing 3 tons of dung. Upon myriad's appearance, players immediately activated the photography crystal to capture the moment in the game. Whether it be the terrifying, chaotic, and oppressive essence of myriad himself, or the grotesquely bizarre and sinisterly iconic thousand-skull hammer he wields, all serve as a stark introduction to the epitome of abyssal monstrosities. It turns out to be merely a horde of ants subjugated by the vermin of the stars. The players sensed a cacophony of over 1,000 distinct voices merging into a tumultuous roar, filling their minds with a disorienting sensation. You have been affected by the whisper of the abyss. All attributes -5, duration 100 seconds. Goodness, he hasn't even made a move yet, and a single utterance can diminish attributes. Myriad's mouth cannot produce normal syllables. His voice emanates from within, as if powerful psychic energy is being directly implanted into everyone's minds, making the experience quite unsettling. A mere flickering candlelight dares to illuminate the boundless darkness of the abyss. The malevolent fallen being, with a rasping voice, spoke. Do you truly believe that defeating Su Feng enables you to pose a challenge and threat to us? Your lord is utterly foolish, which is precisely why he has sent you to your doom. Zhobin bellowed. You overestimate yourselves and court your own demise. Attack! Hundreds of elite monsters began to stir. The forces of the cataclysm were utterly ensnared, with no chance of escape, nor had they even contemplated fleeing. What are you shrieking about? How dare you insult our lord? You seek death. Our lord is not someone you can provoke. Ha! What skill is there in overwhelming the few? Have the courage to face me in a one-on-one duel. Indeed, according to the rules of the realm, it must be a fair fight. No foul play allowed. I ask you, do you dare accept the challenge? At that moment, Feng Su raised his staff and unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly striking down the first row of players, before ricocheting through a dozen more. Resembling a chain of electric brilliance. -222, fatal critical hit. -114, critical hit. -106, critical hit. -229, fatal critical hit. 7 or 8 players fell. The others were left severely injured, their faces etched with shock as they hastily retaliated. Just then, a rain of arrows descended from above, accompanied by dozens of runic magic wolves and a score of demon cavalry charging from another direction, launching a simultaneous onslaught against the players. Despite their fierce resistance, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Victory was utterly unattainable. Not to mention the overwhelmingly powerful boss, myriad. The 3 lesser bosses had not even engaged in battle throughout. Feng Su's formidable magical assault, under the relentless onslaught of hundreds of elite monsters, saw 40 players extinguished within 3 to 4 minutes, leaving them with nary a trophy. There was no recourse. The gap in power was too vast. These forces of the abyss showed no regard for martial ethics. Although the players attempted to provoke a duel, the cataclysm forces had consistently dismissed the fallen. After all, these were mere subservient minions summoned by the Star Lords. Lacking any qualification to demand a duel with the esteemed denizens of the Abyss, even from a standpoint of sheer strength, they deemed it beneath them to engage the weaklings in combat. Battle concluded. The Cataclysm Legion faced total annihilation. Chapter 64. The second round of internal testing is about to commence in the stronghold. Within the forge, Yinling exchanged contribution points for 1,000 abyssal essence. With this, she successfully elevated her personal cultivation from level 5 to level 6, although her crafting skill did not improve, given her current rate of earning contribution points, coupled with the periodic magical crystal exchanges for contribution points. It would not be long before her crafting skills advanced. Yinling felt an immense satisfaction and used the remaining essence to elevate her culinary skill by 1 level, thereby enabling her to prepare even better dishes for her lord. My lord is so kind to me. I must strive to repay his kindness. She wondered how Uncle Baimu fared in his alchemical endeavors. After concluding her training, Yinling immediately entered the adjacent alchemy workshop, where a refreshing aroma of herbs enveloped her. What brings you here? A tall, blindfolded man with imposing wings sits before a refinement furnace, practicing the art of alchemy. Despite his inability to see, he possesses an uncanny ability to perceive the identity of his visitors. However, his tone lacks the warmth or courtesy typically shared among colleagues. This elderly figure, known as Baimu, has once held the title of Lord, a stature that often breeds a certain arrogance. Forgive the intrusion. I wish to inquire about the progress of the alchemical endeavors. Yinling inquires politely, do I require potions that can swiftly restore my mana, energy, and stamina, as this will enable me to take on more tasks and enhance the performance of the refining workshop. Baimu responds, due to the current instability of our territory, we lack a steady supply of medicinal materials. Most of the ingredients we possess are sourced from the inventory of Hushi Village, resulting in a rather eclectic selection of potions. There are a few that may meet your needs. Have a look for yourself. Yinling promptly approaches the display case and soon discovers several potions that fit her requirements. Although Baimu appears somewhat lethargic, his work efficiency is remarkably high, likely a testament to his extensive experience. Wow, Baimu, you are indeed impressive. If only you could remain in the territory, your potential for future achievements would be immense. At that moment, Baimu abruptly halts his work, leaving Yinling momentarily taken aback as she selects her potions. She quickly asks, have I said something inappropriate? After a brief pause, Baimu replies, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. It is best not to place too much expectation or emotion in this territory. How can you say such a thing? Yinling retorts. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no prejudice against Lord Hangu. He is indeed a talented and capable young lord with undeniable charisma, and his people seem quite exceptional. It is simply unfortunate. He is but a human. Yinling continues, while humans may start from a lower point, a starting point does not dictate the ceiling. The Starborn have also produced many great lords. Baimu remains non-committal. If this were an ordinary shallow abyssal plane, I would agree that Lord Hangu could make his mark. However, this is a plane situated in the Eternal Night Layer. You have not undergone the foundational training of a lord, and your experiences with territories are likely limited. Perhaps you do not comprehend the gravity of this situation. Yinling's expression shifts slightly as she grasps Baimu's implication. Lack of formal lordly education does not equate to ignorance. She understands that the abyssal world is stratified. The deeper one descends, the more rampant madness and distortion become, leading to a diminished population of normal natives and an increase in the number of fallen beings. What does the Eternal Night Layer signify? Not all planes can sink to such depths. Only worlds brimming with immense fortune can descend this far, giving rise to abyssal monsters and fallen beings 1,000-fold more than those in the shallow realms. A portion of these fortunate individuals, once tainted, can easily transform into the legendary abyssal demon lords or even more forbidden and terrifying entities, potentially morphing into indescribable and unfathomable abyssal deities, existences whose terror surpasses the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Yinling is not a lord. Her knowledge in this area is rather limited. She has not delved deeply into these matters, nor dares to explore too much. Biting her lip, she asks, is there truly no hope? The soldiers of humanity are far too fragile. No human lord has ever survived at such depths. Baimu turned around and resumed her work, acknowledging that we were merely employed staff tasked with fulfilling our duties. No, I still believe in the Lord. Yinling interjected, I feel that Lord Hangu is not an ordinary lord. Baimu refrained from commenting, merely remarking that the youth lacked experience. She was entirely unaware of the arduous existence that lords endure, nor did she comprehend the brutal competition that exists among them. It is a reality unalterable by individual subjective will. Meanwhile, within the hall, Hangu munched on a melon while monitoring the site of the calamity. Upon discovering that Ma Yuan-yi was a level 7 commander unit, and that he commanded at least 4 subordinates who were no less formidable than Su Feng, he was somewhat taken aback. Had they encountered an abyssal commander in a novice village? Truly, the Eternal Night Layer Abyss was aptly challenging. However, he had anticipated such a difficulty. Now at level 10, with commendable skill and attribute training. As long as he remained on his territory, self-preservation was assured. At that moment, various data notifications continued to flood in. Player Quang Can has died. Spirit 1250. Player Xiao Lingdang has died. Spirit 900. Player He Tong Rue Gu has died. Spirit 1250. Player Quang Dao Lao Wang has died. Spirit 1250. The disaster army once again faced total annihilation. Beginning from the activation of the Heting Township teleportation point to the discovery of the core pollution zone at the Luo Shui execution ground, each player had, on average, perished at least twice, contributing a total of 62,550 spirit to the territory. Including the deaths of other players, the total spirit accrued throughout the day exceeded 65,000.4 other lords. Abyssal spirit is an exceedingly precious and rare resource, requiring meticulous acquisition and judicious utilization. However, for Hangu, acquiring it was as effortless as drinking water, to the point that he found himself at a loss as to how to expend it. It was not that he was unwilling to reward the players. The issue lay in the necessity for a valid rationale for such feedback. After all, in the game of Guai Three Kingdoms, the reward and punishment mechanism must be distinctly defined. TO earns substantial spirit rewards. Players must complete tasks or activities commensurate with the reward's difficulty. Otherwise, it would disrupt balance and adversely affect the gaming experience. Moreover, nurturing players necessitates a measured approach. One cannot hastily cultivate the overall strength of the disaster army too much, as it is vital to ensure that the chives, players, grow steadily and joyfully. However, it is equally crucial to prevent them from becoming excessively formidable. Otherwise, when the time comes to harvest, it could prove rather awkward if they become unmanageable. Thus, the cultivation and harvesting of chives is indeed an art and a science. Of course, aside from considerations of profit, from the game's perspective, a well-crafted game must incorporate challenges, especially in this genre. If it becomes too easy, the enjoyment diminishes significantly. Fortunately, aside from the disaster army, any surplus spirit could be utilized to train regular troops, allowing for a comprehensive complementary dynamic between the two forces. With a substantial amount of spirit at hand, it was prudent to enhance the 8 elite guards surrounding him. This would not only facilitate the timely and reasonable consumption of spirit, swiftly transforming it into territorial strength, but also bolster the territory's stability against the looming threat of the abyssal forces. Spirit Reserve minus 12,000. The 6 initial guards, each possessing a skill level of 9, would have their skills raised to the maximum level. Spirit Reserve minus 18,000. The ranks of the 8 elite guards have been uniformly elevated to level 7. Spirit Reserve minus 12,000. The chi/training of 4 elite warrior guards has reached its maximum level, resulting in a permanent increase of 10 points to their strength attribute. Spirit Reserve minus 12,000. The Thunder Control Talismans of 2 elite sorcerers have also been upgraded to full proficiency, granting a remarkable 15 points increase to their mental attribute. With this round of enhancements, the strength of the 8 elite guards has surged dramatically, enabling them to maintain a distinct advantage even against the 4 formidable subordinates of Ma Yuani, and they could even withstand a prolonged confrontation with Ma Yuani himself. The security of the territory has received a significant boost, ensuring a safety net even in the most extreme situations. Hangu still possesses approximately 20,000 spirit reserves. This portion is not intended for immediate use, as he plans to allocate it for issuing tasks to players or for nurturing the territory's staff. Hangu glanced over the current fundamental situation of the territory. The number of recruited vassal troops stands at 68. In a few hours, a new batch of selected players will arrive, bringing the total to 78, and they are not far from the current cap of 100 initially, due to the limited and precious population, and the game's lack of exposure leading to a meager number of pre-registrations. Hangu established a regulation to issue 10 slots daily to ensure the quality of each player. He had not anticipated that the game Gu would explode in popularity so swiftly. Now, the number of pre-registrations is sufficiently large, and the territory's financial situation is gradually improving. It is time to adjust strategies promptly, to expand population capacity, and to intensify player recruitment. After all, the more players there are, the greater the profits from harvesting. Hangu opened the game forum, knowing that the appearance of the new boss would undoubtedly generate a buzz and various discussions, and he prepared to seize this opportunity to announce the second round of closed beta testing. Chapter 65. Impact and Discussion. Within 5 minutes of the player's annihilation, game screenshots were uploaded to the forum. Although Hangu requires the consumption of items to take screenshots, the resolution and clarity of the images are exceptionally high, rivaling the quality of professional ultra-high-definition cameras. This group photo was taken half a minute before the battle commenced, capturing the Cataclysm Legion ensnared in the polluted and decaying execution camp, surrounded by hundreds of powerful elite monsters. The formidable boss Ma Yuani and his 4 wicked subordinates have all made their appearance. The players, at an overwhelming disadvantage, found themselves trapped in a dire situation. In such an environment, the 40 players did not falter. Each gripped their weapons tightly, standing resolutely against the gigantic wicked subordinates, far outnumbered by their foes. This group photo not only boasts top-notch quality, but also conveys a cinematic, poster-like composition and angle. With the boss Ma Yuani positioned prominently at the forefront, flanked by the 4 wicked subordinates, creating a striking visual impact. Incredible. What is this? A movie promotional poster. Is the person above foolish? The caption of the photo clearly states that this is the latest image from Hangu. The quality, the design, the special effects, the artistry. Simply astonishing. Is it Hangu again? Does this game truly exist? I cannot shake the feeling that this is an elaborate social deception experiment, to be candid. The monstrous design in this photograph is astonishingly formidable. Even if it were merely a model enhanced with special effects, the quality achieved would be of world-class standards. It is simply spot on. Fans of the Soul series and those enamored with Lovecraftian themes must be in a state of euphoria. I yearn to print this image and hang it up for my admiration. Regardless of whether this game is genuine or not, the concept design alone merits the investment of a major title. Even if the game is an utter disappointment, it matters not. I would eagerly purchase it should it enter public testing. I strongly urge for the swift release of merchandise. I am keen to acquire a figurine of this formidable boss. Is there truly no one to elucidate the circumstances surrounding this image? After the players of the eerie 3 Kingdoms unveiled the image on the forum, the post quickly garnered prominence and was pinned, attracting thousands of players to observe and comment. Not only is Ma Yuani's appearance breathtaking, but his 4 formidable subordinates, alongside the surrounding Luo Shui butcher, headless demon soldiers, and others, are all exquisitely crafted and brimming with detail. Merely a single photograph evokes an unsettling sense of oppression. Netizens find it unfathomable how those within the scene can maintain such composure. It is akin to venturing into a haunted house. One may know it is fabricated, yet the sight of grotesque, gory imagery would surely instill fear. After an hour or two, detailed posts from influencers such as Heitong Ruegu and Qi Mei Wang Liang appeared on the forum, finally enlightening the spectators about the events leading up to this moment. That boss is Ma Yuan-yi. Who is Ma Yuan-yi? When did he appear in the 3 Kingdoms? Good grief, with such modeling and artistic style. You dare tell me this is a 3 Kingdoms game? Does the development team harbor some misunderstanding about the 3 Kingdoms? Who instructed you to approach it in this manner? I find it quite innovative. The fusion of Eastern artistic style with Lovecraftian elements is executed beautifully. The dark, nationalistic, Lovecraftian soul games are eternal. I share this sentiment. There are far too many 3 Kingdoms games, and the various iterations have long been exhausted. This game's concept is remarkably avant-garde. To think that even lesser-known characters could be bestowed with such artistic resources excites me. I am genuinely eager to see how figures like Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, as well as the 5 Tiger Generals, will be portrayed. As players from the internal testing began to share their revelations, an increasing number of players joined the discourse. This striking game screenshot was fervently shared by numerous self-media and prominent gaming influencers, spreading like wildfire and once more transcending boundaries. Many content creators began scrutinizing the details with a magnifying glass, and the more they investigated, the more astonishing discoveries they made. The image contained a wealth of information, revealing that the game's production boasts far more intricacies than initially perceived. Firstly, there are no discernible traces of special effects in the image, leading one to suspect that it may be a live-action capture. Not only are the scenes and monsters unique, but the artistic style and modeling design are also exceptional. The seemingly inconspicuous arrangements at the scene, along with the intricate details adorning the monstrous beings, conceal a wealth of information. For instance, the appearance of the Luo Shui demon cavalry suggests that prior to their transformation into abyssal entities, they were likely part of the imperial guards of Eastern Han Luoyang, a fact substantiated by their armaments, weaponry, and various details. The 4 Great Fallen, each with a remarkable origin, are elucidated in her analytical post concerning the entities of folklore. The 4 under Ma Yuani, Jian Shua, Feng Su, Zhou Bin, and Bao Hong are not mere figments of imagination. For example, Jian Shua was a favored eunuch of Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong. While this name may be unfamiliar to many, those intrigued by the figure of Cao Cao will surely have heard of a notable incident. It is said that Cao Cao's first position of real authority was as the northern officer of Luoyang, akin to the head of a district's public security department. Given the multitude of royal relatives and noble families in Luoyang, maintaining order was a formidable challenge. To uphold justice, Cao Cao instituted 20 multicolored rods within the magistrate's office, decreeing that anyone who violated the curfew would be executed on the spot. A few months later, a man named Jian Tu breached the curfew. Being Jian Shua's uncle, he felt emboldened by this connection. Yet, who was Cao Cao? He would not indulge such transgressions, and thus he ordered the immediate execution. This incident paints a portrait of a resolute and unyielding young Cao Cao, unafraid of power and unswayed by favoritism, while also illustrating Jian Shua's considerable influence at the time, as the execution of Jian Tu was noteworthy enough to be recorded. It is likely for this reason that Jian Shua is listed among the 10 eunuchs in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, the historical Jian Shua should not be conflated with the likes of Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, who led the 10 eunuchs. In fact, there were rivalries and conflicts between them, eventually leading to Jian Shua's betrayal and demise at their hands. Despite being a eunuch, Jian Shua was robust and vigorous, exhibiting a character marked by fortitude and integrity, alongside notable martial prowess. Historical records indicate that in the 5th year of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Emperor Ling of Han held a grand military review in the western garden of Luoyang, establishing a new army based on the Imperial Guards, known as the Shiyuan Army, which comprised 8 chief lieutenants. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were among these 8. Jian Shua held the highest position among them as the senior lieutenant, with both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao beneath him. Even the esteemed General He Jin was required to report to Jian Shua. Prior to his death, Emperor Ling regarded Jian Shua as a trusted guardian of the realm, underscoring his stature in Lu Hong's eyes. Of course, the timeline of this game map is set in the 1st year of Zhongping, about 4 to 5 years prior to the establishment of the Shiyuan army, suggesting that at this moment, Jian Shua was merely a minor court eunuch, yet already beginning to oversee the imperial guards in the Luoyang region. Thus, based on the circumstances at hand, we can infer the state of affairs preceding the abyssal invasion. Following the Yellow Turban Uprising, Emperor Ling dispatched the Hook and Shield Commandant Zhou Bin to investigate and apprehend Ma Yuan's associates, ultimately leading to the capture and execution of over 1,000 Yellow Turban affiliates at the Luoshui execution grounds. To ensure absolute certainty, Emperor Ling of Han dispatched the Imperial Guard to escort the prisoners, assigning his trusted confidant, Jian Shua, to personally oversee the executions. Yet, amidst the gruesome spectacle of severed heads on the execution ground, an unfathomable calamity from the abyss suddenly descended. The will of the abyss ultimately chose the deeply entangled Ma Yuan as the vessel for its nightmarish intentions. All soldiers present, including the Imperial Guard and figures such as Jian Shua and Feng Su, were consequently tainted, transforming into their current grotesque forms. This corroborated my earlier conjectures. The game Gui Sangwa features 2 divergent timelines. In the conventional historical timeline, Jian Shua, Zhou Bin, Bao Hong, and others were tasked with confronting Ma Yuan and the Yellow Turban Army. However, in the warped abyssal timeline, they have become Ma Yuan's subordinates. The dissemination and analysis of these malevolent spirits have enriched the historical knowledge of many netizens while also garnering newfound respect for the production of Gui Sangwa. Although the game's aesthetic has little connection to traditional historical titles, it nonetheless honors history and utilizes it as a foundation for creating an entirely new worldview. This allows even seemingly mundane minor bosses or ordinary equipment details within the game to yield a wealth of information and plot clues, warranting meticulous exploration. The potential and space for future derivatives and creative content are immense. As discussions among the populace intensified, another momentous announcement was unveiled. The official Gui Sangwa website released a fresh announcement. The second round of internal testing is set to commence in 3 days. It appears that the second test will significantly increase the number of game slots, thereby greatly enhancing our chances of being selected for gameplay. Chapter 66. This game is undeniably hardcore. The Gui Sangwa website published a new announcement titled, Progress Report on the First Round of Internal Testing and Preview of the Second Round of Internal Testing. Upon reading it, everyone expressed their astonishment. The essence of the announcement can be summarized in a few key points. Firstly, the first round of internal testing has been underway for a week, and the game is operating smoothly. The officials anticipate the commencement of the second round of internal testing. Secondly, once the second round begins, it will not only introduce a plethora of new game maps and content, but also significantly expand the number of available slots for internal testing. However, the timing of the second test and its feasibility will hinge on the progression of the narrative and the performance of the first round players. Various netizens were left with an array of perplexing questions. How could the possibility of a second test be contingent upon the players from the first round? As I continued reading, the general explanation unfolded as follows. Sangwa will face the trial of the darkest day in 3 days. This will be a life-and-death examination for the survival of territories. Should players assist their lords in successfully repelling and conquering the abyss, a new map and expansion will be unlocked. And the second round of internal testing will commence immediately. Conversely, if the territory fails to withstand the onslaught of abyssal forces and falls, all player data will be automatically erased, and the game will enter an indefinite suspension. With the timing of its next revival remaining entirely uncertain, the forum is ablaze with excitement. Goodness, is this even possible? How utterly audacious. The storyline is insurmountable, and they have even suspended accounts. Take heed. It is not merely account deletions. The entire game faces closure. I have never encountered such a hardcore operator. Remarkable. This truly binds the fate of the game world with that of the players. I have also never witnessed such a ruthless and defiant game. Numerous netizens are exclaiming their admiration. Over the years, various inhumane and excessively punitive games have emerged. Yet, even the most seasoned players have never encountered a hardcore creation that forcibly intertwines the game's narrative, updates, and even its operation. Many users have shared their thoughts on this matter, I believe. As the prominent figure Shinyu recently stated in a post, this game has been a chaotic system, a super sandbox. From the moment it launched, in the realm of Sangwa, every NPC possesses independent thoughts. They evolve and change based on their experiences, compounded by the presence of an entirely uncontrollable variable, players. This leads to unpredictable narrative directions. Even the most powerful supercomputers cannot compute the trajectory of the game's development. In essence, every action taken by players will permanently alter the game. This transformation concerns not only each NPC but also determines the unfolding narrative and future of the game, now even directly influencing whether it can continue to operate as intended. Even if the officials can intervene, it can only be done indirectly. I find myself at a loss for words. What is this if not a genuine world? It is exceedingly hardcore. I am willing to bow in reverence. Now the pressure is on the elite testers. If they cannot endure this task, everything they have worked for will vanish into thin air. Ruegu, you must persevere. You must protect the territory. I have yet to experience the game. My happiness rests in your hands. You absolutely cannot fail. Hangu is browsing the forum discussions and official website messages. Mayuani's shocking debut and the announcement of the second round of internal testing have stirred a storm. Although, strictly speaking, the official announcement is not incorrect. Should the core of the territory or themselves truly face demise, the grand online game Sangwa would naturally cease to exist. However, in reality, the abyssal power existing in this region is currently insufficient to destroy the territory or pose a threat to itself. These statements are purely designed to create a sense of crisis and anxiety, as only then can they further ignite the player's fighting spirit. As millions of cloud players acquire more game information, especially upon seeing screenshots of the Luoshui execution grounds core pollution zone, everyone is already yearning to experience this incredible masterpiece firsthand. The impending darkness in 3 days will directly affect their ability to engage with the game. Naturally, the utmost concern surrounds the circumstances of the day of utter darkness and the outcomes of the ensuing battles. As for the players who have already embarked on the initial testing of the game, they shall soon receive the imperative task of safeguarding their territories through the trials of the day of utter darkness. Hangu will seize this opportunity to bestow a considerable amount of vitality upon the players, thereby augmenting the might of the Plague Legion. In this manner, they will be enticed by generous quest rewards while simultaneously driven by a profound sense of crisis and mission, compelling them to exert every effort to defend their lands at all costs. One could assert that the extremely hardcore mechanics render the game transcendent. Every initial tester is bound to protect their domain and the NPCs. Each tester bears the weight of immense expectations from fellow players, feeling an overwhelming sense of responsibility and a fervent mission. They must act resolutely, employing all means necessary to safeguard their lord and defend their homeland. At this juncture, Hangu suddenly perceived a shift within the core pollution zone. The Luoshui execution ground, a severely tainted and corrupted encampment. Mayuani once again succumbed to slumber amidst the blood-red lake. During this process, it seemed as though he dreamt of sinking into an infinite abyss of deep sea, a realm ancient and mysterious, shrouded in darkness, with depths and expanses vast enough to engulf countless worlds and dissolve the very fabric of time and space. This moment, a figure clad in yellow emerged within his sight. Although it appeared merely as an echo of the great and forbidden consciousness, it nonetheless exuded an uncanny and distorted aura, indescribable in nature. From the tattered yellow robe emanated an endless void flickering with crimson lightning, with countless tendrils extending from it and spilling beyond the garment. each adorned with jagged teeth and eyes, radiating an aura potent enough to corrupt and erode the surrounding space. Great Sage. My Yuan yearned to approach but was thwarted by an inexplicable repulsive force. He awakened, returning to the Luoshui execution ground, as though everything had merely been a dream. Yet my Yuan was aware that this was no dream. The Great Sage was summoning him, and he must devise a means to return to the Great Sage's side. For only by vanquishing the Star Lord and obtaining the Heart of the Stars could he break free from his current constraints. General. Feng Su approached with utmost reverence and reported, "The corporeal forms of those star hounds have inexplicably vanished." A flicker of confusion crossed my Yuan's mind. Vanished suddenly? What could be the reason? Feng Su responded, "The cause remains unknown, but it is certain that these starborn clans possess some peculiarities. The subjects of these lords indeed appear distinctly unusual, as if afflicted by madness. However, this is of little consequence. In 3 days, the day of utter darkness shall arrive, and even if this Star Lord holds some unique attributes, they are rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power." Feng Su continued, "General, although the darkness has yet to descend, we should prepare in advance, reclaiming Heading Township to prevent the Star Lord from establishing any hindrances here, thus positioning you favorably for your forthcoming actions." As the source of nightmares, my Yuan found himself unable to leave the core pollution zone. Nevertheless, his subordinates were able to maneuver within a certain vicinity. The star-blessed site of Heading Township lay a mere mile beyond the pollution zone, well within the operational radius of Jianshua, Feng Su, and the others. As long as they did not stray too far from my Yuan, their strength would remain unweakened. Go ahead. My Yuan has given his consent. Chapter 67. The Artist Faction. Hangu commanded Xiaoba to summon the players to the Lord's Hall. After formally announcing the news of the Day of Utter Darkness, he seized the opportunity to release related tasks. Ding! Triggering Team Story Quest. Quest name, Day of Utter Darkness. Quest content. The territory in which you reside is about to face a threat from the abyssal forces. You must exert every ounce of effort to protect the territory and defend the Lord. Enduring the perilous Day of Utter Darkness. Quest objectives. Hold the territory until the Day of Utter Darkness concludes, or utterly defeat the encroaching abyssal beings. Quest rewards. Vitality points 100-5000. Contribution points 100-5000, with a certain probability of obtaining equipment, skills, or other precious item rewards. Special note. From this moment until the conclusion of the Day of Utter Darkness, all players will receive 3 free resurrection opportunities. Shortly thereafter, within a barack, the players convened for a meeting. This time, the players were devoid of their usual playful banter. Each expression bore a semblance of seriousness, even gravity, as the territory was about to confront an exceptionally daunting challenge. Yi Liming asserted. The rewards for this task are substantial, and I believe everyone, like myself, feels compelled by the prospect. However, we must also recognize that greater rewards signify greater risks and difficulties. Indeed, previously it was mere speculation, now it is a confirmed reality. The core of the territory must not be destroyed, and our Lord must not fall. Otherwise, not only will our data be wiped clean, but the game will also enter an indefinite suspension. Even if it were to reopen, it would present an entirely different visage. Who could have anticipated such audacity from the developers? This shift renders the world's development filled with uncertainties. No longer a child's play, enhancing the challenges while also imparting a more authentic sense of immersion. I must say, it is indeed more thrilling and enjoyable. Every footprint we leave will become part of history. Regardless, tens of millions of netizens are watching. Whether the second round of internal testing can commence rests upon us. We must fight a splendid battle. I have confidence in our disaster army, and I am equally assured of the Lord's strength. With so many eyes upon us, we must showcase our uniqueness and brilliance. We can only triumph. Defeat is not an option. It is evident that, despite the formidable challenges ahead, the players remain invigorated and undeterred. This is not merely a temptation of generous rewards, but a commitment to safeguarding our shared sanctuary, to not disappoint the expectations of millions of cloud players, a profound sense of honor. Immersion and mission arises in this process. This immensely captivating, enigmatic world has only just begun to unveil its mysteries, and no one is willing to see it draw to a close so swiftly, Heitong Ruegu remarked. There are at least 3 days until the Day of Utter Darkness. Rather than passively preparing within the territory, we should take the initiative to deplete the strength of the abyssal faction in advance. Indeed, you speak true. I share the same sentiment. The reason this task has been announced 3 days in advance is likely due to our current inability to confront Ma Yuani and his faction head-on. However, we can utilize this time to deplete their strength. Ma Yuani commands the central unit, and the Lord should also be a part of it. thus their powers should counterbalance each other. Therefore, the crux of this operation lies in the comparative strength of our armies. Myuani's forces are indeed formidable. Yet, we possess our own advantages. Even if we resort to a war of attrition, as long as we can weaken their troops before the major confrontation, we can render our territory safer on the day of great darkness. True enough, yet we must not act recklessly, for excessive losses would lead to our own demotion. The group is currently engaged in discussions regarding battle strategies. Suddenly, a level 5 ranger player named Ning Kaichin 2 rushes in. Everyone, we are in grave trouble. The teleportation point in Heading Township has been attacked. Yili Ming inquires sharply, what happened? Ning Kaichin 2 replies, according to the information left by the immortal-level NPCs grinding nearby. The 4 major evildoers under Ma Yuani have just left the core polluted area a few minutes ago. They have led a large contingent to occupy the dilapidated temple where the teleportation point is located. He pauses before continuing. I just went to the hall and checked. Currently, Heading Township is in a state of being unable to teleport. The Lord says the blessing point has been contaminated and needs to be reactivated before it can be used. The crowd exchanges glances. Quang Kan Itiaojia exclaims, so the teleportation point can indeed be disabled by the enemy. Xian Yu 2Ci adds, oh dear, this complicates matters. Without this forward outpost, we can only reach Hushi village first, and then take a boat into Heading Township. This will significantly hinder our efficiency. Heitong Rue Go contemplates and asserts, perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. Yili Ming queries, what do you mean? Heitong Rue Go explains, if the 4 major evildoers had remained hidden in the core polluted area, we would face immense difficulty in annihilating them while they held the home advantage. Now that they have ventured out, does this not present us with an opportunity to eliminate them? Moreover, we can avoid the great boss. It is truly a fortuitous chance. It's not that simple. Quang Dao Lao Wang shakes his head. The strength of the 4 major evildoers far exceeds ours, and they command a powerful army. Even if they are not on home ground, and without Ma Yuani's direct involvement, the disparity in our forces remains vast. A direct confrontation would lead to certain doom. Should we not lure them out in batches and annihilate them in stages? Are you foolish? The abyssal evildoers possess intelligence. How could they possibly allow for such an opportunity? Just as despair settles over the group, someone suddenly exclaims loudly, I have a plan that may lead to the complete annihilation of the enemy. All eyes turn towards a player named Yashuji Apaizong. This player is a warlock who joined the game on the day of the defense of Hushi village. He did not participate in the expedition to assault the Luoshui execution ground. Instead, he teamed up with another warrior named Niu San and ventured into other areas to engage in monster hunting. It remains a mystery what fortunate encounters they may have experienced. The two have now both reached level 5. A remarkable rate of growth indeed. Despite their extensive experience and profound backgrounds, Yiliming, Heidong Rouge, and others do not dare to underestimate them. Hidden talents abound among the players. Yet, this individual seems to exhibit a rather audacious demeanor. Does he comprehend the implications of having several hundred elite units plus 4 abyssal fallen? The leader of the Artist Guild often remarks, although all of you are seasoned veterans, sometimes an overabundance of gaming experience can constrain one's thinking. This fellow appears to possess some intriguing insights. Yi Liming inquires, what do you mean? The leader of the Artist Guild responds, we must always recognize that this game is fundamentally different from any we have played in the past. It can even be said to transcend the concept of a game, resembling a data-driven reality. Thus, we must abandon the numerical mindset associated with traditional games. It is not imperative that we confront monsters with unyielding honesty. Rather, we should learn to employ wisdom and strategy. Humans have never been the strongest creatures in nature, yet we can effortlessly hunt elephants, whales, tigers, and lions. Similarly, even when faced with monsters whose attributes or levels far exceed ours, we can employ special tactics or strategies to achieve our objectives. Guangdao Laowang interjects, are you suggesting we use traps? Yi Liming replies, we have considered this, but the terrain near Heading Township is flat. Lacking suitable ambush locations, and given our current capabilities, we cannot craft sufficiently threatening traps. The leader of the Artist Guild continues, do you know why I was able to reach level 5 in just 2 days? Quangkan Itiaojia urges, stop teasing us and spill the details. The leader of the Artist Guild explains, while exploring in the southeastern region of our territory with Niu San, we discovered a swamp. This swamp spawns a type of level 2 monster known as the carrion toad. Hunting these creatures yields a material called concentrated toad oil. Upon acquiring this material, we did not use it for the supply quest. Through testing, I discovered that this toad oil possesses flammable and explosive characteristics, with an energy density even greater than that of gasoline of equivalent volume. After collecting 50 portions of toad oil, we teleported back to Hushi village, attracting dozens to hundreds of scorpion-tailed cattle and bone sheep. by leveraging their tendency to act in groups, we lured them into a trap and set them ablaze. Upon hearing the leader of the Artist Guild's account, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Is it truly possible to exploit the game in such a manner? 3 days' time is ample to gather materials and lay a strategic foundation. Lacking an environment, we create one ourselves. In essence, what I wish to convey can be summarized in a single phrase. The leader of the guild raised his hands and proclaimed loudly, "Art is explosion." Chapter 68. Spiritual elixir. Die in the blink of an eye. 2 days have passed. Less than 24 hours remain. The ominous day of darkness is fast approaching. Hangu remains composed as he monitors the developments from various fronts. The in-game photographs captured by players in the core contaminated zone have now proliferated across the internet, generating significant buzz among numerous online communities and even gracing the headlines of several news outlets. The chorus of skepticism continues unabated. However, the game's influence has undeniably expanded. This national-style dark fantasy game set in the Three Kingdoms, with its unique gameplay and intriguing settings, coupled with almost sci-fi levels of technology, has sparked discussions beyond borders, igniting conversations on overseas social media platforms. Although its current impact may be modest, with most commentators expressing doubt or even derision, the fact remains that over 1,000 international players have already made reservations. It is anticipated that, in the near future, players from diverse time zones and ethnic backgrounds will join the game. The ongoing emergence of the game, Guisangua, is well within expectations. Surprisingly, however, it is the player's behavior that has caught Hangu off guard. He had assumed that, driven by a sense of urgency, survival pressure, and the allure of substantial rewards, these individuals would charge recklessly into battle. Yet, the reality has proven otherwise. For the past few days, players have not ventured to challenge the core contaminated zone. Instead, they have been diligently expanding the map towards the southeast, centered around a swamp, where they are fervently hunting wild creatures. They are gathering a material known as concentrated toad oil. Observing this, one can almost infer the player's strategy. It must be said that he had underestimated these individuals. Hangu has always acknowledged the player's ingenuity. They are far from mere brutes who act without thought. He is curious to see what creative tactics they might devise this time. Hangu refrains from guiding or interfering with the players. This stems partly from his own confidence, as he believes that even if the Cataclysmic Legion were to remain idle, his current strength, akin to a level 10 commander, along with the support of his 8 elite soldiers, would suffice to weather this crisis with relative ease. On the other hand, the number of toad monsters is not particularly high. During their quest for concentrated toad oil, the players have slain a multitude of other creatures, including 2 secondary nightmare sources, thus contributing 2 talent points to their lord. The player's inventory space is limited. Aside from sending the concentrated toad oil to Hushi Village for the villagers to assist in crafting storage containers, the other food and materials they gather can only be utilized to fulfill resource tasks. This is precisely what the territory requires. Hangu inquires, "Provide me with a detailed report on the territory's resource reserves." Xiao Ba promptly responds, "Master, you currently possess 192 magic crystals, 355 units of first-tier material essence, 2,012 units of first-tier material stock, 4041 units of first-tier food stock, 550 essence, and 85,485 fragments of magic stones. In less than 3 days, the players have contributed a substantial amount of resources. Basic materials are crucial for the development and production of any territory. For instance, the material essence, which can be transformed from any material, serves as the foundational component for constructing various buildings, crafting equipment, and enhancing gear, all of which are in high demand. Hence, more is always better. Should players fail to hunt wild creatures, the territory would soon find itself lacking essential materials, stalling everything from the construction and upgrading of key buildings to the players' attempts to enhance their weapons. Recently, both the elite guards and players have been diligently enhancing their equipment, consuming vast quantities of materials. Coupled with the construction of several buildings, the resources of the territory have nearly been depleted. Meanwhile, in an effort to alleviate the financial situation of the domain, Hangu has sold 3,000 portions of food at a favorable price and in exchange for goods, resulting in a shortage of food within the territory. Now, in just a couple of days, this predicament has begun to ease. This improvement can largely be attributed to the player's fearless willingness to take risks, alongside the tenfold increase in drop rates, which continues to yield exceptional results. From an economic standpoint, the income generated from wilderness monsters surpasses that from humanoid creatures. Once the number of players in the territory reached 80, Hangu decided to halt further recruitment if he were to add the 8 elite guards. The current population of recruits would reach 88 out of 100, unless more barracks are constructed or the existing ones upgraded. The territory can only recruit one more batch of players before hitting its limit. After careful consideration, Hangu resolved to reserve 12 slots for the regular army. As the number of players increases, it is essential to maintain a certain ratio of regular troops to ensure stability across various territories and to serve as a force to manage and deter players. Additionally, there is the matter of limited magic crystals at hand. Since the construction of the trading hall, Hangu has first acquired nearly 400 magic crystals through food sales, followed by another 400 from fortune chests, and subsequently sold a batch of over 100 retrieved pieces of equipment. However, due to their generally low quality, this only yielded less than 200 magic crystals. Thus, it appears that Hangu has at least over 1,000 magic crystals on hand. Yet, after recruiting 3 batches of players, he has already expended 600. Furthermore, he spent 100 on constructing the spiritual fields and 200 on purchasing seeds. At this point, his funds are dwindling. Fortunately, there is a surplus in the food stock. Hangu plans to capitalize on the current high prices of food, selling off some surplus provisions to exchange for magic crystals. After all, magic crystals never expire, whereas food can spoil over time. As long as he seizes the core source of pollution, he can obtain a substantial amount of magic crystals all at once. At that time, he can open a new map while simultaneously initiating the second round of internal testing recruitment, significantly increasing both the population cap of the territory and the number of players. Suddenly, Xiaoba reminds him, "Master, the herbs you planted the day before yesterday have mostly matured." "Really? That was quite fast." Hangu promptly takes Bai Mu to the spiritual fields. The so-called spiritual fields, at first glance, appear unremarkable, merely a flat expanse of black soil, currently cultivating 3 varieties of spiritual plants. One type is a red herb, another is a blue herb, and the last resembles ginseng, tended to by 10 seasoned farmers from Hushi village who are caring for these invaluable crops. Not bad. Hangu nods in satisfaction. These 3 types of spiritual herbs are named Chi Yu Chao, Lan Yu Chao, and Long Wen Shun, with the experienced farmers from Hushi village tending to them, coupled with the formidable enhancement effects of the spiritual fields. The first 2 are already nearly mature. As the player population grows, more fields can be cultivated, allowing some life and leisure-oriented players to learn auxiliary planting skills and participate in farming, thereby enriching the game content beyond mere fast-paced combat. Chi Yu Chao and Lan Yu Chao are common materials. The former can be used to concoct health-restoring potions, while the latter is used for mana-restoring elixirs. Bai Mu could tell what was planted in the spiritual fields just by sniffing the air. As for the dragon pattern ginseng, it is a rather rare and uncommon material. Once the appropriate primary materials are procured, one can concoct potions imbued with enhanced attributes. Alchemists, akin to blacksmiths, possess a myriad of functionalities. Beyond the ability to brew various traditional potions, such as red and blue elixirs, they can also create an array of auxiliary items and amplifying potions. Among these, the permanent amplifying potions are the most prized. Such concoctions can permanently augment attributes. If mass-produced, they not only bolster the strength of the territory, but can also fetch a handsome price in the market, yielding substantial profits. The supply of spiritual energy in each spiritual field is finite, and this supply directly determines the quantity of spiritual plants that can be cultivated. This small spiritual field spans 10 meters in width and length, allowing for the cultivation of approximately 1,500 crimson moongrass or blue moongrass. While this figure appears promising, it is contingent on exclusively growing either the crimson moongrass or blue moongrass. Should one opt to cultivate other, more precious and advanced spiritual herbs, the spiritual energy would be strained, resulting in a diminished planting capacity. Overloading the field or planting incompatible spiritual flora may lead to stunted growth or even widespread decay. The Lord's Academy offers specialized courses on this subject. As an exemplary graduate, Hangu undoubtedly possesses a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge. Currently, he has planted 200 crimson moongrass, 400 blue moongrass, and 30 dragon pattern ginseng, all within the confines of the spiritual energy supply range. The natural growth cycle of crimson moongrass and blue moongrass is merely over 200 days. However, under the 100-fold growth enhancement of the spiritual field, they can mature in just 2 to 3 days. Hangu is exceedingly pleased. This ensures a stable supply of potions for the territory, not only elevating the military's prowess but also enhancing production efficiency. At that moment, a notification from Xiaoba echoed in his ears. "Master, your disaster army is heading towards Heading Township." Hangu paused slightly upon hearing this, then a look of intrigue crossed his face. Were these fellows finally ready to set their plans into motion after 2 days of preparation? Hangu resolved to monitor the situation closely. Chapter 69. Fully staffed and equipped, Hangu glanced once more at his modest herb field. He procured 1,000 blue moongrass, 500 crimson moongrass, and 50 seeds of dragon pattern ginseng from the trading market, totaling an expenditure of 200 magic crystals. Among these, the value of the dragon pattern ginseng is undoubtedly the highest. Although he only acquired a mere 50, they accounted for nearly half of the total cost. The maturation cycle of dragon pattern ginseng requires around 3 years. Even when planted in a spiritual field, it necessitates almost 10 days to reach maturity. This spiritual herb continues to absorb spiritual energy post-maturation, and its quality may improve with age, potentially even experiencing breakthroughs. Thus, theoretically, the longer the cultivation period, the better. Alas, the scarcity of spiritual fields proves to be a hindrance. Were there ample spiritual fields at his disposal, he could have preemptively cultivated more rare materials, saving considerable costs and proving advantageous during critical times once production commenced. Even if the output surpasses the territory's consumption capacity, one could import seeds and sell the matured materials, generating a tidy profit. If a pharmaceutical industry chain could be established, transforming medicinal materials into specialized potions for export, the profits could multiply several times over, potentially serving as a long-term and stable source of financial income for the territory. However, perfection is a rarity. Hangu considers himself fortunate to possess even a small spiritual field of his own. After all, the price of Ling Tian blueprints in the trading market is exceedingly high, and often, even with ample wealth, one may not be able to procure them. Some unfortunate lords may toil for 3 to 5 years without producing a single plot of land, forced to weep and pay exorbitant prices to acquire materials from those who possess fertile fields. First, let us stabilize the production of a batch of blood recovery pills and qi recovery pills. These two are the most commonplace restorative medicines, characterized by their relatively slow recovery rates. However, if they can be widely distributed among the entire army and staff, they would significantly enhance the overall strength and output of the territory. After assigning Bai Mu the relevant alchemical tasks, Hangu noticed that Bai Mu appeared to be hesitant, as if he had something to say. Do not hold back. Feel free to speak your mind. Upon hearing the Lord's encouragement, Bai Mu ceased his hesitation and stated, I have heard that our territory is about to face a dire trial. Perhaps you could allocate more resources towards the construction of defensive structures, which would minimize potential losses. As an alchemist, Bai Mu felt it was not his place to voice such concerns, yet he did not wish to see this lord falter. Thus far, the territory's defensive fortifications were virtually non-existent, relying solely on a meager population of less than 100 loyal subjects, along with several militia groups formed from the villagers of Hushi. In any regard, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding an assault from the depths of the abyss. Hangu calmly replied, I shall consider this matter. The so-called defensive structures include upgrading the city walls, creating formation barriers, or deploying arrow towers and spell towers, as well as various extraordinary traps. With such fortifications, when the territory faces threats, particularly during an invasion by the creatures of the abyss, they could play a decisive role, at the very least significantly reducing troop casualties. Among the first-tier human constructions, there exist several types of defensive buildings. However, Hangu had never contemplated their construction at this stage. Primarily, while defensive structures may be useful, their construction costs are often steep, and given the territory's already strained finances, it would be challenging to allocate a budget for this purpose in the short term. Moreover, why should Hangu seek to reduce troop casualties? At this moment, leading a formidable regular army suffices to form a strong backbone. Under such circumstances, the greater the losses inflicted upon the disaster legion at the forefront, the better. The lord's demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance and indifference, leaving Bai Mu perplexed. How could this young lord remain so composed, seemingly unaware that calamity was imminent for his territory? Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment. Upon returning to his residence, Yin Ling arrived punctually with lunch. As Hangu prepared to open the lord's perspective to assess the situation of the disaster legion, he suddenly noticed that after delivering the meal, Yin Ling did not rush back to her duties as usual. Is there something else? My lord, I overheard soldiers from the disaster legion say that our territory is about to be attacked by abyssal forces, Yin Ling expressed with evident concern. Hangu smiled lightly, offering reassurance. Ah, so you have heard of this matter as well? Indeed, there is some truth to it. However, our contract does not entail any defensive obligations. Once the defense of the territory commences, we can always summon the will of the stars to teleport back. So there is no need to worry about safety. Just focus on your work without overthinking. Before he could finish his sentence, Yinling produced a small box and presented it before him. In neat rows, a dazzling array of magical crystals was meticulously arranged. Hangu found himself momentarily taken aback upon witnessing these crystals. This is Yinling, with a solemn expression, declared, My lord, although my strength is limited and my abilities modest, I still wish to contribute to our territory. I have saved up 200 magical crystals, and I hope to donate them entirely to aid in our fight against the abyss. What? A donation? Hangu was genuinely astonished. Yinling, a fledgling enchanter, earned a meager monthly wage of merely 150 magical crystals. Now she was presenting 200 crystals as a donation, implying that after toiling for a month, she was willing to part with her hard-earned savings? If every employee in the world were to think so selflessly for their employers, how splendidly comfortable the lives of those employers would be. Your goodwill is duly noted, my lord, Yinling insisted. There is no need for concern. I enjoy working here, and this is all voluntary. Her gaze was resolute, her demeanor serious. Though 200 magical crystals represented a significant sum for her, she recognized that if this contribution could assist the territory, it would be worthwhile. Yinling understood that as a low-ranking enchanter, she would not be valued in any territory, and that only by following this particular lord could she hope for swift development. Very well, since this is your heartfelt intention, I shall accept this batch of magical crystals, Hangu stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, our territory has strict regulations regarding rewards and penalties. As the lord, I cannot accept these magical crystals without due compensation. Thus, I will convert these 200 magical crystals into 20,000 contribution points. Yinling's face was a picture of astonishment. Although the lord had promised to implement a policy allowing the exchange of magical crystals for contribution points, such benefits were typically limited and not immediately available upon possessing magical crystals. Now, it was as if she were prematurely converting her crystals into contribution points. While her sole desire was to assist the lord in overcoming difficulties, she had never considered receiving any resources in return. Nevertheless, the lord's steadfast attitude in this matter deeply moved her. Although Hangu granted Yinling 20,000 contribution points in one go, she would not immediately convert these points into essence, as the looming territorial conflict required that essence be used to train soldiers. Should the territory weather the impending storm, those 20,000 contribution points would equate to 20,000 essence. Conversely, if the territory failed to endure, she would take solace in the knowledge that she had contributed her part. Yinling took her leave, returning to her work. Hangu nodded in satisfaction. Truly an exemplary employee. Magical crystals 200. Current magical crystals, 392. Hangu planned to sell 3,000 portions of food, which had seen a significant price surge. He estimated that this would yield between 500 and 600 magical crystals. With this, he would be nearing a total of 1,000 magical crystals. Excellent. This would be more than sufficient. Once the core of the nightmarish source was seized, he would also acquire a substantial sum of magical crystals. Thus, upgrading the barracks, increasing the population, and initiating the second test would pose no problems. Hangu did not allow his magical crystals to remain idle. He immediately spent 240 magical crystals to summon 12 regular troops, and then utilized the majority of his stored essence to elevate them uniformly to levels 5 and 6. Upon donning their exquisite armaments, this contingent of soldiers immediately manifested formidable combat capabilities. Although they were considerably weaker than the original 8 Imperial Guards, their prowess was sufficient to further bolster the foundational defenses of the territory. At this stage, a ratio of 9 to 1 or 8 to 2 between the Disaster Corps and the regular troops is deemed most appropriate. The Disaster Legion will generate an abundance of surplus vitality during combat, which may overwhelm an individual like Hangu, making it unfeasible to immediately channel this energy back to the disaster soldiers. Hence, it becomes imperative to establish an ultra-elite NPC battalion. As the territory expands in area, player numbers, and the quantity of domains, the complexity of management will also escalate. This formidable force will not participate in territorial expansion, but will operate with the precision of a finely tuned machine, devoid of emotions, with a 100 compliance rate among the soldiers. They will serve as the paramount defensive strength between the main base and various territories, thus playing a crucial role in maintaining stability and efficiently managing the dispersed players across the land. Current population, 100. The territory has reached full capacity. The Day of Darkness is less than 20 hours away. Hangu has made thorough preparations and is even somewhat impatient. Chapter 70. The burning of the desolate village shortly thereafter. Hangu, through the Lord's vision, discerned that the players were ready to commence their actions. Point 2 Rangers cautiously infiltrated the dilapidated temple's blessing point for reconnaissance. They observed that the area surrounding the teleportation point in Heading Township was swarmed by hundreds of abyssal beings. Ning Kaichin too exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems that aside from the main boss, all other monsters have emerged, including the 4 Great Fallen. This will indeed pose a significant challenge." Huimu nodded, "Perfect timing, let's catch them all in one sweep." These 2 ranger players were among the early testers, having recently ascended to level 6. Not only did they possess a speed-enhancing skill around level 7, but they also successfully cultivated the shadow step technique. Their gear, predominantly of white quality with substantial enhancement levels, rendered them among the most formidable ranger players, even if they could not quite match the prowess of Rue Gu and Gu Zhou. Huimu remarked, although our mission this time is merely exploratory, taking down a fallen would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Ning Kaichen too replied, but it might be difficult to execute. Huimu retorted, let us give it a try. Let us do it. The two began selecting their targets. The four great bosses were Jin Shuo, Feng Su, Zhou Bin, and Bao Hong. While their appearances did not rival the exaggerated form of Ma Yuani, they exhibited significant magical corruption and a degree of distortion, allowing one to glean insights into their abilities and combat styles from their outward forms. First was Feng Su. Like Su Feng, he was a mid-ranking eunuch. Thus their attire bore strong similarities. However, Feng Su was emaciated, his skin withered, resembling nothing more than a skeletal frame enveloped in a layer of desiccated skin. Through this skin-clad skeleton, one could clearly observe a multitude of ghostly green energies pulsating within, akin to flames, and when coupled with his tattered black eunuch garb, he appeared even more ominous and terrifying. Judging by his initial actions, it was evident that he was a sorcerer, albeit with a seemingly fragile corporeal form. Zhou Bin's skin had completely sloughed off, revealing vivid red flesh beneath. His arms had grown thick and muscular, resembling a robust gorilla that had been skinned, yet he sported exceptionally menacing teeth and enormous claws, capable of traversing on all fours with remarkable agility. Bao Hong, on the other hand, appeared as a corpulent figure weighing 300 to 400 pounds, comparable in size to the butcher of Luo Shui. His flesh was in a grotesque state of decay, and he wielded a colossal weapon reminiscent of a meteor hammer. Although he seemed sluggish, his thick hide and formidable defenses suggested he would be a challenging foe to vanquish. Lastly, there was Jin Shuo, the solitary level 7 mini-boss. Jin Shuo's appearance was undoubtedly the most striking among the 4 mini-bosses. He rode a towering warhorse, both he and his steed encased in armor that resembled a layer of black, fragmented asphalt. The rough seams of the armor were teeming with pulsating blood vessels, and he brandished a crimson halberd in his right hand. Undoubtedly, in terms of both level and appearance, Jin Shuo was the most formidable of the 4 bosses. Conversely, Feng Su exhibited the most predictable combat mechanics among the bosses. After all, during the annihilation of the Plague Army, he was the only mini-boss to have engaged in combat. Huimu remarked, launching an attack without understanding the combat mechanics of these monsters is exceedingly perilous. Compared to the other 3, Feng Su appears the most vulnerable to defeat. Ning Kaichen too nodded in agreement, mages are merely fragile beings. As long as we activate Shadow Step to approach stealthily, we can swiftly deliver a couple of strikes while he is unprepared. Without hesitation, the 2 rangers activated Shadow Step and cautiously closed in on their target. However, before they could draw near, dozens of arrows rained down from all directions. Damn it! The 2 rangers exclaimed as they were instantly turned into pincushions, lifeless in an instant. Jin Shuo's tone dripped with disdain. Such a clumsy method of stealth attempting an assassination. These Star-Blessed are not only peculiar in their actions but also utterly foolish. This failed assassination not only yielded no results but also incited the abyssal abomination's wrath. Feng Su remarked, the Starhounds are rather restless. It seems they do not wish to passively await their fate. Zhou Bin spoke gravely. According to reconnaissance, the Star-Lord is deploying a force in the desolate village of Heting Township, presumably to establish a defensive stronghold to hinder General Ma's impending assault. Bao Hong chuckled coldly. They overestimate themselves. Yet, Feng Su rasped, though it may seem like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, we must not underestimate them. If this force continues to harass us from the rear, it could pose significant trouble. It would be prudent to eliminate them before General Ma takes action. Zhou Bin declared, kill, leave none alive. Bao Hong added, with only a few hours remaining until the day of eternal darkness, we must clear the obstacles for General Ma to diminish the strength of the Star-Lord's legion. The group of abominations deliberated, recognizing that they could not permit the Star-Lord to engage in subterfuge. After all, the desolate village of Heting was an essential route to their territorial stronghold. When faced with an offensive, the Star-Lord need not necessarily conquer the abyssal faction, for the day of eternal darkness is time-limited, lasting anywhere from a mere dozen hours to several dozens. In the vast majority of instances, the Star-Lord need not necessarily triumph over the core abyssal source. It suffices to withstand the onslaught during this crucial period. As long as the losses are not excessively grievous, there lies an opportunity to recuperate gradually in the ensuing long respite. The abyssal fiends regard this Star-Lord with disdain. They presume he will inevitably recognize the disparity in strength, subsequently adopting a variety of strategies to stall, delay, and obstruct. not seeking to conquer General Ma, but merely to endure, which they consider a victory in itself. The four great abyssal fiends, of course, would not stand idly by. They left a small contingent to maintain control over the teleportation nodes. Upon their arrival at the desolate village, leading hundreds of elite troops, they indeed beheld a throng of players busily transporting various wooden and straw materials, constructing barriers and traps among the ruins, seemingly intent on establishing a stronghold for defense and delay. Ah, this is dire. An enemy incursion. The players stationed in the desolate village were thrown into a panic at the sight of the abyssal forces, hastily abandoning their tasks and gathering in a flurry to arm themselves in a defensive posture. Indeed, as Fei Su and the other abyssal fiends observed the players, they could not suppress their contemptuous laughter. Bao Hong issued a direct command. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one. A formation of 20 to 30 Luo Shui demon riders charged forth, breaching the rudimentary barriers with a single assault, while the other troops followed suit, plunging into the fray and decimating the nearly 50 players stationed there, who fled in disarray, overwhelmed, pathetically weak, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Do they truly believe they can impede us with such feeble strength? The four abyssal fiends swiftly led their hundreds of elite troops into the desolate village. Under the relentless siege of the abyssal forces, the nearly 50 players suffered grievous casualties, dwindling to fewer than 10. Encircled in the heart of their camp, among them the leader of the artist faction and several level 6 players, including Niu Shi-san. Yet, confronted with such dire straits, as comrades fell one after another, the leader of the artist faction and his companions did not succumb to panic. Rather, they found it increasingly difficult to suppress their burgeoning elation, their joy gradually becoming evident. Ha ha ha! They've all come in. They've fallen for the trap. The four abyssal fiends immediately sensed the players' abnormal behavior. Although their thinking had shifted since descending into the abyss, their intellect remained largely intact, and an ominous intuition began to stir within them. There is something amiss. Jian Shua observed that a considerable amount of debris in the desolate village was cloaked in unknown dry grass and timber, with each pile concealing large wooden barrels. When a Luo Shui butcher crashed into several of these barrels, a torrent of dark brown, oily liquid gushed forth. This is bad. Fei Su's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted hoarsely. There's an ambush. Retreat quickly. Ha ha ha. Now you think of fleeing. Do you not realize it is far too late? Level 6 warrior Niu Shi-san laughed maniacally. If we cannot leave you all here today, it would be a disservice to me and my 50 brothers who have sacrificed themselves as bait. Leader, quickly, ignite the flames. Cease your ostentation. Otherwise, it may lead to dire consequences. Here they come. Art is an explosion. The artist faction has condensed its essence into a fiery arrow, casting it upon the nearest oil barrel. He and his comrades are immediately engulfed in a conflagration of explosions and flames, leaving little more than remnants. In the next moment, the flames erupt, the fire ascends to the heavens. The desolate village, already littered with abandoned wooden and thatched houses, has been further rigged with traps composed of flammable oil and materials by the players. The moment the blaze ignites, it is utterly unstoppable, transforming the entire area into a hellfire inferno. Success! Yili Ming, Gu Zhou, Heitong Rue Gu, and over 20 primary members are now lying in wait near the desolate village. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of flames ahead, they realize their plan has come to fruition. Roar! Kill them all! Not a single one shall escape. Victory belongs to the Cataclysm Legion. This ambush swiftly advances towards the burning village, tasked with mopping up any remnants. Should any survivors remain, they can be swiftly eradicated, thereby eliminating any lingering threats. Chapter 71. The Battle of Jian Shua. Why did the Cataclysm Legion choose to set an ambush in Heting Township? Primarily, it is because the desolate village is in close proximity, making it suitable for luring the enemy. Furthermore, the environment here is exceptionally conducive to arson. Before its destruction, Heting Township was home to at least several hundred households, leaving behind a plethora of wooden structures. Additionally, there is an abundance of stacked firewood and dead weeds strewn about, all of which are highly combustible materials ready to ignite. The players have concealed thousands of concentrated toad oils within this setup. Under such circumstances, as long as they can successfully draw the enemy in, a single spark could incinerate them in an instant. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. We have succeeded. It truly worked. Such a massive fire could turn even an Iron Man to ash. As Gu Zhou, Yili Ming, Heitong Rue Gu, and others arrive, the entire ancient town of the desolate village has become a fiery hellscape, with the 4 major fallen and hundreds of elite monsters trapped in the inferno. The players rejoice, exchanging high fives in celebration. The significance of this victory is monumental, not only severely weakening the Abyss faction but also opening new avenues for future battles for the players. Indeed, taking action is the true path. There are no invincible foes. As long as our resolve does not wane, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Although the current strength of the Cataclysm Legion cannot be deemed weak, when compared to the hundreds of elite monsters led by the 4 major Fallen, they are nearly insignificant. The disparity in combat power cannot be overstated. Achieving victory under such uneven circumstances is far more fulfilling than simply overpowering the weak. Everyone, remain calm. The battle is not yet concluded. Do not celebrate too soon. This habit of popping champagne midway must be reformed. Xianyu 2Ci promptly reminds everyone. Hei Tong Rue Ge. Indeed, not all monsters may perish in flames. We must remain vigilant. Xiao Ling Dang. We still need to devise a way to enter the blaze and collect the spoils, Midnight Butcher. This wave has claimed the lives of hundreds of elites, an unprecedented accomplishment, and the spoils will be plentiful. Yet, the vitality remains an uncertainty. The loot will not vanish. After all, players have yet to determine the necessary time for it to disappear. However, vitality will begin to dwindle within a maximum of 15 minutes. The later the loot is collected, the more vitality is lost. After 2 to 3 hours, it will be nearly depleted, leaving only the remnants of the spoils. Charging into the inferno now would be tantamount to suicide. Today will inevitably witness some loss of vitality, which is a source of regret for the players. A crowd stands vigil outside the burning desolate village, occasionally dispatching the few bloodied monsters that escape with ease, posing no real threat. Just then, the flames parted once more. A knight on a warhorse burst forth, his entire form adorned with a rough armor reminiscent of black tar, and at this moment, enveloped in flames. His health dwindled to less than a fifth. This is bad. It is Jian Shua. The boss has escaped. The crowd readied their bows and arrows for an assault. Despite being engulfed in flames, Jian Shua remained quick and agile. Raising his deep crimson glaive, he swept it through the air, instantly conjuring a fierce wind that dispersed the surrounding flames and deflected the incoming arrows. But he was not alone. Another figure emerged from the fire, gaunt and emaciated, resembling a layer of withered skin draped over a skeleton, wielding a long staff. This was the fallen evil Feng Su. Surrounding Feng Su was a potent energy shield that protected him from the flames, though he too was gravely injured and weakened. This is dire. There are 2 of them. Everyone, remain calm. Though there are 2, they are on the brink of death and cannot stir up much trouble. Upon stepping out of the inferno, Feng Su emanated a palpable aura of bloodlust, silently raising his staff, from which flickering lightning surged forth, instantly targeting the multitude of players before him. Li Meng charged forth, bracing himself with his shield to absorb the blow. Feng Su's lightning chain could strike multiple targets within range simultaneously. However, if the players maintained sufficient distance from one another, the chain would lose its ability to connect. Having learned from a previous encounter, the players had studied Feng Su's methods, instinctively distancing themselves from their companions as soon as he appeared, thus preventing the attack from spreading. 92. Midnight Butcher and Dawn swiftly employed healing spells, with Midnight Butcher summoning a talisman that transformed into a green light descending upon Yi Li Ming. The Taiping Revival spell. This was a skill learned from Wei Ji and Hushi Village. The Taiping Revival talisman not only provides rapid and sustained restoration of health, but also enhances attributes, making the already formidable Yi Li Ming even more powerful to ITSU. Feng Su suddenly recognized them as the very soldiers he had slain just days prior. Now, they stood alive and vibrant, many of them emanating even stronger auras. What's this? Are you afraid? It is I, your grandfather. Against scum like you, there is no need for the Lord to intervene. Feng Su, with a mocking tone, remarked, very well. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your miraculous resurrection, I can only surmise that your Lord possesses remarkable treasures, which shall soon belong to us all. Nonsense. Yi Li Ming retorted fiercely. Your forces have been utterly decimated. With merely 2 misfits and a lone commander, do you truly believe you can pose a threat to our territory? You ought to take a good look at yourselves. Feng Su replied, do you, mere rodents, comprehend the greatness of the abyss? We shall not perish, nor can we be vanquished. With fervor, Quang Kan raised his twin blades and declared, what an audacious and shameless cur you are. Today, I shall slay you before your very eyes. As the battle was on the verge of erupting, Feng Su was preparing to gather the remnants of his power to cast a spell when suddenly, a sharp spear pierced his body, inflicting a colossal and lethal wound. It was none other than his companion, Jian Shua. who had launched a surprise attack. Jian Shua, what is happening? Is this a betrayal? Feng Su could hardly believe his eyes, and the players around him wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Your magical energy is nearly depleted. Allow me to take the lead in battle, Jian Shua stated, as the blood-red spear voraciously absorbed Feng Su's energy, causing Jian Shua's health to surge back to life, while Feng Su collapsed. Blood-sucking attack? Everyone, be cautious. The onlookers became alert upon witnessing Jian Shua's abilities. Jian Shua carelessly tossed the drained Feng Su aside and then surveyed the 20 or so players before him. Come forth, let me see if you, the chosen of the stars, truly have the right to threaten Ma Yuan-yi. This fallen being seemed remarkably different. Not only had he slain a colleague with ease, but he also refrained from addressing Ma Yuan-yi with the proper respect. The players could not help but speculate. Could it be that Jian Shua did not yield to Ma Yuan-yi? Or had he not yet been completely corrupted by the will of the abyss, meaning he had not entirely transformed into a denizen of the abyss? Before they could ponder further, Jian Shua charged forward on horseback. Block him, shouted Heitong Ruegu at a group of about 10 rangers and warriors, including Ruegu, Guzhou, Kuang Daolaowang, and Xianyu, drew their yellow turban army bows, attempting to halt Jian Shua's rapid advance with a barrage of arrows. Kill! Almost simultaneously, Yi Li Ming surged to the forefront, wielding his great sword, unleashing a powerful chi slash. His weapon's attack power, combined with his high attributes, had recently elevated his chi slash to level 8, capable of severely wounding even a level 7 elite like Jian Shua. Yet, just as various attacks were about to connect, Jian Shua, along with his mount, suddenly became transparent, resembling a mass of formless mist. Blades and arrows passed through him without inflicting a single scratch. What is happening? Yi Li Ming felt the target was right before him, yet he experienced no tangible contact. Before he could react, Jian Shua reformed beside him, suddenly solidifying. A surge of blood-colored energy coalesced at the spear's blade, transforming into a crimson flash that swept across him with blinding speed. Bang! The chest plate shattered. The Taiping protective talisman was broken. Under the eruption of violent power, Yi Li Ming was violently propelled several meters away, instantly suffering a tremendous blow -171, fatal attack. Yi Li Ming has fallen. Chapter 72. A bountiful harvest. As the most well-equipped player, Yi Li Ming, under the protection of the Taiping amulet, was unexpectedly taken down by Jian Shua in a single encounter. Although it was well known that Jian Shua possessed formidable strength, no one could have anticipated his ferocity to such an extent. He was far stronger than even 3 or 4 Su Fengs combined. Following the demise of Yi Li Ming, Jian Shua's health once again replenished, indicating that his vampiric abilities were not merely a one-time effect. Each enemy he vanquished, or indeed each instance of damage dealt, granted him sustenance. As long as he maintained his rhythm, he could potentially battle until the end of time. Jian Shua transformed once more into a spectral state, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of players, impervious to all attacks. With a sweep of his halberd, he dispatched 2 players with a mere basic strike. Damn it, this fellow can ignore attacks. It's utterly impossible to contend with him. The enraged crowd shouted in frustration. Heitong Ruegu quickly attempted to calm everyone, saying, "Stay composed. There cannot be an insurmountable combat mechanism." From the current circumstances, it was evident that Jian Shua's strength surpassed that of Feng Xiu and Su Feng. In addition to his devastating attack capable of annihilating Yi Li Ming, he also possessed the mobility granted by his steed, but the most troublesome abilities were his ethereal state and the vampiric nature of his attacks. The former allowed him to disregard player attacks, while the latter enabled him to sustain himself through combat, continuously recovering. Unless a solution could be devised swiftly, the group would soon face total annihilation. Suddenly, Xiao Magu spoke up. If this fellow's ethereal state can indeed evade all attacks, why did he emerge from the fire scene half-burned? Indeed. Why was that the case? Xianyu 2Ci, inspired by this thought, exclaimed, could it be that his phasing only allows him to evade physical attacks, while magical assaults remain effective? At that moment, Xiao Ling Dang cast a fire arrow that struck Jian Shua in his ethereal state. Only to have it pass through him like an ordinary arrow. It was ineffective. Magical attacks could also be dodged. At least, this level of magical assault was insufficient. Xianyu 2Ci then had an epiphany. I understand. He can only phase when he is not under attack. If he is sustaining damage, the skill loses its efficacy. Xiao Magu responded, that makes sense. He was continuously engulfed in flames in the fire scene. Rendering the skill unusable, Jian Shua launched another attack, spearing the Midnight Pig Killer. Despite his formidable capabilities, he was required to materialize during the assault, and this brief window was enough for a skilled player to seize the opportunity. Gu Zhou transformed into an afterimage, appearing before Jian Shuo, his blood-stained sword striking like a cunning serpent towards a vital throat. Jian Shuo reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the strike and then forcefully deflecting him away. When the clash occurred, sparks flew. Although Jian Shuo sustained some damage while defending, it was negligible and scarcely impactful. Seizing the moment, he aimed to stab Gu Zhou, a splendid opportunity. Heitong Ruegu stealthily approached. Taking advantage of the situation, a ceramic pot was hurled and shattered upon the form of Jian Shuo. Although no harm was inflicted, he found himself drenched in a viscous concoction of concentrated toad oil. Alas, Jian Shuo sensed the dire predicament. Just as he contemplated phasing out to evade the impending onslaught, the malevolent spirits declared that the fiery arrow had already been charged and poised for release. Seizing that fleeting moment, she struck her target, inflicting considerable damage upon Jian Shuo, while also igniting his very being, subjecting him to relentless burn injuries that proved difficult to extinguish. Jian Shuo emitted a furious growl. The great halberd once again shone with a crimson radiance. A ferocious arc of blade light swept across, sending several players flying, instantly eliminating 2 of them. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, various arrows and spells rained down upon him, and the sharp-eyed black pup occasionally supplemented the assault with his homemade oil canisters, ensuring that Jian Shuo remained perpetually ablaze, his health depleting at an alarming rate. Ha ha ha. His skills have faltered. Indeed, in such a state, phasing out is utterly impossible. Moreover, he cannot restore his vitality through life-stealing attacks. The likes of Gu Zhou, Black Pup, and Xianyu 2Ci rejoiced at this turn of fortune. Their luck was undeniably fortuitous. Even if they discerned the intricacies of the combat mechanics, slaying this foe would not be an easy feat. Jian Shuo, your end is nigh. Surrender at once. The morale of the players surged as they pressed forward with their assault. Although Jian Shuo's most formidable ability was temporarily subdued, he remained a formidable adversary as a level 7 elite monster, especially with the enhancement of the Crimson Blade Light, which even the best-equipped Yi Li Ming could not withstand. However, this skill bore a lengthy cooldown. Warriors such as Kuang Dao Lao Wang, Xianyu 2Ci, and Kuang Kan Tiao Jie, under the protection of the Peace Amulet, engaged Jian Shuo in close-quarters combat, restraining his mobility advantage. With a resounding crash, the warhorse collapsed first. Jian Shuo transitioned from mounted combat to foot combat, rendering his disadvantage even more pronounced. Ruegu, Gu Zhou, Xiao Ling Dang, and the malevolent spirits launched assaults from mid to long range, rapidly reducing Jian Shuo's health to critical levels. Despite suffering significant casualties, over half of the players remained standing, with their core combat strength largely intact. Yet, at that moment, Jian Shuo abruptly ceased his offensive. Though your strength is average, you excel in coordination. The players, upon hearing him speak, became acutely vigilant. Could it be that this boss had a second phase? Even on the brink of death, he must not be underestimated. Consider this battle a victory for you. We shall meet again soon. May fortune favor you once more. As Jian Shuo spoke, he plunged his halberd into his own body, completely draining his already dwindling health bar. Before collapsing to the ground and erupting in a sphere of white loot, he has taken his own life. What is the meaning of this? If one wishes to die, at least do so with dignity. What did his final words signify? Ha ha ha, who cares? As long as the loot drops. Ruegu and the others swiftly rushed forward to gather the spoils. You have acquired loot. Vitality 3600, Magic Stone Fragment 8000. Corrupted Gem 10, Bloodthirsty Great Halberd 1. You have acquired a bounty. Vitality 2500, Magic Stone Fragments 5000, Corruption Gems 10, and a Shadow Thunder Necklace 1. The players have already taken notice. Even if a monster does not perish directly at the hands of a player, as long as approximately 80 to 90% of the damage is inflicted directly or indirectly by the player, it will not affect the drop rate. This is precisely why the loot is extraordinarily abundant this time. The Bloodthirsty Halberd, a first-tier equipment of superior white quality, boasts an attack power of 19 and grants 6 to strength. Each time it inflicts effective damage, there is a certain probability of restoring a small amount of the wielder's vitality. With a durability of 1930, the Shadow Thunder Necklace, also a first-tier equipment of superior white quality, enhances lightning attribute spells by 10, provides immunity to lightning attribute damage by 10, adds 2 to spirit, and has a durability of 1530. Upon witnessing the fallen items, everyone was filled with astonishment, having unearthed 2 of the most exceptional pieces of equipment available at this stage. Particularly noteworthy is the Bloodthirsty Halberd, whose might rivals that of the bloodstained sword, and it possesses an impressive attack power coupled with a lifesteal effect, making it especially suitable for warriors. Well played. Hangu observed this battle from the perspective of the lord at the main camp. He noted that aside from Jian Shua and Feng Su, along with a handful of monsters, most of the small bosses and the vast majority of monsters did not escape the inferno. The players achieved this victory of overwhelming disparity with minimal cost. After approximately an hour of waiting, although the flames had not entirely extinguished, the players eagerly entered the fire-ravaged area to begin collecting the spoils, striving to minimize the loss of vitality. Player Ejin Shilai has perished, vitality 900. Player Zhejiang Mian has perished, vitality 1250. Player Xiamage has perished, vitality 900. In their fervor to gather loot, 9 players succumbed to the flames, inexplicably allowing Hangu to earn several thousand vitality points. However, thanks to the players' diligent efforts, the vast majority of the loot was successfully reclaimed. Although some losses were unavoidable, the overall gain was still substantial. Gu Zhou, Heidong Rouge, and Artist Pai Zong all ascended to level 7. Due to his significant contributions, Artist Pai Zong received a considerable allocation of vitality, becoming the fastest player to level up thus far. The number of level 6 players surged by 6 in one go. The bountiful loot has significantly bolstered the player's strength. The Plague Legion subsequently reclaimed the Blessing Point in Heading Township, re-establishing the teleportation link between the main camp and Heading Township, thus regaining control over this crucial forward base, a resounding victory. The rewards were exceedingly generous, worthy of champagne celebration. Will the Plague Legion be satisfied? Certainly not, for the players are notoriously greedy, especially since the threat has not been entirely eradicated. Soon after, 80 players convened to divide the spoils and strategize their next major maneuver, preparing to capitalize on their momentum to directly challenge the formidable boss, Ma Yuani. An unprecedented opportunity lies before them. At this moment, the core contaminated zone's defenses are weak. Ma Yuani has nearly become a lone commander. With the players once again seizing control of the Heading Township teleportation point, replenishing their forces has become exceedingly convenient. 80 against 1, they can even engage in a wheel ward. In this situation, how should I proceed? The players have all become exceedingly enthusiastic about this. If the problem can be resolved before the impending darkness descends, it would undoubtedly lead to perfect mission rewards, allowing them to amass contribution points and vitality effortlessly. Who could possibly resist such tantalizing temptations and benefits? Roar. Charge. Time is of the essence. Hurry, hurry. This is sure to be a legendary boss battle. As it is my first encounter with a commander-level boss, I must admit that I feel a bit anxious. Chapter 73. The Siege of Ma Yuani. The Cataclysm Legion has mobilized in full force. It is not only the mainstays and key players like Yili Meng and Heitong Rui Gu, but even those responsible for construction projects, such as the players of the Great Wall, have answered the call. Among these players, the youngest is merely 14 or 15 years old, while the oldest approaches 80. However, they stand united in their crusade against the abyss. It is evident that the players are resolute and determined to succeed in this encirclement. The unfolding events are becoming increasingly intriguing. At first, Hangu did not anticipate that the Cataclysm Legion could defeat the Abyss troops, nor did he foresee an opportunity to confront the major boss. It can only be said that players often display unexpectedly remarkable performances. Hangu continues to observe the spectacle from a lord's perspective. The River Pavilion Blessing Point. 80 players have been teleported here. 3 at level 7, 13 at level 6, 19 at level 5, 22 at level 4, 18 at level 3, and 5 at level 2. After 2 days of battling wild monsters, coupled with the fiery confrontation at the desolate village, their overall strength has significantly increased. This enhancement is not solely in terms of levels. Their equipment has also been continuously upgraded, with most now donning the Yellow Turban and West Garden series of gear. While their skills are persistently improving, though the current scale of the Cataclysm Legion may be modest, it is gradually evolving into a formidable force. Dear brothers and sisters, the core pollution zone lies ahead, harboring the greatest source of contamination in this area, the singular malevolent force that threatens our territory. Yili Meng stands at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, raising his great sword to rally and inspire the troops. These foul and repugnant abyssal creatures have not only polluted our lands, but also seek to destroy our territory, ravage our spiritual homeland, and harm our beloved Lord. Can we tolerate this? The crowd erupts in fervor. We cannot endure this. Roar, 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 kill, kill, kill. Yili Meng continues to passionately shout. This battle is not merely a righteous defense of our homeland for the Cataclysm Legion, but also a means to expand our territory and secure the future of the Legion. Millions of netizens and players await our good news. Our Lord is also looking forward to our performance. Now, while the enemy camp finds itself in a state of disarray, it is our opportune moment to achieve glory. Regardless of how formidable myriad may be, as long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome him. The players erupt in another round of cheers and encouragement. The players' objective is no longer to resist the day of utter darkness. Instead, their aim is to eliminate threats before the impending darkness descends. By doing so, they can navigate this crisis with minimal cost to their territory, and the players are certain to achieve perfect evaluations in their mission. Without further ado, let us commence. 80 players, exuding an air of determination, departed from the teleportation point and swiftly arrived at the heavily contaminated camp, where they annihilated the remaining elite monsters with an overwhelming force. Finally, the Scourge Legion reached the vicinity of the Blood Lake at the center. The pollution here was exceedingly severe, significantly weakening the attributes of every player present. However, this did nothing to dampen their fighting spirit. 80 against 1. The Scourge army could still resurrect, endlessly wearing down their opponents. With such a strategy, how could one possibly lose? The players' confidence and morale soared to unprecedented heights. This battle was not merely about personal gain or collective honor, but it also held implications for the future, eagerly anticipated by the masses. No matter the cost, victory was the only acceptable outcome. Just as the Scourge army was poised to encircle their foe, a formidable aura erupted from the Blood Lake, dispersing the mist with a violent gust of wind. A horrifying, towering figure, exuding an extreme sense of oppression, materialized before all the players. Is this myriad? Although they had seen his photograph, nothing could prepare them for the sheer shock of encountering his true form. Transformed into this monstrosity, could he still be considered human? My goodness. I can't believe we must battle this creature. Despite their numerical superiority, the 80 players stood before myriad, feeling utterly dwarfed, as if a mere horde of mice was being scrutinized by a giant. The formidable boss of the novice village. He represented the first commander-level monster encountered thus far. The players steeled themselves for a fierce confrontation. Quangkan Itiao Street raised his twin blades and bellowed. Ha ha ha, myriad, you didn't anticipate this, did you? Your subordinates were utterly feeble, and we have already annihilated them all. Myriad opened his eyes, revealing eye sockets the size of basins, within which hundreds of eyeballs rotated in unison. His gaze swept over the boastful Quangkan Itiao Street. The latter was instantly silenced. You have been affected by the abyssal gaze, entering a state of paralysis for 5 seconds. All attributes reduced by 3 for 300 seconds. Damn! I've been caught in his gaze. At this moment, Midnight Pig Killer shouted. I advise you not to resist futilely. No matter how strong you are, you cannot contend with us alone, especially with our Lord backing us. Myriad's voice, a cacophony of numerous tones, resonated in everyone's ears. Ignorant star hounds, you know nothing of the horrors of the abyss. You have been affected by the whisper of the abyss, all attributes reduced by 5 for 300 seconds. This formidable boss is truly insidious. Even before engaging in battle, he has already established a suppressive atmosphere, greatly affecting everyone's strength. This is not our home turf. Do not waste your breath on him. Swift and decisive. Let us all charge forth. Attack. The players are acutely aware that the creature before them cannot be persuaded to surrender. The only viable solution to their predicament is to eradicate it completely. Thus, they refrain from wasting time on futile banter. Release the arrows. A multitude of archers, including Gungzhou, Rue Gu, Yili Ming, Quang Dao Lao Wang, and Xian Yu Tu Ci, among others, swiftly unleash their arrows. A barrage of powerful projectiles slices through the air towards myriad, interspersed with several formidable fire feather arrows. -0, -1, -0, -2, critical hit, -1. Despite the onslaught of arrows striking their target, the astonishing truth remains. The cumulative damage is nearly negligible. What is happening? The boss is simply too massive. Ordinary arrows cannot penetrate, damn it. If that is the case, let us attempt a magical assault. Xiao Lingdang, Qi Mei Wang Liang, and the members of the artist faction promptly summon fire arrows to strike at myriad. Concurrently, several players hurl clay pots filled with toad oil upon him. Throughout this tumult, myriad remains utterly immobile. The fire arrows detonate upon his form, igniting the oil instantly. Standing over 10 meters tall, his grotesque and fearsome twisted body is engulfed in flames, yet he remains steadfast, as if unscathed. -11, -13, -12, -4, -1, -2, -3. All the players are left in utter bewilderment. What is happening? Why can we not inflict any damage? After relentless assaults, They have only managed to deal a meager handful of damage, a mere pittance against his health bar. You insignificant wretches are so weak and pitiful. Myuani emits a deep, wrathful, and chaotic roar, proclaiming that he shall now demonstrate what true power truly entails. Chapter 74. The despairing moment of utter darkness. As Myuani speaks, his skin undulates, each face contorted in agony and madness, and then a thunderous roar erupts from within him. In an instant, it envelopes all present. The players feel as though they have plunged into an abyss, losing all sensory perception. You are affected by the abyssal roar, and you are rendered dizzy for 5 seconds. The radius of this mental skill is vast. All 80 players find themselves incapacitated, unable to move. At this moment, Myuani raises his exaggeratedly large weapon, a colossal hammer composed of thousands of skulls, each seemingly animated, their jaws flapping in frenzy. The blood-red lake beneath him begins to boil violently, morphing into a massive crimson tide that collapses toward the center. This process generates an immense pulling force, sweeping nearby players back as if caught in a receding tide, ultimately dragging them closer to Myuani. This is dire, Haitong Ruegu realizes with horror. After the celestial skull hammer absorbed the power of the blood lake, the once pallid skeletons transformed into a deep crimson hue, with each skull brimming with boiling flames that exuded a suffocating aura of destruction. In the next moment, Myuani raised the mighty hammer above his head and brought it crashing down amidst the players. It struck with the force of a meteor colliding with the earth, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, a blood-red shockwave that spanned 100 meters in diameter, enveloping all players present within its lethal embrace. 521, critical hit, -435, critical hit, -519, critical hit. This blood-red flame shockwave swept through like a tempest, rendering the players' fragile defenses and vitality as insubstantial as mere paper, utterly defenseless against its onslaught. Dozens of those too close were instantly reduced to charred remains, while others further away were violently hurled aside by the force. Boom, boom, boom. The entire camp trembled with ferocity. The magnitude of this strike left onlookers in utter disbelief. The residual shockwaves persisted for at least 10 seconds before finally subsiding. 80 players lay sprawled across a radius of 200 meters, with over 90% obliterated in an instant, leaving only 4 or 5 fortunate survivors, either by sheer luck or due to superior defensive gear. Barely clinging to life after this devastating attack, it was overwhelming. It was terrifying, absolutely insurmountable. What manner of horrifying power was this? Myuani and Jian Shua were both level 7 abyssal beings, yet their strengths were worlds apart. Could the disparity between a commander-class unit and an elite-class unit truly be so staggering? Yi Liming was among the survivors, having fallen into a massive pit over 100 meters away. Although he had not been instantly vanquished, he now lay incapacitated, unable to rise, effectively rendered powerless. The chasm between them was insurmountable. We cannot possibly prevail. This monster is an existence beyond defeat. With but a single strike, Myuani shattered the players' confidence. Yi Liming now realized that even if the disaster army unleashed all 80 members, and even if they could continuously resurrect, it would hold no meaning when faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. They stood no chance against such an entity in the near term. An extraordinarily thick health bar, unparalleled defense, an expansive area control skill, coupled with devastatingly powerful large-scale attacks. Yi Liming could conceive of no possible countermeasure or shortcut. Not even the once mighty lord who had shown in Hushi village instilled such a sense of dread and shock. After Myuani's strike decimated the entire disaster army, he acknowledged that a few stragglers still clung to life. Yet he showed no inclination to finish them off, having never regarded these feeble starlit kin with any measure of respect. The moment had arrived. Myuani lifted his gaze to the heavens. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. The rift that spanned the horizon underwent a peculiar transformation. Yi Liming discerned that deep within this vast chasm, some indescribable entity was stirring, as if countless tendrils were widening the fissure, releasing a thick fog of dark crimson mist in abundance. Could this truly be? The endless crimson energy looms like a veil obscuring the heavens, shrouding the celestial nebulae and the starlight emanating from the swirling galaxies, plunging the entire world into a state of dimness and chaos. The day of utter darkness has emerged. This is the bizarre celestial phenomenon that periodically manifests from the abyssal plane. Yi Liming suddenly realizes that the day of utter darkness is not merely an impenetrable blackness. When the abyssal energy, like a curtain, eclipses all starlight, the very earth appears to be cloaked in a deep crimson filter, reminiscent of stepping into a darkroom from a bygone era of photo development, evoking an overwhelming sense of discomfort. This moment has finally arrived. Ma Yuanyi's voice, rife with confusion, is infused with exhilaration as he raises the thousand-skull giant hammer high, pointing it towards the heavens. O great and chaotic will of the abyss, grant your servant a helping hand. In the depths of the rift in the sky, a consciousness composed of billions of chaotic and foolish thoughts seems to respond. The abyssal energy swirling above Ma Yuanyi instantaneously converges, ultimately coalescing into a spiraling column of energy, swiftly infusing into Ma Yuanyi's being, bestowing upon him the power to resurrect the nightmarish visions. Awaken, my minions! Waves of energy ripple from Ma Yuanyi's body, distorting the surrounding space-time, plunging the entire Luoshui execution camp into a domain of darkness. Empowered by the day of utter darkness, Ma Yuanyi conjures a new wave of abyssal nightmares. Once the nightmares are reignited, all their horrors will resurface. In the horrified and despairing gazes of Yi Li Ming and the other surviving players, Jian Shuo, Feng Su, Zhou Bin, and Bao Hong, for formidable denizens of the abyss, emerge one by one from the boundless darkness and chaos. Their aura is not diminished in the slightest. Rather, they exhibit a slight enhancement compared to before. Not merely four minor bosses, the headless demon soldiers of the Yellow Turbans, the headless sorcerers of the Yellow Turbans, the butchers of Luoshui, and the demon cavalry of Luoshui. These hundreds of elite monsters are once again reshaped within the realm of nightmares. They are not weakened by their previous deaths. Instead, they have all gained minor enhancements. This forced monster respawn. How can we possibly fight this? The Natural Disasters Legion spent 3 days burning down the desolate village. What was meant to be a glorious victory, significantly crippling the forces of the abyss, has now rendered itself meaningless. With the arrival of the day of utter darkness, all abyssal beings have been revived. Shortly thereafter, a butcher of Luoshui approaches. Yi Li Ming is mercilessly torn apart. Minutes later, Yi Li Ming and the other players are resurrected at their base camp, and upon witnessing the ominous signs in the sky, they realize this is not merely a dreadful nightmare. Matters are spiraling into the worst possible scenario. What did you say? The monsters have all respawned. How are we supposed to fight this? It's over. We're doomed. Ma Yuanyi's overwhelming power already instills a sense of pessimism and despair among the players. Now, with the knowledge that Jian Shuo and the other 3 minor bosses, along with hundreds of elite monsters, have been fully revived, the players' once prized achievements seem utterly futile. They have failed to inflict even the slightest weakening upon the abyssal faction, let alone eliminate the looming threats before the day of utter darkness arrived. The blow to their morale is nothing short of devastating. Currently, the Abyss Commander Ma Yuanyi is leading his troops away from the core polluted zone, and it will not be long before they reach the stronghold. A battle that will determine the fate of both the players and their territory is on the brink of eruption. But how should this battle be fought? The players find themselves utterly at a loss. The disparity in strength between the two sides is insurmountably vast. This narrative quest seems insurmountable. Must we simply stand by and watch as our territory falls and everything resets to zero? Oh, how I lament. Why has it come to this? Has all our effort been in vain? Damn it, even if defeat is inevitable, I shall fight for our territory until the very last moment. I do not wish to lose my eligibility to play. I cannot bear the thought of the demise of the game. But what can we possibly do now? The Disaster Legion has succumbed to despair. Many players have been unable to restrain their tears. Hangu has been quietly observing from the shadows, knowing that the time for his intervention has come. Although the Disaster Legion has grown at a remarkable pace, the game has only been live for less than 10 days, making it utterly impossible for the players, given their current strength, to confront a challenge of the Abyss Commander's caliber. For the players, this is a true dead end. As the Lord, it is time for him to take action. Only when the players are plunged into the depths of pessimism, even despair, can the most effective results be achieved. Hangu typically refrains from directly participating in territorial expansion, delegating such tasks to players with tenfold drop rates. But he must occasionally make an appearance to assert his presence, maintaining his esteemed status and unparalleled persona in the players' minds. Now, the darkest hour has arrived. The time for the Lord's performance has come. Chapter 75. The Lord takes the stage, everyone. Look, it is the Lord. The Lord appears, leading a well-equipped battalion. Hangu makes a rare entrance fully armed, wielding a battle blade over 3 feet long. Clad in the complete set of the skeletal bull armor, each piece glimmering with a faint white light. A characteristic of equipment enhanced to an exceptionally high-level .20 soldiers, equipped to the teeth and bearing expressions as cold and impassive as machines. Accompany him. including the familiar NPC soldiers Zhang San and Li Si, who frequently interact with the players. Just moments ago, despair clouded the players' hearts. Now, with the Lord's emergence, an unexpected sense of security fills them. Prior to leading his troops, Hangu had conducted a reinforcement of his elite guard, for the players had suffered significant casualties this round, contributing a hefty amount of vital energy reserves. A level 7 player's death yields 1,600 points of vital energy. A level 6 player's demise produces 1,250 points. A level 5 player's loss generates 900 points. Maune is a commendable comrade. He obliterated 80 members of the disaster army in one fell swoop, contributing a staggering 59,800 points of vital energy to Hangu in the process. When factoring in the casualties from the burning of Heading and the recent accidental deaths of players while grinding in the wild, the vital energy accumulated over the past few days has reached around 100,000, in addition to the previous reserve of 20,000, pushing the total vital energy beyond 120,000. With the impending battle, to let such vital energy go to waste would be unthinkable. Hangu decisively upgraded his soldiers. To ascend from level 1 to level 2 requires 100 essence. From level 2 to level 3 necessitates 200 essence. From level 3 to level 4 demands 400 essence. From level 4 to level 5,700 essence is needed. From level 5 to level 6, it requires 1,200 essence. And from level 6 to level 7, 2,000 essence is essential. Starting from level 7 and extending to level 10. The essence requirement increases by a fixed amount of 1,000 for each subsequent level. A total of 24,000 essence has already been consumed. The objective is to elevate 8 level 7 guardians to level 8. These 8 elite guardians are equipped with armor and weapons generally enhanced to levels 5 to 7, and each possesses mastery over at least 2 skills, rendering them significantly more formidable than the current players. As for the additional 12 recruits, they too have all reached level 7, with their initial skills fully cultivated, and they are equipped with commendable gear of considerable enhancement, ensuring their combat prowess rivals that of prominent players such as Gu Zhouyi and Li Ming. It can be confidently asserted that this group of 20 individuals is more than capable of forming a powerful force. Regarding Hangu himself, although he currently lacks the means to break through to level 11, he has spent the past couple of days preparing a set of level 7 skeletal minotaur gear, while enhancing his blood shadow blade to level 9. This endeavor has significantly bolstered his offensive and defensive capabilities, along with attribute enhancements. Hangu does not wish to refrain from further enhancing his equipment. However, the materials required for enhancement are exceedingly scarce. The higher the quality of the weapon, the more refined materials are needed. For instance, gray quality equipment necessitates first-tier ordinary material essence, while white quality equipment calls for first-tier superior material essence. The latter can be synthesized from the former, as a portion of ordinary materials can yield a unit of superior material. As for the consumption of materials during the enhancement process, the first 3 enhancements boast nearly a 100 success rate, requiring only 1 unit of material per attempt. However, the success rate diminishes progressively thereafter, with the required materials doubling at each stage, rendering the cost exceedingly steep. At this stage, the highest enhancement achieved by players with white equipment is level 7. Hangu, adorned in his complete set of 6 level 7 minotaur gear and having enhanced his superior quality blood shadow blade to level 9, has expended 2,000 units of materials in the process. For ordinary players, it would take 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points to achieve such enhancement, something they could scarcely imagine at this stage. It is important to note that Hangu's attributes are already exceptionally high, complemented by 7 fully cultivated skills, an enhancement from his lordly talent, and the support of advanced equipment, making his combat strength sufficient to rival commanders of the same level. With a formidable elite force backing him, even in the worst-case scenario, he would at least be able to safeguard his territory. Lord, we pay our respects to you, my lord. The players hurriedly bowed to Hangu. Apologies, my lord, Chime Maoling expressed with remorse. Mayuani's strength is overwhelming. We are currently no match for him. Heidong Rue added, his face etched with guilt. We suffered a devastating defeat. Not only did we fail to overcome Mayuani, but we also did not manage to weaken his forces before the onset of the dark day. We have let down your expectations, my lord. We are still far too weak. Hangu's gaze swept across the assembly, each face reflecting a mix of dejection and determination. This setback dealt a significant blow, yet it ignited a fire within them. Hanyu silently nodded, as the saying goes, knowing shame leads to courage, as long as they could turn the tide in the upcoming match. Not only would the players' gaming experience remain unscathed, but it would also serve as an opportunity for a remarkable resurgence. The task at hand was to awaken the players' fighting spirit, urging them to continue their relentless advance in the battles to come, undeterred by the prospect of death. Thus, Hanyu declared, Your performance this time has indeed left me, your lord, deeply disappointed. The players lowered their heads in shame. Hangu continued, the abyssal world is fraught with peril. Victories and defeats are commonplace. My disappointment stems not from a mere momentary setback, but from the fact that a small defeat has extinguished your courage to fight again. The players exchanged glances, perplexed. What did he mean by a small defeat? They had been brutally bested by my myriad. I created the Plague Legion and endowed you with an indomitable spirit, hoping you would not shy away from adversity, but rather challenge the seemingly insurmountable foes ahead. My myriad is but a minor character. Compared to the other terror-stricken entities of this realm, he is hardly worth mentioning. If a mere myriad can shatter your resolve, how then shall you confront those who, imbued with great fortune, have transformed into unspeakable horrors within the abyss? The weak are unworthy to be the harbingers of calamity among the stars. Hangu chastised the players sternly. The members of the Plague Legion, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shame. One player exclaimed, "Damn it, the Lord is right. What is there to fear?" Another added, "Since there's no turning back, we have no choice but to fight to the bitter end." Yi Li Ming, filled with fervor, declared, "We are the calamity of the stars. We shall never bow to the abyss. I am willing to fight for our territory, for our Lord, until the very last breath. No matter how difficult, we will defend our land. We shall live and die with our territory." Under Hangu's encouragement, the players' spirits were reignited. Hangu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for to the players, this was merely a game. Despite their profound sense of immersion and engagement, it ultimately remained a game, and there was nothing to fear. The dip in morale was purely due to their first encounter with a commander-level abyssal unit. Having faced a brutal onslaught and feeling utterly hopeless, they had faltered. But how could the plague retreat? If the players retreated, who would provide the essence energy, and how would the territory thrive? Hangu was the first to disagree with such a notion, standing up promptly to rekindle the players' willingness to embrace their fate, while simultaneously preparing to take action to help them overcome their challenges. Stand tall, everyone. Let us continue to embody the spirit of players who endure suffering with relish. The abyssal army is on the brink of arriving. Our territory will face a test of survival. Hangu continued to rally. This time, I shall personally join the fray. We must not only protect our territory against the onslaught of the abyssal forces, but seize this opportunity to eradicate my myriad, this looming threat, and liberate this land cursed by nightmares once and for all. The presence of their lord was a beacon of hope. The calamity forces have rekindled their fighting spirit. This world is rife with polluted regions scattered throughout time and space. The vast expanse of untapped potential still lies before us, and the enigmatic worldview behind the treacherous three kingdoms remains shrouded in mystery. How can we falter in the very first territory? At this juncture, retreat is not an option. We must fight with our backs against the wall to defend our homeland together. Chapter 76, The Moment of Reckoning. The Lord shall personally descend to the battlefield and fight alongside us. This invigorated everyone's spirits, yet concerns lingered. While Hangu had indeed displayed extraordinary prowess in capturing Hushi village, witnessing Ma Yuan's almost terrifying power made it clear that the Lord still fell short in terms of combat prowess, implying significant risks ahead. This battle cannot afford to lack top-tier forces like Brother Yu. But what if the Lord were to fall in battle? Everything would be lost, Yi Li exclaimed. We have no retreat. We can only stake everything in this fight. Heitong Ruegu remarked. While I am uncertain if the Lord can withstand my myriad, it is undeniable that his strength far surpasses ours, and with his personal involvement, we still have a chance of victory, Qinshi added. It is not imperative to defeat my myriad. As long as we endure the day of utter darkness, we will have fulfilled our mission, Qi Mei Wang Liang concurred. Indeed, according to Wei Ji, the day of utter darkness appears once every month on average. If we can survive today's trial, we will have ample time to grow stronger in the future. Are we to fear my myriad? The group was filled with fervor, resolute to pay any price, even if it meant sacrificing lives. As long as they could endure, everything would be well said. I may lack prowess, but I am certainly unafraid of death. We must attend to our basic needs swiftly within half an hour. We cannot falter in the heat of battle. Eating? Our territory is on the brink of collapse. Do we really have the heart to dine? Will we starve if we skip a meal? If we win this battle, I'll treat everyone to a Michelin feast with a generous bonus. Boss, you're extravagant. We should contemplate how to leverage the advantages of the Calamity Legion to maximize our contributions in the upcoming battle. Absolutely. We must ensure the safety of our Lord. We cannot allow any harm to befall him. My goodness, this game is truly exhilarating. I feel as though I am genuinely besieged by monsters. My life hanging by a thread. I am more nervous now than during the college entrance examination or my first confession to the goddess. Following brother you, we shall fight to the bitter end. Charge, charge, charge. The calamity shall never yield. Roar. The arrival of the abyssal army will take time. We have several hours to prepare. Hushi village previously survived the day of utter darkness primarily due to the protective barrier of the Fortune Divine Stone, which shielded against the abyssal invasion. However, with Hangu having absorbed and transformed the Fortune Divine Stone, we no longer possess its protective environment. Should a portion of the abyssal army divert to assault Hushi village during their attack on the territory, Hangu may struggle to respond in time, inevitably leading to significant casualties among the villagers. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence remains slim, there is no necessity for Ma Yuani to disperse his forces to attack the inconsequential Hushi village. After all, every fleeting moment is of immense value to him, and he is likely to concentrate all his strength directly on the core of the Star Lords. However, to err on the side of caution, Hangu decided to relocate the villagers to the main camp. This not only ensured their safety but also allowed them to lend a hand. The militia led by Lin Yo possesses a certain level of combat capability, which can serve as a crucial deterrent against the enemy in times of need. Moreover, during the past period, the villagers of Hushi village have contributed significantly to the territory, engaging in activities such as farming, construction, and the crafting of various tools and daily necessities, even fashioning 2 rudimentary catapults from wood. The players have also been industrious. Upon hearing that the workshop had produced a plethora of new potions, they readily spent their precious contribution points to acquire them. Currently, the alchemy workshop can reliably supply only 2 types of potions. The first is a blood-replenishing elixir concocted from the red moongrass, and the second is a chi-replenishing elixir made from the blue moongrass. The seeds for both herbs are of roughly equal value. At the current market price, 200 magic crystals can purchase at least 3,000 seeds, ultimately yielding nearly 3,000 potions. Players can exchange 10 shards of magic stone for a single contribution point. Thus, the base cost for each potion amounts to 6.6 contribution points. Hangu has set the minimum price for the blood-replenishing and chi-replenishing potions at 66 contribution points each. If supply becomes particularly tight, the price may soar to 300 contribution points. Even at the minimum suggested price, the gross profit for each potion exceeds 800, making this indispensable consumable a formidable tool for reclaiming contribution points. The potions quickly sold out, with players averaging 4 to 5 potions each, resulting in a direct recovery of 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points. Although the steep prices elicited some grumbling from players, everyone felt the value was justified, especially the chi-replenishing elixir, which significantly enhanced the combat endurance of both individuals and teams. Subsequently, the players, accompanied by the villagers, scattered the remaining concentrated toad oil over the grasslands beyond the territory, and transported some obstacles and timber from Hushi village, attempting to create further barriers to hinder the enemy's advance. Amidst this fervent preparation for battle, a massive army emerged into view. Be cautious. The enemy approaches. What the hell? What is happening? There are so many. The players were astonished to discover that the siege force of the abyssal beings far exceeded their estimates. This army consisted of at least 1,000 soldiers, with around 300 elite monsters, while the remaining 700 to 800 were expressionless, ragged, and appeared as if they were mere walking corpses, enveloped in an aura of chaos, filth, and rampant ferocity. The players were aware that a multitude of undead lingered near the polluted zone of the Luoshui execution ground. These undead were once ordinary villagers from the surrounding areas, transformed into their current state due to the corruption of the abyss. If they possessed higher levels, their combat potential could not be underestimated. Ma Yuani's imposing figure loomed at the rear of the undead army, his path shrouded in a sanguine energy. It turned out that the blood lake at the center of the Luoshui execution ground was not a true lake, but rather a manifestation of some energy emitted by Ma Yuani after his transformation into a fallen being. The disparity in forces between the two sides was staggering. The abyssal faction boasted nearly 300 elite units ranging from levels 3 to 5, and 700 to 800 ordinary units around level 5. The forces of the Lord of the Stars are primarily composed of 3 legions, the largest, the Plague Army, consisting of 80 men, the Lord's directly governed regular army, numbering 20, and a militia formed by 40 able-bodied individuals from Hushi village. This battle will be arduous. We cannot remain passive. Several players hastily approached the Lord. Haidong Rouge exclaimed, "My lord, the enemy outnumbers us more than we anticipated." The Plague Army requests to engage directly. Why? Li Ming added. Indeed, we cannot perish in vain. Let us deplete their forces as much as possible before they draw near. There is no fault in this logic. The players are eager to sacrifice themselves, using their lives to wear down the enemy. How could such an opportunity be obstructed? Hangu feigned calmness and nodded, granted. The players rejoiced and swiftly relayed the good news. The soldiers of the plague army were invigorated. Despite their previous defeats, they saw this as an opportunity for glory. Before the distant abyssal creatures could approach, they took the initiative to leave their territory, forming the first line of defense with their bodies. Perched atop the walls of the territory, Hangu observed the players' audacious bravery with a nod of approval, feeling a sense of anticipation. It seemed indeed to be a fortuitous day. Not only could they acquire the core of the nightmare, but they could also seize the chance to reap a bountiful harvest, laying a robust foundation for the territory's next phase of development. Chapter 77. The flames of war. Hangu gazed into the battlefield, where combat was on the verge of eruption. The defense of the territory had officially commenced. Over 700 undead citizens forged ahead, followed closely by nearly 200 headless yellow-turbaned demon warriors, and then 30 butcher-like figures from Luo Shui, along with 30 Luo Shui demon cavalry. Such an extravagant assembly was a merciless onslaught against the plague army. However, the players were cunning. Aware of their absolute disadvantage in both numbers and strength, they strategically utilized the terrain and home ground advantage, employing the expansive grasslands in front of their camp as a barrier to impede the assault. They concealed themselves within, launching surprise attacks and guerrilla tactics, successfully eliminating around 50 undead citizens, a dozen yellow-turbaned demon warriors, and several butchers. Yet, the abyssal beings were not to be underestimated. The players soon suffered the loss of over 20 members. The plague army found it increasingly difficult to withstand the assault. They decisively unleashed their ultimate technique, arson. The players had previously doused the grass with copious amounts of fuel. Upon witnessing the majority of the abyssal beings enter the tall grass, a single spark ignited the area into a raging inferno. Ensnaring most of the abyssal creatures within, a cacophony of wails erupted. Once the undead citizens fell into the flames, they could barely endure for 10 seconds before collapsing. The yellow-turbaned demon warriors, under the fiery conditions, also experienced a rapid decline in vitality, enduring at most 1 to 2 minutes. The Luo Shui butchers and Luo Shui demon cavalry, possessing relatively higher defense and health, were nonetheless significantly affected. Of course, the players were not unscathed either. However, these seasoned veterans feared not death. Sacrificing 80 to slay 300 was a worthwhile trade. Hangu observed the data panel, where various notifications flooded in. Player Xiaomagu has perished, granting 900 abyssal essence. Player Niu Shursan has perished, granting 900 abyssal essence. Player Ejian Shilai has perished, granting 1250 abyssal essence. Player Artist has perished, granting 1600 abyssal essence. The player known as Chime Wangliang has met his demise, granting 1250 abyssal energy. A bountiful harvest. What a remarkable yield! Hangu exclaimed with exhilaration. In a remarkably short span, the accumulated energy surged by nearly 50,000. The vast expanse of grassland, overgrown with wild grass towering above a person's height, was ignited with an abundance of toad fuel. The flames spread with an intensity and rapidity that exceeded all expectations, resulting in the swift demise of the players. Yet, as they frantically retaliated amidst the raging inferno, the abyssal beings suffered even greater losses, with half of the 700 undead citizens falling, and the remaining ones left grievously wounded. The yellow-turbaned demon soldiers, the Luo Shui butchers, and the Luo Shui demon cavalry also endured varying degrees of attrition. Old Hey, how do you find our fiery endeavor? Ha ha ha, splendidly done. A magnificent blaze, indeed. This is a tremendous profit. One by one, players emerged from the resurrection point, rapidly regrouping at the entrance, and soon nearly 80 had gathered, once again forming a defensive line to impede the enemies emerging from the inferno. Attack! Slash through the streets. Armed with a level 3 yellow turban battle knife in one hand and a level 5 ghost head executioner S-blade in the other, a powerful cleave dispatched the Luo Shui butcher, followed by a flurry of strikes that felled 5 severely wounded undead citizens, along with a yellow turban demon soldier. However, at that moment, a wolf demon technique ensnared him, paralyzing his movements. A demon cavalryman, wielding a spear, pierced through him, delivering the fatal blow. Just after this demon cavalryman had slain the one known as Slash through the streets, he was struck down by Chime Wangliang with a level 9 flame arrow, toppling him from his steed, only to be subsequently assassinated by Gazu with a level 7 stealth step. Yet, more abyssal elites surged forth from the flames, putting the player's defensive line to a severe test. Hangu gestured lightly, and the militia of Hushi village, alongside the personal guards, lined up atop the walls. They swiftly drew their longbows, unleashing a volley of arrows that descended like rain, alleviating the player's burden. 2 trebuchets hurled massive stones towards the abyssal beings, each colossal rock filled with explosive fire crystal powder, detonating upon contact with high temperatures, inflicting considerable casualties akin to cannon fire. Thick smoke billowed. The flames spread relentlessly. The battle was more intense than anticipated. Myriad, a towering and formidable figure, stood at the rear, his eyes composed of countless orbs, coldly observing the clash ahead while also surveying the opposing territory. The 4 great fallen stood by his side, yet had yet to make a move. Feng Su, his voice hoarse, remarked, "The resistance from these denizens of the stars is more vigorous than expected." However, Bao Hong dismissed him with contempt, stating, "It is merely a repetition of old tactics. This feeble fire cannot deter us, especially with General Ma himself taking action." Evidently, Ma Yuani regarded the raging inferno with indifference, for to an existence of his caliber, bathing in flames of such intensity was akin to soaking in a hot spring. He was merely curious. Is this truly the stronghold of the Star Lord? Why does it appear so rudimentary? Despite the simplicity of the stronghold, the troops exhibited remarkable tenacity that, of course, if this was all they possessed, it would be far from sufficient to withstand the might of Ma Yuani. This lord undoubtedly lacks substantial background. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to construct such a rudimentary domain. However, he seemingly possesses some rare artifact or extraordinary talent, enabling him to resurrect his fallen soldiers. The exact cost of this revival remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, it is precisely because he commands an indomitable force that this lord boasts a formidable army that belies the meagerness of his territory, though this alone does not pose a significant threat. At last, Ma Yuani made his move. His colossal form, reminiscent of a giant, strode directly into the inferno, as the abyssal energy coursing from his being exerted a profound influence over a radius of several dozen meters. In an instant, the flames were extinguished beneath a tide of crimson. Before long, Ma Yuani, leading his subordinates, advanced with deadly intent. Alas, Ma Yuani, this fiend has extinguished the fire. Can he not even be vanquished by flames? Fear not, for this is our domain. Let us commence the blood sacrifice, activate the aura, and obliterate him. With no path left to retreat, the players found themselves cornered against their territory. Should Ma Yuani breach their defenses, the consequences would be dire. They had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Lord Aura, Yellow Turban Blood Sacrifice Talisman. Every means at their disposal was deployed. A fiery arrow loosed by Xiao Lingdang struck Ma Yuani, igniting a wound that inflicted 32 points of damage. Much to her astonishment, the damage had increased. The abyssal taint emanating from Ma Yuani, countered by the celestial order radiating from the territory, allowed the players' attributes to no longer be suppressed. With the activation of the Lord Aura and Blood Sacrifice Talisman, they could inflict even greater damage. Hope surged. Let us vanquish him. The crowd launched their assault. Although their attacks yielded commendable results, Ma Yuani's health was astonishingly high, likened to that of a veritable blood cow. Furthermore, under the conditions of the dark day, he could continuously absorb abyssal energy, rapidly recovering, rendering him a formidable threat in the short term. Merely ants. Ma Yuani raised the grotesquely massive thousand-skull hammer. After absorbing the sanguine energy surrounding him, it transformed once more into a blazing crimson hue before crashing down upon the ground. History seemed to repeat itself. Dozens of players were hurled away, and even some abyssal beings met their demise in the wake of that one strike. The players' combat effectiveness crumbled by more than half. Though the remaining players were terrified, they did not abandon the fight. They simply increased their distance. Ma Yuani swung the thousand-skull hammer with both hands, charging forth, a fierce sweep sending several flying, while a brutal smash flattened others. The players' resistance against this terrifying beast was akin to fragile clay before the storm. Minions of the stars. Ma Yuani slaughtered the players mercilessly, locking onto Hangu atop the wall. Despite Hangu's attire resembling that of the surrounding soldiers, Ma Yuani recognized his identity at a glance. After all, as the direct bestower of the will of the stars, the aura of the Star Lord shone like a beacon amidst the darkness for the denizens of the abyss. Today marks your doomsday. You, the core of our stellar assembly, I, Ma Yuani, have accepted you. The tumultuous roars, steeped in chaos and madness, reverberate throughout the heavens and the earth. As the players, including Haidong Rouge, resurrect from the Lord's Hall, their expressions shift dramatically upon hearing this voice. Alas, the worst has indeed come to pass, and this is most dire. Trouble looms. Yu Gu is in peril. We must hasten to rescue our Lord. We cannot afford any calamity. The players hurriedly spring into action, fervently hoping to arrive in time. Chapter 78. Long live our Lord. Player Shinyu Tusi has perished, abyssal essence 1250. Player Haidong Rouge has perished, abyssal essence 1600. Player Guizhou has perished, abyssal essence 1600. Hangu is presently tallying his latest gains. The roar of Myuani causes his brow to furrow slightly. When Hangu casts his gaze towards Myuani, he observes that Myuani has commenced a new round of accumulation, as blood-red energy once again billows forth from the blood lake beneath him, filling the monstrous hammer of 1,000 skulls. The aura of destruction spreads anew. By the time the players rush in a frantic haste, it is far too late. Myuani raises the blazing crimson hammer, and this time he hurls it directly forward. The force of this strike is exceedingly terrifying, rending the air and unleashing a thunderous roar, while the abyssal energy cascades, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The fearsome hammer spins at an alarming velocity, entwined with red lightning. Its aura of annihilation and momentum surge tenfold, reaching such velocity that evasion is utterly impossible. It is over. The sight leaves the players aghast. While the range of this attack may not rival that of the ground-shaking shockwave, its destructive capacity against individual targets far surpasses the former. With their current strength, the players stand no chance of thwarting it. They can only watch in horror as the colossal hammer hurtles towards their lord. This strike is sufficient to obliterate any elite unit below the second tier. Hangu, along with the surrounding walls, is on the verge of crumbling under the overwhelming force of destruction. Yet at that moment, a radiant aura of lordship bursts forth from his being. In the next instant, he raises his long sword. A blade of pure white light, stretching a full 20 meters, descends like a waterfall from the heavens, crashing into the hammer of 1,000 skulls with a resounding thud. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupts, toppling players and militia alike to the ground. What has transpired? The players hastily glance upward, only to find the territorial walls unscathed, and the man standing atop the high wall also remains unharmed. The hammer of 1,000 skulls spirals into the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away. He has blocked it. The Lord has thwarted the attack. No way. Is this for real? How could he possibly withstand that? What skill did the Lord just employ? Pray tell, do not suggest it was the fabled gathering strike. Do not speculate. It was indeed the gathering strike. That 20-meter blade of light is nothing short of miraculous. Hangu has unleashed a full-level gathering strike. With a forceful burst, he deflected Myuani's thunderous strike. Possessing the human lord template, each time he leveled up, his attribute growth far surpassed that of the vassals. He had also fully mastered 7 skills, augmented by the permanent lord aura, alongside the assistance of a level 9 blood shadow blade, rendering his overall strength comparable to that of lords of the same rank. In this context, the level 10 naturally held a significant advantage over the level 7. However, when it came to sheer strength, there remained a slight disparity between Hangu and Myuani. Thus, while employing the Chi Gathering Slash to forcibly break through the thunderous strike, he still sustained nearly 100 points of recoil damage. Such damage posed no real threat. With each level gained, Hangu could increase his base health by 50 points. Under the enhancement of the Lord Aura and various equipment attributes, his current health had approached 1,000 points. A full-level healing spell swiftly restored his vitality to its maximum. Although Hangu's health might not rival the robustness of Myuani's, as a man capable of self-sustaining healing while fighting, unless Myuani possessed overwhelming superiority, it was implausible for him to contend with Hangu. Such a scenario was simply unrealistic. The sentiments of the players were palpable. This is impossible. Myuani roared in a fit of hysterical rage. Having descended into the abyss for a brief time and forged a formidable army, how could he possibly have the capacity to grow to such an extent? With a scornful expression, Hangu retorted, "You don't truly believe me to be some naive novice, do you? Since this lord has dared to capture your attention, I naturally possess the confidence to stand against you. Impossible, impossible." Myuani bellowed in reluctant fury, instantly summoning the 1,000-skull hammer back, preparing to charge towards the wall. Hangu, wielding the blood shadow blade in his right hand and brandishing a level 10 skeletal sheep staff in his left, conjured a purple talisman in mid-air, which then transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, striking against Myuani's colossal form. Bang! The thunderous light was awe-inspiring. Although Myuani attempted to block with the 1,000-skull hammer, the might of the fully mastered thunder control spell still forced him to stagger back several meters, his body scorched and beginning to smoke, suffering nearly 500 points of damage in one blow. This was the thunder control spell of village Chief Wei from Hushi Village. The Lord demonstrated such formidable power. My goodness. It turns out Brother Yu is this strong. He has never shown fear of my Yuani from the outset. This plot cannot possibly fail. It seems we have all worried for nothing. Even if we falter, there are NPCs to back us up. The Lord is magnificent. The Lord is incredibly handsome. This is so reassuring. The players experienced emotional highs and lows akin to a roller coaster. Upon realizing that they had consistently underestimated the Lord, and discovering that this storyline quest was destined for success, their elation was indescribable. Their admiration for the Lord reached its zenith, and they transformed into a spirited cheerleading squad, showering compliments and exclaiming 666. However, this would not do. Although Hangu could contend with my Yuani, it did not guarantee that he could kill him with absolute certainty. Even if he could, it would be best not to do so personally, as lacking the blessings of heaven would be a grave loss. For this reason, players could not turn into a mere cheerleading atmosphere group. He cast a sweeping glance over the gathered players and exclaimed, "What are you all waiting for? Do you not wish to earn military merits?" Upon hearing these words, the players became invigorated, realizing their earlier excitement had almost made them forget. This endeavor was not merely about defending their territory or progressing through the narrative. Each individual bore a mission of their own. Only by contributing significantly in the battle could they secure greater rewards when the tasks were settled. They could not afford to let this slip from their minds. Given the Lord's formidable prowess, overcoming the day of utter darkness was surely within reach. After enduring worry and fear for so long, they could finally set their minds at ease. As the saying goes, once survival is secured, one begins to ponder desires. With the survival issue resolved, the player's next consideration was rewards. To obtain greater rewards, they must charge forth. Dozens of players surged out of the territory once again. At that moment, the abyssal army had gathered before them. Apart from the temporarily beleaguered commander Mayuani, the four great fallen and the vast majority of elite troops remained formidable. The battle ahead was still daunting. They could not afford to be complacent. Mayuani's fury had reached its zenith as he frantically absorbed abyssal energy to restore his vitality. Simultaneously, he raised his colossal hammer once more, drawing energy from the blood-soaked lake beneath him. As the hollow thousand skulls absorbed enough energy, it transformed once again into a blazing crimson hammer. The players were filled with trepidation. The great boss was about to unleash a devastating move. The ground-shaking shockwave, with a radius exceeding 100 meters, could obliterate all nearby players in an instant. They could not withstand such an attack, nor could they hope to approach Mayuani. Just then, a fiery arrow shot forth like a missile, striking Mayuani's hammer and resulting in a tremendous explosion. An astonishing scene unfolded. After enduring the attack, the crimson energy coalesced within the hammer dissipated entirely, reverting it to its ordinary state before energy absorption. Hangu calmly remarked, "His widespread attack necessitates sufficient energy to be unleashed. Dispersing the energy gathered in his weapon before the attack is executed can nullify this move." Gu Zhou's eyes lit up in realization. "So that's how it is." Hei Tong Rue Gu also expressed delight. "I knew there couldn't be an insurmountable mechanism in the game. It turns out Mayuani's super wide-range attack can indeed be countered." Xian Yu punctured in, "Although this fellow is powerful, as long as he cannot eliminate us en masse, we players might still triumph over him." Chi Mei Wang Liang expressed gratitude. "The Lord has been exceedingly kind to us. With his strength, he could easily repel Mayuani, yet he deliberately plays the role of support, creating opportunities for us to achieve merit and earn greater rewards." Xiao Lingdang added, "Wu, I adore him. The Lord is truly a super warm-hearted man." They could not disappoint the Lord's expectations. They must seize this opportunity today. Long live the Lord. Victory over calamity. Kill, kill, kill. The players' spirits soared as they roared into battle. If they could conquer a being like Mayuani, they would surely be the talk of the town upon their return. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Mayuani, draining his vitality. Mayuani was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, mercilessly striking down each young player with the force of a hammer, annihilating them one by one. The players, undeterred by the specter of death, returned to the battlefield upon resurrection. Hangu, observing the intensifying conflict with satisfaction, nodded approvingly. He required the assistance of comrade Mayuani and his subordinates to harvest the spoils, while also relying on the player factions to slay monsters and yield greater treasures. In this scenario, it could be said that everything was firmly within his grasp. Regardless of which side fell, he would profit immensely. The rewards from this battle were surging rapidly. Hangu reveled in his role as a carefree bystander, effortlessly accumulating wealth while reclining. Given the current situation, there appeared to be little risk involved. It would not be long before the battle concluded. allowing him to amass abundant resources that would lay a robust foundation for the next phase. As for the upcoming release and update plans, the book is set to debut tomorrow at noon, with an anticipated 5 chapters on the first day, amounting to approximately 15,000 to 20,000 words. This is the utmost limit that I, the author, can achieve. As of now, the book has garnered just over 8,500 collections. Although this figure pales in comparison to the substantial numbers seen with prominent works, it remains relatively standard when compared to other contemporaneous offerings. After all, editor Bluelight had forewarned me prior to the launch that the theme of the fourth cataclysm is a perilous trope, fraught with challenges that necessitate mental preparation for potential failure. Nevertheless, I stubbornly chose to proceed, as my initial expectations were modest, making the current statistics somewhat acceptable on the platform, as long as the chosen topic does not present significant issues and the content remains intact. The subscription-to-collection ratio generally hovers around 10. I anticipate approximately 850 initial subscriptions for this work. Naturally, there are exceptional masterpieces that can achieve a subscription ratio of 4, 1, or even 5, 1, exceeding 1,700 collections. However, I do not possess such prowess, so my expectations cannot be set so high. My minimum expectation stands at 600. As long as this initial subscription is achieved, I will continue writing. With a target of around 9,000 collections, a minimum of 600 initial subscriptions should not be considered excessive. If we can reach 850, updates could consistently yield between 7,000 to 8,000 words daily. Striving for a total of 10,000, should we exceed 200, a daily guarantee of approximately 10,000 words could be maintained for at least 3 months, provided that quality remains stable. Now, regarding the book's progress. From the inception of this project, I had already outlined the overarching direction of the narrative. The early to mid sections of the book will primarily explore the fourth cataclysm, lordly conflicts, and innovative adaptations of the three kingdoms, focusing on developing the plot through interactions with players, lords, and the three kingdoms themselves. These 3 aspects have already matured into well-formed ideas. In the latter half, the narrative will delve deeper into the setting of the Abyss of Stars, expanding the world building, which has already begun to take shape. It is evident that thus far, my main focus has been the fourth cataclysm, centering on the player's suffering and the protagonist's gains, while striving for innovation in the narrative style to avoid homogenization with other works of a similar genre. However, what truly captivates my interest and seems most intriguing are the conflicts among the Lords of the Stars and the innovative reinterpretation of renowned figures from the three kingdoms. The competition among the Lords will bear some resemblance to the concept of a universal Lord. Yet significant innovations in both the model and narrative style will ensure it stands apart from other works in the genre. As for the transformation of historical generals, this concept is ripe for exploration. Currently, the representation of three kingdoms' characters lacks sophistication, which has yet to be fully realized. Personally, I have a profound admiration for this historical period and aspire to craft a plethora of distinct historical figures, reimagining various iconic moments and battles through a fresh narrative, perspective, and even worldview to enhance and redefine these characters. However, due to constraints in length, the foundation of the entire work has only just been established. The true depth and elaboration of the setting will unfold following the significant increase in player numbers during the second phase of testing. Whether it be the engaging interactions and rivalry among the lords or the dynamics and portrayals of illustrious historical figures, although not yet fully explored, I have been preparing for quite some time. In summary, the author has invested considerable effort into the settings of this book. Merely expanding upon these ideas could yield a lengthy and engaging narrative, and as the serialization progresses, there will be ample opportunity to refine the settings, undoubtedly sparking new inspirations for future stories. That said, I am confident in my ability to craft the subsequent content. My only concern lies in the potential impact of performance on my mindset. While my expectations are modest, I have never aspired to achieve lofty subscription numbers. Being a full-time author, I do hope to attain a reasonable return and sustenance. Not seeking opulence, merely the means to maintain a basic livelihood. The author is but an ordinary individual, and in this regard, I must rely on your support. If you find this work worthy of your time, please do lend your support once it is officially published. I extend my heartfelt gratitude once more. Without further ado, let us continue writing. Chapter 80. A new chapter. The second phase of testing begins. Seeking initial subscriptions, Hangu could not remain idle. Regardless of circumstances, myriad was a commander-level entity. Even if his mechanisms were discerned, he retained an overwhelming advantage against dozens of players. The scene was rife with elite monsters, whether it be 4 abyssal fallen or a couple of 100 abyssal elites, none of whom were to be trifled with. Hangu needed to intervene at any moment to ensure players could secure more effective kills, particularly in vanquishing myriad. the core boss. Filthy rodents, do not be so audacious. General Ma, I shall assist you. Seeing Ma Yuani besieged by the Lords of the Stars and relentlessly attacked by players of the Catastrophe Legion, Feng Su was quick to unleash a chain lightning to help eliminate the troublesome players. However, 2 fiery arrows descended from the heavens. The first arrow shattered his magical shield, while the second struck his body directly. With a resounding explosion, one of his arms was blown off, interrupting Feng Su's casting. Who is responsible for such a formidable fiery arrow? Even the likes of Qimei Wulong, who have cultivated the fiery arrow spell to level 9, fall short of this power. It is utterly inconceivable that this could have been executed by a mere player, nor could it possibly have been the handiwork of the esteemed lord. Otherwise, given Hangu's spiritual attributes and overall prowess, it would be improbable for Feng Su to withstand 2 direct strikes and remain standing. 20 figures plunged into the fray. They were the Lord's personal guard. The 2 fiery arrows had indeed been unleashed by the sorcerers among the elite guard. Before Feng Su could even process the astonishing strength of these soldiers, several warriors, represented by Zhang San and Li Si, surged forward utilizing their iron armor technique. Zhou Bin and Bao Hong, the 2 notorious abyssal fallen, hastily initiated their assaults in an attempt to impede their advance. Clang, clang. Their attacks barely inflicted any harm, for Zhang San and Li Si not only activated their iron armor technique, but were also fortified by an advanced set of the Great Barbarian Bull Gear, enabling them to effortlessly withstand the onslaught. The 2 retaliated ferociously, white blades of light slicing through the air. Zhou Bin and Bao Hong found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, being pushed back several meters and sustaining considerable injuries. With maxed-out iron armor technique, maxed-out gathering slash, and clad in top-tier equipment, the Lord's Guards exhibited prowess rivaling that of elite monsters of the same level, encompassing a variety of classes save for rangers. After Wang Wu cast the fire arrow spell, he swiftly unleashed an even more potent thunder control spell, a bolt of lightning driving back several river water butchers. Monk Zhao Lu continuously cast the rejuvenation spell learned from Hushi Village, bestowing life and stamina restoration upon the frontline warriors, thereby ensuring their survival rate and enhancing combat efficiency. How formidable! The NPC soldiers are indeed so powerful. We players feel utterly feeble in comparison. The players were presented with an entirely new perspective on the strength of NPC soldiers. As the 20 regular soldiers entered the battle, their formidable strength established an impregnable defensive line, rendering several fallen and other abyssal elites incapable of advancing even a single step. Jian Shua, why do you not take action? While Feng Su, Zhou Bin, and Bao Hong were being relentlessly forced back, Jian Shua, the only level 7 elite among Ma Yuani's 4 generals and the strongest in overall combat capability, lingered nearby, refraining from joining the fray. Zhou Bin and Bao Hong were understandably infuriated. Feng Su coldly remarked, "This scoundrel is utterly unreliable." Hangu noted that Jian Shua appeared distinct from the other fallen. Despite being heavily tainted, he seemed to harbor personal ambitions, or perhaps a sense of defiance against Ma Yuani, thus never fully succumbing to corruption. With that in mind, there was no need to concern themselves with him. The defensive line of the 20 elite guards was as solid as a fortress. The Cataclysm army promptly allocated a portion of their forces to join the battle, for slaying these beings would yield substantial rewards. It would be a grave loss to allow them to perish at the hands of NPCs. Ma Yuani's furious and frenzied roars reverberated across the battlefield. Though he ceaselessly swung his hammer to vanquish players, he remained unable to breach the territory. Each approach was thwarted by Hangu's spells, and every attempt to unleash a grand technique was interrupted. It was immensely frustrating. How could they possibly prevail? The Cataclysm army pressed onward with the tenacity of cockroaches, launching relentless, fearless assaults. A player might fall, but another would swiftly take their place, and even those who perished would return to the battlefield in a mere 2 minutes. Under such relentless attrition, defeat was merely a matter of time. That moment, Feng Su emitted a mournful cry. Taking advantage of Feng Su being restrained by his royal guards, Xinyu launched a stealthy attack from behind, successfully piercing him with a spear, delivering a stunning critical hit that rendered him the first fallen among the malevolent. Zhou Bin and Bao Hong gradually faltered, retreating under relentless pressure. Although the few malevolent were formidable, they merely matched the prowess of Su Feng from earlier days. The players had previously united to defeat Su Feng, and now, with significantly enhanced skill levels and equipment, bolstered by the elite guards dispatched by the Lord, the outcome of the battle seemed all but predetermined. How infuriating, to be vanquished by the likes of you, mere hounds! Zhou Bin and Bao Hong soon succumbed to the onslaught. Among the 4 minor bosses, 1 was still idly drifting, while 3 had already been defeated, leaving only 100 or so elite fighters. While the elite possessed commendable strength, they were ultimately only at levels 3 to 5. Their repeated assaults proved ineffective, and their numbers dwindled further. The tide of battle appeared to be set. Enough is enough. Hangu nodded in satisfaction. Myuani's health was reduced to approximately 1/3. Should the deadlock not be broken in a timely manner, the abyssal faction would undoubtedly face defeat. He let out a more frenzied roar as the blood-red energy gathered beneath him, rapidly boiling like a lake, then surged into his body in a swift flow. In the blink of an eye, Myuani's grotesque skin, stitched together from pallid human faces, transformed to a vibrant crimson. Within his bloated form, countless severed limbs ignited like kindling, as if on the brink of unleashing an inferno that could obliterate all. Myuani morphed into a giant of blood-red flames, his already horrifying visage becoming even more monstrous as the 1,000-skull hammer surged with energy, radiating an increasingly violent aura of destruction, eager to be unleashed. This is bad. The boss has entered a berserk state. He has likely transitioned to the second phase. Upon directly absorbing all energy into his form, Myuani lost the ability for rapid recovery, burning through his life force, yet undeniably becoming more frenzied, more perilous, and more terrifying. Fall back. Through careful observation, Haitong Ruego discerned that, in this berserk state, Myuani likely possessed infinite mana, no delay, and even no skill cooldown. He could now bypass the charging phase altogether, launching widespread attacks with the 1,000-skull hammer, the threat level escalating by several magnitudes, an existence that was simply insurmountable at this stage. Let them all perish. Myuani raised the 1,000-skull hammer, preparing to unleash a devastating shockwave upon these cockroach-like players, whose elimination proved far too inefficient. Only this method could eradicate them in one fell swoop. This is dire. There's no time. His strikes are coming too swiftly. The players had no chance to retreat. Suddenly, a figure appeared, ghostly and swift. Hangu activated his max-level Gale Step combined with max-level Shadow Step. Arriving before Myuani, alarmed, Myuani had not anticipated the speed of the human lord. He immediately adjusted the angle of his hammer attack, intending to deliver a lethal blow. However, Hangu's blade was faster. A massive white blade of light sliced through the sky in an instant. Myuani's arms were severed. How splendid! How magnificent! Truly impressive. Brother Yu is astonishing. 666. The players were once again overwhelmed by the Lord's formidable power. Had it not been for the intention to allow the Plague Legion to gain experience and enable players to earn more military merits, the Lord would have likely dispatched Myuani long ago. The Lord's benevolent intentions deeply moved the players for a moment. Huang Yu's surprise attack had naturally interrupted Myuani's subsequent offensive, yet in his frenzied state, Myuani reacted with astonishing speed, delivering a fierce kick towards Huang Yu. Clang! Huang Yu, protected by his armor, sustained minimal damage, merely being sent flying several dozen meters. The boss, having temporarily lost both arms, could no longer wield his powerful skills. He was now at the mercy of the players. The time to vanquish the boss had arrived. The players immediately launched another assault. Myuani's health rapidly dwindled, and his berserk state could not be swiftly restored. It was evident that he was on the brink of collapse. This time, it seemed that the tide had truly turned against him. Unwillingness. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness. In a daze, he felt himself sinking into the depths of the ocean once more. The figure clad in yellow reappeared before him. The great sage was calling him, yet he found himself collapsing in such a place. His subordinates were incompetent. He had let down the great sage. This Star-Lord was no ordinary foe. He would undoubtedly become a dire threat from the abyss in the future, potentially obstructing the great sage's endeavors in the depths. As the leader of the Yellow Turban Army, he must devote himself to paving the way for the great sage with all his might. I am the general of the path, Myuani. Myuani once again let out a frenzied roar. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy sent the surrounding players into a state of dizziness. During this process, he underwent a new transformation. The flames within him blazed ever brighter, causing his body to swell uncontrollably, rapidly transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh, self-detonation. Huang Yu sensed the destructive energy contained within the mutated mass and understood its intentions. While Myuani's self-detonation posed no threat to him, the complete release of that energy could inflict considerable damage on the territory and the army, a scenario Huang Yu wished to avoid. Just as Huang Yu had been sent flying, the players of the Plague Legion found themselves in a daze. In the blink of an eye, Myuani transformed into a grotesque mass with countless faces. Fiery light seeped through the seams of his skin and the eyes and mouths of the myriad faces. heralding an unstoppable self-detonation. One had anticipated what was about to unfold. A spectral knight suddenly surged through the wall of bodies and obstacles. Jian Shuo, moving at an astonishing speed, reached the distorted Ma Yuani, instantly materializing and thrusting his spear into Ma Yuani's heart. Harnessing his vampiric abilities, he halted the grotesque mass's expansion and swiftly caused it to wither. "Why betray me?" the grotesque mass demanded in anger. Jian Shuo laughed heartily. "I am the close attendant of the Han Emperor, commanded to slay bandits. How could I speak of betrayal?" At that moment, the players regained their senses, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Ma Yuani, ultimately depleting his health to its very end. "Then let us all be destroyed together." Despite the overwhelming rage and resentment that engulfed Ma Yuani, he found himself powerless to reverse his fate as his life force waned. His body spiraled into uncontrollable chaos, erupting with formidable energy that enveloped Jian Shuo and the 2 to 3 dozen players in close proximity. Player Ejin Shilai has perished, vitality 1250. Player Ning Kaichin 2 has perished, vitality 1250. Player Quangkan Itiao Jie has perished, vitality 1250. Player Qingyi Huli has perished, vitality 900. Hangu brushed off the dust from his clothes and rose to his feet. Upon casting his gaze towards Ma Yuani's location, he beheld the grotesque, multifaceted mass of flesh had vanished, leaving only a vast pit of several meters in diameter. The battle had reached its conclusion. Ma Yuani had met his demise. He was left dismembered and without a final word. Wei Ji, witnessing the entirety of the confrontation within his territory, was moved to tears. He could not reconcile the abyssal monstrosity before him with the once valiant and righteous hero he had known. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Brother Ma's soul had finally been liberated from the depths of despair. Had we truly triumphed? The surviving players stood in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the reality that unfolded before their eyes. They had vanquished Ma Yuani. This wildly distorted, frenzied creature had perished right before them. The significance of this battle was monumental. It marked a historic moment. For slaying Ma Yuani signified the smooth commencement of the second test. New players, new maps, and new content would soon arrive. The enigmatic saga of the Three Kingdoms was on the brink of a new chapter. End of this chapter, 81. Chapter 81. The Key to the Abyssal Nightmare, subscription requested, 81. Chapter 81. The Key to the Abyssal Nightmare, subscription requested, ding. You have acquired a core abyssal nightmare fragment. Would you like to assimilate it immediately? Yes, no. The core nightmare source was secured. Hangu exhaled deeply. Although anticipated, this step was a pivotal milestone in his journey as a lord, carrying immense historical significance. Assimilate. Ding. Assimilation successful. Your talent points 15. You have obtained the Abyssal Nightmare Key 1. You have obtained the Abyssal Treasure Chest, green, 1. A windfall of 15 talent points. This indicated that Hangu now possessed a total of 17 talent points. He required only 5 talent points to activate his talent, thereby fulfilling the prerequisites for advancing to the second tier. In other words, given the current conditions, he could ascend to the second tier at any moment. He then examined the other spoils. Abyssal Nightmare Key, a special item. Description. This is a secret key derived from the core nightmare source, capable of dismantling nearby nightmare barriers, thereby unlocking a new area for the territory. Abyssal Treasure Chest, green, a reward chest. This is a special chest formed from the convergence of abyssal fortunes, yielding rewards more bountiful than those from fortune chests. The former serves as a tool for pioneering new maps. With this item, Hangu would be able to unlock the second map. In other words, this was a passport to leave the novice village and the commencement of an entirely new journey. As for the Abyssal Treasure Chest, this object bears a striking resemblance to the fortune chest, albeit it promises rewards that are far more abundant. At present, Hangu is not in haste to unveil maps or open chests. He prefers to first attend to the aftermath and finalize the necessary tasks. Once Ma Yuani fell, the remaining adversaries were hardly noteworthy. Thanks to the concerted efforts of players and NPCs, all threats were decisively eradicated. Hangu cast a glance at the reserve of essence. Currently, the abyssal essence reserve of the territory stands at an astonishing 259, 450. Approaching 260,000, this is indeed an extraordinary yield. Players have perished at least 3 times, with some even succumbing 4 or 5 times. Should one's death count exceed 5, a safety protection mechanism is triggered, resulting in a forced cooldown state. Reward the valiant troops. Hangu promptly announced the task rewards. Players swiftly received notifications from Xiaoba. Ding. Task completed. You have gained essence 3,000, contribution points 4,000, Silver chest 1. Ding. Task completed. You have gained essence 3000, contribution points 4000. Silver chest 1. Ding. Task completed. You have gained essence 3000, contribution points 5000. Silver chest 1. Ding. Task completed. You have gained essence 1500, contribution points 3000. Bronze chest 1. Ding. Task completed. You have gained essence 1000, contribution points 2000. The task is concluded. Rewards have been distributed. This truly settles everything. I hereby declare the successful conclusion of the Territorial Defense War event. Players erupted into exuberant cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. As the narrative has unfolded thus far, every participant is deeply immersed, having invested considerable emotion and passion. Therefore, beyond the acquisition of rewards, the ability to thwart the enemy's invasion and preserve the sanctity of their homeland brings them even greater joy. Naturally, the task rewards are also exceedingly generous. Although Hangu benefits from the player's struggles, he ensures his players are well compensated. Not only is the loot distributed entirely among the players, but he also allocates a portion of the gained essence for the common good, rendering the players' losses negligible in light of their gains. For instance, in this event, despite the players' limited contributions, Hangu did not hesitate to be magnanimous. It is imperative to note the inadequacy of the Natural Disaster Legion's strength. Thus, through the task rewards, he distributed nearly 90,000 essence and over 150,000 contribution points in one go. 5 players, who made particularly significant contributions, received 3,000 essence along with 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points. And a silver chest point 15 players who made substantial contributions received approximately 1,500 to 2,000 essence, along with 2,000 to 3,500 contribution points, and a bronze chest. The remaining players received 800 to 1,200 essence and around 1,000 to 2,000 contribution points. This wave of rewards undoubtedly caused a tremendous uproar. The Lord is truly benevolent. In this battle, we players did not play a decisive role. Indeed, under such circumstances, it is truly generous to receive so many rewards. Our strength still lacks the necessary prowess. We hope that next time we can achieve a feat akin to that in Hushi Village, where we rely not on NPCs but instead take the lead and secure the highest task rewards. The rewards are substantial, providing players with a significant boost. The number of level 8 players has now reached 6, and the number of level 7 players has also surged past 10. Task rewards are merely a fraction of the overall bounty. The spoils dropped by the monsters in this battle are exceedingly rich, with the vast majority being the result of player kills, thus triggering the blessing of the heavens. First and foremost, the most anticipated item is undoubtedly the green loot dropped by myriad. Yi Limo, representing the players, personally collected this treasure. You have acquired loot, Vitality 15, 000, Magic Stone Fragment 70, 000, High-Level Corrupted Gem 30, Thousand Skull Demon Hammer 1. Incredible! It is simply astounding. The sheer volume of vitality and resources makes it hard to believe they originated from a single monster. High-Level Corrupted Gem, a Tier 1 material of green quality. Description: a rare material dropped by the Abyssal Corrupted Commander. It can be used to enhance the quality of white equipment or elevate green equipment's quality. Thousand Skull Demon Hammer, a Tier 1 piece of green equipment, boasts an attack power of 40, ignores 20 defense, grants 10 strength, and comes with the skill Charge Strike, with durability of 35-50. Green materials. Green equipment. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Players were left in awe upon witnessing the attributes of this equipment. The design of this item closely resembles the one possessed by myriad, merely scaled down proportionately to suit a human physique. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, exuding an aura of dominance and flair when held. Furthermore, the battlefield was littered with spoils. The total vitality garnered from this bounty is estimated to reach around 110,000. When combined with the 90,000 vitality that Hangu provides to the players, the grand total amounts to a staggering 200,000 vitality. Even if distributed equally, each player would receive approximately 500, enough to catapult the entire Plague Legion's level to new heights. Of course, the players did not immediately allocate this batch of vitality. On one hand, they needed to discuss the actual distribution ratio, and on the other, most players were not inclined to absorb the vitality right away. Hangu does not encourage players to store vitality. Thus, the feature for storing excess vitality has not been developed. The vitality accumulated within a player will automatically trigger a level up upon reaching the upgrade standard. Since lower levels yield less vitality upon death, Hangu wishes for all players to elevate their levels, as this would result in greater income during harvesting. If the feature to store vitality were made available, many players would inevitably stall their experience and levels, which would be detrimental to territory development and profits. While level is crucial, it should not be pursued at the expense of skill. Possessing high levels without sufficient abilities is merely superficial and detrimental to the army's growth. To address this issue, Hangu designed the Vitality Contract. This item serves not only as a tool for team experience distribution, but also acts as a temporary seal to preserve experience and loot. Players can seal the essence and loot acquired during battles through a contract with Xiaoba, allowing for distribution after the conclusion of the combat. Consequently, the contract serves the function of temporarily preserving essence. Should players wish to avoid rapid leveling, they may directly consume the essence contained within the contract to enhance their skills, provided they do so before the contract expires. Otherwise, the essence will be automatically allocated upon the contract's dissolution. This endeavor has yielded a substantial harvest of essence. Except for a few low-level players who have yet to reach level 5, the majority intend to utilize the essence to elevate their skills, aiming to maximize at least one initial skill to its full potential, thereby ensuring formidable combat prowess in future engagements. Hangu observed that players expressed considerable satisfaction with this event, relishing the gaming experience. Immersion, sense of achievement, and overall gratification. If one were to pinpoint a slight shortcoming, it would be the absence of a gold-level evaluation within the mission. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Hangu endeavored to distribute rewards as generously as possible, but he cannot arbitrarily confer the highest accolades. Without established rules, chaos ensues. Hence, the management team must maintain clear distinctions between rewards and penalties, particularly regarding players. During the defense of Hushi Village, players relied predominantly on their own merits, overcoming challenges and vanquishing the malevolent Sufeng without relying on NPC assistance. Such circumstances warranted the granting of gold treasure chest rewards. In this instance, players had a relatively minor role, yet they were fortunate to receive special consideration from the Lord, which facilitated substantial military achievements. Even without attaining the top-tier rewards, securing 5 silver-level evaluations and 15 bronze evaluations is quite commendable. Players fortunate enough to receive treasure chests swiftly opened them. Although the quality of the chest was modest, the high-level nature of the task yielded a considerable array of functional items, skill cards, and high-quality equipment, precisely the sort of valuable possessions that players typically seek. Lord Heitong Rue approached to report. It appears that Jian Shua is not yet fully deceased. Despite Jian Shua belonging to the abyssal faction, his defection and subsequent contribution to the territory were significant, at the very least, averting potential losses. Consequently, players remained uncertain as to whether he was friend or foe. Hangu followed Heitong Rue to the charred pit, where Jian Shua lay, half of his body engulfed in darkness, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of tar. His life force was nearly extinguished, teetering on the brink of death, yet he still clung to existence. Lord Chen Shi immediately rose upon the Lord's arrival. I wish to assist with healing, but my offer was declined. Chime Wangliang expressed, we also attempted to persuade him to surrender. Yet this fellow is resolutely seeking death. Hangu nodded slightly and inquired, why did you betray my Yuani and aid us, the denizens of the star? Jian Shua replied indifferently, I have neither betrayed my Yuani, nor do I harbor any interest in assisting you. As a servant of the Han Emperor, my loyalty lies solely with the Han court and His Majesty. My actions are merely a means of repaying His Majesty's grace. Though he is a eunuch, his loyalty to Emperor Ling of Han remains steadfast. Since the moment the Abyss descended, the Han dynasty has been in disarray. Even in the absence of the Abyss, the fate of the Han was nearing its end. Your current loyalty holds little significance. Hangu remarked, although you have been tainted, you have not yet succumbed entirely to corruption. Should you willingly agree to assist me, I can offer you a sanctuary, and no need for that. I am on the brink of collapse. Jian Shua closed his eyes and lamented, my will is incessantly eroded. My soul has become utterly distorted and deformed. Why moments of lucidity grow increasingly scarce. If you truly wish to repay a favor, then please grant me a swift release. Such a pity. Nevertheless, Hangu nodded. Since it was Jian Shua's own decision, he would allow the players to facilitate his liberation. The core source of malevolence at the Luoshui execution ground had been purified, granting Jian Shua the opportunity for repose. To die in a natural manner would be a form of release for him, as well as a contribution to the territory. With Jian Shua resolved, Hangu returned to his domain. The spirits, curious, inquired, my lord, is Jian Shua's condition akin to the legendary Abyss Walker? Hangu affirmed, indeed, there exist entities in this world that, despite being corrupted by the Abyss and undergoing significant distortion and demonic transformation, have not yet entirely succumbed to its will due to personal resolve or other objective factors. Such tainted individuals are termed Abyss Walkers, yet once ensnared by the Abyss, escaping its grasp is no trivial matter. Such walkers are exceedingly rare. Almost all abyss walkers exist in a state where life is unbearable, yet death eludes them. It is precisely due to their immense suffering that death becomes a form of liberation. The spirits queried, "Are there many abyss walkers of this kind?" Hangu nodded. "I believe their numbers are not insignificant. These types of tainted beings are typically neutral entities. At times, they can become formidable allies, yet they may also pose a greater danger than ordinary fallen beings. Why is that? After all, not every individual who has been tainted resists the abyss's encroachment. Beyond various objective factors and elements of fortune, personal willpower plays a crucial role. Those endowed with such resolve are often quite formidable to contend with. I understand now. Thank you, my lord, for clarifying. You are most welcome." The spirits grew increasingly intrigued by this world. The narrative of the soul-themed game is profoundly subtle. The plot is not laid bare for direct interpretation. For instance, why Jian Shuo was able to maintain his clarity during his descent into the abyss, whether it stemmed from his hatred for Ma Yuani or his loyalty to Emperor Han Ling, and what entanglements or stories he shared with both, remains unaddressed during gameplay. Players are often presented only with clues. Most of the plot requires deep investigation or imaginative reconstruction, leading to varying interpretations and understandings among different individuals. According to information revealed on the official website, the game is set to enter its second beta test, unlocking a plethora of new maps, scenes, and content. The spirits eagerly anticipate the forthcoming developments in the narrative of the enigmatic Three Kingdoms. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Breakthrough to Second Tier. Abundant Harvest. Chapter 82. Breakthrough to Second Tier. A Bountiful Harvest. The Day of Darkness has finally come to an end. After the event, most players opted to log off and rest. The game Guisangwa can, to a certain extent, substitute for sleep, thus resulting in unusually prolonged online hours for players. However, frequent deaths within a short span can lead to psychological fatigue for players. Additionally, their in-game avatars may also experience exhaustion and diminished vitality. Numerous players perished 4 or 5 times during this great battle. Consequently, both the players themselves and their in-game bodies require recuperation. Hangu decided to wait until all players had sufficiently rested and a new batch had joined before utilizing the Abyss key to unlock new maps. A day or two's delay was inconsequential. Upon returning to his residence, he began to sort through his gains. The first order of business was undoubtedly to activate his talent skill. You are activating Heart of the Pioneer. This activation will consume 5 talent points. Do you wish to confirm the activation? Yes, no? As a first-tier lord, there are only 2 talents available, the Lord's Aura and the Heart of the Pioneer. Hangu had already activated the Lord's Aura, leaving only the Heart of the Pioneer, which he promptly activated without hesitation. Heart of the Pioneer, a first-tier lord talent, states that during your territorial expansion, for every additional blessing point you occupy, you will receive an extra one. 5 to all attributes, with a maximum increase of 150. Unlike the Lord's Aura, which boosts the attributes of all units in the territory by 20, the Heart of the Pioneer only enhances one's own attributes. However, its potential for increase is astonishing, reaching up to 150. The increments from the Heart of the Pioneer are continued